using. And the justice of the cause you are defending to delegitimize this stuff. And then you have on the other side states, including the Western Bloc, including Israel, who say a state can do anything, can do exactly what you just defined, and can never be accused of terrorism because terrorism can only be done by armed groups, not states. That's why at the UN till now, we have agreed on everything except the definition of terrorism. The terrorism framing means you have to kill the terrorists. That's the only
I
way.
tried to use John's thumbnail that he sent me, and it said it was bigger than 2 MB. So how do I resize it? Is there a way I can edit with Clipchamp? Edit in Notepad? What is Clipchamp? I don't even know what Clipchamp is. Microsoft Clipchamp? Oh, I think I tried to make a video. Yeah, I tried making a video with this one time, but I like KineMaster better on my phone. This is how you make clips. Huh. What's up, ma'am? Tell John I wanted to use he made me a thumbnail. It says size 3.73 MB. Then when I tried to use it, it says it's over 2 MB, so I can't use it. What the heck? How do I resize it? If I open it in like the Microsoft photo editor, how can I resize it? Usually I just click Alt or Shift. I could put it in GIMP. Get out of here, bug. I could put it in GIMP, and then I think all I have to do is let me try that. Let me try that. Let me try that. Try that. Where's GIMP? Did I not make a desktop? Did I not make a desktop link for GIMP? Okay, I did not. I did not. GIMP. Error writing windows, roaming error, temporary file, blah, 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 blah. Whoa, 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 what?
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
What you want?
What?
What you want?
Talk to you. That's what I want, Josh. Let me be.
All right.
Okay.
How do I
I
save?
didn't go link other dudes today, Josh.
You
And I
better
had to
not.
cancel my 3 dates that I had planned for today
Wow.
just to talk to you.
Wow. This is ridiculous.
Holy shit, it's gonna.
Wow.
Vamonos! It's gonna start raining.
How do I grab this? How do I shrink it? Rectangle select tool,
Josh, I
move
wish I could
tool,
control the weather.
foreground select tool,
Vamos, Kurama, Some!
crop tool. I don't want to crop it. I want to scale. I think scale is from pivot, scale, pivot, snap, constrain, scale. So now, no, not united transform. How do we do this? I
What
don't know
just
how to
jumped
use
in?
this damn program. Gradient, warp transformation, eraser, clone, paths, move, alignment, foreground select tool, free select, scissor select, split by color, crop, remove edge areas. No, I want to shift S. Shift S. Okay.
What's up, Flo? What's up, Josh?
What's up? Is that Mayhem?
Yep.
I'm trying to make this thumbnail that he sent me a little bit smaller so I can use it. It's too big. I don't know how to do
Oh
it.
no, Flo disappeared. There she
Oh.
is.
I don't know how to use
I was like,
this program.
dang, I said hi, Flo. And then you just disappeared.
Hello, Mayhem. Sorry, my audio went out.
Oh.
1, 2, 3. Ah, this isn't
It's
working.
so
I don't
bright
know how
where
to
you
do it.
guys are at.
Wow.
What?
It's
Is it
dark where you're at.
dark where you are?
Yeah.
Dark. Dark as a mofo. It's about to rain too. But I needed to take my dogs out for a walk.
He's on the road. On the road again.
On the
Mhm.
road.
I got my wiener
Yeah.
in my lap.
Me too. Always.
It never gets old. It never gets old.
You want to pet it? You want to pet it? Pet my wiener. Pet
Oh
my
my
wiener.
God.
Oh,
All right. Hold on. I'm trying to put the
vamos.
Discord on the
All right,
screen
all right. Go this way.
since everybody has their video on. Okay. Where are you going? Where are you driving to?
I'm headed over to Stewart, Iowa right now.
Stewart, Iowa.
And I hate this season of the year. I wish I could go to America
You're breaking up. It's gonna be hot when you get here.
tomorrow. Because
You're breaking up real bad, Floor.
Yeah, we're getting every other word.
it's Iowa. Like if you think about Iowa was the first thing that you think about. And rainy
Corn.
season down here. Oh. Can you guys hear me better now?
Did you say porn?
No, corn.
Oh, corn.
Like cornfields.
You said porn. I'm like, damn. I didn't know they did that in Iowa.
Do they even grow corn in Iowa? I'm thinking of Kansas, maybe.
They grow it in Nebraska.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Nebraska. I remember we were
Yeah.
doing a road trip with my brother, and I'm like, "Get ready! This is going to be the most boring part of the trip. It's going to be a straight road through cornfields for like 4 hours." Yep. Iowa.
I mean, heck, Nebraska even named their football team the Cornhuskers.
I don't know what I think of when I think of Iowa. There's not much in Iowa.
No. When I think Iowa, being a truck driver, I think of the Iowa 80, the world's largest truck stop.
Huh. That's cool. My uncle lives in Iowa actually. One of my uncles or something or cousin or something lives out there.
Oh, look at the doggies.
Who's
They're
driving?
twinsies.
That's Mayhem driving. Dave Smith is on live right now and was just talking about his debate with Andrew. He said he wasn't even trying. I know, I could tell he wasn't trying. He didn't write an intro or anything. He had 5 minutes to do an opening statement and he did a 1-minute opening statement. He wasn't taking it seriously. What's up, producer? Cesar says, "Donde está, Flor?" What does that mean? I don't speak Spanish.
Where am I at? I'm at the cemetery. Cemetery? Oh, how is it that you guys call it?
Well, it's not the cemetery.
That's for sure.
That was not a jab at anybody. That sounded like it was a jab at somebody, but it was not. Now I can't say it because you just said it wrong. Cemetery.
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 Cemetery?
There's no N in it,
Cemetery?
Cemetery.
right? Cemetery.
Cemetery?
Cemetery.
Cemetery.
I
Cinementary.
don't know, but either way, the word in the Spanish sounds horrible.
What's the word in Spanish? Muerte. Donde de muerte, or something like that. Place of death, or something.
Place of death.
That would be where. Where's the death? Where's the death? At the cemetery.
Yeah. Cemetery.
There's no N in it. You're gonna join too? All right, C-Sal. We're ready.
Yeah. Come on.
We're ready.
The more the merrier.
Echo, what you doing? It's hot, huh? I got a window unit for the room that's gonna be the studio room, but I'm on the second floor, and I don't have any way to like lock it in so it doesn't fall out. I
Oh.
gotta get some brackets or something.
Can you guys hear me now?
A little better.
Yeah. Sorta.
All right, cool. It's just that little piece, that little part of my walk, I lose service.
I didn't think you had Discord. I don't think you've ever come in the Discord. Or maybe you have. I
Mayhem
don't know.
has come in the Discord before.
Oh, all right. Sometimes I have good memory. Sometimes I have bad memory. My memory fluctuates. I heard you guys are doing a Flag Day stream on Thursday. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I was probably gonna do that on Friday. That's Trump's birthday.
There you go. It's gonna be the best birthday in the whole world.
Many people have different birthdays. Lots of good birthdays, but the best birthday is Flag Day.
Russia, Russia, Russia.
Russia, Russia, Russia. Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine.
I was looking at a video of the psychology behind of why Trump does that. And it's like a strategy that he does to just do simple words and for people to get his message.
Was it a pro-Trump psychologist or anti-Trump psychologist?
It was pro-Trump psychologists. They say he's genius because you know how like politicians use these really complicated words, and not everybody understands them. But if you
Well,
hear the
Joe
word
Biden
Russia,
tries
Russia,
to use
Russia,
complicated words. It just sounds like
yeah, but Biden literally just pooped his pants the other day on the stage.
Yeah.
So I don't believe anything that he says.
Well,
I don't understand anything he says.
you know,
Biden reads the quiet part out loud.
he makes it so that anybody who poops their pants regularly can become president. So it's
This oh,
Oh,
what is up, girl?
Flor with her dogs. That's so hilarious. Some things never change.
I know.
Oh my gosh, you guys, I miss this so much. I love my mom, but I needed some time for myself.
I can't believe, you know what's hilarious? What the heck, you guys? How is it that we as a collective stopped knowing how to say cemetery just because Flor said cemetery one time? I was like, are they trolling us? Or are they joking? Or are they being serious right now?
No,
really,
it's messed up my
It's a really
brain.
tricky word.
What the heck? Cem- Cemetery. I was like, Flor, do you want me to tell you when you
Cemetery.
no
Cemetery.
no N cemetery.
Cemetery.
Yeah.
Cemetery. Cinnamon-tary.
That's
Submits.
hilarious. You guys, yeah, I feel like I haven't been here in freaking forever.
Because it's been forever, Cecil. Don't you feel like it? It has been forever.
And then I come back and there's a guy literally driving a freaking
Freaking
what
truck.
a freaking big rig. What is going on right now?
That's ma'am. That's what
This
he
white people,
does.
Cecil. It's a white people
Lit-
thing.
Some
That's
people,
the
Yeah.
some
white
people who
people.
claim to be truckers actually drive trucks.
Oh wow, shots fired.
AKA
Co-host. Where's our favorite co-host so he can defend
Yeah,
himself?
where's your co-host?
Our favorite co-host.
Oh my god.
Freaking buff. JK.
Yeah.
What
I'm
was, what was
So
it?
Cecil,
What was it the first time I was up here? They were like, "Oh, what are you stolen valor for truck driving?"
Exactly.
It's a buff. Yeah.
It's because everybody says that. What's up, Flor?
what?
No, buff is
What's
cool.
Oh,
happening?
I thought you said something.
Cecil, you know how Latinos mom are, right? Like after you turn 18, they're just disattached themselves from you, in a way, and they just no longer care as much.
No, no, that's not. On the contrary, my husband gives me a hard time because he's like, "You're 30 something years old. What do you mean you're afraid of your mom?" I'm like, "I'm still a little bit scared of my mom. I don't think I'm ever gonna." My mom is very involved in my life.
Well, I'm not saying that they don't care about your life, but you know how they just kind of like let you just have your own life, right? I mean, you still call them every day and you respect them and all. But listen, Cecil, that's not the point. The point is
What's the
we
point?
go to the freaking jungle on Sunday and we had a great time. We had a great time. It was so fun. We were able to see some exotic animals and everything. And then when we go back to the parking lot, we realized that the car has a flat tire.
No.
And you know what my mom did? She
You get
freaking left me in the middle of the jungle. She called a tuk-tuk over and she just left. And
Hell?
I was like, what the heck? She's like, yeah, I'm leaving. I'm not dealing with this. And I was like,
dang.
just in the middle of the
Damn.
jungle. She's like, figure it out.
I'm proud of you for
Oh,
saying jungle correctly. Usually you would say jungle.
Look, Josh,
Oh,
that
yeah.
is not even related to the story. That is not even related to the story.
I couldn't even hear the whole story because I was like, wow, she didn't say jungle.
The jungle. What are you talking about? Now I'm being
Jump.
self-conscious about it.
She need now. Now he's got her pronunciating words.
I know, Josh gets a kick out of it.
You gonna talk white? Speak American. My mom, I talk to my mom like once every 3 months, and then she's like, "Well, why do you never call very often?" And I'm like, a phone works two ways, mom. You can call me if you want. If you really want to talk, you can call me. She's like, "Yeah, but you work weird schedule, and I don't want to wake you up." I'm like, "Good. That's right."
Oh my goodness.
I think my I think my grandma is passing away or she's gonna die soon. She's starting to get real bad like dementia. So
Oh.
they have her in like a home type place, like a facility thing. I don't know what it's called, nursing home or whatever. And she was a nurse her whole life. So she like wakes up and walks behind the desk and starts like messing with the computer and going through papers and stuff because she thinks she's at work.
Obi. Oh no.
And it's like, oh, that's sad. But She's real old.
So Josh, I turned 40 last Saturday, right? So I'm 3 days into being 40.
Yeah.
I want a refund.
You want a refund?
I want a refund.
You can do what some people
hate
do
it.
and just say you're 39 for the next 6 years, you know?
Right.
You're at that age where you can start forgetting how old you are.
Yeah, I can't wait until I get to the age where I can yell at kids to get off my lawn.
You don't look 40. You look like you're like 28.
Well,
Yeah, or 12. I was being nice when I said 28. Yeah. You do. You have a baby face.
yeah. Well, that's why I try to grow this out. If I shave this and this, man, I really have a baby face.
Yeah, if you totally shaved everything, yeah, you'd look like you were 20.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be nice.
Producer.
What's up, y'all?
What's up?
What's up?
Man,
Is that the producer?
I just heard it on YouTube, and I just wanted to bring it to your attention about your mom. Talk to your mom as much as possible. I know the phone goes both ways, but talk to her as much as possible, because when she's gone, you're gonna miss it.
Yeah.
We're coming up on Father's Day, and my mom died on Father's Day last year.
Oh, damn.
It's 2 days difference. But you know what? The night the night she died, I text her because I was partying with my friends. I text her that I'll call you in the morning on Sunday, which I did every Sunday. I'll call you in the morning. And she said, okay. And before morning came around, she died. So
Damn.
Wow.
cherish every moment you can. Call your mom every chance you can, whenever you can.
And that was last year?
Even the bullshit with her. Yes.
So this
Yeah,
is like the 1
we're
year.
going on a year.
Damn. Sorry to hear that.
Father's Day is on the 16th this year. Last year it was on the 18th. So it's 2 days after Father's Day this year. But either way, it happened to fall on Father's Day. So now that's going to stick in my mind forever.
Yeah.
Awesome fucking Father's Day present, you know?
Yeah, that's
And I
rough.
say that sarcastically.
Yeah, I'm getting to
But
that
anyways,
age now where family members are starting to die, and it's like, I think all my life I was never really close to anyone who died, and then my dad died like 3 years ago now, and then my grandpa died last year, and now my grandma is sick, and it's like, dang, I guess this is what
yep.
getting old is like. But
Oh yeah, and the ones that really mean so. I mean, my grandma, she died while I was sitting in jail for fucking meth. I was trying to make some money so I can go up and see her because she was in the hospital with brain cancer, and I got fucking busted and was sitting in jail, and she died while I was in jail. I felt like a piece of shit.
That was your grandma, you said?
Yeah.
Oh.
Seasal said she lost internet
Yeah.
connection. That's why she left.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my grandma, my mom's mom, died on the worst day ever, April Fool Day.
Oh no.
No.
Yeah, everybody thought it was a bad April Fool's joke.
Yeah. And it was a bad April Fool's joke.
Well, this is a bad April Fool's reality.
Well, yeah. Well, but yeah,
funny,
that
but
would definitely.
yeah.
Right. No, definitely not funny. No, my grandma, I called my grandma Ma and my mom because I lived with my grandma a lot of my life. She was like
my
my mom.
My grandpa died on Christmas.
Damn.
You guys
That's
have
shitty.
horrible dates for death of your family members.
I know this
Jeez.
turned into the most depressing stream ever.
Yeah. Hey,
Well, I don't know. It was supposed to be just to tell you to talk to your mom as much as possible because you never know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's brighten this shit up. Come on.
What up, Buff?
yeah.
Buff.
Cheers.
My guy showed up.
Cheers.
This year.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, Buff,
Not
you are
golfing
gonna
today,
be so
Josh?
jealous.
Oh, he's drinking
Buff, you're
liquor.
gonna be so jealous of all the shit I got for my birthday, bro. It was all Star Wars stuff. All Star Wars stuff.
Oh, what the fuck?
I like Star Wars
My pop's
Legos.
wife-
You see
My
this?
pop's wife usually gets me something Star Wars related for Christmas.
I did a
Man, you
stream.
put that shit together like 4 months ago.
I know. I need to get another
I
one.
got the original Darth Vader Pez dispenser in package.
Nice.
Huh.
Yeah.
They got a
I
new
was like,
collector's
Right there on my
collector's
part.
edition
You'll
Millennium Falcon.
never get the joy of using it though.
It's only $80.
Yeah, no, I will never.
It's almost 1,000 pieces and it's only $80, which is a really good. It's 950
That
pieces
is
Yeah.
for
not
$80.
bad.
It's a Millennium Falcon collector's edition.
Ooh.
I gotta get. And then they got a collector's R2D2
When I
for $100.
destroy-
I want to get that. Yeah, we don't talk about that, Floor. When you
Oh.
destroyed my Millennium Falcon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
What?
not funny.
I was so angry at you. I
When
was
she
so
said
angry.
yeah.
And it was a Lego Millennium Falcon, so she threw it across the room. It was kind of cool, though.
No.
You're
Who
not
are
supposed to
you,
see it before
monster?
Flo.
Now you wonder why
You're a
you wonder
monster.
why we separated. Now you know.
In my defense, I
You
was on
deported
drugs and
her?
I was a little bit edgy back then. I was a little bit edgy back then.
Floor, there's no defense for that.
I know, I
No.
can't believe I did it. You know that I actually forgot about that, Josh, until you remember, and I remember looking at you, be like, "Oh, fuck you," and you were just sitting down on
You
the floor.
forgot about it even?
Yeah.
Oh, that's even worse.
Everybody acts like I was the bad guy. She destroyed my freaking Millennium
I
Falcon.
know. I was about to
Never.
mention that.
Oh my
Like, that
gosh.
was crazy.
To say the least.
But I gave it to you, Josh. I gave you that
She
present.
did. She
so
did buy it for
technically,
me.
I had the right to break it too.
Oh, okay.
It was
Damn.
a Christmas present. You can't
Oh.
destroy somebody's Christmas present just because you bought it for them.
Floor wins on a technicality. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No,
100
I'm
points
like
for this
I'm
one.
I'm 100% on the Millennium Falcon side, but she just won on a technicality. I hate to say it.
Well, I'm gonna buy you a
sorry.
present.
Once it exchanges hands, though. Once it exchanges hands,
Yeah,
she has no right to it.
she's a Guatemala
Hey,
giver.
for Christmas with the big red bow on it. I have the right to set it on fire. When
Yeah.
you make me mad. I mean, it's just
I'm gonna
Right.
buy you a Christmas present,
I was on
producer, and I'm gonna
drugs.
hold
I
it up
was
on camera.
drugs.
Say, look what I got you, producer, and I'm just gonna smash it.
Yeah.
Ugh. No, I would do that to you. I would get you like 5 Lego sets now, just to make it up.
Okay. Well,
Oh.
I want the
All right. Get BB
Big expensive
The-
stuff, Josh. We're not rich over here.
BB one.
I want the
whatever
Imperial
BB is.
Star Destroyer, the 6-foot long one. It's like $5,000.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
Can you
get him that one. That'll make up for it.
Get
Can
that
you
out
give
of
me
my
that one
pocket
and I'll
right
be
now.
happy?
Yeah.
That's like
If you get
70
if you
million
get that one, he will
pesos.
forgive you for everything.
Or the 5,000
Well, I
piece
want a
Death Star.
horse. I want a horse. I want a fainting goat. I want a raccoon, and I also want a
A
bisote.
raccoon? You want a pet raccoon?
I want a raccoon, Josh.
Raccoon.
It's
A
the
raccoon?
A raccoon.
We're getting a raccoon.
A raccoon.
A raccoon.
Yeah, Floor is the
Oh, we're
Imperial
gonna
Star
name-
Destroyer.
Oh, we used to live at this apartment complex in Utah, and I used to take crackers out to this little cute raccoon. And time went by, and the raccoon would wait for me every night
By
for
the
me to
dumpster.
give the raccoon crackers. By the dumpster. It was the cutest, and he will receive me with his little cute, with her little cute hands. He would just like take the crackers out of my hand, and that
Like,
was one of the highlights of my
Yeah,
life right there. Yeah,
Yeah.
because they're so
yeah.
tiny and cute. The hands.
That thing
You
probably
know,
had
Un-
it's all
until
about
rabies.
the hands.
until it got rabies and it
Right.
just
And it
It
like
was
attacked.
not rabies. It was a mother. It was a struggling mother. Cause then she came by
uh
with her like 20 little
a
baby
struggling
raccoons.
mother.
What a
Yes.
trash panda.
that, that,
What
that
what
definitely
was she
sounds like
selling
a terrible
herself on the
story.
streets?
Oh, well, she was really fat and fluffy. And I remember Josh the first few
Oh,
times he would
yeah.
just like lay like you remember Josh, you will bend like you will be next to me, I remember, and you were like, no way that raccoon is not going to accept it. And then the raccoon just approached me and started grabbing the crackers, and
Yeah.
it was history from there.
Yeah, until they attack you. That's how they
Yeah,
did get
that's
you.
their plan. They got a
Yeah.
mask on. I mean, you can see they're bandits. I mean, come
Yeah.
on.
So cute. That's what makes it adorable. The fact that they have that, like, they look like thieves, but their hands are so
They
little. I
are
don't even
thieves.
get
Yeah.
that.
Soon stuff
Yeah.
started going
They're
missing from the apartment. We're like, where's
yeah,
all
they're
the stuff
trash
going?
bandits. Trash pandas. Trash bandits, trash
No,
pandas,
and then
whatever.
they sent out a letter into the apartment complex saying that people needed to stop feeding the raccoons, aka myself.
Yeah.
Remember?
Okay. The
Hmm.
girl in apartment 103 needs to stop feeding the dang raccoons.
It's so weird because the states have all these weird laws for animals. Like out here, you see a possum, you feed the possum. They're adorable.
That apartment
You know,
complex
there's
sucked. That was owned by Mormons, and you couldn't smoke a cigarette anywhere on the property. You had to walk down this long
true.
road. We still did, but you weren't
Wow.
supposed to. You could get in trouble for it. You had to walk down this
Possums
long
Do you
are
road to get like
remember
off
terrifying.
the
the
property.
baby? Do you
If
remember
you
that
look at
baby that died in the motorcycle accident? That
Yeah,
was gnarly and crazy.
that was crazy.
if you look at an opossum's teeth, it's terrifying. But yeah, they are like very
They're the
docile and
sweetest.
very they're very calm or whatever.
Possums
You
are
know, I
hideous.
still wouldn't.
Um,
They
No,
are,
possums
but
are adorable. With their whiskers are never straight. They're all messed up, and their eyes are just so sweet.
Yeah, their
They're
hair
actually
is all
very sweet
prickly and their
animals.
face looks mutated.
I
mhm.
know. How cute is
I
that?
That's
know
not
It's
they
cute.
look like
adorable.
they look like they're albinos. I mean,
Mhm.
And they can't get rabies, and they eat the
Is that
the
true?
roadkills. They eat them.
Is
I need
that
a fact
true? A
check
yeah,
on
possum
that.
and
can't
They,
get rabies?
and
I need
and,
a fact
and they
check on
A
pretend
possum
that they're
can't get
road
rabies.
I'm
and
googling
they
it.
pretend that they're roadkill.
they also eat tick nests.
Is that a
Let's not
opossum
talk
or?
about what they eat because then they become nasty.
Look, I
They're
said can
adorable.
a op.
First search result, wasn't it?
All I typed
Don't
was
talk about what they
can
eat
a
because then
op,
they
and it
become
says can
nasty.
a opossum get rabies? It's the first search result.
Yes, they can.
Yes, opossums
No,
No,
can
they
get
they
can't.
cannot.
rabies. Yes, opossums can get
No,
rabies.
they
Uh,
have an immune system against rabies, guys.
nope, I'm fact checking you right
According to
now.
the Humane Society.
According to Google,
Well,
yes, they can get rabies, but it's extremely rare. In fact, they're less likely to carry rabies than other small mammals like bats and raccoons.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah,
less
rare,
likely
but
doesn't
not
mean
So
they
impossible.
can't.
they're resistant to
Yeah,
rabies
yeah.
because they have a lower
Yeah.
body temperature and a low chance.
So it probably
Oh,
Genocide.
it,
oh no,
it
wait. You know one of the reasons why they have a strong resistance to rabies because they have a low chance of surviving attack. Possums have a low chance of surviving an attack by a rabid animal. So when they get attacked by a
Oh.
rabies animal, they usually just die.
So they're
No.
weak.
Yeah.
Guys,
But
we're little
cuddle
guys.
away.
But they
Cuddle
carry their
away.
babies around on their back.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we're getting a raccoon, we're getting possum.
No.
If I can have those two, we can get a snake.
That's not fair.
That's not a good deal.
That's
Yeah,
Especially since the
the
raccoon will
snake
eat
will
my
try to
snake.
eat 'em,
No, I think the raccoon would eat the snake. It would break
right?
into the
It
cage
will.
and eat the
The
snake.
snake can kill you,
All right,
Josh.
let's get it.
The
Yeah,
snake can
let's
kill
get a
you.
possum, a raccoon, and a snake.
Yeah. Oh
What
my
what
god.
kind of snake are you
Call
wanting
the
there,
snake
Floor?
Snakey.
This is gonna be Animal
We can
House.
call the snake
Are,
Snakey.
are you wanting like a king cobra, or are you wanting like a Burmese
Yeah.
I
python?
want a
That's
reticulated ball
disgusting.
python. I want an
Ugh.
albino, one of the white and yellow ball pythons.
Aw.
Oh yeah.
We're not getting those, Josh. You're getting a small snake, and that's it. And be happy about it. You
You
can
must
feel
well
the
get
king
a.
of the jungle with one of those if you like to.
I'm gonna name
But
him.
not a big
You,
I'm gonna
old
name him
snake.
Lucifer, and I'm gonna be like, haha, I got Lucifer in a cage. Haha.
all you get is a small snake there, Josh.
Well, they get bigger.
Uh-huh.
It'll
Josh
start.
is gonna
That's what
go
they
to work,
say.
and then he's
It'll
gonna
start
come back,
small.
and there will be no snake.
They're growers, not showers.
Yeah.
You can get a corn snake. They stay relatively
Josh,
small. They grow
we are gonna
slowly.
eat the snake. We're gonna eat the snake, Josh.
What
But
the?
it's a pet.
Whoa, you're gonna eat the snake.
Yeah, you gonna eat the snake. Pause.
Yeah.
Josh knows what I'm saying.
Let's put your
Or
dog on
so
the
You
violent.
menu.
guys are so
He's like, we're gonna eat the
You
snake.
guys are so dumb.
Where's some barbecue sauce?
Nah,
Ah.
we're boys. We're
You,
guys.
you're gonna
That's what
eat.
we do.
You're gonna eat my snake, and I'm gonna eat your raccoon. What?
What?
Stop! I'm down.
No, I'm talking
Eat
about
the
the.
69.
snake.
I'm
That's a
talking.
69.
I'm talking about the
Then he's gonna
animals.
make a coon.
Me
Then he's
too. What are
gonna
you
then he's
talking
gonna make
about?
a skin hat
Yeah.
out of it. Yeah.
Wow. Why are you blushing so much there, Floor? You're like red as fuck.
I was talking about the animals for real.
You
Yeah,
look
Come on
no.
so
now.
embarrassing, Josh.
Floor is red as fuck.
Yeah.
I'm
Laura,
gonna.
get your mind out of the gutter, sweetie.
I'm gonna switch to my cool
I'm
light so you can't see
sorry.
my redness. There now. Now it's cooler.
She's sorry. She misses Josh.
I know, Josh. Soon, don't worry.
But now you know what she sees in me if she thinks raccoons and possums are cute.
I mean,
Oh, Josh, you
Floor.
will be the cutest possum in the world.
Oh, she didn't even call you a raccoon. She just said you're a possum.
I know. I can't.
eh,
I guess
Nah.
raccoons are kind of cute, but possums are not cute.
Raccoons
They
are
are
thieves,
cute.
though.
Yeah,
They're super cute.
super cute.
Nah. No, they just got terrifying teeth.
Now when
Yeah, they
possums
just
are
look
babies, they're
scary.
cute.
See, Sal, calm down.
Possum
I was
babies
talking
are
about
cute.
the animals. Flora will bring home random creatures. Like,
Stop calling them creatures. They're not creatures. They're animals. A creature is something like a creature, you know? Like, it's different.
Oh, a creature is something like a creature. Thanks for clearing that up.
Oh, boo.
Shut up, Bob.
She'll probably bring home a New York sewer rat and be like, "Oh, look at the little kitty."
we had a we had a cat. We had a cat that we got. Hold on one second, Flora. Let me tell my story first. we had a cat. We had a cat that we got from an ad, and we specifically told the people. She's like, we got one girl and one boy left, and we're like, we want the boy. And they're like, oh, well, our kid wanted to keep the boy, but okay, we'll give you the boy. So we went and picked up this cat, took it home. We named it Keith, and we think it's a boy. And then one day, and I'm like, okay, no more animals. We can have one cat, no more animals. One day, I come home, and Floor's sitting there, and she does this thing where she like closes her hands and she gets all small and her eyes get all big, and she's like, Josh, I have something to tell you. And I'm like, oh my God, what? She's like, well, I found this kitty and it was suffering. And I'm like, no. She's like, we have to keep it and take care of it. I'm like, we can't have another cat. But turns out we ended up keeping it, and its name was Bacardi. And then we realized that the other cat that they had given us was not the boy. We thought it was a boy, but then we had a boy cat, and we're like, oh, those are balls, and this is not a boy. And so then we had a boy cat and a girl cat, and guess what that means? That means you have a lot of cats.
You got a lot of other cats.
Yeah. So pretty
Nope.
soon we had like 6 cats.
Oh.
We
What? What'd you say?
only had 4 cats. We have Keith, we had Bacardi, Indica, and what was the name of the other one?
Sativa.
Sativa. Yeah.
Indica, Sativa, Keef, and Bacardi. It's
Nah.
a
Indica
party
is
with
really
cats.
cool because
What? What?
Keith
Why is-
and Indica will open
Why would?
the
And then we had a hamster named
the-
Dutchie. So all of our
Why is
animals,
Keith the weirdest name?
because Keef is a pot thing too. It was all pot and
Yeah.
alcohol related names.
It's
Yeah.
Shania, here in Shania, and
Yeah,
here's
yeah.
Jane.
Keef is what comes off the dust that comes off of
When you grind it up,
weed.
yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
And then
We got Lamangelo over here.
I think Keef or Indica killed Dutchie. And we were all sad. We had to go bury Dutchie.
He was Keith. Yeah, that was a very sad night.
Yep. Killed our hamster. It was trying to eat it, I guess, and it couldn't open it, so it
I
just
thought
knocked
we were friends, bro.
it just knocked the cage off the desk, off the dresser, and I guess the hamster broke its back when it landed. And we're like, no, Dutchie.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
We had to go bury
No,
Dutchie.
no, the hamster did not break its back when it landed. That is not what happened.
Well, that's
were
all we
so
could think of to
sad.
explain it, because the cat didn't get to it. It didn't get to eat it.
Bullshit.
Who's the
He
trucker?
killed it.
Is he a JLP listener? I don't know.
What's JLP listener?
Does he listen to the JLP show? That's a CSS element talking. I don't think so.
All right, CCS element, is that off of the skateboarding? Is that a skateboarding reference?
No, CSS element. I thought the same thing, but it's not CCS element.
Oh, okay, that's right. It's not CCS.
It's actually it's a program. It's a photo editing, isn't it? Photo editing or video editing program. CSS element. I think.
Damn, I gotta start cooking.
Cooking. Gotta get cooking.
Yeah, I gotta cook dinner. I'm fucked up.
Pass the hell up.
Bacon.
Bacon?
I think he asked that because a lot of truckers listen to JLP. Bacon.
It's
Bacon.
So I can't believe that was Bibby saying I'm eating a bowl of noodles right now.
Yeah, that was baby the entire time, and you were like, Flo, you're gonna get fat and whatever, and I'm just cleaning my house. I'm like, what is he talking about? Why is he talking to me like that? I'm not even eating right now. And then I looked at the chat.
He said I'm eating a giant bowl of noodles. I'm like, why are you just eating noodles? You need some meat and
Really?
I mean, I would.
it's hollow carbs. It's hollow carbs, or what do they call it?
Empty carbs.
Empty carbs. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the middle of the night.
I'm
like, it's the middle of the night and you're eating a giant bowl of noodles. Like, why don't you just buy a loaf of bread and just eat a loaf of bread?
Oh, California.
I just found out Baby was.
Yeah.
I just found out Baby was in Georgia, like I am.
Oh, CSS
And
stands for
Shane,
California
Buff
cheapskates.
is.
Hell, if you saw on Chance's channel, the black and white couple opened by Chance, they're in Georgia. They're here somewhere. So I'm gonna try to hook up with them and go check out their collection, man. Their museum.
Who's I don't know what you're talking about. Who's Chance?
Nah, it's sorry, I was directing that at the producer. It's another guy.
Oh, did you see the
stream with
previews for Alien Romulus?
I did. I don't care.
What?
I'm
It
done
looks
with-
pretty good.
I'm done with Aliens.
The
I
trailer
really
looks
am done with
pretty
the Alien
good.
franchise. I don't know how many more they can make of that movie. It's just like, okay, here's another one. Furiosa was so disappointing.
No. Romulus is supposed to be a remake of Aliens 1 and Aliens 2 together.
Yeah.
Oh, like Prometheus kind of was.
No, Prometheus was
just making
Prometheus
the same
was a
story
prequel.
over and over.
Prometheus was a
You make the same
prequel.
story.
No,
Prometheus
Prometheus
was
was supposed to be a prequel.
Prometheus took place way before Alien. It was an original movie and it was a prequel. And then I saw Romulus and I was like, what is this, a sequel to a prequel? Technically it is, because it's a remake of 1 and 2. So it is a sequel to the prequel.
Where's it supposed to fit in the timeline?
It's Alien. Romulus is a remake of both Alien 1 and Aliens 2.
So it's just an independent standing remake?
No, it's made by it's produced by Ridley Scott. It's directed by the guy who directed Don't Breathe, and the trailer looks pretty good. Looks like they're gonna do a good job with it.
I'll go back and watch it again.
But they're taking all the best parts from the first 2 Aliens and putting them into one movie, which I've never seen. I've never seen that done before. So it might, reboots are lame, but it's kind of a interesting new idea to take 2 old movies and put them together into one movie.
Lame. Yeah, that's what they're gonna do with. They're gonna take Never-Ending Story and split it up into a few movies.
Let's just hope that doesn't happen.
I haven't heard of that.
I wonder how they're gonna do that though. Are they gonna put like the first part of the original Aliens and then like the ending of Aliens 2? Like,
I don't know. I want to go back and watch them because I can't even remember how the second. I know the first one is Ripley and Sigourney Weaver gets the robot at the end and fights the alien and throws it out. But
that was
I can't remember the second. I can't remember how Aliens goes.
No, that was Aliens when she got the loader bot and fought her and said, "Get away from her, you bitch."
That was the second one?
Shot it out. Yeah, shot the queen out the airlock.
Oh, okay. So Ripley is in both of them? I haven't seen them in so long.
Pretty much all of them.
Oh yeah, she's in the newest one.
Except for the
not the newest one, but the Alien New Generation or whatever, the futuristic one. She was in that too.
Resurrection.
Or what was it?
Well, she's not on the one. She's not the one where the Covenant, right?
The Covenant. I don't know.
No, she wasn't in that. No.
Yeah, she wasn't on Covenant.
No.
Was that a newer one?
That was the one that came after Prometheus, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was made after Prometheus.
Yeah. Where it fits in the timeline, I think it's supposed to be after Prometheus. I'm so tired of that franchise.
That's like how he began, right?
I thought Resurrection was pretty good too. Resurrection, when they were swimming through the water, chasing them, that was pretty sick.
See, Resurrection irritates me on the level that it's not Ripley; it's a clone of her. It's
well,
because
like,
it's okay. I don't know who you are anymore.
Was she a clone or a robot?
She was like a clone, enhanced clone. I don't think she was full out android, but she was definitely.
I've never watched any of these movies, so I don't know what you guys are talking about. That's why I'm staying silent.
Have you seen Have you seen
Your
the?
notepad, damn it.
I watched Alien, the
Have you
first
seen the
one,
Discovery Buff?
No.
It was a Netflix movie with man, I can't remember his name. It's the guy from Forgetting Sarah. I think he was in Forgetting Sarah Marshall. He's usually in comedies. It was a pretty good movie. It's about a scientist discovers that there is an afterlife.
Which guy in Forgetting Sarah Marshall?
Is that the guy from How I Met Your
Jason.
Mother?
So good.
Jason.
Oh, that guy.
Something.
Okay.
Real tall guy,
Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah,
nerdy
the
looking.
tall guy. Okay.
Yeah. So
I just figuring out which one it was.
yeah, it was the main. It was the main character in Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Not Russell Brand.
Not Russell Brand. The main character.
Not Russell Brand.
I gotta hop out for a second. I'll be back.
All right, later. Drive safe.
Way station.
But so in the movie, a scientist discovers that there is an afterlife, and he tells the world there's an afterlife. I've found it, and so the result of that is that everybody starts killing themselves.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. And so there's
What?
you know how they had like a COVID counter during COVID? Well, now there's a I guess we're not supposed to say this word, but there's a self-deletion counter all over walls of hospitals. When you go to the store, there's a self-deletion counter, and it's like 4,000,000, 100,000, 165, 166, and it's like constantly ticking. It's like a ticker, and everybody in the world is just like offing themselves because they want to get there. And
Unaliving themselves.
I am writing that down. You said it's called Discovery.
Yeah, the Discovery, and it had a because I was Googling movies with twist endings.
Let me write it down too.
Because those are my favorite movies. Is movies like psychological thrillers that have twist endings. And so I Googled it, and I got a list of 37 movies with twist endings, and I'm going through and watching the ones I haven't seen. And it does have a
Is
it
it
does
the
have a twist
Discovery
ending.
or Discovery?
I think it's the Discovery. But yeah, it has a twist ending. It's not a great ending, but the movie's really good. It's also got the guy that died that was in what's that guy's name? He has like a 3-name name.
Oh,
I can't remember his name. He was Sammy something. I feel like his name is Sammy something. What's his name?
Oh, The Discovery. Okay, there it is. I found it. All right. Add to list.
Jason Segel, Robert Redford, Jesse Plemons. Okay, that's not who I thought it was.
Robert Redford. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Robert Redford is the dad who makes the Discovery.
Oh, hell yeah. Got my attention right there.
And then Jason Segel is his son. Jesse Plemons is the other guy's name. I thought it was somebody different. I thought it was who's that dude who died that was in
Paul Walker.
I can't remember who I'm thinking of. Yeah,
Notices Philip Seymour Hoffman. Well, he's been dead for a minute.
Could that be it? Let me see what that guy looks like.
He's the big guy in Twisters.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. That's who I was thinking of.
Oh, well,
I thought it was Philip Seymour Hoffman, but it's not. It's Jesse Plemons. Yeah, Philip Seymour Hoffman is who I was thinking of. He died. He was in Along Came Polly. That's what I was trying to think of. I knew he was in some comedy. Oh, he was in Twister also. They're remaking Twisters.
Food.
He was in.
God. That looks like
He was in Boogie Nights too.
It's the same story.
He was in Moneyball. He was in The Hunger Games. He was in The Talented Mr. Ripley. What was that movie about?
Tommy, what are you doing, Tommy? Tommy, what are you doing,
Capote.
Tommy?
Capote. It doesn't say he was in Boogie Nights on Google. Or maybe...
I don't think he was in Boogie Nights.
He's in The Big Lebowski.
Yeah, yes, he was.
He was in Magnolia. We were talking about Magnolia last
He
night.
was in Boogie Nights. He was kind of gay in it. He was like infatuated with Marky Mark.
It doesn't have that on the list of his movies on Google.
Check IMDb.
He was in Boogie Nights. Yeah.
Google can mislead a lot. I'd go through IMDb.
Mattress Man. Oh, that's a
Mattress
commercial.
Man.
All right. Now I'm gonna have to Google this shit. This is bullshit.
Yeah, go
Where are we
Google
at?
it.
It's not showing it on his list of movies. Oh, it is. Never mind. It is on here. It is on here. I just didn't know what the cover of the movie looked like. Or I was skipping over it. Yeah, it is here.
Should be a
Scent of a Woman.
long
That's a good
vein
movie.
leading phallus.
I liked Scent of a Woman.
You got me worked up there.
Wow. What, talking about
I don't
Boogie
like-
Nights got you worked up?
I don't like to be wrong, so
Oh, you were right.
I know I was.
Point for
I don't.
producer.
I usually don't speak unless I'm right.
Where's my
Bull.
If you hear me being silent, it's because I don't know what the fuck we're talking about, or don't know,
37
don't
plot
have
twist
enough
movies.
to input on it.
Parasite is number 1. I've never even watched Parasite. I watched the first like 20 minutes of it and I thought it was boring.
I tried watching it and I got tired of reading.
Shout time.
There wasn't enough to keep my interest in that movie.
Daddy
It was
Joe!
like, hey, what
Bro.
up, Joe?
Daddy
Jake
Joe.
Paul. Jake Paul.
What's up, Daddy Joe?
Jake Paul.
I'm doing a shot.
Except for that
he's
I'm
little
doing a
girl.
shot to Daddy Joe. How about that?
He's scheduled to fight Mike Perry July 20th. He's gonna fucking die. Mike Perry's gonna kill Jake Paul July 20th, dude. Tune in.
Instead of
I love-
Mike Tyson?
Yeah, do you know who Mike Perry is?
No, but I think Mike
Nope.
Tyson might actually be dying the way that Dana answered the question.
Yeah, he is. Bro, there's videos of him using like a walker in the airport and wheelchairs and shit. He's fucked up. But Mike Perry, he
Cheers.
went to bare knuckle after UFC, and he's like the best bare knuckle ever. Like it's a sport made for him. And he's the dude. He did an ancestry test, found out he's 2% African, and now he just says nigga all the time.
You can't
This
say
shit
that.
rules. I did my test, dude. I'm 1.8%.
No, you didn't. Did you really?
No.
Then shut up.
Dude, you can say it in that context. I'm explaining.
The world doesn't care about context anymore.
Well, I'm Sicilian, which means I'm
That
part.
counts.
Yeah, that counts.
Yeah.
Sicilian counts. D&D Mattress Man in Punch Drunk Love. He was also in a commercial called the Mattress Man commercial. That's what Google
Mattress
just told
Firm
me.
is a money laundering operation. Can't convince me
Megalopolis.
otherwise.
Yep. Because if it wasn't a mattress full of money, it would be Mattress Soft.
No, because you buy a mattress once every 10 years and there's one on every corner. There's just not enough mattresses to be bought.
I need a mattress right now, and there is one over there on the corner, but I don't want to pick up a corner mattress.
I feel like the best way now is online. They got those crazy how they box them now.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna get. Oh,
Put like 2 air mattresses and stack them on top of each other.
air mattresses suck. They freaking. You wake up and you're in like a pit. Let me out of here. Anyway, what else is going on?
Can't disagree with you there.
What else is going on? Shit, we have a revitalization, a rejuvenation of the box office finally with Bad Boys Ride or Die.
Oh yeah, I was gonna watch
I
that
gotta
this morning
say,
after I got off the phone with Floor, but I just passed out.
I gotta say, I enjoyed that movie more than I thought I would. But it didn't surprise me because, like, watching the trailer and the way they were setting up the story, that's exactly what you get from the movie.
Was it real like CGI-ish like the last one?
No,
The last one was too
no, I think this
CGI.
one.
There was too much CGI and too much like it kind of was like Fast and Furious, how it started off cool and then it got just crazy.
I have to say, like, Bad Boys 1, okay, I liked it. Part 2, I was like, all right, not bad. Part 3, forgettable.
Yeah. Well, part 3
And
was the one that had way too much CGI. It was like
this one, I was shocked I enjoyed it as much as I did. And how they have it in the trailers, it's set up to where, their captain gets framed and they got to go on this goose hunt to figure out what's going on. And in the process of them trying to clear his name, they get framed also for something else. And I think the comedy and the action were a good mixture. Pretty decent music. Martin Lawrence is
Martin Lawrence and
they're
Will Smith.
making yeah, they're making fun and actually having fun with his weight issue. Because
I was
of course
just
it was
about to
noticeable
say,
in
isn't
part
Martin
3.
Lawrence like fat now?
They have fun. They address it. Martin Lawrence is having fun with it. It's an ongoing joke throughout the movie. I'd say it's worth a watch. It's only about like an hour and 48 minutes long. So, you're not sitting there suffering through
What are
such
you
a long...
listening to, Joey? We hear your freaking TV.
Very good skill. His stand-up is very good, very powerful.
What are you watching?
Do you mind?
Sounds like some Asian lady talking about some strong man.
It's still going, jack off.
He very good. He very powerful. He very strong.
So anyway, I don't know.
We still hear it.
I
Turn
recommend
the TV down.
I recommend the movie. What's he doing?
What the heck?
Watching BBC? Fucking
Whoa. You watching
PBS?
porn?
Like
You
Australian
watching
News
porn?
Network?
You watching BBC porn?
It's watching like a telephone on GPTV. Fucking hell. Whenever he's watching this,
Oh,
boring.
4 hours ago, Hunter Biden was found guilty on all counts.
Did you just now catch that?
know that.
That was like fucking 12
happened.
hours ago.
Yeah, this was this morning.
Whatever, I just woke up.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Dang.
What do you think? I roll out of bed and check the news?
Dang. What the fuck?
It doesn't matter. They're not gonna do anything to him.
Slap on the wrist again.
So you're the guy that's gonna bring us news like 3 or 4 days after it happens?
Oh
Hold
my
on,
gosh,
hold on,
it
hold on.
happens today.
Hold on, Jay. Let's give him the kicker. Hours after that verdict was released, Joe Biden is talking at a meeting, conference, whatever, about gun safety and gun regulations. It's like, really? Really? The nerve of you.
Well,
And they
so here's
heckled
the
him.
thing. So Tim
You
Pool,
can find it.
Tim Pool was saying, and this is like a, and I kind of agree with this. This is like a kind of a like a libertarian thing, but I agree with it. But that asking somebody, have you ever used drugs before, when they go to buy a gun, they shouldn't do that. That the Constitution doesn't exclude people who ever use drugs from buying a gun, and so they're like, so it's not a good charge. But the charge is not that he used drugs and bought a gun. The charge is that he lied on a federal document. So that's illegal.
Yeah. The question was formed more of, are you actively, or have you ever? And actively is the kicker there. And he was actively using drugs. And yeah, he lied.
Right,
Well,
but so the argument is that question shouldn't even be on a gun form. But then if you lie on the form, you're not getting in trouble because you were using guns while having or you were using drugs while having a gun. The charge is that you're lying on a federal document. Which
It is what it is. It's going to go nowhere. They're going to appeal it, and all this will go away. I don't even care. Meanwhile, we convict a man, you know.
he did get one charge. He did get one charge for
in
possessing
an
a gun while addicted
unrelated
to
story. Apparently, felons have a Second Amendment right still, according to a recent judgment.
That's
What,
good to
California?
hear.
If you're a nonviolent felon, you can still have your gun rights back.
I got no problem with that.
Me neither.
Nonviolent, I got no problem with that. Yeah.
But that's kind of always been the case. If you get your record expunged, you can get your rights back.
Right.
But now they're saying you don't even
but-
have to get your record expunged, and you can.
Yeah, that's I saw a story on it the other day, and it was like, really?
Well, that's good to hear.
I mean, it's not official, like, you know, law wise, but it's like a look in the right direction, at least, I hope.
I've thought about that a lot. Like, so if you're a felon and you come to possess a gun, and then somebody breaks into your house, you can't even use it. You got to get the baseball bat, because if you use it now, you're gonna go to jail.
Well, unless you make it look like they're trying to use it on you.
Yeah, like if I take their gun, I had a dream about that somebody was trying to shoot up a place, and I whooped their ass and took their gun and shot them, and then the cops like arrested me, and I was like, no, this is what happened.
No, I was just defending myself. I'm trained enough to disarm people and shoot them with their own weapon.
Guilty of what? I was at work. He's guilty of his gun charges. Hunter Biden.
I saw this black dude get interrogated for shooting somebody, and his ego was too big to say he was scared. The cop was like, maybe you were scared of something. He's like, no, I wasn't scared. It's like, well, there goes your case, motherfucker. You're guilty on murder charges. You should have said, I was scared for my life, dude. That's the first thing I say.
Yeah, but also when they ask stuff like that, they're fishing for a confession. They're trying to get him to say, I did
first rule, don't answer any questions.
First rule, lawyer.
No, it takes them like 15 minutes to get comfortable. It's like, yeah, I'll tell you about my darkest secret was the murder I committed that you're investigating me for. It's like, hey, man, that fucker's not your friend.
Yeah. It's so funny in all the murder interrogations and stuff. Everybody in the comment section is always like, lawyer. Just say lawyer. That's all you got. But I saw one and it was usually these things are like 3 hours long, these videos. And I saw one, it was 15 minutes long. You know why it was 15 minutes long? Because as soon as they started talking to her, the girl was like, lawyer. And then the video ends.
We're done.
That's not a very good interrogation video. And I was like, do these criminals never ask for lawyers? And I was like, oh, they do ask for lawyers, but they don't make videos out of those ones because it would be a really short video.
Yeah, Tom Segura has a good bit about First 48. He's like, I've seen every episode of this show. There's been 2 episodes where the guy asked for a lawyer, and both times the prosecutor's like, fuck. And those ones end with Tayshawn's charges were dropped. Or Bryce, pick a name. There's no Bryces on the show. It's true though. They never ask for a lawyer. It's crazy.
Well, it's typically the idiots that get pulled over for a DUI stop, and it's would you like to conduct some field sobriety tests? And be like, not without my lawyer. Like, yeah, hold on, no, that's not how this works.
Yeah, that DUI is tricky because that like rule where they must take your license. But I've heard it's good even to do the test, like just to fight that in court. You just keep making them produce evidence because that costs the state money. So you keep disputing, and eventually you get off with it.
I was watching I was watching a sovereign citizen video the other day, and this lady pulled the sovereign citizen card, and she got away with it. It worked, and she got away.
Yeah.
And I was like,
wow,
wow, I never see videos like this where the person gets away. Then the next clip.
Some of the ones I've seen, they just write them tickets, and like, I don't feel like dealing with.
Well, she didn't even get a ticket. Well, no, she did get a ticket because she didn't have a tag on her car. But then the next clip, because it was like a bunch of clips put together into a video. The next clip, it says 6 months later, the same woman was pulled over, and she had never went to court, and then they got her ass. And I was like, oh, there's redemption.
They just gave her the ticket knowing she wouldn't pay for it so they could have a warrant.
Right. And it was the same cop. It was the same cop that pulled the same lady over 6 months later.
That's a setup, dude. That's a setup.
There's a repetitive mindset with these people when they just give them a ticket and actually send them on their way. I'm like, hold on, you just pulled them over, no license, no insurance, no registration. You're just giving them tickets and sending them on their way. Really? Some states do that. But yeah, that failure to appear, and then you get pulled over again. Now we're going in silver bracelets. Like, holy shit, you should just arrested them the first time. But
yeah,
a lot of cops don't want to deal with the paperwork because they know.
She said she was a Moor, or she was Moorish. What is that?
Moorish American, yeah.
What is it? But isn't Moors is like a
country that does not exist?
Right. That's like a whole different thing.
Nationals. Oh god, they're the same thing. They're the same thing. These Moorish nationals, sovereign citizens, and there's another one too. I think they call themselves like freestanding citizens, and they all do the same thing. I don't recognize the laws that you're trying to do. It's common law, blah 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 blah. But they want to scream immediately for, I know my constitutional rights. I have rights. Da da da. Wait, hold on, no. You don't recognize yourself as an American citizen, so no, you do not have the rights that are protected underneath the Constitution for a U.S. citizen. So shut the fuck up.
Well, this one guy was using freedom to practice religion, and he's like, I have my freedom to practice religion, and you can't infringe on that. In my religion, I follow the 10 Commandments, and there's no commandment that says you can't speed. And he was going like 90 and a 40 or something, and he's like, there's no commandment that says you can't speed, and you can't infringe on my religion. I follow the 10 Commandments.
I don't think I've seen
that. Yeah, bullshit.
I thought I've seen all the sovereign citizen videos.
And I was like, what? That's kind of I wonder if that would hold up in the court. There's no 10 Commandment that says I'm not allowed to speed. I got to use a blinker, That's funny. And then these one couple, they were dropping all the lines that the sovereign citizens use. And then the cop's like, are you guys like sovereign citizens? And they're like, no, what is that? I've never heard of that. What is that? And he's like, well, you're saying everything that the sovereign citizens say. So I just kind of figured.
Yeah, I heard a guy once, fucking, the cop was like, oh, so you're just going to do this. Okay, da-da-da. And he goes into the radio and he's just like, da-da-da-da, I got a sovereign citizen. And he's like, don't call me that. That's a derogatory term. That's the same thing as calling a black person the N-word. And I was like, what?
Yeah, I think that might have been the one that I'm thinking of. Yeah, I think I saw that one too.
These people are crazy. I don't know where they get this crap from. Oh, internet. YouTube. Yeah, that's where they get it from.
Yeah.
TikTok.
But they're always pretty much the same kind of people. They lost their driving privileges, whether it's suspension, revoked, whatever. And they go on the internet and was like, well, how can I drive without being legal?
Well, you're not
And
driving,
boom,
you're
they find
traveling.
sovereign citizen. Yeah, that's right. Traveling.
I'm not driving, I'm traveling.
Right?
Oh my gosh, traveling. They're like, oh, I have the right to travel.
Hey,
And I'm
John.
like, yeah, you have the right to travel. Doesn't mean you have the right to travel by car.
Right.
Exactly.
Oh, there's my brother Mayhem.
You can travel all the hell you want. You can't do it in this automobile. This is not an automobile, sir. This is an extension of my home. This is my private property.
It's not for commercial use. That's the one I love.
Oh my God, I get so sick of hearing that. Not for commercial
driving
use.
means it's for commercial use. I'm not driving.
But I do love the cops that get right in their face and say, why do you think they have a regular driver's license and a commercial driver's license? You idiot. It's too... Step out of the car. Why?
Step out of the
Pennsylvania versus Mims. That's why. Get out the car. Jeez.
Hey, Mayhem, how's it going, brother?
That's why you didn't answer the phone when I called you.
Well, my phone was actually dead, and then I was out. I was actually working on some video stuff. I actually took about an hour from my live stream on Sunday where I was talking about the Andrew Wilson and Dave Smith debate, and I reacted to it. So.
Yeah, it wasn't Andrew's best work.
No, it wasn't. He was very kind of got you, and I felt like he was like with Dave. He didn't understand that Dave was looking at it from a policy perspective, and it was like. So I used to do debate in college and high school, and there used to be, especially in high school, what you would call cross-examination or policy debate, which is where you debate policies, right? Should this government do this, or should we as an organization do this? And then there's the Lincoln Douglas type of debates, which is what should we ought to do? Should we allow for reparations, or should we allow for women to vote? Like, it's more moral, ethical questions. And so I don't know if those were things that were put in there.
Yeah, I was
reacting
to it live, and I was like, man, get off of this "do you own yourself" line, Andrew, and debate each policy of the libertarians. Let's talk about legalization of drugs and why it's harmful versus why we should do it. There's a lot of
I disagreed with him about the whole concept of the idea that that NAP is not Christian. I would argue that there's very much Christian roots in NAP, but non-aggressive principle. Non-aggressive principle.
Yeah.
So yeah.
See, Andrew's more like me, where
he's a Christian nationalist type of,
So when you bring up the NAP, we're gonna say, well, what about necrophilia?
Right.
Well, okay. So Dave was just live on Nephilim Death Squad's live stream, like right when JS started, or a little before that.
Oh, that's cool.
He basically said that, because they asked him about that debate, and they're like, not your best work. So both of them, not their best work.
No.
Dave was basically saying that he was kind of burnt out on the whole interview thing, and he didn't say
he's been doing a lot of big interviews lately.
Yeah, but that's basically what he said. He had just come off Rogan, like
Pierce
everything.
Morgan.
Well, and he just had a debate with Cuomo on PBD. And
Cuomo.
Cuomo.
Right, exactly. So he was polite, and he didn't like demean Andrew or anything, but he basically said he was phoning it in because he was sort of like, what is this?
Yeah, he's like, this is a guy on the internet that just blew up, and am I really gonna take this seriously?
He didn't so much say that. It was more that like he wasn't expecting that it was gonna be in that light, and like the religious. I guess maybe he didn't do his homework
on Andrew.
I definitely don't think he knew where Andrew was coming from and the reasons why he was going to argue the things he would. Which, let's be fair, if you're a libertarian, I think even libertarians would tell you like, hey, we're not going to look at this from a moral. It's a pragmatic standpoint, and that's why I say
Right.
If you're looking at the lens of like either like hardcore libertarianism or hardcore authoritarianism, they're always going to be on the opposite end of what is pragmatic. Whereas you know, so it's not so much about morality or ethics. It's about what's the best pragmatic solution. What is, and the way I say in my video is I say, hey, I think the issue here really is harm. So because the whole thing he keeps on talking about is what about, you know, if we don't do this, and who's going to tell brothers and sisters not to incest? And I'm like, okay, well, yeah, I mean, obviously it's sick, and we shouldn't say that that's a social cultural norm, but I don't think you need government. In fact, that's one of the reasons why I hold the positions that I do. I don't think you need the government to enforce that cultural aspect. I think you can do it through other means. But it's kind of like, but look at the great harm. I think there's a greater harm that can be done by a centralized authority that is affecting far greater people. So the question is like, okay, and then he goes back into this issue of why can't Christians have a governance, or why Christians, you know, and again, I think to me in the background that I have as a Christian, I go, okay, there's nothing about being a Christian that entitles us to having a theocratic system. In fact, I would argue that even if in the closest things of having a Christian theocracy, you're probably most likely going to have an off breed of something that is less theologically orthodox and more culturally and moral aesthetic.
It's not an entitlement. It's not saying that if you're a Christian you should run the government. But
no, but he was saying from a perspective of people are, you know, I think he's arguing from an idea that, and he is coming from a valid point, because I would argue.
Well, he's saying we ought to, if we're Christians, we ought to lead the world,
right,
and set up, you know, up states and governments around that, based around that.
Well, so, and what he's going at is he's understanding that as the supreme, objectively good standard for not just Christians but for society in general. And historically, you can make that argument. But the question is whether or not
there's gonna be governments. If we're Christian, shouldn't we want our government to be based around
that's where,
that?
as to me, as a Christian, I go, what's more important, that I have a Christian government, or that I have a Christian government, that so-called Christian government that is not promoting orthodoxy and is allowing for cultural deism more than it is for Christian, and that does occur in societies where quote unquote Judeo quote unquote Christian values.
Yeah, but we see how that's turning out in America right now. It's
right, but see, here's and that's the other issue.
Quick,
there
guys,
is going to say, oh yeah, go ahead.
Real quick before I hop off, you guys might find it interesting before you guys go way too far in another direction. But so I don't know if you're familiar with Nephilim Death Squad, but it's Top Lobster and this dude Raven. They're sort of related to Clint Russell, who was possibly going to be the libertarian, what's it called? Libertarian
candidate
VP
for president
pick. VP.
The VP pick, okay.
But they're part of the Tower Gang is their show. Anyway, they've been I think Clint Russell's been on like Timcast, and anyway, but they're interviewing him, and this is like an hour ago, maybe. And they actually addressed a lot of the things that I just heard you bring up, John, and I heard JS bring up the other day.
Right.
Well, and what you guys are just talking about they basically asked Dave why he didn't defend the typical libertarian talking points more.
Right.
And he had a very interesting answer to it. He basically said he's fucking over it.
Yeah.
He's over defending. He's like, why do I want to defend pedophilia?
Yeah.
Right.
He's like, I get the libertarian stance, and like, you know, as a principle, he gets.
I just wanted him to talk about drug legalization. That would have been
But he basically said he's tired of arguing about that shit because, well, obviously, why you would be tired. Right,
well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You had to argue it for a couple of years. You'd be over it.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
but then don't go to a debate about
Well, and that's whether we know exactly what his intent going into that
So
was. And we don't know.
interestingly, he basically says, and I had stopped watching because I came over here, but he basically says he's gonna rethink everything. Dave Smith said. It said like saying he's probably gonna step back and not be, this and rethink whether or not he wants to even be in that role next cycle
Yeah, that makes
and
sense.
going forward. So,
well, he's big. He's big enough now that he doesn't have to keep doing these debates and stuff. He can
already
just
was
talk
big
about.
enough though.
Yeah,
he was huge.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
Anyway,
he's got big now. He doesn't want to keep
well,
debating
he's
the
even
same
bigger,
things.
right? He is even bigger. But no, I just thought I would add that because he literally just said it, like an hour ago. Would be interesting. You could probably go back and watch their live stream, like the beginning part, and maybe it keeps going. But it
Is
was
it on
pretty
YouTube?
interesting hearing. Yeah, like Nephilim Death Squad's the name of the channel.
Yeah, I just googled it.
But it was
but
pretty
it's saying it's a
interesting hearing
podcast and stuff. But if they put it on YouTube, I'll watch it.
I think their live streams are. If you go to their live, it was the one that it probably just ended.
There's a movement now on TikTok of people who really think that they're Nephilim. And Andrew does his TikTok invasions, and he was debating this girl who was saying we are Nephilim, and like it was so funny. It's like it's kind of crazy.
Well, they had that show before it because it was real recently that it became like a mainstream thing.
Yeah.
They've had that show for a couple of years, so they were a little ahead of the curve on it. And they sort of do it a little tongue in cheek.
Right. It says it's a comedy podcast, so they probably don't think that they're actually Nephilim.
No, they don't. But
right.
but
there's people out there who are making like a movement to say that we are the Nephilim.
Right. They were also talking about that, interestingly enough, about how in the past few weeks the reporting has got different. Where like mainstream is talking about Nephilim even.
Yeah, it's their new toy. They read the book of Enoch,
It's weird.
and now they're like, I'm the Nephilim.
Well, like even mainstream media is mentioning Nephilim.
Yeah.
Where they would never bring it up before. So anyway, maybe we're all being psyoped and
Yeah.
What are you doing, Job?
I think it's atheists who want to be edgy because the Nephilim is not a good thing.
What did Daddy Job make?
What's he doing?
He was making, I don't know, he was holding up a bowl of something. With like eggs and noodles? I don't know.
He's making noodles.
I'm making waffles.
John,
I tried to use your thumbnail that you sent me, and it was too big, and I can't figure out how to rescale it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What I'll do is
needs to be less than 2 megabytes.
If you message me like because that's probably what it is. Hold on, I'll get that for you. Hold on,
it's like 3.3 megabytes.
No.
I could if I knew how to work GIMP. I have GIMP, which is a free photo editing. And I could probably watch a video and learn how to do it real quick, but I don't know how to do it.
Let me just get it real quick for you. I don't know.
It's not so much a photo editor. It's more of like a souped up MS Paint.
Yeah.
Well, that's a photo editor.
Eh,
it's like a free.
Kinda.
Yeah, because I use a software for that, and it's where you're putting images.
You could say it's a souped up MS Paint or it's a dumbed down Photoshop.
Yeah, I guess. I'd say it's closer to Paint than it is to Photoshop. Uh-oh.
You're roboting, man.
Already. Thumbnail size.
Oh, now you're back, I think.
Yeah, I'm back. I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know what's going on.
Be back.
Yeah. Just a second here. Just do this.
Untap is down. Untap is down right now, Robloxy and YouTube.
On what now?
Mario, someday throughout the week we're gonna play some games because I gotta really get comfortable with this deck. I've sleeved it up and it's ready to go, and I've made some adjustments.
What's that, Mayhem Mountain Dew or something?
Huh?
What you drinking, Mountain Dew?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. He drinks Mountain Dew.
It's mayhem.
okay.
It's mayhem dew.
It's Mayhem Dew,
Oh,
yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mayhem
Yeah.
Dew.
Mayhem Dew. Do you do the Dew?
I like Mountain Dew.
Or as I like to call it, trucker juice. That's what I call it, trucker juice.
Yeah.
But now Mountain Dew is like its
If I
own.
don't have it,
It's like its own soda corp. There's like 40 different flavors of Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's the same color going in as it is. I mean, coming out as it is going in, right?
if I don't have it available, I just do without.
You just do without. So I'm gonna send it to you. Let me know if it for some reason if it doesn't do it, but it should. So give me a second. I'm gonna do that.
If it doesn't do it, send it to me. I've got the thumbnail size.
Yeah,
already
I've got it.
programmed.
I just it should
Mario, are you still in the chat? You know what we forgot? An Overrealm. I got an Overrealm.
crap.
I'm gonna
me
use
get
the
this.
Vegeta Overrealm that rips a card out of their hand because that's an extra free attack, and it takes a card out of their hand. Oh, wow, we're about to do some damage in this tournament.
Yeah.
All right, later, guys. I just wanted to mention that about
Yeah, it's always good to hear
probably
from you,
pop in
Nana.
later.
It's always good to hear from you, Nana.
Yeah.
But I just thought it was relevant to what you guys are talking about because Dave's
Oh, yeah.
he basically just answered your questions of him. Well, I don't know about the Andrew side, but the Dave side. So it might be interesting to check it out. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, I
to
don't
get
think
his
I don't think
definitely
Andrew's
think,
been
I
talking about
definitely
it
think
much.
that Andrew took it more serious, and he definitely that's why he's kind of like, well, yeah, I kicked his ass. It's like, well, but was he really trying?
Is he
You know,
saying that?
right,
Because
right.
I've been
He
listening to
did
the
say that.
show.
He did say it. I've been into his streams the next day on
Okay.
the next morning. He talked about how he kicked. It was.
I've listened
on
to
his
some of
Saturday
his
stream.
streams, and I haven't really been hearing him talk about it much. But I might have.
He only
just
talked
missed
about it that day after. I think after that he was kind of over it, and it's like it goes on to the next thing. Like right now he's on whatever again. So
Yeah, I don't. I'm kind of tired of the whatever stuff.
oh yeah, how many times can you like talk to thoughts and expect that you'll have a decent thought?
Yeah. Well, he said a little while ago. He said I'm kind of gonna lay off the whatever stuff, but he still
Yeah.
keeps going back like 3 times since he said that, and it's like,
Well, and I think it's because he realizes it's getting him views.
you're right. It's helping him grow. They have a big
Yeah.
audience, and
Because
it's
I've
getting him.
seen I've seen some of the numbers of what he's done, and it's like
Oh, he went from 14,000 subs to almost 100,000 subs in a couple months because of whatever.
yeah,
And he's
yeah.
getting cash cows. There's guys that donate hundreds and hundreds of dollars to whatever, and now they're on his channel.
Yeah.
And yeah, which I'm not hating on that. But
No, I mean, hey, that's
Yeah,
what I'm
you
saying.
are.
Like you gotta do what you gotta do you if that's what you're doing. But
Yeah,
let's
you
be
are.
honest, like
I'm not hating. I respect it, but yeah,
yeah.
it's like,
but like also I think he kind of maybe takes it
God
a bit
damn,
too far
motherfucker! Why are you getting so many hits like that?
where he
Why
says
can't
it,
I
he's
get
like,
that?
well, you can.
You
Go-
don't have a channel.
he's talking about me. Who's thinking I'm thinking
Oh,
that?
Yeah, I'm talking like Josh.
Yeah.
this
A
is sleepy time
motherfucker.
for you.
Well, no, there's another guy.
I'm sleepy, but you're the one that can't pay attention. God damn it!
There's another guy.
Get with the
Speakeasy.
conversation.
I have more subscribers
Yeah.
than he has.
Oh my god!
What?
Whoa!
What?
But this
I'm
guy's
sitting here
this
with
guy's
my-
Speakeasy has less subscribers than me, but he does a stream and he's got 120 people watching and he's making $300 every stream. And I'm like, what am I doing wrong? What
the fuck?
Well, but we talked about that this morning a little bit, though, didn't we, Josh?
I mean, what the heck?
Yeah. I think it's because I started my channel doing videos.
Mhm.
And
Hey,
then
everybody, hit the like button.
And then I changed to doing
Everybody
streams.
forgets to hit the like button.
And now I get all my subscribers from shorts, and it's like you need to.
Well, that's
you
why
need
I'm
to
trying
pick a
to do
niche and
all
do
of
your
them.
niche.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I try to do all of them, but I don't know if that's.
I was number 3 on the like button,
I don't know if
and
that's the game plan for success. I think
it's not going up.
Yeah.
if you're gonna do stream debates, just do stream
4.
debates, and then they
There
make
we go.
another channel where they do clips and shorts and stuff.
Right. Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know.
And that might be the kind of thing that helps the algorithm, right? Is it will help to say, hey, this is a clip channel, this versus a
Yeah.
Yeah.
This channel I do clips and shorts. This channel I do videos. This channel I do streams.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I forget to hit the like
But
button.
I don't have
and
time for all
I-
that mess.
Yeah.
That's
What?
just gonna. What?
Motherfucker. I just told everybody to hit the like button.
What are you yelling about, Joey?
Yeah, Joey.
Don't tell me what to do.
Hit the like button. And like it.
Don't tell me
I
what
forgot
to do.
I forgot to play that right before Mayhem said that. I should have played this.
Whatever, I'll do what I want.
This is for
Hey guys.
This is for
Screw
Buff
you
and
guys.
this is for
I'm
Buff and
going home.
producer. Buff and producer.
Two mentals don't make a non-mental.
All right.
I understand.
Emotional damage.
Emotional
Emotional damage.
Fucking, I love that.
I'm a pet that dog. That's another one I want, John. We gotta have that one for ours.
Yeah.
I want to
Okay.
pet that dog. I want to pet that dog. I want to pet that dog.
Gotta pet that dog.
What the dog
I'll pet
do?
that dog. I'll pet that dog.
What is Krusty?
I'm a pet that dog.
Oh, okay.
It's
John,
not even a dog.
John, I need you to change your damn photo there, man, because I'm tired of you looking at me condescendingly. You just look like you
Well,
wanna
that's
fight.
me. That's
Looking
me
at you
putting on my face for Jalen.
He looks like a
looking
he
at
looks
you
like a
like-
dictator.
I know.
That looks like
you got a pretty mouth.
Is that better for you right there? Is that better for you right there, bro?
If you
He
look at
does
my
look like a
dissecting
dictator.
a dictator videos, I have a black and white face in all of them. You look like
I look at that picture and all I can think of is why so serious.
Want to know how I got these scars?
You want to know? Got these scars.
oh yeah, we
I-
need
He's
a
like,
Father.
we need a Heath Ledger
Dictator.
soundboard. We need a some people
Dictator
just like to
sponsored
watch
by
the world
Oneida.
burn.
Here we go.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's what we need, John, too. Here we go.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh yeah, that'd be a good.
I
one.
also want
Yeah.
us to, John. I also want us to have Brian Griffin, when he goes, "Do you listen to yourself when you talk?"
Hit the like button, queefs.
I'm just in and out.
All right, I gotta pee. You guys.
Okay.
gotta pee.
Are you not
Somebody's gotta pee.
entertained? Are you not entertained? You
Hey,
need-
you shake it
you-
more
you
than
need-
twice, you're playing
Hey,
with it.
hey, Buff, you're the co-host. You need to have something like this for him when he goes.
Oh dear God. Well, we were talking earlier. You weren't here for it, John. Mayhem. I'm not sure if you were here. They have a new Bad Boys movie out.
I know, I've
folks.
seen
Have
it.
you seen it?
I've seen
Buff
the
is
trailer.
no co-host.
They have a fourth one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a
Boys?
new one. And
Which is hilarious because it's called Bad Boys Ride or Die, but the one before it was called Bad Boys for Life. So talk about a wasted opportunity to use the number 4 incorporated in your title.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm thinking
my
maybe they
gosh.
didn't think they were going to do a 4th movie, but
That's what I'm thinking.
here we are.
Yeah.
That's That's what I'm thinking.
Here we are.
Fuck Will Smith.
Bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when we come
Well,
for
I
you?
saw the
When
trailer
there's
for that
no
buff at, when I went
hey.
and saw the
Break it
Mad
down,
Max,
break it
the
down,
Furiosa movie.
I
And
think Furiosa was absolute trash.
Oh, I
It
thought
was, bro. That's some bullshit.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it.
It was
But,
okay, but compared to that last one,
I don't
that
think I've
last one
seen
was
any Mad Max movies.
But
bro, Fury Road is sick. It's 3 hours and a half of just a chase scene, and it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
practical effects, so it's not CGI bullshit. It's real
No.
fucking
yeah,
fire and shit. It's awesome.
and they got the guy with
I
the
did
guitar
like-
on the top of the front of the. Yeah, it was.
Right. Yeah.
I
The
did
Yeah, I
whole
don't
like
think it was as
Fury
good as
Road.
Fury Road, but I did enjoy it, and I enjoyed it on the IMAX format in some of the action sequences in it. It was
Oh,
pretty
see,
good.
that'd have been.
Is that a microphone or a spoon? Oh, it's a spoon.
It's the spirit. But anyways, when we were at we were in Phoenix
It's
when we
got mac and
saw
cheese on it.
saw that
I hope
movie,
it's not a
and
microphone.
I kid you not, every
Not mac and
trailer was a
cheese.
movie, either that was a remake or a sequel from a movie. And I joked with my wife. I said the '90s called. Can they get their movies back? The '80s, and because they had Twister 2, they had Beetlejuice 2, they
Alien,
had Bad Boys,
Romulus.
the Alien
Yeah.
Romulus, which is someone saying, "Hey, guess what? I'm just going to make a mashup of 1 and 2," and
Well,
So stop
Yeah,
it
we
back
were
in.
talking about that.
the
Uh,
trailer
Da-
looks good.
Daddy Jubs.
Take something
Daddy,
cool. and make it
Jubs.
gay.
Jub's point about the practical effects. That's what I did on the movies I worked on. It's
Yeah, I
called
remember.
special effects.
yeah,
It's
not
called
visual
special
effects,
effects.
special effects.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. The other
Yep.
shit's visual
I
effects.
don't like special though. Special
Computer.
implies a computer involved.
But that's
I like
that's what
No,
it's
it doesn't.
called.
No, it
No,
doesn't.
CGI is a
If
computer
you look,
involved.
Computer
if you look at
generated
the
visual
credits,
effects. Yeah.
if you look at the credits, that's what it says: special effects and VFX. Anyway, I'm out again. I'll be back.
All right, now, yeah, and the
I
other
believe
reason
it,
why
but
it's special effects is
mind
because there's
I was
multiple
like,
different things
just a
to it, whether it be
sorry,
like miniatures or fire or pyrotech. So there's multiple. That's why they call it special effects or special effects and in VX and all that stuff. And
When I was in
And
school, I
Furiosa-
went to a special effects class.
yeah,
Furiosa, they did something in that movie that really kind of fucks with things. They showed the shot of Max.
I was on the
And-
special effects bus.
I knew it was gonna happen. It was like
yeah, I did too.
there's gonna be a cameo somewhere, and they showed
Yeah.
that, and it's like, well, hold on, that's like the opening scene from Fury Road, and the timeline just doesn't match up.
Yeah, yeah. They,
Because
I,
of what
I
was
think,
going on with
I think
her.
they were trying to push things in different ways that didn't fit. And I feel like if they weren't trying to push that and they just kind of tried to set it like not necessarily like right as the beginning of how the first one starts, but like just kind of put it as a sub story. And I kind of liked how they did the Quentin Tarantino-esque thing where it had like one and it had the different. I like that concept to it, but no, I mean, I still enjoyed it. It was great on IMAX. And I wanted to see those special effects. Visual effects.
I watched it on bootleg because I had a feeling going
Yeah.
to the theater was not going to be worth it, and
Yeah.
I'm
You gotta
glad I
go
made
to
the
the
decision
theater.
because the first
You
hour
can't
of the
evaluate
movie
movies
is
if you ain't see it at the
her
theater.
as a youngling,
Yeah.
and it's just like, can we get to it already? And then finally, now second half of the movie. Now she's grown.
Right. I
But
get you. I
the
understand.
Are
Queen,
you guys?
how they
Are y'all
how they
excited about
ended the
bike riders?
movie, it's like, no, not at all.
You're
First
not
off,
excited for bike riders, bro?
what a lazy name for a movie. First off,
It's Tom
Um,
Hardy.
yeah, and your point.
Don't you dare besmirch Tom Hardy, dude. This is JS Urban Adventures. We fucking respect Tom
His
Hardy.
stunt
We?
double played him in Furiosa. So
Come on. Tom
what's your
Hardy,
point?
he may be a great actor, but I mean, and you know how he's a great actor because he can take the worst roles and still be okay with them. But like, if you really are like, yeah, Tom Hardy movies are great. Like, I'm going to say, if you've watched his Star Trek movie, that character he plays as like Picard's son, he was so god awful in that. I mean,
He's a Brit taking American jobs. I don't want to hear a Brit doing an American accent.
actually, he's not a
Brit.
Brit, but maybe he's kind of a Brit, yeah. But it's more like
Tom Hardy.
yeah.
Oh wait,
He's
hold
a
on.
half
Is that
breed, if I'm not
Spider-Man, right?
mistaken.
He is.
No,
Okay.
Venom.
No, I don't like Tom Holland. I'm
Oh,
talking Tom
oh,
Venom.
Tom Hardy was in Venom. Okay, I'm thinking of
Yes,
Tom
yeah.
Holland.
But he's
The
being
Penguin
replaced. But he's
too.
being replaced by.
I
Alan
thought you were
Rickman.
vouching for Tom Holland right now.
Did you see he's
Oh, no,
playing
man.
the Penguin? He's playing like a 400-pound guy for the Penguin. They did crazy effects on his face.
Where did you see this? Because Colin
it's not
Farrell
out
is
yet.
still going to
Why
be
are you
Penguin
sideways?
in the HBO Max series. Because
Dude,
he's
don't
got
worry
his
about what I'm doing.
camera
It's
side.
it's on HBO Max. I thought Tom Hardy plays the
All right.
Penguin.
No, it's Colin Farrell.
Colin Farrell did.
Well,
the
he's
role.
in it. I know he's in it.
Yeah, but he
Yeah,
played
he's
Penguin
probably
in
in
the.
this
But he
show
played
somewhere,
the
yeah.
Penguin in the first movie. Is what?
Dun,
Colin
dun, dun.
Farrell
Okay.
is,
Okay. Is
Irish.
this better for you, Buff? If you don't like my real serious, professional look, here you go. You can have that.
Damn, that guy looks good.
Why does it look like you're taking a poop?
It's called doing a Biden.
What is that? Like a space rainbow? Is that what rainbows look like in Neptune?
You like that, Buff?
No, not really.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, and producer's asleep.
Yeah.
Is he? I don't know.
It's that boat.
He's
It's that
snoring.
boat. act.
See, I don't have to take myself serious,
This
that's
is
the
why
best.
it's called the Snorestream. Let's embrace the
Dude, people who
sounds.
take themselves serious are the worst. I hate people who take themselves serious.
He usually eats and cooks like at 10 o'clock, and about 30 minutes later, he's out.
How do you
He's
fall asleep when you're on a panel? I don't know how people do that.
We have
I can't fall
other
asleep around
chats
people.
that go on. It's the same thing. It's the same.
Well, especially when certain people are here and they repeat themselves over and over, and it's like they're just become emphatic about it. Yeah.
Okay. Enough of that.
There he is.
Enough of that.
Enough of
Thanks for being our first victim.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, what the hell?
I think he'll always.
Wait, he's snoring.
Eat your
That's
mac and cheese.
awesome.
Shut up.
I'm not eating mac and cheese, dude. What, I look like a fucking
As soon as
child?
you
I'm not
start
eating
snoring,
that.
it's gone.
Why do you cuss so much?
It's in my nature. I'm a truck
Because he's
driver.
suggesting I'm eating mac and cheese.
You're a dang zoomer. You're one of these dang zoomers or these zillennials. No, I'm a zennial.
Older than you.
Millennials.
Fuck you.
I don't believe in I don't believe in words having any power.
Yeah.
No words have power.
And
You can give
studies suggest
certain
that,
power. Yeah.
people who use more vulgar language are more honest. Studies suggest. I'm not a study. I'm just
I know. Studies also suggest that they don't have lower IQ, but I disagree with those studies.
It's fine.
No, I think it is a crutch of the ignorant, but I don't cuss all the, if I'm at work, I'm going to be professional and shit, but we're kicking it. It's the boys, dude. I'm eating jambalaya. It's Tuesday.
Lieutenant Dan.
Dude, my buddy's manager, he worked at a restaurant. This dude, Kyle, always waved like that.
Hey,
And we make fun of him.
hey.
I thought I'd come out and try out my sea leg. But you ain't got no leg, Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan.
You ain't got no legs. You want some ice cream?
Well, Forrest, have you found? Tell me, Forrest, have you found Jesus? I don't know. I was supposed to be looking for him.
I don't know. I was supposed to be looking for it, Lieutenant Dan.
So Jenny went through life, fucked everybody, hit rock bottom just to come back to the one guy that was nice to her, force him to
She
have a
started
kid
on
with
rock
her
bottom.
and give him AIDS. It's such a sad movie.
Listen,
I-
we don't talk about that woman.
Isn't it?
Jenny's
No, because I
villain.
don't think she's a villain. Isn't it
She's a
implied that she
villain.
had like the worst childhood?
Yeah, she's
What
a
if she
villain.
got touched in that house? If you got touched in that house, you gonna go get touched outside the house.
Well, she
Jenny
had a
was
bad life,
It's
man.
the way
She had
of
a
the
bad
world,
life.
dude. Why
Yeah.
you judging Jenna if he loves
might not
Jenna?
be-
Oh,
might not
Was
be
she-
a smart man, but I know what love
when
is.
she was on that
Forgiven, so you are
balcony
not
while
remaining of true
Freebird was
good.
playing, she should have went ahead and jumped.
Seesaw said, death and life are in the power of the tongue. You know where that's from?
Yeah.
That's from the Bible.
Yep.
It also says no man can control the tongue.
Judge not lest ye
woman
be
can.
judged.
A woman can
Yeah,
control a
dude.
man's
Tell
tongue.
Now I didn't eat the apple. All right.
I
Her
don't care what
people ate the
anybody
apple, not
says.
mine.
I thoroughly enjoyed that movie.
Yeah, I mean, it still had climate change
Utopia?
propaganda in it, but it was funny.
Awesome.
It was good.
Oh,
Awesome movie.
it had a great message about racism and prejudiceness and
transspeciesism and transspeciesism.
What was the message? What was the message? Let me guess. It's bad. I love that when they remind you that hating someone for their identity is a bad thing.
Yeah, judging people for their character because he was a fox.
It's
He
like
got
when
judged
you
horribly.
when they remind you not to hit women. I like these reminders because sometimes you forget and you might hit a lady and then you're like, oh shoot, domestic violence is bad.
Wait,
Or you
was
might
he a
call
fox
the
pretending
guy-
to be a sloth?
Wait a minute.
No. He was an actual fox, and they had prejudice against foxes. But the trans species one was the guy that wanted to be like I don't remember. It was he's like a dog. He wants to be a cat. I don't remember.
Yeah,
and they let him?
and they were pushing.
Yeah,
they were
it was
pushing like
silly.
transgenderism.
Yep, and
Yeah.
the climate change thing. Yeah, it was both of those things.
Have you seen Under Paris,
Here's my
Buff?
thing, dude.
Under Paris?
I'm all for people transing, but at least be
Oh,
convincing,
yeah.
dude. I hate when a
just
damn
watched that.
mongoloid
Yeah.
tries to be a lady.
So
just
all
watched
these
Under Paris.
websites are saying Under Paris is being raved and critically acclaimed as one of the best shark horror movies ever made, almost as good as Jaws. And so I'm like, oh, I gotta check this out. It's gonna be good. The reason they're pushing it is because it's a French movie, dubbed in English, which I can't stand dubs where they're talking another language. But anyway. And it's all about climate change. Climate change made a new breed of shark that's eating everybody in
Oh,
Paris.
piss off. Wasn't that Sharknado? I mean,
Sharknado.
Buff, do you know who that is right there?
Is that Dread Pirate Roberts?
I would say the
I do not recognize the character.
Okay, do you recognize the actor?
Looks
think. I
like
don't know.
Is that the
frickin',
Goldman guy?
Gary Oldman.
It
looks
is
like
Gary Oldman. It is Gary Oldman.
Yeah.
That
He plays
damn
the
chameleon.
he was in True Romance, and he plays the white Rastafarian Jamaican guy.
I
You know, and
love Gary Oldman.
he puts the lamp on the guy, and he says, "You know how I know you're here for a woman? You're here for love, because I have titties on the TV, and you're not even looking at them." it's just and Gary Oldman with like Quentin Tarantino script is like perfect combination. You know, I mean, it's just. But yeah,
How about Harvey Weinstein production?
yeah, that too.
What
yeah.
about it?
People sleep on the boy, bro. Free Weinstein. My boy only produced hits, dude. Free Weinstein.
Okay. That seems like you would
Right,
support
look.
a degenerate like that. But
I couldn't hear what he said. I didn't hear what he said either. He was calling you out, Seesaw, but I didn't hear what he said.
Who, me? I was calling out Seesaw.
You said something about Seesaw. And,
I said our people didn't eat the apple. Y'all did, dude. At me.
yeah.
I think the one role he did though that surprised me was he was Zurg in Fifth Element.
Yeah,
I
Zorg.
did
Yeah,
not realize that was him.
Yeah.
Until
Oh,
I
I
looked at the
definitely knew
credits.
that
I'm
was
like,
him.
that's old.
yeah. That's like one of his best roles.
Oh no,
Wow,
the best
yeah,
part is when he's shooting the guns and he's like,
Yeah.
or now, boom, he shoots it. He's like, my favorite. Like that, I love that line. He just said, my favorite,
My favorite.
my favorite.
That's why
I lo-
they found that little red butt.
My
Push the
favorite
little
line
red
is when
button,
he,
and boom. That's my favorite.
when he's talking when he's
my
talking
favorite.
to the priest when they first talking to him and he kicks the glass off the table and he's like, well, suddenly things are destroyed. It's
Yeah.
like just that delivery. It's like,
Yeah.
all right.
Well, and I loved, what I loved is I loved him in The Professional, Leon the Professional, and he's like,
Oh,
and he's doing the little piano on the drum on the fireplace, and he's like, I love Beethoven, but he's boring as shit. Mozart now, that's and he's so good in that role.
I
He's so
never knew
good.
that movie was called Leon the Professional. I thought it was just called The Professional. And so then
It's
I
got two names.
right. I
Yeah.
saw one day Leon the Professional, and I was like, oh, did they remake the Professional? So I started watching it. I was like,
No.
oh no, this is the
It's
same
because the
movie.
French movie was called Leon, and then they called it The Professional in America, and then they becomes known now as Leon the Professional. But it's yeah.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
That's a
I
damn good
prefer
movie.
Ponce
Little
de Leon.
Natalie Portman in her debut.
I'm more of a
I think
Ponce
that
de
had the
Leon
guy.
fan
That had
than
the guy I was talking about earlier.
Were you
Jesse.
talking about Ponce de Leon?
He's the one that gets his arm blown off when he holds up the cigarette pack with the damn Gatling gun.
Have
That's
you ever
Jack Black.
covered Ponce de
Oh, that
Leon?
was Jack Black. Oh, okay, I'm wrong.
Yeah, that was in the
Have you ever
Jackal.
covered?
And that's in the
Oh,
Jackal.
shit,
That's
Oh, that, oh my
Jackal.
God! I'm thinking of
That's
the
the
wrong
Jackal.
movie and the wrong actor. I'm way off.
Oh,
Have
no,
you
no,
ever
to the
covered
left.
Ponce de Leon?
Jackal
Yeah.
was a good movie too. Yeah, he
It
blows
was.
off his
Yeah,
arm.
yes.
That was
Yeah.
so funny.
JS,
Yeah.
I would like you
Yes,
to do a deep
there
dive
was
on Ponce de Leon.
Hi, Floor.
Ponce
there
de
was
Leon.
this huge earthquake right
I love
now.
Ponce de
You had an
Leon.
earthquake?
Yeah, it's because you were entering into the server.
Really?
Yeah.
What else happened
You
in
went
Guatemala
visit the
recently?
I
Centenary.
know. There's a drunk guy in her apartment. There's a riot going on. There's an earthquake. There's
No,
a
I heard.
storm.
Yeah, I heard another disaster other than the earthquake recently. So
They
what's
had a
up?
storm
Where
for
you
like the
living?
past 4 days. They had like my favorite.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah.
Nice.
There you
That was so scary because usually when earthquakes start, you kind of can feel them, but this one just like went straight up to the shooking part. And my computer, I just got this new monitor, and it almost fell. I was like, no, wait, my monitor. That was scary.
All right, Nada, I'm gonna write that down.
My favorite. How are you gonna bring all this stuff to America, Floor? You keep buying all this
My
stuff.
favorite.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry, Josh. I need to be able to earn freaking money so I can go to America, you know?
Yeah, because I ain't paying for it.
I know you're not, so that's why I'm good.
You come the first time with your money. Maybe the second time I'll pay for it.
Okay, okay. I want a laptop, Josh. I want a gamer laptop. No, I don't want a laptop. I want a PC. I want a gamer
Not like what
PC.
you really want is some overtime then.
Yeah, what you really want to do is gonna have to work.
Right, good.
You could just you
like a
could
new
renounce.
laptop.
My
You
legs,
could
like
my
renounce.
legs
40
feel like shaky. I'm still scared.
She said,
I hate how earthquakes work because you don't feel how scared you are until they're done.
when I come to
Yeah, that's
America, I
very
need to use
true.
your computer to do my job. And I was like, well, I have like 4 computers, so I'll give you one of the
No,
extra
I want
ones.
your main computer.
And she
Why
said,
you don't
no,
want me
I'm
to use
using
your
your
main
computer. And I said,
Oh,
why?
yes.
Why do you have to use my nice computer?
Because we're a marriage. Why you don't want me to use your main computer? I am using your main computer, getting
Nah,
in
dude.
there.
Yeah, I don't
Thou
know.
shalt not let a woman touch their main PC. That's in there.
When I get a nice new gaming PC, you can take this laptop.
Oh, I PC too.
You can borrow it, not take. Borrow.
It's mine too.
We're gonna have to
It's
sign
not PC to touch his PC.
We're gonna have to sign a post nup.
All right, Buff. Do you know who this guy is?
Post nut.
Hold on.
Who is that?
That
Looks
looks
familiar.
like freaking what's his nuts? Incredible Hulk. Yeah, no. Yeah, Hulk. What's his name?
Is it
Damn.
the guy who played the Hulk? I
Wing
don't
nut
know.
job.
There was Edward Norton, and there was Eric Bana.
I love
Got a
Edward
3
Norton.
fig Newtonator.
Are you
Got
talking
a
about Mark Ruffalo?
Newtonator.
He's talking about Mark
Mark Ruffalo?
Ruffalo, but
They look Ruffalo.
Do you know who that is?
If not Ruffalo,
Mark
it's the guy
Ruffalo's
that looks like Mark Ruffalo.
that's not Edward
who's
Norton.
No, it's not
Mark
Edward
the guy
Norton.
Ruffalo.
the guy from Justified. No, that's not the guy from Justified.
You're thinking of Justin Oliphant, but no, it's not Justin Oliphant.
Yeah, Timothy Oliphant.
Mark Ruffalo.
Timothy Oliphant. Timothy Oliphant. That's what I meant to say. Yeah.
But that scene is from Tombstone.
Right.
Um,
But Billy Tyler, mad cow. Where you going with that shotgun? Oh, I didn't know you were back in town, Doc.
Daddy Jub didn't even know about
where is
Doc
him?
Holliday.
So this right here, a lot of people don't realize this because of how fat he is in that movie, but this is who he is.
Remember you sent me that?
You know Doc Holliday? You know Doc Holliday was a licensed dentist?
Yeah.
But I don't know Doc Holliday.
And a gambler.
Fuck, I know plenty.
You sent me a text and you're like, I didn't know Doc Holliday was actually like a gangster like this. And you sent me a clip of some video on YouTube.
I didn't say actually a gangster. I said a dentist. I obviously knew he was a
This guy right
notorious
here.
gangster.
That's him right there. Billy Bob Thornton. That's Billy Bob Thornton in that movie.
I love the West.
That's my rap name. My rap name is Doc Holliday. When I was a rapper, I was Doc Holliday.
And Sling Blade. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's that same guy. And a lot of people go, "What?"
I
that
know
was
many of your songs.
I'll get some fried taters.
There you go.
I ain't got no gas in it.
Some people call it a sling blade, or some people call it a Kaiser blade. I call it a sling blade.
But I tell people all the time, I go, this is Billy Bob Thornton, and they go, holy
okay,
cow.
I see it now.
Well, he put
Yeah,
weight
I can see it
on
now,
for that rule. I always thought that was Ruffalo. Wow.
Floor, there was just an earthquake. Why are you going on a damn journey?
Oh, let me go outside with the crumbling buildings.
It's actually safer to be outside of the house during an earthquake than inside of the house.
It is. She is absolutely
because
100%
cave-ins
correct.
don't happen. Yeah, all right. Sinkholes.
I don't know. Maybe that makes sense in America, but I don't know about Guatemala during an earthquake in a dark alleyway by a cemetery. A cemetery.
You think the buildings are more structurally sound in Guatemala than America?
They are actually. They're against earthquakes because earthquakes are very common down here.
No, ours. What you talking about? Our standard building is your earthquake. Damn.
No, they're built out of clay.
Your guys' building wouldn't last 1 year in
Why you always
Guatemala with the
trying to fight like
earthquakes that we
America's not
have.
number one?
Have you met our friend California?
Carbox or something.
Look, Pepsi making money in Guatemala too.
Look, our houses, they're concrete. They're pure concrete because they're
That's
against
paper
earthquakes.
mache.
Paper mache houses.
Yeah.
That's why I remember when I first came to America, that's one of the first things that surprised me. I used to look how they build houses, and I used to tell my dad, I was like, Dad, these houses are so weak. You know, like.
Well, especially the prefab like subdivision houses now, they're like plastic and. Oh, you're breaking up in the marketplace.
You guys should all know who that is right there, right?
I don't know who the actor is, but I know that's from The Sixth Sense.
And they will be
Yeah.
gone.
Yep.
Buff?
That's a bad picture of him, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Who is it?
I think it's R2D2.
Freaking no. I'm trying to think of the other movie I saw him in.
I did it. I did it. I did it.
Show
He was in
Christian
he was
Bale
in-
in The Mechanic. That was.
I know. Yeah, that's a.
Oh shit, dude.
I just saw that movie like a couple weeks ago.
Still have to watch that.
Okay, so I'll get you another picture here.
Las pechuguitas.
God, I see his face. That's it.
I don't even know how you're doing that.
What's that?
How you're putting
Through
it,
his thumbnails, right?
how you're changing the images and where you get these. You're way more tech savvy than I am.
I think he's sharing his.
Are you doing that through OBS?
Everybody.
Yeah, I'm doing it through OBS.
Oh, yeah.
That's how.
Yeah, that's how.
Lisa.
Okay,
So
here you go.
so
here
are
you
you
go.
using you're using your OBS?
That's my
Oh,
camera.
is that from that's from it, not
Dreamcatcher.
it, Dreamcatcher.
No,
yeah.
it's Dreamcatcher. Yeah, that's the same guy. It's the same actor. Did it.
Did it.
Scooby Dooby Doo. We got something to do.
Scooby Doo.
You recognize
Dreamcatcher
that
was
guy?
actually
Yeah,
a really good book.
Yeah, the movie sucked. The end of the movie sucked. But
All
the first
Stephen
part of the
King
movie is
movies suck. You know what the worst movie? One
Oh,
of
I know. The Shining is the best of the worst. But yeah.
no, the worst movie ever made, probably in my opinion, is the Dark Tower movie.
Oh, that was up there. Yeah, that was
with Matthew
that was crappy.
McConaughey
Who
and
the hell
Idris
read the
Elba
book?
playing the gunslinger.
Okay, so Buff, that guy right there.
Have you seen Star Wars: The Last Jedi?
Well, we're talking about Stephen King movies based on Stephen King books. Is what it's
no,
about.
but
Stephen
no,
King?
I would say because I read The Dark Tower. When you read 7 books and it's like 3,000 pages and it's one of the greatest epics ever written, and then you watch the Dark Tower movie, I think the Dark Tower or Dragon Ball Evolution, those are the 2 worst movies ever made.
That was such a terrible movie.
Or Mario, the Mario movie was
Diesel.
pretty
Yeah,
garbage
it was
too.
bad, but you know what? Dennis Hopper is good in it because he's good in anything he's in.
John
you know,
Leguizamo.
I love him in Speed, where he's like, "You're crazy." No, Jack, I'm not crazy. Poor people are crazy. I'm eccentric. You know.
Yeah.
I mean,
I never read a book
yeah,
and saw the movie.
it was bad in the sense
'cause you
of
don't
the
know how to read.
adaptation, but
I'm a great
Dennis
reader.
Hopper, Ben Hopkins, Leguizamo, they did work with what they had.
Yeah, they made that movie.
I'll give them credit.
They made that movie watchable. If they weren't in that movie, it's not watchable. It's
Yeah,
garbage.
if you had never played Mario and you didn't know anything about Mario, and I guess it's a decent movie. Not decent, but I guess it's okay.
You're evaluating the Mario
the
movie?
actor that's in Sixth Sense and Dreamcatcher.
You're an
This is
adult.
him right
Why
here.
the fuck
Who is
are you
that?
watching the Mario movie?
The
Who's
Mario
that?
movie came out when I was a kid. Genius.
Was that
The Mario movie was great.
Wahlberg brother?
I thought you were talking about
Yes,
the one that just
yeah,
came
it's
out.
Donnie Wahlberg.
Donnie.
Donnie
yeah.
Wahlberg.
The one
yeah.
the one that was in New Kids in the. He's technically still New Kids in the Block, but they call him in KTV or whatever now. But yeah,
Yeah.
but that was him. People don't know that.
Donnie Wahlberg, guys. Come on.
Donnie
I would have
Wahlberg,
got
yep.
that one. That's the only one I would have got.
If you read chat, sorry, I'm in the shower, but nobody's paying attention there. I said that a while ago in the chat.
Oh, I'm not
Also-
even seeing the chat, but that's
can't even
because
see the chat.
someone here has to
All
have this
those
on
Super
Discord.
Mario Brothers. Super Mario Brothers is a cinematic tour de force.
Oh my god.
All right. Anyway,
says the
I
person
gotta
that
finish
doesn't
showering.
like
Of
weed
course, it's
culture.
the Asian.
I gotta finish showering, so I'll be back.
That's the worst
If
take
you
you've
get
ever
the
had.
Shower naked just to say that.
I'm pretty sure that like weebs are better than that.
No.
Yeah. I would rather watch a weeb movie than dang Super Mario Brothers.
Dude, there's a movie on Amazon Prime. Wow, it's a Dragon Ball Z movie. It's like back from the 80s.
Oh yeah, you told us
But
about
they
this a couple
changed-
weeks ago.
Yeah, still better than Evolution. Yeah.
Bye,
Yeah.
Agostino. Feliz noche.
Well, I watched a few clips of it on YouTube,
foto,
and it
dale
looked
dedo,
better
vas
than
a ver.
Evolution. It
Who
looked like
you
Samuel
watching
L.
laughing?
Jackson playing Piccolo. Like Piccolo's green. He's not
Flores
a
having
black.
her Espanol conversation.
I don't
That's
like
right.
I don't like her being that friendly, dude, with the cashier.
Flor,
neither.
can you please stop giggling so flirtatiously?
Right.
Yeah,
I'm with-
I'm
that's
sorry,
what I'm
Buenas
guys.
saying.
I'm flirting with the store boy. Because that's what I'm into. 17-year-olds now.
You said buenas noches. I heard it.
Exactly, Daddy.
In between
Oh.
Joey and Josh, I'm not gonna be able to have any physical contact with any male
Or even
ever.
vocab contact, even spoken
I
contact.
know.
If you want to say buenas noches, you can say buenas noches, and that's it. No,
Yeah,
Right.
and I have to look down to the ground.
You
and I
don't
have to
need
look down to the
friends.
ground.
You're a married woman. What do you need friends for?
there you
Right,
go.
that's what I'm
Exactly.
saying.
True, Josh. I agree with you on that one.
Well, that
Y'all
looks
get big
like
bugs
Bill
down there,
Hader.
I was listening to a debate about that
Yeah,
the other
it's
night
not.
about
It's
should
not.
women have friends
Ugh,
who are
I
men.
got no clue.
Should married women have can a married woman have friends who are men? And
If they
everybody
were
was
No.
saying
friends
no.
before,
No, of
if
course
they
not.
were friends before y'all got married,
Yeah.
No.
I think like
But-
online friends,
That's
that's
well,
okay.
Depends.
But
It
I was
depends.
like, if she's a decent woman,
And the husband shouldn't have friends that are female, really. It's like you can
Mhm.
have mutual friends that you see at a gathering or some shit, but
Yeah,
you're
Or
not
like
linking up
couple
for a
friends
dude
or whatever.
Right.
Where you're doing, yeah.
so they took it to
Door
like,
just
can
swing
you
both
go to the
ways.
movies with another woman if you're a man? No.
Ah,
No, of
No,
course
you
not.
shouldn't.
No.
You shouldn't.
Same
Obviously.
with
unless you're going
women.
with a group. You know what I'm saying? If you're going with a group that has
No,
other
you
men
shouldn't.
and shit, I think that's fine. But
But
one
if
on
she's a
one,
decent woman,
hold
she
up.
can't have friends that are guys.
No,
She
no.
can, but I'm just
No.
saying she can't be with them privately.
And I
But like
kind of
one
agree
on
with you guys, but I'm trying to be like devil's advocate here. I'm trying to like.
Here's the
I
reason I
gotta
say
meet
it.
like
the guy.
you can't. What do you got? What's your explanation? He wanted to hear your stories. Like, come on,
Right.
Here's
Yeah.
the reason I say
He
no.
wanted to hear you talk endlessly.
Yeah.
And the reason is
He wants
that
to have a
when
deep
you become friends
conversation.
with people, and especially if you have a casual disposition, or if you ever joke about things like, oh yeah, we're on a date or whatever, and you make those kinds of jokes, it doesn't take long before that boundary is crossed.
Right.
And
the guy is
so-
trying to do one thing.
No, not necessarily, but I'm saying just the nature of men and women. It's hard for heterosexual men and women to be in the same room if there's anything there of any remote sexual attraction, and it be maintained that way. And of course, the more familiar you get with people, the more luxuries you take with them, and that means the more I'm not going to say you are going to, but the more capable you are of crossing boundaries you shouldn't. And I'm not saying that in any kind of anecdotal sense. I'm saying that from personal experience.
But friends doesn't automatically imply that
That's what anecdotal means.
you're not trying to hang out alone together.
Josh. I would never ask Josh, like, can I go with my male friend to the movies? Because I
Oh, hell
wouldn't
no.
like.
Yeah, that's insane.
It just doesn't sound right to me.
But if let's say you're married and you go to church together and stuff, you can have friend groups and there can be guys who are your friends.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that
and
you
can go get punched and they can still talk to that person. And the whole point is the framework of how you put things. And that's why I made the inference that once you start making jokes about it, it doesn't take long until you're actually in that position of being able to do the things that you're actually
you shouldn't
joking
be
about.
hanging out alone with another dude.
Or a guy with another woman that's not his
Right,
wife.
or
Absolutely,
either way,
100%.
either way.
Yeah. Because, and again, it just comes back down to eventually, why tempt it? Why put yourself in the position? And people say, well, I can be in that position and not have a problem. Well, here's the thing, though. There's another aspect that people don't think about. And I remember I had a family member who her husband was, I was related to him by blood. I was related to her by marriage. But he worked all the live long day because he was in law enforcement. And so during the day, she would go out with this one guy who was a friend, and we'd go to lunch. And people, if you're in a small town, like relatively small town, and people see you with that person, it causes scandal, right? And that's the other aspect of sin and open sin and open is that if you cause scandal, it causes a lot of damage and harm, not just to like your own testimony or just your own life, but then you have people who you are then creating the ability for people to then go about and slander you or talk about you or gossip about you. So that creates other people to do sin. So that's why things are never done in a vacuum. And so if there's a best practice, and I remember, as much as I don't like Mike Pence because he's a neocon, I respect the heck out of the fact that he said, no, I don't go anywhere without my wife.
I can't believe people busted his balls for that. Like
I know. That's like the best thing he's ever said as a politician.
He's the most like Christian
And
guy.
especially at the time period he said it. He said it in a time period where you sneeze on a lady, all of a sudden you being brought up on charges. Me too. It's like you should have said,
Yeah.
"Bless you, lady. I'm just sneezing over you."
Also, the fact that
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
isn't it a sorry, Josh? Isn't it a little sus that like if a woman can't have even one single female friend to go to lunch with, or that man, doesn't have another guy friend to hang out with, isn't that a red flag of just in general human being? Like, why do you not have a friend of your own sex to hang out with? It's weird.
Yeah, that is weird. You gotta have the boys.
Since I'll go to you, we can have lunch.
The same
Flor and I have been
debate.
dreaming about having lunch with each other for months.
The same debate that I was watching where they were talking about that. Somebody came on the panel and he was a super gay guy, and he's like, "Well, what if they're bisexual? They can't have." And I
He
was
didn't
like,
sound like that.
What is this argument?" But anyway, turns out the guy who was on the panel, this blew my mind. I can't ever watch JCS. You know JCS Crime, Floor? You know the
I don't know.
you know JCS. You watch that stuff too. The narrator
Who?
JCS Crime, the interrogation videos and the
Oh yeah, I've
it's
seen
like
him.
today we have a murderer.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm
The
looking at it right
narrator who does the narration for JCS videos, who's like, we have a murderer today who's going to do that guy. I saw him on a panel and he is super gay. And I had no idea.
Damn, really?
Yeah.
He sounds like that?
No, he doesn't sound like that when he talks. Well, he sounds like a gay guy when he talks, but he
Oh,
does.
really?
But he
So
does the
that's like a
narration.
voice.
Yeah, and it blew my mind. I was like, wait, because at the end he's like,
'Cause I
oh,
watched this channel.
he's like, just in case any of you guys didn't realize, Kuwami or Kuwimi or whatever his name is the narrator for JCS videos. And everybody in the chat was like, what? No way. No way. He's like super LGBT pro. Like he was making
Have you ever
all.
seen that movie, Buff?
I think that if the guy that if I'm gonna hang out with the guy and he's gay, like I will probably invite you, Josh, and be like, do you want to come with us to lunch? And I mean, the person needs to understand that if somebody's gonna ask me to hang out, that you're probably gonna come with me, and they're probably gonna have to accommodate to our.
I'd probably say
schedules
no. I'd
together.
probably say, why is this guy asking you to lunch? He should ask. He should ask me first.
Even if he's gay, you gotta have some gay allies.
I don't believe.
What if it's a male friend who identifies as a woman? I mean, where's your standard in
I would
that?
never hang out
Oh
with
God,
somebody like
Jalen's
that
in the
because
chat.
that person will probably end up hating me.
I would never ask a married woman to go to lunch with me. I would ask her husband. I would say, do you guys want to go to lunch with me and my, or if I'm single, yeah,
My wife.
I would go to the man first. So if they come to the wife first, and then you have to come to me and say, do you want to go to
dear
lunch
God.
with me? And he asked me to lunch. Do you want to come with me? I would say, 1, no. 2, stop talking to that guy.
Say, boy, back your ass up.
Speaking of gay guys,
Speaking of gay guys, Jalen just appeared in chat. A new warrior has appeared.
Jalen's here.
So could you imagine Jalen?
Get in here, Jalen.
Could you imagine
Oh,
Jalen
no,
was doing
sir.
narration?
Oh, no, sir.
Jalen's
You
doing
probably could.
narration for murder interrogation videos where he's like, today we're gonna talk about
bet
the
he
death
could.
of.
You know he probably
Sir.
could. Like, just
Sir.
physically, he looks like he has vocal cords that he could get some depth in there.
Sir.
Well, okay, so what about
Today,
for example,
I am
somebody
Jalen.
like Joey?
Today.
Joey is like family. You wouldn't like.
He
just
wouldn't.
in
He wouldn't
case,
ask you
like,
to
let's
lunch. He wouldn't ask you to lunch. He would say, "Hey, do you?" He would talk to me and say, "Hey, do you guys want to go to lunch with me?"
Yeah. And honestly,
Okay.
there are in the world brothers you can't trust with your girl, but I'm not that. When you hear shit like that,
Joey,
it's
we
crazy.
have to eat 55 nuggets.
Hunter
we have
Biden.
to have lunch together at some point.
Hunter Biden got with his dead brother's ex after.
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
That
No,
extends
but
to
I'm
with my
expecting to
friends,
have
like-
lunch with Joey. I hope that I
But
get lunches because I have to do an eating contest with him multiple times through our lives.
I could almost understand that though. So say my brother is
Guess we
married
need
and he
one.
has a wife and we spend a lot of time together and then my brother dies.
If he dies, that's kind of different.
Shouldn't
and
I
it's gotta
step in
be-
and
That's so
be
weird.
You do.
That's weird.
You gotta,
That's so weird.
yeah,
We're
you
not
gotta
even
take a
good with
second
our
wife.
times. What the
You gotta
hell?
take a second wife. I agree with that. If I'm dead, dude, have at it. I say.
This isn't the Old Testament.
What?
But no, that's kind of base. It's like
It makes sense, honestly.
Keep it in the family, dog.
Right.
Please don't.
I'm
That's
the
in
next
the Old
best thing to
Testament.
my brother for the woman, and it's better than she go out and get with all these other men when she
Yeah,
can.
No,
you don't
not the
belong
doom
to
and
the
gloom,
Alright.
street.
John. Not the doom and gloom.
Just
Get rid of
popping
the
in
doom and
again.
gloom.
Just popping in to
That's
say
not
something
weird.
again. If you look at the stuff on his laptop, allegedly, he may have been messing around with his nieces too. Anyway, that's all I got.
No, that's not
I'm
why
out.
she can't use my laptop. It's not because of their see. There's no
No,
hidden.
no. I think Nada meant no. I think Nada meant Hunter Biden.
Oh,
Okay,
Hunter
I'm so
Biden.
confused.
Oh, okay,
Come
yeah,
back
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
explain yourself.
I thought he meant
Yeah,
Floor
that
trying to
makes
use
sense.
my laptop.
Talking
No,
about
no.
Biden.
I
He's
think
talking
I'm
about
pretty sure
Hunter.
he meant Hunter Biden.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Our
makes sense.
laptop, Josh. Our laptop.
Our laptop.
It's like it's both
What
ours.
you mean I can't use your main computer? I'm using your main computer. I'm the woman of the house.
Because it's
Exactly.
Yeah.
you're gonna mess
Yeah.
stuff up. You're gonna
He's gotta get
download.
XP, dude.
Do you know how intelligent I am? Do you realize that I know how to use a computer, right?
You're
You
gonna
know I know
download
the
some
computer part.
game that I'm gonna have viruses. I'm gonna have to.
Sims 5 to be more precise. Sims 5.
Flor, men aren't
Let-
attracted to. Flor, men are attracted to a woman's intelligence. You always have to
Whoa,
remember
speak
that.
for yourself.
Well, one of the things that Josh likes about me is that I'm intelligent.
I like a
remember-
smart lady. I don't want a
It
lady
was
smarter
the
than me.
pants in the relationship, but Flora tells him which pants to put on.
Oh, no, no, no,
That
don't
is
even think
right.
about it, girl.
I listen to my Josh. I listen to my Josh, but I'm not dumb.
I do like that you're not dumb, but yeah.
Don't put a butt into it. That was cute.
But
Thank you, Josh.
Oh, dumb people are exhausting. Really? Like, you ever talk to someone so dumb it's exhausting? Like, you're not even playing.
The Bible
same
says
game, you
no
know?
man
Right.
wants to be with a
What the French
florsome
call
woman. A
les
florsome
incompetents.
woman.
you are what the French call les incompetents.
Les
I
incompetents.
like a strong lady. I like a Kayla Harrison type.
No.
Kevin, you're such a disease.
I want a lady that can bow up on me and do some damage.
No, I can't
Oh
stand. I don't
gosh,
like when
no.
women are at the.
That's when the cops come
What
to your
just
house too much.
happened?
I'm playing. I'm playing.
The
I
only
don't
thing,
think he's playing
the only
either.
thing
I
a
don't
woman
think
should be
he's
doing at the gym is a dang hip thrust. I don't want to see you doing curls and bench
Lord.
press.
Do a little curls, but you don't be defined.
Yeah.
Then I have fucking lats.
What's wrong with
and shit.
definition?
If you got bigger biceps
gotta
than
do
me, I can't do it.
Yeah, you can't start looking too
You need to step
masculine,
your
dog.
game up there. I don't.
Have you seen these big bodybuilder women?
Oh,
Crazy.
God, yeah.
Or when they,
I
like the
wanna check
Miss
the tape
the Miss
on 'em.
Universe women, then they're like, wah, wah, they're like, oh
You guys
man,
seen Miss Alabama, by the way? Is
oh
anybody
god,
talking about
Hey,
the new
don't
Miss
you
Alabama?
dare talk bad
What
about that.
happened there?
oh
La
my
Don't you talk
gordita.
bad about that
La
beautiful, young,
gordita.
La
strong, and
gordota.
powerful.
Yeah.
Esa no está gorda,
What?
esa es un
Oh dear
coche.
God.
What'd she do?
I
What
can't even
happened?
finish that.
Miss Alabama is a
shit.
giant.
She's
Dude?
like 400 pounds.
No. She's a giant. It's una gárgola. She's horrible.
She's
Una
she's a
gárgola.
large. She's a very
I'm
large
about to
woman.
be pissed, dude. Hold up.
Google it.
Wow.
I gotta give it a
Oh.
Goog.
Joey
I'm
needs
about
to
to be
Google it.
screaming.
He's googling.
I'm
If
sure
this country
John can
keeps going
find
on
her and
that
put her on
rate,
the
I'm going
thumbnail.
into a beauty
Bro,
pageant and we're
come
gonna become
on.
rich, Josh.
He just saw it. That's the Miss
Joey just
Junior
You know
looked
what,
at
America
man?
or Miss something
She's
America.
gonna get unwarranted hate and shit. It's just upsetting because she is good looking. You could tell underneath all that, she's a good looking lady.
There's
It's
a
just
pretty woman
shame
hidden in there
she lives
somewhere.
the way she does.
She
Right.
ate the
And
pretty woman.
she should bust that shit out,
Smothering in
dude.
between all that grease. Dying for oxygen.
Yeah,
she
like
ate the pretty woman and got stuck halfway.
she's not fat and ugly. She's just fat as hell. Like
You know,
she could
to the
she
rest
could
of
do
the
some
world,
ability.
nothing looks more American than that chick right
But
now.
have you
And the
seen
state
like
that America's in,
Oh,
have
no,
you
no, no,
seen
no.
her
Don't even think
compared to
about
like
it, girl.
compared to like Miss Brazil or there's another like Miss Brazil or something and she's like whoa
Gosh, bro. No, that's upsetting. When you see a woman that's Miss Brazil, when you see them Brazilian, it's like,
God,
you know what I'm
Miss
saying?
God was crying
Venezuela,
when he
Miss
made you. God
Colombia,
was like
and
crying
then you're
tears of
gonna have
joy
Miss
when he made you.
Alabama.
And then you see Miss
Arsh,
Alabama.
have you seen that? Have you seen that woman that actually on YouTube she makes fun of how the beauty pageants they say like their country and stuff. Have you seen those videos from her?
Oh my
They're
gosh,
like,
it's like no, like the one that yells.
Oh my God.
it's hilarious.
Yeah. She yells for hormones.
It's horrible. What is happening to this country?
Does
Argentina.
does it not seem like somewhat of a setup that they eliminated the bathing suit contest, that shit?
Have you
Because
seen the
we're
Sports
bringing
Illustrated
in
swimsuit
these
edition? They
types
got
of
like a man
motherfuckers.
in there. They got
Oh yeah, the old motherfuckers,
See,
and yeah,
I'm not that mad though, because when you said Miss Alabama was big, I heard big troll. I thought it was gonna be a man or someone that was a man at one point. You know, I don't know
no.
what
think it is a
fantasy land
dude.
people live in.
It's a
So at
woman.
least
She's
it's
just
just a big
large.
lady. You know what I'm saying?
He's a dude. She's a dude.
But
They're
I
all
think
dudes.
okay, here's a
She's
hot take. I think they're doing
Yo,
that.
wait.
Hey,
I think they're doing that to kind of take a shot at Trump because Trump runs or he ran. I don't know if he still
In
does.
Too.
A lot of the
Yeah.
Miss
Did he
Universe
do
pageants.
Universe?
On the topic
Trump
of
was
fat
the
people,
creator of Miss Universe, if I'm not wrong, back in the 90s.
yeah, he used to own it and shit. But on the topic of big women, did y'all see the guy on the plane? He got into it with the fat lady because he texted his boy a picture of her, and his boy said, "I hope she didn't eat Mexican," and then he replied, "I think she ate a Mexican," and she took a picture of his phone and he put it on Instagram.
And she saw his phone.
Everyone took his side. Everyone took his side. She like wanted to get justice and shit. Like everyone's like, "Oh, this dude's hilarious. This guy's the best."
We all started all the guys started dancing and then the two
I love
Why do you
mariachi.
start wiggling when you guys listen to Latino music? Why did you guys wiggle? I don't understand. We don't wiggle to
That's
that
how we
music.
dance. What do you mean?
You can't see the
dance
rest of
to
my
everybody
body,
else's
dude.
music.
My hips don't lie,
I'm
dog.
sitting and driving.
Lord, they're
doing
white.
butt
They know
wiggle.
how to dance. That's all they can do. The wiggle is the best move that they've
Oh,
got.
Wiggle,
sorry,
wiggle,
you guys
wiggle,
are
wiggle.
white men. I keep forgetting, Ciso.
Dude,
They're
I got
white men.
moves.
That's
I'm
true.
not
I
even
got
real
the
moves.
diver. I got the
That
The
this.
is not the
sprinkler,
only
dog.
move.
Hit him with the sprink.
I
Yeah.
am strapped
Oh, the
in.
sprinkler.
All you
Yeah.
get from me right now is the wiggle. If I was out and about, you would get more than
Josh,
the
do
wiggle.
the sprinkler again, but shirtless.
Shut up. What is wrong with you?
Damn, dude, pop that top.
I saw Buff.
Pop
Lord,
I
that
it's
saw
not
top.
Buff.
good for me.
Buff was doing the lawnmower. Buff was starting the lawnmower. I saw that.
The baseball.
Yeah. Oh, you gotta sweep the floor. Sweep the floor.
Alex
No, no,
Pereira
no.
is a shadow boxer.
Got it.
When he's like in a club, he just throws punches at a rhythm. It's hilarious. Oh, a ton.
Who is that?
Alex Pereira, the
Oh,
dude who knocked Izzy out. Chama.
Balera.
Oh, bro, his intro, the sound is the music, if you could call it that, is so sick. Who's up? Who's up?
Daddy Jump out here quoting Shakira.
Yeah, my hips don't lie, dude. I got moves.
Shakira's
My problem is
beautiful.
I can't commit to dancing publicly, but like I can dance. I know I can dance.
Oh, I'm a
Oh,
man.
yeah. Enough of these. Dude, I thought
Josh,
about
stick to the American. Stick to the American music.
I taught
Rick
about
Rubin produced it.
20 white people how to do the Cupid Shuffle in Savannah, Georgia. That's not a lie. We were just out on the
Oh, the
town. We were doing a
Cupid
job.
Shuffle is easy.
You want a cookie?
Well, not as easy as you think it should be. Fucking hell.
I
Long story
learned
short, we
parts
were
of the
doing a
Thriller.
job.
I can
We were
believe
doing
that
a
Buff can
job.
dance.
We were doing a
I can do
job
Thriller.
in Savannah,
Black people
Georgia,
can dance.
putting cameras up in Ellis Square parking
Yeah,
garage,
dude, a black
whatever.
guy's
And
bragging
hanging
that he
out,
can dance.
during the night. We ended up at this one club, me and one of my coworkers, And we just end up in this one little club, and there's a couple people on the dance floor, and Keep It Shuffle's playing, and they're just doing it all wrong. And I only like the song because it's basically the Electric Slide, essentially, or the Hustle. It's pretty much the same damn thing.
Do the hustle.
And I had so much alcohol in me, and I'm just like, no. And I ran up to the DJ. I'm like, no, start that over. And I told people, I'm like, follow me. And down, to you. And people just started slowly coming to the dance floor and
Wow.
dancing with us. I'm like, yeah, to the left.
You're the
to the
whitest black guy I've ever met, Buff.
You haven't met many
is
fucking
kinda
black
white.
He's not the whitest.
You
Definitely
are
not
not
the
the first person to say that either. I'm so sick of hearing it.
I think you're a white guy wearing blackface.
I think Buff
I'm a
is actually a white hillbilly, a black
environment.
hillbilly.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I'm a product of what I like. I'm a metalhead skateboarder, fucking punk rocker. Kiss my ass. I will not be
Yeah,
a
you're
stereotype.
the whitest black guy ever.
I refuse to be a stereotype.
All right. Well, we had to have some more
Awesome.
estrogen on the panel, so here's Jalen.
Oh,
We got one.
Boy,
Now the estrogen is through the roof. No, it's too much estrogen.
Lord Cheese. Hello, Buffington. Who is that? Mayhem.
Hi, Jalen.
John the Orator.
Hey, Jalen.
Al. Good evening, all. How you all doing?
I have this theory that Jalen secretly likes straight Christian men, and he just likes to hang out with all these Christian men, and it's kind of like a what's it called? A fetish that he has, you know? He's like,
All
oh,
gay
That
dudes.
earthquake done shook your mind
straight
up.
Christian men. Oh, I'm jumping into that panel right
That's
now.
the
You gotta
gay
lick your
man
lips.
thing.
Go to the
You
doctor and
you
get
got
your
the
head
hands
checked.
down
That
for it,
earthquake
but you
done
gotta
messed
lick
you
your
up.
lips while you do it. You
Like,
got
Jalen, that's the gay man's dream, right or wrong,
yeah, he's
Jalen?
licking his lips. He's like,
Ew.
The ultimate goal for a gay man is
Girl,
to
I
turn
need
out
you.
a straight guy, right?
That's not my goal. My goal is to just have happiness and stuff.
You're
And
saying
just
you wouldn't bust it? You wouldn't bust in 15 seconds if a fine little white Baptist dude gave
we
you?
don't have
Ew.
to.
yeah.
What's
We don't have to use that talk when I'm here. We can go back to being gentlemen when I'm here. We can
Daddy,
be gentlemen.
Dude, come on.
Y'all can be rowdy
Daddy
once I
Jub is
leave.
never
We
a
need
gentle
intel.
man. He's always.
I need intel on the gay community.
Well,
I'm not gonna go undercover. You gotta spill the beans.
Flor?
You're going to go
Flor,
undercover, do what?
You're
I'm
not
gonna
good.
send you a picture. I just made a meatloaf and mashed potatoes. Te voy a mandar una foto.
Ooh, that's a
Oh,
good
that is
meal
so
right
nice.
there.
that sounds good.
Do you put
Cecil is such
A1?
a good wife. She cooks like a freaking Latina.
That's an
Meat,
American
meat,
meal. Meatloaf and mashed potatoes.
Meatloaf
That's
and mashed
American as it gets.
potatoes. Talking about Latina.
There's nothing Latina about
I'm
that.
not saying that her cooking. I'm not saying that. Well, her husband is white, and
Yeah.
I'm saying that Latina. She religiously cooks all day long. It's
Oh,
admirable.
okay.
Oh,
Seasal,
okay.
when you buy a bottle of A1, it has a recipe on the back for A1 meatloaf, and I made it. It's very good. You put some A1 in your meatloaf.
How do I flip this, Joe?
I've never tried it. No, I put on top. I mix ketchup with the sweet honey barbecue sauce.
Ooh.
I bet
Yeah, it's
Seasal
good.
can cook. I know Seasal can cook.
That sounds delicious.
Speaking of
And I
good,
made
Miss
my
Alabama is beautiful. Miss Alabama is very beautiful.
I use
I
ketchup and
agree.
tomato sauce, but ketchup and
I
some
said
barbecue
she's not
sauce.
fat and ugly. She's just fat.
But I put
Right. Y'all was talking
I
about
put
her.
A1 in the meat when I mix it up and put it in the pan. I put some A1 in there. It's good.
You know, I found out that for the meat, if you don't put some sort of veggie like really thinly sliced chopped
Onion?
onions or something,
Yeah.
it's too if not it's too like hard. If you put a little bit of veggie in there, it's a little softer.
Yeah.
The texture.
I like
Ever marinate with
for
pineapple?
sure.
I put some
Everything that
onion
boy
and
has,
some
I
bell
now
pepper.
look at.
How about
And
pineapple?
if you add a little
Pineapple.
bit of milk, that also makes it soft. Milk and breadcrumbs and eggs, it makes it softer.
Pineapple makes steak softer, scientifically speaking.
Marinate in
Martha
pineapple.
Stewart's Urban Adventures right now.
I'm trying to send. I can't figure it out. I can't send out a picture. I can't figure it out.
Look, if you
Martha
don't like
Stewart.
delicious food, then there's something wrong with you. Everybody likes good cooking.
You just set up a layup, dude, and I'm not even taking it.
No, you set up a layup by wanting to know more about the having an inside track of the gay community, and then you immediately put in your Invisalign fucking teeth braces. Are your teeth crooked because you suck so much dick? I'm sorry, just a
shut up.
Damn. Damn.
What the hell with you, the gayest one?
Sorry, I love messing with Jibs.
I know, you
Jibs, I
gayer
love
than
you, man.
you gayer than
I love you,
Jalen.
Jibs.
Right.
I had an interesting childhood.
I'm not bothered by it, dude.
Our mom is a dental hygienist. She's very about that teeth life.
Yeah, I'm just I incidentally got done eating recently.
Racist.
All
right.
And dude, I interrogate people about everything. Like
I need to
ask
get this
people
fixed. We need
about
to go down
everything.
there and get this fixed.
I'm fascinated by people.
I got a missing tooth.
I'm a big Howard Stern show guy, and the way he would just ask people about like a daily routine and make it an hour-long bit, I'm into that.
And it was
I like the question.
Howard Stern's a weird one, man.
Teeth implants are expensive, so I gotta get this fixed.
I agree. He's very weird, but great show. A lot of weirdos
by
make
the
the best
way,
art.
men and women can be friends. It's not always about trying to hook up with
Yeah,
somebody.
of course
Men and
you'd
women
be the
can
one
have
to say that.
Yeah, the degenerate. We're not gonna listen to you, JC. With all due respect.
Floyd,
I agree
you
with
wouldn't hang out.
Jalen, but it's like
America.
the guy said, it's just too much trouble, and it's not good for appearances. It's
You can be friends,
just
but you
cut it
can't
out.
hang out
Y'all
alone.
wrong way.
Yeah,
If
not
you're looking
alone. That's
at
all.
step away, then stay away.
Jalen, you would let your boyfriend hang out with another guy alone, like go to the movies together.
They're into that
Just
sort
the
of
two of them
stuff.
to hang out.
Yes, because I have trust in whatever relationship that I would be in. I would have trust in my, because I'm going to hang out with my friends. People need to have their space.
Who left? Seesaw left?
Y'all
Seesaw's like, yeah, I'm not putting up with this crap. Seesaw's not trying to be around with this.
Oh, Nada dropped the Anthony Cumia. Oh my god.
I understand,
Anthony
Seesaw.
Cumia is
Dumbass.
wild.
Who you like better, Anthony or Opie?
She probably with
Anthony
her
probably.
She a family woman.
I hate adults that talk with
Face
me.
the rainbow, motherfucker!
Hey, whatever that it was, I like that.
She said, "Taste the rainbow, motherfucker."
Yes, I like that.
It was aggressive Skittles promo.
It's aggressive as hell.
I'm so
Jesus
mad because
Christ.
the Teletubbies was on RuPaul today. I was so weirdly interested. I was like, well, when did the Teletubbies make a comeback?
No, why the fuck are they putting children's shit on RuPaul Drag? It's like, come on, man. This is what we're doing. Really.
Daddy Jub, you didn't grow up with the Teletubbies, did you?
I did.
I don't know.
did.
I don't
That's
like
what
the
I'm
thought
saying.
of
Why are they on
Is he
drag
weird?
race?
No, I don't think he's weird because people who grew up with Teletubbies, I mean, there's some weird crap about those people.
We couldn't.
Teletubbies.
As a child, I wasn't
grew up
allowed
on
to watch the Teletubbies.
I watched Teletubbies, but
awesome.
But you're allowed to watch Barney.
Amount of
your mother
marijuana.
let you watch the Teletubbies?
I think.
Josh,
I know
your
Ben.
mother didn't let him watch the Teletubbies.
I think Ben was into Barney, and I think Joey was into Teletubbies.
I was a Teletubbies guy.
He was a boy with the purse. We wasn't allowed to watch that.
Well, yeah, the whole show was kind of gay, but
I've been known to carry a bag, dude. I will
Tinky
say.
Winky, Dipsy,
Winky carried a
Lala, and Poe.
Oh,
Dipsy Whipsy? What? What's
Poe was Daddy Jud's favorite.
Oh, the real one. That was my favorite. Poe was my favorite.
He had a Poe
That's
doll.
my favorite first.
But yeah, I'm older than you, Sonny Boy. He was my favorite, and I wasn't allowed to watch it because the purple one carried the purge, and they was
Tinky
like,
Winky.
"Oh,
Tinky Winky was gayer
that
than a
shows
mug.
homosexuality.
See,
We don't want people watching that."
that's why I say you got to educate your kids, not make things taboo, because they kept you away from the guy with the purse. They let me watch it. How'd that pan out, dude? I don't want to.
Who turned
I
out?
was so happy to see Tinky Winky today. I was like, "Look at that gay icon
God
on
damn it,
RuPaul."
he has a point. Why
Was
would
it Tinky Winky the one
What
with
did
the
they do?
upside down triangle? Was that
That's
the
what
one?
I'm saying, Buff. I was pissed too. Why is there a crossover with RuPaul and the Teletubbies? What are we
It's
doing, bro?
weird life, but they were doing things for charity. They
I
donated
don't
to
give a fuck. Do it
Teletubbies?
without a children's show.
Yes, Epstein did stuff for charities too.
Don't do it
Who
with
knew
the
the
children's show.
Teletubbies had even made a comeback? I hadn't heard of them for years.
It wouldn't last long. I don't see that going too far.
They've been around since the 90s, and they made an appearance in 2024 episode.
Unless they try to make something out
What are
of
you
it.
saying, they? Like the Teletubbies aren't people, right? It's a
But
cartoon.
it's still
Characters, they
plural.
are theys. Yeah.
It's still
There's
plural.
more than one.
No, I know, but like when you say they're back, it sounds like a band or some shit. These are digital characters, so it could be
They kind of
totally
were a
different.
bit. No, they were in costumes.
So grammatically, what should I say?
For real?
John, you one of the John here. John, you one of the smarter ones. Grammatically, what should I say if I'm describing a group?
No,
of
no,
anything?
you're correct saying they, but
Hey.
it just sounds because it can't be the same people still.
I'd be surprised. They got longevity. They still got some of the original Sesame Street people on there.
Yeah, and they all need to be arrested because why the fuck are you still? That's weird to me.
What is that shirt,
don't
Floor?
like
The shirt
Sesame
freaks
Street
freaks
either?
me out.
Getting paid.
No, I
to
just don't
act.
see how. I don't see how an artist could be fulfilled really making shit for 5-year-old children for 3 decades. I think that's weird to
Wolverine?
me.
Is it like Wolverine fingers?
It's called acting.
You mad about Sesame Street, Daddy Job?
Oh, I muted
No,
myself.
I'm mad.
Two hands entangled, and
I think
it
it's
glows in the
weird.
dark.
Any involvement with kids for a career over a prolonged period of a time as a man, I think is weird.
What
That's
about
just
Is LeVar Burton weird? Was Mr. Rogers
T-shirt.
weird? What the
Mr.
fuck
Rogers
are you
was
talking
I don't
weird.
know who
about,
that
dude?
is.
Mr.
Yes.
Rogers was weird too.
Yes.
Y'all are
Mr.
crazy.
Rogers
Mr.
is
Rogers
weird.
was very weird.
Y'all
Didn't
are
he
crazy.
get caught
These
jerking off in
fucking
the movie
haters
theater?
right
I would
here.
never let my
That was
kids watch
Pee-wee.
Mr. Rogers.
I'm just
That-
saying it's weird. And I'm saying
Okay.
if you're an artist, like if you're
What
a
about
writer,
Steve Burns? What about Steve Burns from Blues Clues?
LeVar Burton was gay, right?
No, he's straight.
No.
no one relate to what I'm saying though.
Reading
I'm saying
Rainbow,
if
that
you're
guy.
making art,
Yeah.
how can you be fulfilled making art for people that are like prepubescent, like 5-year-olds?
Yes.
How can you be fulfilled as
The
an
guy from
artist
Star
doing
Trek.
that? I think
Mr.
it's another
Rogers-
Because you're performing.
weird
You're an
motive.
actor.
So
You're an
you
actor.
got something
Yeah.
against teachers,
They're going
Daddy
to
Job,
continue to
because
pay you to get on screen and just say silly, stupid stuff. Hey, Bird, what's going on?
and not just
I don't
actors,
know. Oh,
teachers,
that's okay,
educators.
Bird. If you're going to
They're-
pay me for years to do that, yeah, give me money.
Oscar lived in
No,
a
I'm
trash
talking about
can.
the
Nobody could ever help
educators.
this guy out.
That's not an actor, in my opinion.
Lived in a trash can. That's exactly right.
We could never help. Bert and Ernie could
Oh.
never give this guy a place to stay.
Would you want to stay
I'm
with
actually-
Bert and Ernie, Joshua?
No.
Yeah,
I'm surprised.
It's
I'm
probably a
surprised
clean-ass
talking
place.
about weird people. You guys never mentioned Pee Wee Herman. That was
Because
weird.
he
Well,
had his day
I-
in the sun. Pee-wee had a revival though. He did a third movie.
Call me
the-
crazy, but
That
I
movie
thought
is Matilda.
Pee Wee was kind of based. Pee Wee's.
Matilda was.
Courage the Cowardly Dog is the best.
I mean, who goes to a pornographic movie and doesn't play with themselves?
Who
Oh,
goes
he's
to
the
one
one
in the
who
first
touched
place?
himself.
I'm not going to go to one.
What are you talking about?
I
We're
had no
talking
problem
about,
with that.
Paul Rubin, rest in peace.
Rest
Yeah,
in
you
peace.
can't whack off in public, dude. I would
No,
never
that's
whack
what
off in
that's
public.
what porn theaters are.
That's what you do
That's
there.
just
What?
what they
Yeah.
That
are.
is so weird. That
Yeah.
freaks me out. The thought of
Yeah,
thinking a
and
bunch of men go into a movie theater and then they jerk off
right.
to a porn movie, that is just
If my
weird.
That's
boy,
weird.
if my
No,
boy
it's an
said he did
American.
that,
Hell, it's not just
he would be
American.
less close of a
That is
boy
so
after that.
weird.
He'd be like, okay, that's weird.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I used to watch Reading Rainbow. I loved that shit when I was a kid.
I
did
love
too.
reading.
I liked Pee Wee. Mecca lecca high,
Cowboy
mecca hiney
Critter.
ho.
Yeah, that was what was the genie's name? He had a name, right?
Jambi.
Yeah, Jambi and
Jambi!
Cowboy Critter.
Ah,
Cowboy Critter.
Jambi!
There was,
You know-
Cherry. Remember
We know
Cherry?
what the real terrible performance of LeVar Burton is, right? And it's from Roots. So that was his worst.
Jordy
role ever.
LaFord. Jordy LaFord.
Oh, I'm telling you, it's
Name,
true.
boy.
I'm just saying, it's a terrible role.
Toby. My name is Toby, Nick. Damn. Shit.
Jordy LaForge from Next
Besides, he'll always
Generation,
be
right?
Jordy. He'll always be Jordy LaForge. He'll always be Jordy.
Jordy Jordan.
And I used to, you remember how like in the 80s the women had like that hair combs? I used to take one of my mom's and pretend I had like the same visor that Jordy had when I was this kid in Star Trek.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, ladies in the
I
80s,
didn't
man,
do
you remember that?
I do.
Neither one of us remember that, Joey. Not
They
you
say
and I.
LeVar Burton is not gay. He has a wife, but that doesn't.
Something about a
mean
lady
he's
in the
not.
80s, you know?
Right. Who said he's gay? He's not gay.
He's not gay.
I just want to sniff him, you know what I'm saying?
Josh is trying to
I
make
thought.
him gay.
No, I thought Jalen told me that one time.
No,
You ever
I
see a
wouldn't
lady?
say that,
You ever see a
though.
lady?
Hey, just
using the
because
restroom?
he was with a show associated with a rainbow does not mean he was gay.
He was a
LeVar
makeup
Burton is
artist. He was
straight.
a professional makeup artist.
What time is it there?
The rainbow
What
was
time
God's
is it there,
promise.
Nada?
Right?
Yeah,
Nada, what time is it?
How's it still sunny?
I don't know, 8 or something.
Or
12,
time
11,
zones
10,
are cool to me.
9, 8,
I don't know, Pacific.
8, 10.
It's 8, right? Yeah.
8,
If it's
10.
Pacific, it's 9.
It's 9.
Was
if
it
it's
9?
Pacific. Yeah.
Okay, well 9.
8?
Is it 9?
Why the fuck are we telling you? You don't got direct access to a clock?
7, 10,
It's on my
9. Oh,
phone.
it is
I'm
9.
on my phone right now. Let's see. Yeah, 9/11.
Oh,
Damn.
Jesus.
9/11. Uh-oh.
Let's
Whoa,
let's take a
9/11
moment.
on
Let's
6
my
on
bad.
Let's
6
take a
11,
moment
huh?
of silence for the 9/11 victims.
Dang.
Speaking of which, there was a guy at McDonald's. One of his ticket number was 9/11, and they called it out 9/11. And everybody went, "Ooh, shit."
Did you see they made that
said,
portal?
No.
Yes.
They made
Couple
that
tits
portal.
got the portal shut down.
They made that portal in New York between like New York and the Netherlands so that they could see what
Oh,
people
yeah.
in the
Dublin.
Netherlands.
Titties.
And somebody
Yeah.
held up their phone. And
Titties.
somebody held up their phone to the camera, and it was a picture of the twin towers. being
9/11.
blown up.
How funny
Oh.
was that?
I thought you were talking
Well,
about
Yeah,
there
they
were some
allowed
base
that.
Irish
That was
people there. There were some
fucked
base
up.
Irish people there.
They allowed that, and then a woman shows her breast, and we got to shut it down. We can make fun of terror attacks, but we can't see a couple tatas on the screen. Unbelievable.
Mr. Mad! He's
Who's that, Mr.
alive!
Mad? My brother?
Mads, what's up?
Man.
Mr. Mad.
Did somebody
What's
say
up, fool?
9/11?
What's going on, my niggas? Somebody say 9/11? Oh, shit. Yeah, something 9/11?
I can't even see him on my screen. The screen's
I
so
can't
full.
see him either. Yeah, but I can hear him.
You ain't missing much. What up, y'all? It's been a minute, man.
You look good.
I
Let
was
me
know.
because I'm actually awake right now. Usually I'm fucking sleeping when you guys are doing this shit.
Yeah, you made
Lately.
some good looking. What were those burgers? On
When
your-
was it?
Today, I think you
Had
posted
a chicken nugget?
something.
You talking about
Yesterday,
the,
right?
I think those are chicken thighs, the smoked ones.
Yeah. Yesterday.
Yeah.
On the grill.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Man, his food looks
What was
delicious.
the
Smoked a
seasoning?
couple thighs.
What up, fucking Jubs and Floor, and is that Nada? My brother? What up,
Yeah.
Nada? Who's this driving
up?
dude?
Man,
Mayhem.
I'm driving
What's up,
right now.
Mayhem?
Oh, Mayhem, yeah.
JC invited me, so thank JC for hitting me up.
What's up, Mr. Man?
What up, though? Biff, Boof, you smoking now? You know,
Boof. Oh, he smoke.
Boof.
that shit's gonna kill you, Boof.
He usually doesn't
I don't
smoke in his
care.
He went to
house.
Boof now.
He usually
He
goes
used to call
outside.
him Buzz.
I'm
Now he
just-
calls him Boof.
I'm
I like
about
that.
to go
Buzz.
outside. Oh, he goes.
No,
to
that's a
Boof,
running
Biff,
joke. Buzz, Biff, Boof, Bill,
Boof,
Bob.
Boof.
Nobody knows his name. And it's funny, he was in Steve's stream the other night, and they're like 622-891-620. Wait, 29.
Ain't it just sit 2210?
Or that was Jester's stream, not Steve's.
Why Floor always eating though? Floor.
Oh yeah, that was on Jester's stream. Yeah.
I'm hungry.
Give
I
us
need
some-
dinner.
I know.
Let her pass. She just went through an earthquake.
You said Earth with 2 F's?
An
An
earthquake.
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 Earth with 2 F's.
She went through an earthquake. Like, let her
I
eat.
heard earthquake.
Which, Lord, by the way, I don't know what's going on in Guatemala for you. You got crazy neighbors. You got that crazy lady that you about to beat up, and then people coming into your house. Just stay in America when you come.
It keeps you on your toes. It keeps you on your toes. I'm ready for anything.
I guess you are. You gotta be.
Except for
Yeah, you're probably tougher than America.
Yeah, she's married.
Central
look at
America
this.
has a lot of earthquakes.
We got a lot of bitch ass people in America these days.
Why are you upside down?
Americans, when they feel the earthquakes, they
He's
are
been
like
sideways. He's sideways the whole
and
night.
we're just
because he doesn't know how to hold a phone.
Yeah.
We've already questioned him
Check this
about
out,
his
guys.
camera angle. He still hasn't fixed it.
Hold on.
Wait, if
You gonna
Mr.
get us
Man
through
and Buff here and I'm here, we need to take a shot.
Oh shit. Here we go.
Here we go,
There
dude.
Look at the
David, do you get
Oh,
every
is that a
single
rabbit?
night?
Is that half of a
No,
rabbit?
That's on camera then.
Half of a rabbit.
Okay, Floor?
Y'all made me
Yeah,
want
let's drink poison.
Look at
What a
this
good
cat.
idea.
This cat is just murking animals. That's a
Let's
half of a
go,
rabbit.
people live, Daddy Dub.
Killer.
First of
She's
all,
a killer.
you
Look
eat
at this
every
cat.
single-
Let's
not
go.
Every single day. I don't know why she kind of.
Bro, this cat is a
You know
legend.
what's a good idea? Let's drink flammable liquid.
Do you guys not see this cat right? How are you all talking?
Personality.
How are you all
Good
talking right now?
God.
There's
Yeah,
a cat
cats
murking a
kill
rabbit.
Half a
That's what they
rabbit.
do. That rabbit's dead. That's half a rabbit.
Whoa.
Yep.
Look at that cute
Yeah.
cat.
What?
Oh
I
my
can take
god,
out a
he has
rabbit
a
time
cute
He's a killer.
rabbit.
That thing ain't
Look at
cute.
his
He's a
That's a
face.
killer.
killer.
Bro, that cat
He's
is
a
a
killer.
legend.
That cat is dismembering a corpse, and you're talking about it's cute.
It's
This is real
awesome.
life.
It's adorable. Look at his eyes. How he's like, yeah, I got
No,
this
that
rabbit.
cat is
It's
a damn
adorable.
felon, as far as I'm
Freaking
concerned.
Salem is
Steve,
killing
she's
a
a killer.
rabbit.
You can cook that up.
That's a murderer, and he's
Salem
fucking with the
killing
body.
Bugs Bunny over here.
Oh, look at him! Oh, that cat is brutal.
That's the most epic thing ever.
going on here?
Peterson, stop the fight, dude.
It's a neighbor's cat. All they do is kill. They just kill. They're killing machines.
Yeah, I can tell it's
Right,
killing a dead thing. That thing's dead already. It's still in for the kill. Look, it's going back.
God dang.
Man,
Like it's not dead enough.
Give it some type of
rabbit
Now look
went
at it.
the
It's like,
wrong
hey, what's
door.
up? What's up? Yeah, I got
It's
this
like, didn't
rabbit.
I do a
Hey,
good
check
job?
me
Look
out,
at me.
dude.
I did a good job.
Bruce Wayne.
Yo,
Dude, that cat is
Now, his
awesome.
name should
girl,
be I
that
Can't
cat does
Breathe.
rule.
That violent
For the
ass
record,
fucking
the cat
cat.
rules.
Oh, shut
Well,
up.
it's a
girl.
black cat,
Little
so
girl.
It's,
Right.
its
That
name
would make
is
sense if the
BLM.
cat was the one that's there for your stupid
that's black
joke.
on white crime.
What is it messing with?
Look at
Is
her
that the half
going.
of a rabbit? What is that?
Yeah, that's the back
Yeah.
half
Yep.
of a rabbit. This cat murked it.
We're all witnessing a murder right now.
I did that.
Look
But
at
He's a
you,
killer.
oh, y'all,
cat.
No,
It's
the murder
adorable.
happened a
y'all
long
would say
time
that the
ago.
rabbit took a $20 bill and didn't deserve to die.
Dude, that cat
You
is
Did you
awesome.
do any fentanyl, Kitty?
Counterfeit $20 bill.
Kitty, are you high on fentanyl? What's going on?
Somebody say fentanyl.
Oh, here
Hey.
he comes with his cat.
You need to pet it. You need to pet it. Jordan Peterson said you should always stop to pet a
Why's
cat.
your,
Wait,
why's your
Good
Why does
job.
your cat look like a
Good
young
job,
Wilford
kitty.
Brimley?
All right.
Yo, the diabetes though.
John, don't show him this.
That cat is
I just hear
awesome.
crunching.
That's
I hear
adorable. You
bones
can tell
crunching.
the difference between a house cat and a cat that is out there. Look at that cat eating half of a rabbit, and then John's cat. It's just like not even moving. He's not feeling like it.
Bro,
Where we at, y'all?
That cat
I know
is
it's a fucking
legit.
Tuesday night, but
I don't know. I'm
Tuesday
waiting on
night.
Jalen to get on camera and take a shot.
Basically Saturday for me.
All right. Saturday for you now, Josh. I saw you moved your shits to like fucking the middle of the week now.
Yeah.
I can't keep up, man. I've been
All right, let's do this. What
Where's
Mr.
Biff
Mac?
at?
Let's run this horse. Let's run this horse.
Let's ride this horse.
I gotta get my beer.
Saw that? Nobody saw that. I was the only one.
Let's wait on the host.
It's not gonna happen.
Or does your cat look like a constant state of mad?
Where's the other killer?
He's like, bitch, I was asleep.
Where's the other killer?
Who is
How many black cats
Stanley
do
from
you
The
need?
Office?
Jesus Christ, are you looking for bad luck? I don't know how to.
Who the hell is Stanley from The Office, by the way?
That is
John.
Yeah, it's me.
That's who?
John. John
Yeah,
Moe.
he's had about 20 different little thumbnails for his
Is that John
window
Frederick?
there.
No, not John
No,
Fraser.
not
Man, I was
He's the
hoping
one
it
that just had the cat on.
Oh,
I wish John Frederick was here too. He's crazy. He's fun to spar with too.
did you put John Frederick in his place the last time?
Idea.
All right.
That don't mean he don't need to stop coming in here though. It'd be fun listening to y'all. Y'all make me laugh.
You want me to summon him?
Summon John. Yeah, summon JF.
Since I got summoned earlier. Let me see.
Summon him. I got summoned. Mr. Mad, I got summoned.
Here you go,
because
Buff. Here you go.
They said a gay guy on a picture was bad. I was like, there's nothing wrong with that.
You said what?
Did your cat take a selfie? What the fuck?
He's a very photogenic cat.
I'm trying to find Speakeasy. He said he's rating open panels tonight. I'm trying to get him to.
I got some news for you, Stanley from The Office. You've got toxoplasmosis, buddy.
What?
Welcome
That's
to
the cat piss
toxoplasmosis.
disease. That's the cat piss disease, right?
It is. It's a brain worm that gets in your brain and makes you love cats so much that you just want to be with them forever.
Weird, because I have never watched Speakeasy,
Legend.
but it just recently started popping on my feed, and I'm like, who is that?
About
And that's crazy that you watch it.
Let's ask the dog. Dog, how do you feel about a brain worm making you love cats?
What effect?
Great insight. All right.
That was a good bit, Buff. I like
Here
that.
we go. Cheers.
Yeah, I can't even see you, but
Cheers. Oh my gosh.
Idiocracy, yes.
Oh, great
Wait, I
movie.
hate water bottles, Daddy Jug.
What?
I thought you hated water bottles.
I don't use they're disposable ones, but
Oh, okay.
I never throw away a bottle, dude.
This is a classic. Bam.
That was a good
Damn,
one.
you got a
Hey,
lot
hold on.
of
Still got it.
That was a good one.
Is this still,
I like
still on your
Blue
kitchen table?
Still
Yep,
got
there
it,
you
right?
go.
Oh,
They literally are brothers.
Oh, look at him! Look at him! Oh shit!
There's a
Look,
dual
we
class
have-
one too.
We just
Oh,
have
you know,
a
two can
podcast.
play this game. Two can play this game. Two can play this game, Nada.
Oh, shit. That's
Willow.
Ooh.
VHS.
oh,
VHS, baby.
Oh, VHS Willow. Okay. There you go.
Damn.
Yeah.
Got some
There you go.
cassette tape. Thank you.
River, hey,
That's old school.
Look like that.
20 minutes
I thought
timeout for
I
that.
recorded it off of TV.
Bro, I miss VHS.
Oh,
That's
you
not
can
all my
look at
DVDs.
my shiny metal ass. I wish I had.
That's maybe a third of my DVDs right there. Right there.
Bro, how about the loss of digital media? The world's gonna lose all the digital or physical media. I mean.
What do you mean? Look, Daddy Job, look
Right.
back there.
Yeah, thank God for people like you. But
Hey,
like, it's
give me.
upsetting. Ain't no
That's a
block
third of my shit right there.
I hope you're doing good.
Maybe.
Here's the problem, though.
Great.
Here's the
I
problem.
know
There
what you
there is such a thing. There is such a thing as this rap.
They go bad?
Yeah.
Really?
Well,
Really?
They go bad.
it's more in like hot and humid climates. It happens.
No, it's the
Okay.
like there's a layer, and it actually like separates.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you gotta keep
Look
it
at this.
cool and dry.
Look at this rare gem that I have. It's very hard to find this movie. You remember
I
this
know.
movie? A Far Off Place?
what is that?
Since we're doing this right
Flat
now,
out my game.
who got this though?
This is the one that had Reese Witherspoon, and she's like 13, and it had
What is
Ethan
that?
Embry,
Getting these jokes
and it was a
thrown
Disney movie.
at us.
Far Off
over
Place.
here,
Disney,
okay?
but Disney doesn't.
Arrival. Oh,
But
shit, I
Disney
don't have
doesn't let you
Arrival.
watch this movie
I'm on
anymore
both sides.
because they
People
kill elephants and black
people
people
need
in
to
the first
remember
30
that,
minutes, and
okay?
you can see why Disney would be.
Well, you know what Disney movie I've been looking for
There's
for a
nothing
long
in
time
there.
I know it's somewhere
is
in the layer. I think it's
Man
my
of the South. Song of the
Yeah.
South.
yeah, Song of the
Oh,
South.
Song
I
of the South.
really
Oh,
I
good
need
luck
to get that
finding it, bro.
movie.
I have Song
Yeah.
of the South, but the
I've been
digital. I got the digital copy. I can
Here's a
send it.
rare one. Here's a rare one that's going to be very hard to find.
I've been looking for a physical copy of Song of the South
Oh
for
my
like
goodness,
since the
Lord.
90s.
Yeah,
You
good
remember
luck.
this movie?
Okay, Nada, we are on the same
Man.
wavelength tonight. Because
Remember
when
this
they
movie
showed
with
that picture,
Sidney Poitier and John
when they
Travolta?
showed
White
that
Man
picture
Forever?
of Donnie Wahlberg, I was like, that's Donnie Wahlberg from The Sixth Sense. That's New Kids on the Block.
Yeah.
That's
Mayhem, where are you at?
Mr. Jenny Gard. Jenny,
I'm in
not
Omaha,
Jenny Gard, Jenny
Nebraska.
McCarthy.
He's on the
Oh,
high
okay.
road.
Yeah,
dude.
plenty
Remember
of
this movie,
fucking
Buff?
crap
Do
going
you remember
on.
this movie? 80s people. You remember this movie? Space Camp.
Space Camp. I haven't seen that in so damn long.
What's it
This is a
called?
rare one. Space Camp.
Space
Space
Camp.
Camp.
And it has
Ah,
Joaquin
Halo.
Phoenix as a
Yeah.
little kid.
Performance.
That's right. That's got Kate
That's
Capshaw
sick.
and then Joaquin Phoenix as a little kid.
Mommy is sick.
Yeah.
Okay,
Shout
who
out
all was born
Mommy.
in the 80s? Y'all were all like, all you 80s people are like all around the same age, right? 81, 82.
I was born in the
83.
80s.
82.
You,
I just
Daddy,
had a
born in the
birthday
80s.
Saturday. I'm 40. I'm 40 now.
happy belated birthday.
I was supposed to be.
Lucas.
Okay,
I was
look,
supposed to be
Florida,
born in the 70s.
around, Florida, oh, then Josh is 87, and
I
Floor,
was born
she's
in the
2 years
90s.
older than me.
Everybody
You're
needs to
not
I was
go.
supposed to be born in the 70s.
Everybody needs to go
Yeah,
to Escape with Speakeasy and tell him to come raid this panel.
Where you at, Buff?
I'm
You can raid
1993.
this ass.
Raid be
Oh,
good.
What?
I don't
crap.
have any of
What?
my covers with me. All my shit is in a big
what is it, though?
folder,
Oh,
but I
shit.
don't have
Is that
any of my
vinyl?
What
cases
year were
with
you
me.
born in?
Picture this, baby.
Yeah, see that
Oh,
I
on
was born in
okay.
Laserdisc.
88.
That's
There you go.
badass, man.
There you go,
One
John.
year younger than you.
Here's another one.
I
You're
was
probably not
hatched
gonna
in
find anytime
83.
soon.
Blazing
Oh,
Saddles on
Blazing
Laserdisc. Are
Saddles.
you
Yeah.
Oh,
kidding me?
Blazing
Come on,
Laserdisc.
Blazing
There we go.
Saddles.
Holy
There we go.
shit.
Wow.
Dang, he got heat.
Shit.
Nada got heat. Nada got all kinds of heat. Raging Bull. Walking Tall.
Yep.
Old thing here. There we go.
The
Here's
original
another
or the remake with The Rock?
I have the
Training Day.
original and the remake.
All right, you can just piss off now. John, do you see this?
Oh, shit.
Yeah. That's what's up. Right next to Dirty Harry.
Hey, Dirty Hair is a good one.
Oh, I've got
But
that.
that's also in
This though,
Do you feel?
that collection.
where you at?
Ooh,
Nada?
Star Wars
feel
Laserdisc. Ooh, nice.
Yeah, Star Wars Laserdisc.
Ooh, that Married with Children, the complete seasons. I got that.
Love and
Whoa, where?
marriage.
Yeah.
I got Seinfeld in my
I don't know
apartment.
what.
Seinfeld, the Critic. Ooh,
Dang.
Critic.
Ben
Hey,
Stiller.
I got the critic. Well, not a.
I even got the complete Ellen.
There it
Where is it? A complete
Okay,
Ellen
let's
show
go.
series.
I don't have the Ellen, but I do have the Tick. I do have the Tick.
The Tick?
The
Yeah.
Tick,
The Tick?
1996.
Like
You got the Tick.
Lonesome Dove? Huh?
Tick, the animated series, though.
Class.
The TV
Inspector
series, yeah.
Gadget. Inspector Gadget is a classic.
Hold on, the animated series.
It's at their Gadget.
Is that
What, the Tick?
You got City Slickers.
What's that?
You got City Slickers.
City Slickers? I do have City Slickers. I don't know if I have the case for it, though.
I thought you said titty twisters.
Animated series or the live action?
Live action.
You gotta get the animated.
With Batmanuel.
That's
I'll send the Dislord.
version.
I'd send the Discord
Live
link, but I
action,
can't.
okay.
Dislord. I'm just fucking dyslexic today.
And he's Die Flighter Mouse in the
What are you guys talking
the
about over
animated
there?
series, right?
Is he?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Hello.
Die Flighter Mouse is Batmanuel, or was replaced by.
I was in an opera called that.
Well, it's like a play on words. Ooh,
I'm
there's
trying
a
to
good
get
one.
Speakeasy to come in here right now, and he just read my.
There's a good one.
He's like, "What are you guys
Yeah.
talking about over there?" But he's doing a stream where he's rating other
Dr.
panels.
Strangelove.
Rating?
Doctor Strangelove, yeah.
Get him in here.
He said, "What are you
Dream a
guys
Little
talking
Dream.
about over there?" I'm like, "We're not talking about anything."
All right, so
There's a classic.
Let's talk about
Here's
something
some-
deep.
Movies.
Here's some last things that I have too as well. Remember this one? I love this movie. Who knows?
We're talking about
Shadow.
movies.
Okay.
Shadow.
Right now, we're talking about movies. In
Look at
20
that
minutes,
one.
we might be talking about
Mad Max.
Mad Max Beyond the Thunderdome.
Mad Max.
Oh, nice. Cop
Oh,
and a
shit.
half. Look at that.
Cop and a half. Yeah.
Here's a rare movie. It's very hard to find this one. Do you guys
Why
remember
did
this
Echo
one?
come in here where it's cooler?
Not.
And he goes back.
Somebody say
Vaguely.
cop it up.
It's the one where the kid from
Yeah.
Jurassic Park has AIDS, and then they go out on an adventure to try to find a
Nope,
cure.
I missed that one.
Yeah, it will make you cry. I mean, this movie will make you cry.
Mr. Castle. Oh, this is one of Glenn's friends.
And then
so
Nada.
it
Remember we were
should be-
talking
I've
about this
got
one? Remember this one?
That.
Gleaming the Cube.
Gleaming the
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mr.
Yeah.
Castle.
Somewhere.
Never mind. I know who Mr.
I have that
Castle
somewhere.
is.
Oh, I think somebody.
then I've got
Is,
this
Yeah, have
one.
y'all seen the movie where they're stuck in a cube? I love the movie where they're stuck
it's
in
called
a cube.
Cube.
Oh,
I've got all
Yeah.
of them.
Literally called Cube.
Then there's this movie that's
Oh,
got
yeah.
all the pedo symbols in it.
Japanese
Right?
Flight of the
I love
Navigator,
that
baby.
movie.
They're
Oh, shit.
talking about
Flight of the
doing a
Navigator.
remake.
The
The
Wizard.
Wizard.
Urban, if you're in the
Wizard. Oh, I love the
Discord,
Wizard.
so you can,
I love the
so I
Wizard.
can get that invite, I'll come to your open panel.
I saw it in theaters too.
Yeah, me
I'll come
too.
check it out.
Oh, hold on,
Yeah,
hold on, hold on.
Cube
Hey,
was
hold on,
awesome.
hold on, hold on, hold on. He just
Oh, I
said.
love the Wizard.
Oh,
He
word.
just said if I join his
Okay.
Discord and I send
Word,
him an
word, word,
invite, he'll
word.
come join the panel. He's got like 120 people watching it right now.
Remember that one?
Oh.
Bring them. Do it.
What does that say? Black cinnamon?
The Black
Yeah.
Cauldron.
Cauldron?
Wait, what's
Black
a
Cauldron, yep.
good topic?
Or
Are we
Rome,
gonna
it
go
might
with
as
biggest
well
pod
have
in?
been.
Oh.
Waterworld, I got that one too.
Waterworld.
By the
Waterworld.
way, did I?
Biggest flap of all time.
The Warriors.
Come
Did
out
I?
to play.
Yeah, Warriors. Oh, yeah.
No, I
This is
didn't.
embarrassing.
We're
I've
supposed
got
to add.
pizza
I
in
don't
my
want to
mouth.
bring this guy into this mess.
to
What
the
the
dono
hell
bar.
am I bringing this guy
So we're at
into?
I got
85
pizza in
Oh,
my
we can.
pocket.
Yeah, Flight of the Navigator. I heard
out of
somebody say.
150.
Yeah.
You guys
No,
are
I
Ask
don't
him the
know.
biggest
And
animal.
then how about this? You ready for some major 80s member berries? Here we go. Ernest goes to camp.
Ernest goes to camp. There you go.
Ernest.
Yeah.
shit.
Oh, I've seen
I
that
have.
one.
I have half of the
Ernest.
You
Ernest
have it, yeah.
collection.
Ernest is pretty
Where is
fun.
this?
Ernest Scared Straight. You have that one too,
I need
John?
to read.
Ernest Scared Straight.
Yep.
Mm.
Every Ernest movie is
Wow, I
up
just
there.
got an
Rest in
alert. What is
peace.
that?
Rest
Yeah.
in peace.
I'm getting alerts. What are the alerts?
Dreaded Conservative. Is that this person? Is that
Where's your Ernest? I see the
Some
Chappelle show.
VHS.
Yeah, that's me.
Chappelle Show.
Guys,
Chappelle Show.
Okay. Give me a minute.
Hold on.
All
We
the
might.
Eastbound and
Down.
Down. Huh?
Damn.
I don't have any
is
physical.
that
Hazard?
the urban guy?
Dukes
He
of
got some
Hazzard.
hitters,
That would-
bro. Nada's got
I
all.
think so.
Oh, here we go.
I think it's got the same.
This is the
picture.
shit right there.
Nada got all kinds.
Dude,
of
Little
Dude,
Joe Rogan.
Wow.
Huh?
Well,
And John Lovett.
News radio.
No, it's
Wow.
radio. Yeah,
Oh,
it's radio.
rest in peace, Theo.
Yeah.
I'm
Y'all
gonna
gonna
have to
break out my
go.
DVD collection, but it's in my
Damn,
basement. I
guys.
feel like grabbing boxes.
Curb,
Right?
you got curb?
Hold on,
This
I'm
is
gonna have to
taking a
shut
lot.
all
Go to
you
my
guys up if
storage.
this guy comes in here because
Here, I'll look for
I'm
it
gonna have to go to my
while
storage
we're
and get
waiting
my
for
damn
this.
original release of ET. That was
Let me
the
hit
black
that
VHS
refresh.
tape
We'll
that
find the
had that
panel.
flip top part was green.
I don't know.
And I was
Smoke
like, I need
signal
the
on again? We can go over
original
there.
fucking releases of it.
Sounds
Dear
pretty right.
God, yo, let me go get this shit.
Where's this dude about to raid us? Because I'm coming with a sword and a shield
well,
Is that King of
against
the
any invasion.
What? Oh.
you might
Yeah,
have
that
to talk about
Well,
something
how-
other than lame movies.
Tell Speakeasy I got a sword and a shield in hand, dude, if he's raiding
All right,
us.
somebody throw a
Who's this?
topic out there, other than movies.
The
All
Office.
right.
Who's
You
the guy
don't
with the
pull up
coal
on
black
JS Shores and
headphones?
it's gonna be easy, dude.
And some drifting.
Oh, that's where Glenn went.
Or is that he just joined?
I was wondering where Glenn went. Guy went
That's
over the
two copies
fucking
of
blow
Little-
states.
Hold on. Go back.
Blow
Why do you have
states.
two
Yep.
copies of
Copies
Little
of Little Nicky.
I don't know.
How do I? Okay, so I just joined his Discord.
Oh,
How do
you
I?
are
In case
okay.
one
So
copy-
here, I'll give
In
you
case
a
one copy
role
Love
gets
to
destroyed.
in the
you
Discord.
Osmosis Jones,
with
Demolition Man,
Now you can send
Man,
me
that's
an
a
invite to
fucking great
this
Yeah.
open panel.
Great.
Bloodsport.
Send me an
Bloodsport is
invite to
amazing.
He's
your
got it all
Discord so I
of
can
them.
come to the open
You really
panel.
do.
I
You know
haven't
what's
seen
funny about?
Bloodsport.
Well, you
I
know
need
what's
to
funny
see
about
Bloodsport.
Demolition Man is you know how like what was it, the fast food industry
Wait a minute.
took
That
over.
thing you just
You know,
sent me was streamed
That-
months
that's
ago.
happening.
models in box.
Dude,
That's
dude,
happening now.
I just paid $12 for 2 items at Taco Bell the other day.
But they are live.
Do you have to order at the kiosk when you go in? Like
Yeah.
I'm like,
Oh, no,
I
no,
have
no.
to do y'all's job, share the paycheck.
So check it out.
Oh,
They
I
put a
saw that,
sign up
yo.
that says, "Please order at
That
the
was
kiosk,"
crazy.
and then if you need to
They
pay
showed
cash,
you seen
come
the
you know
dude
come
was
see
talking
us after you make your transaction. However, I wanted to buy the the little Cheez-It squares by themselves, so I had to
Yeah.
order raw dog like the
Yeah.
old school days, back in the days. You know, when you just raw dog the cashier.
I don't know how I.
I had to be like, "Excuse me, ma'am, can you like get your ass right here in front of the cashier like we're supposed to be doing?" And I told her, I was like, "Look, I want to buy 2 of those Cheez-It squares by themselves." She's like, "Okay, that's fine. It's $1 each." I said, "Good," because I couldn't see them on the fucking kiosk.
All the channels updates and,
And they don't like to help
You run into some
every job.
dummies too. In the fast food working now, you run into some dummies. I don't
They're
think
not
it's
sending
always
their
been
best.
this
There,
bad.
bad attitude.
They're not sending their best. But check it out. If you
Yeah,
go to
they
Wisconsin, y'all,
they act like
with Shawshank Redemption shit. If you go to Wisconsin, night and fucking day. I've never been
Ooh,
more
I've
pleased
heard.
by customer service at a fast food restaurant than when I went to Wisconsin one time. The
Just
Dell.
stopped coming around, most of them.
Now they act like it's a disservice for them to
Captain
do their
Ron.
job.
There you go.
Josh, ask John and Mr. Matt to help you. They the tech guys.
I
But
don't know about Captain Ron. Sorry about that one.
I'm
all the real
I'm
ones are
a little more
smart.
techie
As
than
should
I let on, but
You know what I like?
You
No,
see
you're
Walmart
not,
with
dude.
those self
Lord
checkouts
of the
they're
Hey,
cracking
DJ
down
Sonic, I appreciate it.
on people
I like that. I like
supposedly
that.
stealing.
Nada leaves the fucking
see that?
labels on them, like the old.
JS.
My
JS, how do you copy
That's some West Coast
paste
shit,
with
man.
your
Remember that?
keyboard?
I don't know what this
Control-
guy's even talking
Wait,
about.
I got all of them.
Are you wanting to copy my
twice.
entire screen? Or
I got
Don't
every
tell
last
him.
Blu-ray,
You didn't
every last
know.
one.
I said Control V.
My name is in
For
the
that other
credits of
guy,
this one.
You didn't
I
say
sent you
Control C first, though.
a message
and this
on
one.
Discord so you
Why?
could send me an
What did you
invite
do?
Yeah,
to
man.
this
And then now that Buff
Discord
is
with the
back,
open panel.
I
But
guarantee
Is that
you.
true?
I
Is that
guarantee
true,
you.
Rome?
Hold on. He messaged me in Discord.
oh,
Look at that.
Ooh, Last Dragon.
up, Pac?
Shit, I
Problem
heard
is,
that
there's
somewhere.
too many people going on. Everybody's talking over each other.
Dragon on VHS.
You don't know how to wait your turn to
yeah,
talk.
let's look for something else for now. This is
No.
Shut
kinda-
up.
I gotta get off here anyways. My food's ready.
I just got a message here in the chat here. I'm trying to see if
I
it's
don't know what they're
true.
even talking
Is it
about.
your birthday, Mayhem?
Mayhem just turned 40.
Saturday was.
Last
Saturday was
week
my
was,
birthday.
right?
It was. Oh.
Saturday, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Belated
Steve was
birthday.
saying. Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Oh, gross, Buff,
you.
stop. You sound disgusting.
No, there's nothing happy.
Do
There's
that
nothing to be
again.
happy about
Never do
on a
that again.
birthday.
I
Birthdays
told y'all
are
he the gayer
ass.
one. He
I
gayer
feel.
than
I need a shot, guys.
After I turn 21, I hate my birthday,
Yeah,
dude.
it
I'm
is
trying
a
to forget
monkey.
how old I am.
But still, that's a good idea to sing happy birthday to him. We should
Messages
sing
failed
to
to
him.
load. Try again.
So I'm
Why
probably
are
the
you?
oldest one here,
disagree.
huh? I must be the
I
oldest
We're
one.
disagree.
talking
I
about
think a birthday
movies
is not
right
an
now.
occasion
It's
to
a
be celebrated
mess.
beyond
Count of
21.
three.
Well,
On
I
the
can
count of
come in
three,
there and
everybody
bring
sing
up
happy birthday to
topics, bro.
Mayhem. One,
I can come in there
No,
and see some
three.
world
sad.
views, what you guys
Happy
believe in, and shit like this. I don't know.
To you.
I can come and try, bro. I can
Happy
try for you. I
birthday
just you
That's
you have
less
to send
time
me an
now than
invite.
you
I
have
I
on this
can't get there if
planet.
I can't get there.
birthday, truck driving
Celebrating
badass
your eyes on
motherfucker
Hey,
Marley
hey,
display.
hey, hey!
Marl.
Shut up!
Happy birthday to you
Oh, we're singing happy
and many
birthday. My bad.
more.
No, I was singing a
Cheers.
remix.
We're done.
I
I'm
was
trying to
singing a
do
remix.
something right now. I'm trying to do something right now. This is your
All right,
birthday
quit.
song. It isn't very
Y'all
long.
are fucking all like a mother.
I gotta get going,
Wait,
guys. Get
He
going.
he said
I'm
did I take it?
Later,
anti-birthday.
Don.
he said I need to send
Bye,
him an invite.
fellas.
I need to send him an invite on
He
Discord.
said that he already sent you one right now on Discord. He's waiting for you to send the invite.
But I don't see it. Direct messages. I don't have any direct messages from him.
I'm trying to forget how old I am, and I'm
Stanley
anti-birthday.
Fucking Eli discs. I see you, Stanley from The Office. Why you got bootlegs though?
Why is I don't have any messages?
It's not
What's
bootleg.
wrong with bootlegs, dude?
This is stuff. This is stuff I couldn't bring the cases with.
Man.
This is like stuff I bought in Hawaii.
Oh, is that Nida? Never mind.
It
that
says
was-
messages failed to load. Why am I not in his
Is that multi? Oh, never mind.
Hawaii don't got. Oh, being John Malkovich, Hawaii
It's
don't got
expensive.
cases.
It takes a
It's
lot of money
expensive.
with the full case and everything.
If he
probably.
comes
I
in here,
still
it's
have
gonna
all
get
the
way
cases
deeper.
at my parents' house.
Alright, I gotta get off the knee, guys. Peace.
Where is?
Let's punch drunk love.
Hey, JS, hold on, guys, JS,
Hold on, I found it.
hold on, JS.
Oh, that's too many Bourne movies.
JS.
Jalen, why you ducking?
What?
Did you know that when one of your thumbnails you misspelled conservative?
I know.
Making sure.
That's why I
'Cause
don't use
saw
that.
like
I didn't misspell it. The AI misspelled it.
Well, let's not do that.
Well, I misspelled it for the AI to make it.
That's the Harold and Kumar. That's what's up right there.
Hey, sir, can you do me a favor and put your damn movies in alphabetical order?
Oh,
Nah, who does that?
No, they're
No.
by genre.
Yeah, dude, let him organize how he wants it organized.
He knows where they are. He goes, okay, Zoolander's after Harold and Kumar. That's how you do shit. That paperclip is
Everybody
right
got
underneath
their own
the dresser.
Ooh,
That one
hot
paperclip
All right, I just
Hot
sent him the
fuzz.
invite.
That is a
underneath
great
the dresser right now.
I just sent him the invite. So
Hey, JC, how you got cornrows and you ain't even got no hair? What the fuck is going on?
let me live
And
my life.
now we wait. Is this guy
My
gonna
life.
join?
Hey, don't be
There you go.
judging Jalen, dude.
Or is he gonna rage
That's
you?
my last dragon.
At least
well,
one
he's looking for open panels and he likes to debate people. So
Debate.
I think
Oh,
he's
boy.
What are
he's
you gonna debate
orthodox.
him about?
One.
I don't know.
I think Jalen was good.
Tatas! I ain't seen that movie in so long.
I told him we're not talking about anything right now. We're talking about movies.
No, tell him we're talking about CB4, Cell Block 4 with Chris Rock. Go down
That's
there.
a movie.
Get the
MC
fuck
Gusto.
shit. That's
No,
the
we're
lick
talking
right
about the biggest wild animal you could take in a fight. What's the biggest wild animal you could take in a fight?
A bear.
A cat.
A manatee.
That's
I'll give you a
question.
knife.
A knife
That ain't
with a
a weird
knife? Well, you
question.
just
That's
changed
a-
the.
Oh, made
As
with
a man,
with Vince Vaughn.
as a man, you should evaluate
Yep.
this daily.
You just changed the whole thing. I could
Bro,
I
I
could put
changed
my
the game with a knife.
I could put my
I'll
finger
take
in
an
a
elephant.
manatee's nose and I can hold them underwater because they do need to breathe air, and I would keep that thing underwater.
with Joaquin Phoenix.
All right, what if we landlocked?
If I have a knife, I have a knife. We're landlocked, and I have a knife. The biggest animal that I could take in a fight with a knife.
Ah, your
I think I could take a
Tarantino
gator.
collection.
I
Okay,
think
I
I
see
could
what
take
you
a
did.
large
I
gator.
think I could kill an elephant with a
Okay.
knife.
Yeah, I
No,
think I
you
could take an
cannot.
elephant
You
with a
can't even
knife.
touch an elephant with a knife, bro.
Yeah,
But I could take like a.
Trading
I could
places,
take a
but
10-foot gator.
With Martin Lawrence?
What's an
I'll take a
empty
10-foot gator
spaces?
with a knife.
No, that's what.
How are you
What's
gonna
the
get an
worst thing?
elephant with a knife? Are you retarded? You're talking about
Well,
you're
you
gonna kill
take
an
out
elephant
their
with a knife?
you take out their
Yeah, I
eyes
take his eyes
and as
first.
they
Exactly.
thrash,
Buff
you
knows.
jump
How are
off
you
of
gonna
them,
reach his
and
eyes?
I'm gonna
His
climb on
eyes
his
are 10
back.
feet off the
easily
ground.
you get on their
Bro,
back.
you are out of your mind. You got no shot against an elephant, bro.
If I have a
I can't
knife,
believe you just said this.
I'm gonna
You
climb
have
on
that
his
much
back. I'm
faith?
gonna take his eyes out, and I'm gonna dig into his brain.
Roman her bullshit,
You said
man.
you've lost fights
They
to
got
humans. If you
they
lost
got a
a
brain.
fight to a
They got a
human
brain the size of an apricot. I'm gonna poke
that
that
is
thing.
10 feet off the ground inside of a head that is 6 feet wide.
What are they gonna do? Stomp on me or grab me with their trunk? I'm gonna dodge and I'm gonna get on his
They're
back.
gonna make the slightest movement and hit you with force you can't imagine that's possible by a living
I'm
being.
taking the
dude.
In
back.
what way?
You are toast
I'm
against an
taking the
elephant.
back and I'm going
Come
for the
on,
head.
Rome.
Yeah.
Bro, are y'all retarded?
Rome?
Talking about
Or-
you have a chance against an elephant? An elephant would do with you what it pleases. You can hit an elephant as hard as you can, it doesn't even feel you.
They're
A lion
lackadaisical.
can't
They're
do
gonna
what an
chill
elephant
out.
Bond
They're gonna be like
collection.
relaxed. I'm gonna come up and I'm
A
gonna
lion
pretend.
Oh,
does
the
not
jerk.
fuck with an
Yes,
elephant.
Somebody said
got
Rome.
that one. Yes.
Is
A
Rome in
lion
chat?
don't fuck with an
Rome
elephant.
is in
and
the
you're gonna
chat.
be
Where? Rome.
his.
Damn.
You said elephant.
That's Rome is a
I
movie
really
right there.
evaluate you
All right.
different as a
I'm
man.
thinking
You
of the
motherfucker.
biggest.
A poor black child.
I'm thinking of the
T-Rex
biggest,
has
slowest
short little
mammal.
arms.
Another Mexican Vinny? Why do you
And
have
I
so many
said an
Mexican
alligator.
You're
A
thinking of a
10-foot alligator.
yeah. You
Marissa
said
told me it's-
landlocked. You said landlocked. So you're fighting the alligator
Ooh,
on
young
land.
Frankenstein. Yes.
Yeah, alligator catch you on land. When am I gonna encounter a gator on land,
They
Well,
baby?
leg lock.
You don't want to fight a gator in the water.
I've only encountered a gator in water once, dude. But on land you catch them all the time. I could take out a 10-foot gator with a knife on land.
I'm not
I think
fighting a
pretty
bear.
easily.
I'm not fighting a bear. I'm not fighting a
No, of course not.
rhinoceros.
Of course
He
not.
argues. He argues about fighting an elephant, but he says he can take a gator. All right.
Right. I would fight an elephant before I would fight a gator.
Yeah.
Buff, a gator is so much more realistic than an
2001
elephant. You can
back.
find footage
They're
right
both
now of a
animals that
guy
exist.
mounting
First day.
The Adam Sandler
of a guy
collection.
mounting an alligator.
Missing one.
You can't fuck with an elephant. An elephant
Speakeasy
is
wants to
fine.
talk about worldview. What else? Speakeasy.
Oh,
He wants
there
to
you
talk
go.
about worldviews. We're talking about fighting animals with a knife.
All right. I'll knock it off.
No, you guys are good.
Good
How's
evening,
everyone doing?
Speakeasy. Hello.
How's everyone doing?
Oh,
Hi, Speakeasy.
Yo.
Hey, Speakeasy, you're living up to your name.
Hello there.
Word. That's what's up. That's what I do.
What's the biggest wild animal you could take with a knife?
Oh dear God.
The
Don't listen to
biggest
this.
wild animal I could take with a knife.
Landlocked.
Yeah, JS here said elephant. So
An elephant. You're gonna take
That's
an
what he
elephant with a
said.
knife.
I'm thinking
I
of the
said he's
biggest.
insane.
I'm thinking of the biggest, slowest, most lazy mammal. I would jump on his back. I'm taking his eyes out, and I'm going for the brain.
How big
You
is
can
it?
hit vital
that high?
points.
How big is that
You
knife?
can hit vital points
No,
with
he
an
can't
elephant.
jump that high.
I can
How
climb.
you jumping that high to get on an elephant?
I can climb well.
it only moves that slow because it's so threatening that you can't even try. You can't even dream of attacking it. That's why it moves slow.
Point here.
I feel like this. I'll fuck with an elephant before I fuck with a hippopotamus. That's the scope. of
Yeah.
the
Those are
difference
very
between
scary.
who
I wouldn't
mess
fuck with either.
Land
Hey, but hold
animal.
on, guys.
Okay, so what's the biggest
big is the
animal
knife?
you could take with a knife?
How big is the knife?
A big knife.
Let's say a nice
I mean, it's gotta be bigger.
8 inches.
Yeah,
eight
since
inch.
we got a
cutting blade.
lion here. I think if I'm lucky, I could take a lion.
What?
Yeah.
A
I'm
lion?
lucky.
Female or male?
Yeah, yeah. So like
I don't
my
know about
technique with a lion, because if you watch a lion attack, right, it like pounces on you, right? So my technique would just be to like push the stem of the knife against my chest and make the lion land on the knife itself. It would basically do it itself, right?
Good tactic. Good tactic.
Or
That's
it's
way
like
more
that.
realistic than an elephant.
Yeah,
It's
but
its
you're
paws hitting you before it lands on
but
you.
you're
though.
talking about a big
Being
Yeah, well,
lions and cats.
I'm not saying I'm not gonna get hurt. Yeah, I'm gonna get
Yeah,
hurt for
he's not
sure.
coming out
But
unscathed.
the lion's
This is
gonna
a
die,
thinking
not me.
man.
Well, I could probably
This
take
is
out
a
a, like a
thinking man.
aardvark.
Nada already did this, y'all.
Aardvark.
He already did this.
I would say a giraffe.
A giraffe is
giraffe.
crazy as an elephant. You can't touch a giraffe.
Oh, a giraffe is
Have you ever
good.
seen a
You
giraffe
can
fight?
take a giraffe's legs.
You can't
from
touch a
underneath you.
giraffe. You guys are nuts thinking you have a chance against an animal that stands 15 feet tall. You can't reach his
That's a
vital
long
organs.
throat.
Or it's going to
Says
stomp you
who?
out.
You?
Yeah, but you
It's
don't know
going to
where
stomp you out,
the
bro.
starts and begins with the giraffe.
They're not stompers.
No, they
They're
swing
Yes,
their
they
head
are.
at you like a
Yeah.
bat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
they'll
a big-
Oh,
definitely
they'll
just
stomp
knock
your
you
ass
out.
too. They swing their necks at other giraffes. You're not a giraffe, man. You're
Mhm.
5 feet off the
You
ground to a
take the
giraffe.
legs out from a giraffe and
Yeah,
get
cut
it
the
in
Achilles.
boom,
Cut
a
the
You
drop.
can't
Achilles.
take the legs out from a
We're good to
giraffe,
go.
man.
Do that neck.
You guys are so
Okay.
crazy.
Okay. Let's calm down here. You cut the Achilles tendons on all four of the legs of the giraffe, and then he falls, and then you have a big old neck to cut.
Yeah, he's just gonna let you do it, dude.
You
He's
can
gonna
go for the
present his
giraffe
hook.
legs. You go for the giraffe legs first.
Y'all are
Yeah, but
crazy.
can you imagine being kicked by a giraffe?
That would suck.
No.
No, you'd be
No, like-
unconscious
Like the
and probably
legs
dead
are like
short
as
after.
tall as we are, right? The legs are as
Right.
tall as we are. Like it would fly you backwards, right?
And 10 times as strong.
You know,
And
there
like
were
the way it's gonna
hunters.
fight you is it's gonna trample on you because of how small you are, right? And then like if
It
you
would
were like
obliterate
you
your
know,
bones.
yeah,
Caveman
if it's
hunters
not
would
anything,
fight
it's gonna
woolly
swing its
mammoths.
head at you.
Yeah, that's a
What about a
group of them.
wombat?
We're talking
A
about
wombat.
you taking someone out. They
A
would
wombat?
run it down until it got tired.
Wombat. What the hell is a wombat?
You could take a wombat.
That's
That's
like
kind
a.
of rude though.
I
It's an
feel like I could
adorable
take a
name.
wombat with my hands.
Right.
Yeah.
But hi,
A
speak.
wombat is like
Well,
a giant Australian beaver.
The original
basically.
question was
Yeah.
barehanded. What's the
It's like a
biggest
big
thing you
rat.
can kill barehanded? And then he added in the knife.
He did.
Mm.
What's the biggest thing you can kill barehanded?
A manatee. I put my
Manatee.
fingers in its
That
nose
was
and I'd hold
my
it
answer.
underwater.
Don't steal my answer.
You
And
know
you're
how
not gonna hold
strong
it
they are?
underwater.
They're super strong.
Yeah, right. I reevaluated and I think manatee's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Think I
don't know
fight
if
a
I could take a
dolphin.
manatee barehanded.
Those
I would
damn
say
rapists.
biggest with my hands is like a 6-foot snake, probably. Well, no, because that doesn't weigh a lot. If we're going by weight, I don't know.
I think I could beat a
'Cause I could take a
puma.
bird. Maybe, yeah, you maybe could, but
Puma.
it would have to be a small one. It had to be like a 50-pounder.
Puma's like
Barehanded.
average house cat will probably at least fuck you, give you a run for your money.
Speakeasy,
right.
this
You're
isn't
gonna
always what
feel
we
it.
do. Sometimes we talk about worldviews and we have deep debates about politics and theology and philosophy.
Lying to you. He's lying to you.
But a lot of times
Yeah. Hi.
That's all we do
Hi,
here.
hi, Speakeasy. Welcome to this magical chat of craziness. We have Daddy Jub here, who is the brother of Dreaded. Of course, you know Dreaded.
I don't think
We
he knows me.
have
He just-
Senor
I just jumped in his
Rabia.
chat.
Don't bring me
We
up
call
like
him
that.
Mr. Mads, a great source of retro gaming and media. We have
Rabia
King
got this.
JC here, our
Jalen's
resident
the gay guy, the
but he
resident
has
gay.
great. He has some great
He is
views.
the resident gay.
We have Nada. He is our resident Hawaiian guy who always at a car show for some reason. We have Floor. She is the significant other of Dreaded.
She's in Guatemala and they just got hit by an earthquake.
And I am Buff Drinks a lot. His co-host.
No.
Technically,
Word, nice to meet you all.
That
No.
is slave.
It's nice to meet you
That's a
all.
slave.
At least that's what everybody tells me. I don't know that.
So I have a topic I want to maybe shoot past you guys. See what you guys think.
All right.
is it about movies we have in sleeves? Because shit.
Is it what, sir?
DVD movies that we have in sleeves right now.
DVD movies.
No, let him have his top.
DVD movies you have in sleeves.
Like yes, like
Oh,
like
like the sleeve books. Okay, I get what you're talking about. I get what you know.
I don't have any DVDs.
Never mind.
Yeah, I got a bunch of those. Yeah, for sure.
See?
See?
He's one of us
He knows
already.
what's up.
He's one of us.
No, I was gonna actually ask, what do you guys think about OnlyFans and prostitution being the same thing?
Really gay. Oh yeah, both of them are
not.
Both are
It
bad.
is.
It is.
Same
It is
thing.
the same thing. It is the
It's
same
the
thing.
same.
They're both women selling their body for money. Just one is through the internet and the other one is in person.
One is porn, one is not.
They're both
Well,
prostitutes.
They're both.
porn is prostitution, I would say as well.
Yes. Porn is prostitution.
No.
Yeah.
Porn is essentially paid prostitution. OnlyFans is just simply selling a service. Now it is in the same realm.
Well, what is the
as
service though?
being
Literally the
prostitution,
same
but
definition.
it's not the same thing. I can't
Well, let
just
me ask
pay
you a
an
question.
OnlyFans
Let me ask.
model to
Hold
fuck
on,
me.
hold on.
Let me ask you something. So
the guest.
the one. Sorry, I don't remember your name. The one that was saying it's a service. Sorry, what's your name again?
Nobody knows his name.
You can go Biff.
Yeah,
Buff,
but what do I
Boo-
call you? What do I
Mad,
call you?
Mads. Would you like to?
His name is Shane.
Bill. I think your name is
Bob,
Bill.
Buff, Biz,
Just
Boof.
Buff.
I
Sure,
call him
yeah,
Aya.
Bill's, whatever you called. Anyways, point is, Bill. So you're saying it's a service, right? What kind of service would you call it?
What, being OnlyFans or prostitution?
Yeah, what kind of service? Yeah.
Which one, OnlyFans or prostitution?
Yeah, OnlyFans.
OnlyFans is just simply porn.
It's all.
So that's the service name you would call it. You would like so. What I'm trying to get at is, would you consider OnlyFans sexual
But-
activity?
Yes.
No, not exactly, because there are people that have OnlyFans accounts that do not do anything sexually explicit.
But they're selling their
There are
body.
people
Well,
that have
okay, but the
OnlyFans
vast
accounts
majority,
that
right?
teach about math equations.
Sure,
It's not
sure,
porn.
but we're talking about like the vast majority, and like we're talking about OnlyFans girls that do sell for their body and sexual activity. So, like, do you consider like the girls that are selling, pictures or videos of themselves, masturbating? Do you consider this sexual activity?
I consider it sexual activity. I consider it porn. I do not consider it prostitution.
But it's
Yeah, but
different.
the same thing. So the definition of prostitution is sexual activity for the exchange of money. So
Well, there's a
anything that is
physical
exchanging
aspect
money
between the
for
two.
sexual activity is prostitution. Even a stripper is prostitution.
I'm with this
There's
guy
a
right
physical aspect between the two.
No.
But Bob,
No,
you
no,
cannot
no.
go ahead.
Prostitution is
You
more
can't
of a
go
staple
ahead,
of
Bob, but you
Pros-
can't go ahead and get a porn star to talk to you and to do something specific for you. But a prostitute, you can, and OnlyFans girls do that. They go ahead,
They
get the
talk to 'em.
subscribers, and they talk to them. They request for certain content, and they do it for them for exchange of money. The only
Yeah, and
difference
even in the
is
sense
more
of
of a
porn,
staple of-
even in the sense of porn, those people were paid to go there. I'll give you an example. So if I was to pick up a girl off of the corner and bring her somewhere and pay her to have sex with someone else, did she still engage in prostitution because I
That's
paid
a
her to have sex with
prostitute.
someone else?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
so
a
that means the porn star that comes and
Right.
gets paid to have sex with someone is a prostitute.
So you can
Only
watch.
difference
be
is a
cup.
camera.
Yeah, the porn star can be glorified as legal prostitution, but
That's
the
exactly
act
what it
of
is. Yes, it's
itself of
prostitution that has been
porn,
legalized.
Is
the
porn
act itself
cuckoldry?
of
Is porn
porn and
cuckoldry when
having
you're watching
porn
another
is
guy?
not prostitution.
Unless it's solo
So,
porn.
sorry, I wanted to hear that last part. You said having porn. Is that what you said, Bill?
Bill.
Bob.
Bill.
Buff,
Bob.
Biz.
Oh, that's me.
Oh, Bob. Sorry.
Oh, that's me. Okay. Porn, yes. In the aspect of what it is, you're paying these girls, giving them money to have sex on screen.
Right.
You call it porn. Yeah, it's basically glorified prostitution.
Right.
In the
Yeah,
sense of legality, that's what it's classified as. Now, for other woman
But by
who's just sitting on the
definition, you would
corner
agree.
in Albuquerque, New Mexico, who's waiting to get picked up by a John, that's straight prostitution.
It's the same shit.
Well,
There's a
but there-
difference.
Well, there isn't though, right? So that's the thing I'm trying to
There is.
explain here because it's
One's
literally
legal, one's
the-
not.
Right. So the legal part is the only thing differentiating it. So that means they're the exact same thing, right? Because
The only
legal
difference is the
laws are
taxation.
just a social construct, right? Laws are just whatever the government
I'll
has
give you that.
decided the laws of your land are, right? That's
I'll give
what
you that.
laws are. So they don't really
Social
have an
construct.
involvement on the definition here.
I want to chime in real quick because legal skirts the laws in different ways. The way like the girls that put transparent tops on YouTube skirts the laws of YouTube because they're saying, oh, well, this is just to try something on. Or some broad who breastfeeds like a fucking fake baby just to show her breast, but then goes, hey,
Well, that
Yeah.
bitch went to jail.
That's all prostitution as well. Like, yeah, like I actually did a deep dive on this not long ago about these chicks that are doing these try-on hauls, and it's see-through clothes. So like you see their tits, you see their box, you see everything, but it's try-on hauls. So YouTube lets it slide because YouTube is anything that
It's divine
promotes like
educational.
degenerate shit on YouTube now. They're just like, yeah, let that slide. It's gotten
One of those-
pathetic to be honest.
One of those ladies.
It
with
was my
the,
problem with Twitch is why I didn't stream on Twitch for so long because of like every time I clicked on Twitch, it was just a bunch of chicks in bikinis and see-through shit and hot tubs, and so I didn't stream on there for a long time. They cleaned it up a little bit and then it got fucked again. So I just stream there till I get banned because you're not allowed to stream to multiple platforms if you stream to Twitch, and I stream to.
Did you hear about the lady that was selling her breast milk on OnlyFans and her child died?
Yeah, that's
and-
disgusting.
Yeah.
That's disgusting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely disgusting. And this is what I mean. Like, this is why
OnlyFans
I
is
want
just-
everybody to understand OnlyFans is prostitution, so that we can tell these girls like you're signing up to be a prostitute. Hey, it's not this like glorified life you think. The average OnlyFans creator only makes $140 a month. It's not what you think it is. It's a prostitute. It's the same thing as the chick on the corner. And if we tell this to them, they're gonna stop doing it.
I think that it is just like a branch, right? Like kind of like how in the medical field there is different type of doctors like OBs or just
Brain
specialists, but
surgeons.
they're all just doctors, right? But it's just a branch of prostitution. It's just another way to
It's
be
just
a
more legalized
prostitute.
prostitution. It's legalized.
But it's still prostitution. That doesn't mean that it's not a prostitute.
No, it's
Oh,
not.
yeah.
It's not under the same definition under that umbrella of prostitution.
He
No.
gave
It's
you
a
the definition of
branch.
prostitute, and it fits into there.
Yeah.
I got
No,
one.
absolutely does not fit.
I got one for our
It
guest.
absolutely does.
Guest,
Oh,
Mr.
he's
Guest.
muted.
He's muted.
Why?
I wanted to ask Speakeasy if he's orthodox.
My bad. Sorry. Could you ask that again? My bad. I had to thank somebody for a super chat, so I apologize.
Oh, on that.
Oh,
in
you
that
get
same
those? We don't get those here. No, I'm kidding.
Never mind. In the same vein, though, how do you see Hooters waitresses or bartenders who also kind of gotta, you know what I mean, spice it up
So
a
I
little
would
bit?
just
Attention.
They're not having
right. So they're
sex
not
with the
selling
clients.
sexual activity. They're dressing
What's the difference?
provocatively. And
Well,
What's the difference between Hooters waitresses and OnlyFans? What's the difference?
well, because they're selling sexual activity on OnlyFans.
Not everybody is selling sexual activity on
Yeah,
OnlyFans.
so like
so no.
I was gonna use it like so I was gonna separate so this Hooters, right? Hooters is
Or a stripper.
you might as well be a prostitute, right? Like
Strippers don't.
Hooters, I would consider that. But bartenders, these are just girls choosing to dress provocatively to get extra tips because they think attraction will bring extra tips. I
Yeah,
wouldn't
there's
say
strip
this is
clubs
the
that
same as a
exist like
prostitute
that
though,
too.
because they're not selling sexual activity. Again, the definition is selling sexual activity.
Right.
So the
Yeah.
sexual activity part has to be involved somehow. So again,
Yeah, there's strip
Hooters, that's
clubs that
literally what
exist
they're
like that.
doing. They're selling the tits. Like that's the whole thing of Hooters, right? They're selling the tits. That's so yeah, I would consider those waitresses very
It's a
similar.
stepping stone into stripping, basically, right?
So you call them prostitutes?
I would say stripping
Yeah.
is prostitution.
I don't think there's
I would say. I'd say Hooters is pseudo prostitution. It's like the stepping stone into real prostitution, but I think he's right because when it comes to Hooters, you're still
Yeah, like
defining-
Hooters is really drawing the line, right? I don't know if you guys
Yeah,
like see the uniform, right? But it makes the tight top, it puts the shorts really short. It like they do it purposely. That's a requirement for being at Hooters, right? Like they don't just you don't go to Hooters and see some like really big fat girls and
No, I've been
like they have a requirement there.
Miss Alabama.
Let her Miss Alabama.
You gonna get Miss
I don't
Alabama.
know how many
at a
Hooters
night.
you've been to, but there's some big ones out there.
Dude,
Equality.
the girls, I'll admit it, the girls in Canada are a lot hotter than the girls in America, so I might be seeing the
I'm
prettier
calling
girls.
bullshit on
Are you in
that
Canada?
one, but
Are you Canadian?
They crazy.
I don't know. You may be right. You may be right. I've only been to
I'm
Canada.
playing around. I'm playing around.
No, Celine Dion is beautiful. Celine Dion.
Yeah, no.
is-
So like again, this is a really different when it comes to this and OnlyFans because but you know, a lot of these girls that work at Hooters end up learning that again, your tits and your ass will bring you money, and they usually move on to things of higher degrees of using their tits and ass to bring them money. Right? If it was my decision, if I got to make the decision, we would ban all forms of prostitution. No strip clubs, no porn online, no OnlyFans, none of this. This would all be banned because this is immoral, and if you wanted to not care about morals, there's too many negative consequences that come from it.
So you want to take away free will?
No,
that's kind of what I was gonna segue into.
no,
can I ask you a
no.
question?
I just want to make laws to encourage people to do the right thing and prevent people from doing
What's
the
the
wrong
right thing?
So if we make the laws against prostitution, this would never completely eliminate prostitution. That's impossible to do. No law completely eliminates anything.
But it should be a
I want to
back alley
minimize
thing that
it
should be done
to
in
help
secret.
society.
Hold on, speak easy. Is it a matter of the heart though? Because no law is gonna stop a woman from tricking off and selling her body.
Right. There's no law. Again, like that's what I was saying. There's no law that stops anything. Laws are just deterrents.
Right. But it's
Yeah,
it's in
'cause,
the
like murder still happens. Murder's against the law.
But if we grew up in a
Rape
culture
still
where porn
happens.
and all
Rape's
this
against
stuff,
the law.
if all this stuff was banned in the culture that we grew up in, then it wouldn't be so normalized. It wouldn't be something that
Exactly.
we
Yeah.
thought was
because
acceptable.
here in Guatemala, prostitution is illegal. Yeah, it's everywhere, and it's legal.
What's
It's
legal?
legal. or Illegal.
It's illegal. Like it's against
Yeah.
the
So,
law.
like I said, you'll never completely get rid of it. But again, the places that have legalized prostitution or even forms of legalized prostitution have the highest rates of human trafficking. When there's when it's legalized, it makes it easier to fly under the radar. If you see a girl on the street, how do you discern her from the one that was forced to be on the street? How do you discern those two prostitutes? When you're watching a porn, how do you know which girl was forced to be in that porn and which girl wasn't forced? Right? You can't discern these things.
I don't believe they were
You
forced.
can't. You don't believe?
I don't believe they were forced.
You don't believe? Well, you can not believe it all you want, but this happens every day. Well, you can. People
look,
are forced into it. People are groomed into it.
Oh God, what was her
I
name?
agree. I agree with the
Tracy
Speak Easty
Lords.
because it like here narcs, what they do is they get the Venezuelan girls, the one that are like in danger and they just want to get out of their country, and they go ahead, buy them, brings them over here. They become prostitutes and they get into a very nice apartment complex, and they basically have to go to the gym, and they can't do anything by themselves. They always have to have like a security guard with them, and they have to be prostitutes whether they like it or not. So I agree with that.
well,
It's such a small majority. Tracy Lords was
That's
the
not
one
a
who
small
really
majority, Buff.
yeah,
That's
it
like
is.
that's a whole Latin
Tracy
America issue.
Tracy Lords was the one who actually revolutionized the heavy regulation on the porn industry. It's not like that anymore. That's just
That's
a
just
fact.
that's more like an American
That
thinking though. But I'm talking to you about the
okay.
rest of the world and how prostitution works. It's not
Oh,
Yeah,
that.
like
all right, we
there's
got our
nowhere
shit
that like.
together. My bad.
They want to
Well,
get out.
let me ask you
I can't
something.
say anything about these other
Let me ask
horrible
you something,
countries.
Bob.
Bill.
Let me ask you something. Would
Bob.
you, Bill, Bob, whatever it is,
It's Bob.
would you,
I like this.
would you, if you know, would you marry a woman that's a prostitute?
Well, it depends on your definition of prostitution
That's
because we have
crazy.
two
Because
different
I'm about to talk
definitions.
about Hosea.
Okay,
I'm
would
about
you
to do
marry a woman
breakdown
that
of-
sells her box on the internet?
God told Hosea to marry a prostitute.
On the internet? If
Yes,
she
she's
has
an OnlyFans model.
OnlyFans
She's
I
banging
got no
herself
problem
online.
with that.
You'd be
I got
okay
no
with that?
problem
You'd
with
marry
that
that girl?
because she's not standing on a street corner hooking up
I understand
with
what she's not
random
doing.
Johns.
I'm asking just for clarification. You would marry this woman?
Yeah, she's bringing in money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Hey, you're bringing some
Where's
STDs
my
with
soundboard?
that.
That's wild to me, bro. Well,
Because she's not off, she's
wouldn't,
not off
right?
banging other guys.
Most men wouldn't.
She's just simply making a video.
Well, you can look at it this way, right? But most men wouldn't look at it this way, and most men wouldn't marry a woman that has.
So you're
their
speaking for
goods
most men
displayed
now.
to the- Yeah, most men in general. There's been tons of polls you can refer to. There's stats
Here we
on
go
this
with the
stuff.
polls.
Yeah, there's stats on this stuff. If we're talking about what men prefer, they prefer women that are not promiscuous, even let alone. What's that?
If she's bringing in six figures,
Somebody wake up Nada.
just because she made a
Well,
little video,
the chances
on,
of that are like
OnlyFans?
1%. You have a 1%.
They're a
chance of
little
that being
higher
real.
than that.
No, dude. The average
They
OnlyFans
exist.
creator makes $140 a month. The average OnlyFans creator, $140 a month.
You might want to go back and check those numbers.
No, that
But
No,
they're not
I
all
know these
getting
numbers
rich off
very
of that,
well,
Buff.
dude. I know these numbers very well. Trust me.
It's not about all of them. It's about the ones.
Right. There's some actors who make a lot of money, and most actors aren't making any money, and they're starving artists. Starving artists is a thing for a reason. You're not, unless you're the top 1%, you're not going to be making that kind of money.
Called them.
I see.
Yeah, so you could search it up even if you'd
Why
like.
the
but
hell
yeah,
wouldn't I?
I know it's $140 average creator makes a month, and this isn't good income. So like if that's your
So do you?
what if she wasn't making good money? So like let me ask you then, if she's not making that 6 figures a month, she's an average OnlyFans creator, are you still okay with marrying this woman?
Yeah, I got no problem with it. She's bringing in extra income. Times is tight.
$140
We
a
live.
month.
We live in a Biden economy.
Other man.
Yeah, whatever money comes in, comes in.
And you
I got no
would
problem
never-
with it because she's not out there on the streets.
Bimothy. If she worked at Walmart and made more money, would you rather her doing OnlyFans or Walmart?
Oh, I'd rather have her at Walmart, probably. But then again,
What's
that's
wrong with
another
Walmart?
different kind of thing because her working at Walmart would increase the chance that she could cheat on me. And if I know
Yeah,
she's just
so
on the internet doing her
talking to
damn
hundreds
thing,
of dudes,
I ain't got to worry about
talking
that
to
because I know
hundreds
where
of
she
dudes on the
is.
internet. Wait,
She's at home
She could be risking
making
disease.
these videos.
Got more money than sense.
She could be
no, the
risking
fact that
disease.
she's online selling herself online is actually way more increasing for her to
But she's
cheat
selling
on
the
you, right?
images of herself. She's not selling herself.
So,
She's selling the
Speakeasy,
images of
No,
let
herself.
me
no.
let
Well,
me ask you something.
Yeah,
Let me ask
yeah.
you
a big
something.
part. No, a big part of OnlyFans is the interaction, right? The
Wait,
engagement.
Mr. Mayor,
It's a
I
big
got
part
you.
of the OnlyFans. That's why it does so well. It's part
Oh
of the engagement.
no. Typing words. Okay, big deal.
Oh God, he's chugging
Well,
the
okay.
he's
Well,
chugging
I
the
would call
heavens.
this
The
cuck,
N
bro.
bombs are
If
about
I
to
if
throw.
I if I knew you were like dating a girl and you were okay with her fucking selling her box, I would call you a cuck. So I like again, this is like most men don't do this. Like most
I
men
don't think
don't
you
want to
know
let
what a
their
cuck
women.
is.
Yeah,
Wait,
I do
hold
know what a
on.
cuck is.
Can
Yeah,
I ask you
definitely.
a question really quick?
No, a
So
cuck is a guy that watches
hold
his
on, Bob,
wife
shut
or
up.
female
So
companion get
hold
fucked in
on, let
front
me
of
just
him for
ask this
sexual
question. That's a
gratification.
cock
You
That's
holder,
what a
watch
not a
porn,
cuck
you're
is.
cuck.
being a cuck, buff. You're
That's
watching
a
a
cock
woman
holder,
That's
not a
what a
she
cuck.
could
cuck
be
is.
with having sex with a
Anyways,
woman that
can
you
I
Not
ask a
worried about some guy
question?
watching a video.
Bob, can I ask a
Mm-hmm.
question really quick?
Oh, I'm
So
sorry, I wasn't done with him yet.
shut up, I don't care. Listen.
with.
So girls from OnlyFans, which I agree with you, is prostitution. But would you rather be with a girl who does OnlyFans and you know that she's not having any sexual contact with their whatever they are, or would you rather have a girl who, because apparently now it's very common for a woman to have a body count over 20 people, right? Like, who would you rather be with?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you.
So, did this body count come from like just her
There's
being
neither.
promiscuous?
Just
Neither.
how like the average now.
No, I'm willing to, because you can't say neither. When people give you a choice like this, you have to be good faith and answer the question. So I will answer this question. I'm just wondering. So this is just like 20 body count of her over time being a promiscuous woman versus a woman who has sold herself online.
Right.
And I don't know the girl's body count that sold herself online. Right?
Well,
Just to make sure I'm clear about the choices.
20 for
On, let me think about that. Well, what I'm saying,
Is
yes,
she
let's put it that
actively on
way.
OnlyFans, and is the other girl not
No, this
actively?
is
Yeah. One
this
girl's
is
actively
no,
on OnlyFans. I don't know her body
exactly.
count versus a girl that is not on OnlyFans, and I
She's
know
a
that she's
virgin.
got a 20 body count.
What
So
if?
for me in
So
this
it's a virgin on
situation,
OnlyFans.
No. I think she meant both have
no,
20.
No,
no,
hold
you
on.
just don't know.
Let me be more specific. So, as far as we know, so we have a OnlyFans content creator, and we
And
know
she's a
that she's
virgin.
not having sex with the subscribers, right? We know that she's not having that she hasn't had sex with multiple people, at least the ones that are getting paid for. But now, an average 20-year-old woman, she at least have had sex with 20 men in average now in America. So who would you rather be with? The girl that is in OnlyFans who is just getting money for masturbating in front of a camera, or an average 20-year-old from today's age and area in America that has slept for at least over at least 20 people?
That's tough.
How many people did the OnlyFans one sleep with?
She just said that we don't know. She said we don't know. So
For
yeah,
the-
in
for the
this
hypothetical,
case,
the
I would not
OnlyFans girl
take
is a
the
virgin.
active. No, yeah, but still, in this case, I would not take the active OnlyFans user. No, if I had to choose between the two, I would choose the girl with the 20 body count, because the active OnlyFans user, I would assume she's got like 100 body count. Because a girl that's willing to sell her body online
what an
to a bunch of
assumption.
strangers,
But don't assume
is clearly has less discernment with themselves.
Yeah, but to couch that argument, the girl on OnlyFans who's actively on OnlyFans is a virgin.
Right. I was gonna
exactly what she just said.
And the other
Yes.
girl lived her life and she had sex with 20 dudes.
By the age of
So
20.
okay, so now we're doing a
don't know her
virgin
lifetime.
versus.
No, that's what Floor said to begin with.
Well, no,
No,
that's
I
not
never
what she
mentioned
said.
the
I added
virgin.
that.
I
You
I
got
never
the
added
mentioned
that.
the
virgin.
virgin.
I added that.
You did.
I
You did.
never mentioned the virgin.
She didn't
no,
say that. I
just
said that. I'm saying that to to couch the argument that
second,
the
yeah, I don't
OnlyFans
have
girl
any
might have
founders.
also had sex with a lot of guys. To couch that argument, you say the OnlyFans girl is a virgin,
me.
but she's actively on OnlyFans, masturbating on OnlyFans for a bunch of dudes. But the other girl just lived her life and had sex with 20 dudes. It kind of makes it
Yeah.
a little tougher.
Give me the OnlyFans.
Well, I'm talking about like somebody who is less than 30 years old. I'm talking about like the average 20-year-old American woman right now. According to data, now they have slept at least with 20 people by the time that they reach 28.
Right. They're
That's a
both
lot of
20.
people.
They're both 20 years old. One has had sex with 20 guys throughout her life, and then
And the
one
other one
is
is doing
actively on
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans, but she's a virgin.
Mhm. I'm not saying she's a virgin, but
I'm
we just
saying
know
she's
that
a virgin. I know we're past that, Floor. I'm
okay.
adding to it to make it a little more interesting.
Yeah. So,
Can I answer?
yeah, I gotta pick. Go ahead.
The OnlyFans that's currently doing the OnlyFans, she's still a whore. Whereas maybe the other one that wasn't doing OnlyFans at all and just was a whore back then, maybe she stopped being a whore.
Right.
Even though always probably, well, once a whore, always a whore kind of thing. But
y'all did miss an important.
I think I would take. I think
So,
I would take the 20 body girl.
I can give you my answer.
Important in the wording, though.
Let him
They just said
I'll
the
give you
girl
my
was-
answer here. My answer here for this is still the woman with the 20 body count. And I'll explain to you why. Because that woman with the 20 body count had made past mistakes,
Right.
and seems to be changing her life. Where this woman with the OnlyFans is currently a prostitute and still making the same mistakes. So I would still pick the woman with the 20 body
The
count.
way the question was presented, though, Flora had
Oh,
said the woman on OnlyFans just
that's not a straw man.
masturbating,
You
not
don't know
having
what
Straw
sex.
man.
He doesn't. Just to make it this clear, he doesn't know what a straw man does, and he does that all the time.
No,
He doesn't-
you don't know what the hell
He
a
doesn't
straw
know
man
what
is.
straw
How is
man.
that a
God,
straw man?
that has got to
He
be
doesn't know what
presented
straw
two
man
choices.
means.
I was presented two choices, and I gave you my answer, and I gave you the reasoning for my answer.
Right. I appreciate that, Speakeasy.
Buff doesn't know what a straw man is.
Masturbating.
You don't know what a straw man is.
Explain what a straw man is, Bob.
We can go back and forth. It doesn't matter.
Bill, tell us what a straw
What's a
man
straw
is. real
man,
quick.
Bob?
That stringy ass goddamn argument that was just made there.
Straw man is not a bad
in
argument.
itself.
It's not.
Holy shit!
That's not what a straw man is.
Okay.
Okay. you
So a
don't know what
straw man is when you
We're
present
gonna
someone's
agree to
argument in a false way, so that you can
We're gonna agree to
refute it.
Yeah, he doesn't understand
Okay.
that. I've explained it to him 20 times, and he just doesn't.
We'll agree to disagree.
Shut up, Bob. What are you talking about?
The straw man is when you attack an argument that the person never made. That's a straw man.
You create a straw man to battle.
Yeah, you're arguing with something that
what it is.
You're arguing with a scarecrow that isn't the argument.
I think why he thinks it's a straw man is because of because he doesn't agree that a
No, it's because I
OnlyFans-
don't know what a straw man is. All right, let's move on.
Well, then stop saying that.
Well, no, I think it's because you don't agree that an
I'm gonna continue
OnlyFans
this.
person is a prostitute, right?
Hey,
I think that's what
Dave,
it
thank
is.
you for coming, become a member. Thank you. Dave's not here, man. Thank you.
I definitely understand the argument that you're making. I just don't agree with it. I just don't. About the definition of prostitution. I understand what you're saying.
It's selling sexual activity. Here, let me ask you this, Bob. If a girl sends you a video of herself, masturbating, would you call this sexual activity?
I like this guy.
Bob,
Yeah, it's sexual activity. It's masturbation. Yeah.
Okay,
It's
so then
sexually explicit content.
it's sexual
Yeah.
activity.
It's not
Exactly. So,
prostitution.
well, no, because she sent it to you for free. But if you paid for that video, that becomes prostitution because it's sexual activity for money.
No, it doesn't even matter. I paid for it. If she got paid to do this on camera, that's just legal prostitution. That
Yeah,
there.
prostitution.
You
It's
stand out on the
prostitution.
street corner.
Prostitution.
You
It's
stand out on the
prostitution.
street corner and say, "Hey, big boy, what you looking for tonight?"
Prostitution
And
as
she
well.
goes off and does that guy. That's prostitution. A
They're
solo
both
video of a girl just diddling herself.
Bob,
That's
what's
not
the difference
prostitution.
between illegal prostitution and legal prostitution? How are those two
One's
not
legal and one's
prostitution?
illegal. Next question.
Exactly. So that's the wait. You just said it right there. Wait. You just answered it right there. The legality is the only difference. So they're both prostitution. Thank you.
No, she asked the difference between
No,
legal
you just said
and
yeah. You just,
illegal.
okay, then
Even if
wait. She asked you what's the
understood my
difference
question.
between them.
Yeah.
Yeah, she asked you what's the difference between them. If the only difference is one's illegal and one's not, then then
There's
take out the
still a form of
legality. It's
prostitution going on.
prostitution. Yeah, it's prostitute. Thank you. Yeah. So we
Yeah,
agree.
that
It's
doesn't
prostitution.
involve
OnlyFans
a
and
solo
strippers,
video.
all of them are
of
just different forms of
self-gratification.
being whores.
That doesn't
Right?
involve a video of self gratification.
Yeah, no, it means they're whores. It means they're
OnlyFans is
whores
not
and
prostitution.
It doesn't matter
Yeah, no,
what
it means
the
they're whores.
outcome of it is. It's still just prostitution. Both of them are prostitution.
Oh, there it is. Are you religious?
Biff, real quick.
Well, I am, but I didn't bring up anything to do with
There it
religion.
is.
I brought up everything to do with
No,
consequences.
you didn't
So,
have
like,
to bring up anything. It shows.
Buff's an atheist.
it shows.
Even though
It
he
shows
never
that I'm
says
religious
anything
because I
about
have
religion.
morals.
Pretending.
It shows.
Wait, so what is the good consequences that come out of prostitution, my friend? That you're so for it?
Money?
Money?
I don't know. We can start.
Oh, so if like if
Wait,
child
financial gain.
child
I don't know. We
prawn-
can start
if
there.
child prawn brings money, should we make it legal, bro?
Yeah, FC made a lot of money.
Here
Bro,
comes the
FC.
hypotheticals.
Drug dealing. How about selling heroin? Selling heroin gives me
Ah,
lots of money.
yes,
Should we make
bring,
that legal?
Bring more hypotheticals in, please. Bring more.
Yeah, that's how you debate.
Hypothetical, but it's oh my goodness, Buff.
Things
Shut
we're not
up.
talking about for
The
100,
hypothetical
Alex.
the hypothetical is
talking
to
about
talk the consistency of your logic.
prostitution. We're not
That's
talking
what
about drug
hypotheticals are
sales.
for.
But actually, content
Yeah,
is
yeah. You said, wait, guys. We're all talking at the same time. You said
It's
that
kinda
the
what we do.
positive. You said the positive, right? You said the positive was the monetary gain. So I said to you, since heroin brings me lots of money, should we make selling heroin legal?
Hey,
Yes, bring in your hypothetical. So,
heroin, right?
anyway, we're not
Yeah, that's
talking
the point
about
of
drugs.
the
We're
point
talking
of the
about
hypothetical
prostitution.
is to see your consistency.
Yeah, when you don't engage
No,
with the
don't
hypothetical,
change the
Buff,
subject.
that's dumb.
No, don't change the
Buff,
subject.
but let's
Not,
first
it's
say
not changing the subject.
You literally did.
Can I
No.
real quick? Because OxyContin is pharmaceutical grade heroin, and that's legal.
I don't think that's pharma companies making a lot of money off of making people addictive to opiates. That shouldn't be done either.
I'm okay. So if you're okay, so you're gonna say pharmaceuticals use heroin and that's legal. I'm asking you for straight heroin. You know, the street heroin that you put into a needle and
Say
pop
fentanyl.
into your arm. Okay,
Well,
should
what's
we
the-
make this legal to sell?
What's the main
Should we
ingredient?
make that legal to sell?
What's the main ingredient in heroin?
Opium.
Oh
but
my lord.
Huh?
Should we make it legal to sell?
It's legal to sell right now. OxyContin is,
It's legal to sell heroin? Where do you live, bro?
OxyContin is legal.
No, I said heroin.
Okay, I guess Oregon. I don't know. Is Portland? Don't they allow decriminalize?
Well, they actually canceled that because their overdose rate increased by
Yeah,
500%.
yeah. BC did it too, and they're yeah. BC did it too, and they're fucking regretting it. Yeah, yeah. Everywhere that's tried that stupid shit has
They tried
regretted
that,
it.
It didn't work.
Yeah,
But
a bunch of people die. That's what
Also
happens
with-
when you do that.
Also with prostitution, as a consumer, Buff, let's say that you're the consumer of a prostitute. You as a consumer, what good does it brought to you to hire a prostitute?
To get
None.
my rocks off.
That's disgusting.
To
You're a
get
What
disgusting
the
man.
positive do you
to
get?
get
So
that
you're
damn
only
built up
positive. Okay,
tension
so
out of my
should
ball
we
sack.
allow people to fuck
That's
dead
the
bodies, bro?
advantage.
Should we allow people to fuck
Holy
dead
fucking
bodies?
hell.
Here it is.
Wow, what a weird argument to try to bring
How
up
is
on
No,
that
it's
that
not a
level.
weird
You're
argument.
bringing
It's about getting your
necrophilia
rocks off, bro.
into this?
It's about getting your rocks off,
You're
bro.
bringing
If that person gets the rocks
It
necrophilia
off,
doesn't
what's
harm
wrong with
into this?
anybody.
it?
No harm. No
It
harm.
doesn't hurt nobody. The person's dead. Why is it
And
wrong,
then
bro?
this naughty head
Getting their rocks
motherfucker
off.
is agreeing with him. Holy shit.
I'm agreeing because I say the same shit
Yes.
to you all the time,
Let's
Buff.
let's fuck
They
dead
literally
bodies.
are like
Yeah.
saying the same argument. Stop.
Let's talk about fucking dead bodies. Yes.
It's no.
Jesus
Do you understand
Christ.
how to like? Do you understand logic?
No,
Do
he
you
obviously
understand fucking reality?
Yeah, reality. That's what I'm trying to test your reality that you live in because you claim that it's good because of monetary gain and getting your rocks off. So could I sell dead bodies to people so they
Oh,
could
because
fuck
you have
them
a
because I'm getting
weird
money
definition
for it
of
and they're getting their rocks off?
definition of what prostitution is. You got a fucking
No, I have
mindset
the
that's stuck
definition.
in
Go
some
search
kind
up
of
the
religious
definition. It's not a
standpoint
definition.
that
It's
you are
the
gonna
definition.
stay on. You're gonna stay
You
on.
understand you have to have English. English has a reason for the definitions of things because if we don't have the same definition for everything, then we can't have conversations. It would be really hard for anyone
You
to
have your
understand what each
definition.
other
I
is
have
saying
my
if we all had our own
understanding.
definition. But you can't just make up your own definition of prostitution. There's
You
a
can.
definition.
I can say the same thing
And the
to you.
Oxycontin thing isn't
No,
a good
you
argument
can't though.
because the
The
Sackler family
dictionaries
killed
agree with
more than
me,
anybody.
not you. The dictionary agrees with me, not you.
Webster says that. I'm
Webster's,
sorry.
Oxford,
I'm going
all
off
of them,
life
all of
experience.
the dictionaries,
Okay?
they all agree with me.
You know what the
Yeah.
you know what the definition of
Wait, Bob,
Democrat and
so
Republican is
besides
according to dictionaries?
Bob, so besides you getting
You
your
agree with
socks
those
off
two?
or whatever you call it, morality as you as a man, what good does it bring in your morality as a man to sleep with a prostitute? Isn't like if me as a woman point of view, if a man is sleeping with a prostitute, to me that's a weak man.
Okay, that's great, Floor. I'm sorry. I was asking this one a question.
I don't care what you're asking. I'm asking you something. Like, does your
No,
morality
I'm
feel
sorry.
better
I was
if you sleep with
I
a
was dealing.
prostitute?
I was talking to
Okay,
him
so
right
does
quick,
your
trying to get
morality
an
feels
answer
better
from.
as a man if you sleep with a prostitute? Do you feel more of a man if you do? Just to get your
What does
socks
that
off
even
or whatever
fucking
you
mean?
said?
What the hell does that even mean?
Get your socks off. What the?
Are there any more weird questions you like to throw
No,
out?
That's not a
this
weird
is kind of
question.
sidetracking a little bit. I was testing the consistency of your logic because you said it was. I asked you what's good about prostitution, and your only answer was the money part. So I wanted to see if you hold money being good
how about the,
as a same. Wait, you're not letting me
How about the
finish. So you can't
gratification
hear
for
what I'm
both
saying.
parties
Let
that
him
actually
finish. Let him
did what?
finish.
No. Y'all aren't letting me finish any damn thing.
But you
How
don't.
about the damn
Actually,
fucking
I've let you
pleasure
talk
that
this
both
whole
parties get
time,
out of
bro.
all of this?
Who does it?
Who cares?
That's Haku. Haku's cool shit.
Okay. Welcome,
How did
Haku.
this topic even come up?
Hello.
Buff is an atheist, and I've never heard his stance on this, so it's interesting to hear how degenerate he is on this.
Hello.
100%.
He's an
Stop
atheist.
talking bad about your
again,
co-host, you son of a
Bob,
bitch.
can you let me finish what I was trying to say to you earlier? Let me just explain. The whole point
Do as
of
you
me asking you,
please.
the whole point of me asking you this other hypothetical was because you said the good that comes out of prostitution is the money. So I asked you if I was to sell dead bodies to people so that they could fuck them, would this be good? Because I'm
That's
getting
not
money.
prostitution.
And
That's
let's say they signed.
I
necrophilia.
know it's
Let's
not,
say they signed a
dude.
form, before they die, they signed a form that says
Oh
you're
my
allowed to
God,
have sex with my body.
Oh,
I
and
have
then
to
you
say,
want to
Bob,
add
you are
this?
coming off.
It still doesn't
Bob,
make
at
it
first
better.
you seem
Everybody's talking
intelligent. You are starting to come off with a very, double-digit IQ here, bro. And it's very
doesn't make it
low, double
better.
digits.
Yeah, okay,
Well,
whatever.
If you can't
Whoever the
follow
hell you are.
analogies and
But
hypotheticals, you shouldn't you probably shouldn't debate topics with anyone.
oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for saying something. Say something else racist.
Stick to
you
the
piece
movie
of shit.
reviews.
Oh, that's right.
Racist? My dad's black, you
How is
idiot. My
that
dad's black. So
Oh,
I'm
my
racist
dad's
to
black.
my own.
Is your
I'm
best
I'm
friend black
racist to
also?
my own, bro.
So
I'm
anyway,
racist to
it
my own.
doesn't
That's
fucking
awesome, bro.
matter. I
That's
said
awesome.
that just to
Let's pull the
trigger
race
you,
card out.
and you
Such a victim you are,
right
bro.
for it. No,
Can
I
Such a
I,
victim you are, bro.
and you fell right
can I just
for it.
Yeah, I get it. You're a
You fell
victim.
right
You're a
for it.
victim, bro. I get it. I'm such a bad guy. My white skin offended you. My bad, bro.
And you're still going on. You fell right for it.
Yeah, you shouldn't have bring the race shit up, bro.
So
You should have
let's
thought
talk.
about your
Let's
mouth
talk
first,
about
right?
intelligence again. I
My
set
dad's
you up
black,
and
so
you
why would I
fell.
be racist? Do you
I
understand
set
how
you up
stupid you
and
sound
you fell.
calling a black dude racist?
Keep going.
You understand how
Keep
stupid
going.
you are?
Keep going. Keep
Yeah.
going. Keep going. Keep
And I
going.
didn't say nothing about
I
race.
set you up and you
Your
failed.
intelligence has
I
nothing to do
sucked
with
you
race,
right
right?
into that
My dad's
trap.
smart as fuck, bro.
So let's talk about intelligence again.
well, let's, can I just try and ask you a question? Is it Buff that's in the top left corner? Is that your name? Sorry, dude.
Buff.
Buff drinks a lot or something? Is that your name, yeah?
Yeah.
Who's that, a
Bill,
British guy?
Boof,
What a
Fizz.
cool accent.
What is the guy's
No,
name?
that's Australian. You can't tell the accent. That's actually Australian, bro.
That's not
I'm
Australian.
UK
I was
based.
thinking Irish
I'm
and
UK
British.
based.
Nope. His name
I'm
is Bob.
UK based.
Actually,
I didn't know him.
Who the fuck remember that kind
Okay, let him ask the
Here's
question.
where I'm from. Right, I just wanted to ask, do you think that any of this porn, OnlyFans, all this stuff, like, is a betterment on society?
I don't think it is.
Right, so then most of the things that we advocate for in society is usually to better society. So I would say that, like, if you don't think it betters society, then you should agree that it shouldn't be in society, right?
I mean, people have free will to do what they want.
Yeah,
And
we
if
do.
it's
but
legal, it's a
we
legal
take that.
activity.
Like,
Who
you
am
don't
I
have
to
the free
say
will to murder
no?
people, do you? Right? We've deemed as a society that murder
Well,
isn't something that
murder
we
isn't
allow you to have
exactly
a free
free
will over.
will.
But I
It is
need
free will,
something.
right?
Why can't I freely will
Well,
myself
it
to
is free
steal it?
will.
Yeah, exactly. So we have these rules in society to try and make a better and more productive society. That's the aim of society. When we work together as a unit and collaborate to make a productive community, right? And I don't think that pretty much any level of that kind of stuff is actually helping society. It could be helping the issues that are in the black market that comes from not allowing porn or legal prostitution and stuff, but it doesn't seem to help society in a large scheme kind of thing.
Okay.
I do think there is a very big problem of getting rid of it, though, because it's one of those things that it won't leave, and it'll still be very prevalent. But it's the same with drugs, right? With like
I
drugs are
get
never
that.
gonna.
Yeah, thank you.
That's not a
Yeah.
good. Yeah, that's
That's
not
what
a
I
good
was about to
argument.
say. It's gonna be like drugs, basically.
It's like
right?
an
Like it's
abortion.
never gonna
If you make
completely
abortion
go away.
illegal, people will still
But we
do
shouldn't
abortions in
like
back
hand out
alleys.
heroin.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah,
I'm
but
saying?
like, I think it has more of a connotation to like drugs, whereas like there is a lot of statistics to show that like the rates of countries that decriminalize drugs, not make them legal, but decriminalize them, they have a better like a recovery rate from that because it has less of a stigma and stuff, and then those people can come back into society and they're not a criminal. And that would be the same with like maybe trying to rehabilitate people from doing prostitution and other sex work things. Because if you are a sex worker, you are a criminal, right? So then nobody wants to hire that prostitute. So then it makes it harder for her to not be a prostitute, and then the cycle continues. So it's a hard topic.
So what should we get rid of, the consumer or the prostitutes?
But
Both. Like
this
like I said, you
this
make
stuff
it
should be done in
illegal.
secret. It should be
You
Well,
done.
make
like
it illegal, and then people
the
who get caught,
decriminalized
all
method for
parties
like weed.
involved.
Right,
I'm
right.
not
Well,
saying
the
a woman that's
decriminalized method.
forced into it either. Like
Well,
we're
the
not saying
decriminalized
like a
method
woman
for
that's
like
forced.
drugs
We're talking at
legally
the
just
same
the
time. Go
supplier.
ahead, Aku.
Right. The decriminalized method for drugs always is like the supplier, right? We don't like charge the person for personal use, but we charge the supplier still, even though it's decriminalized. It's not legal to supply that stuff, and I would say that probably
Yeah.
would be the best way to tackle it is like not just the woman who's producing the porn, but any label or manager or production team or whatever. They also are culpability for that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think
Everyone involved in like selling it, right? They should definitely
Yeah.
be held accountable, and then the people that are buying it as well. But there's these cases where people will be like, "Well, what about the woman that's forced into it?" No, she should get help. We're not saying put that woman in jail. Like that's insanity, right? Like she should get some type of help. But like all the other willing participants in this shit, yeah, lock these fuckers up.
if you make
And I
porn
mean,
and you make drugs illegal, you make these things illegal, they'll still happen, but they're going to happen in the back alleys. Then you can focus your police on the back alleys. Now you don't have to have stop and frisk, you don't have to have broken window policing, you don't have to have the police being spread thin across a big area. You know where it's happening. It's happening in the darker places of society, and you just keep the cops there. It, I feel like
but if
that
we
would make
use
everything better.
if we use the example of like the OnlyFans girls, they main reason why they're doing OnlyFans is because they feel comfortable with it. So in that branch of prostitution, the majority of girls are not being forced into doing that. They just want the easy money, right? So I
Well,
think that
yeah, the
these girls should
majority,
be
you're right.
charged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's still girls that are forced
Of
into that as
course,
well.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I believe that. But I'll say, like, in the OnlyFans branch, I will say maybe like at least 85% to, I will even say 90% of the girls
No,
are
it'd be
just
a
doing it for the
majority of it
money.
because there's a lot
Yeah.
more steps to be able to create an OnlyFans
Mm-hmm.
account and everything. But that doesn't
Right.
stop, especially like in like people are thinking about how it is in America, but when you go to in foreign countries, I'm saying America, but I'm in Canada. But like this, Canada, America, people think about how it is over here. They don't think about how it is in all the foreign countries where like these chicks are literally just held in houses. The ID is used right there because what are they gonna say no when they're fucking held hostage, And these girls are on OnlyFans and fucking you think you're
The
talking to like
hell y'all
willing
got
people.
going on in Canada? Jesus Christ.
What do you mean? Well, actually, Canada is the biggest supplier. We have the biggest supplier of all the porn websites. Yeah. Yeah.
I live in
And
Utah,
I'm
and we
sitting
have
here against it. I'm
Utah.
against it. Remember that. I'm the one against it. So don't say like,
I
I don't know what you got
understand
Utah
going
is
on.
that.
Utah is the Mormon state, and I say it's the closest thing we have to a theocracy in America, and we also have the highest porn consumption. So
Yeah.
it's like, what the hell's going on? Our counterculture is, I don't know. Yeah, when you make things too taboo, then people want to do them more. And it's kind of a mess.
Yeah, porno and prostitution. I don't think this is a thing that people would
And I'm
want to
not a
do more,
Mormon, by the way.
making it taboo. I think people want to do it more because of how much it's thrown in the face and it's glorified. When you have someone that literally made a porn fucking tape to get famous, like Kim Kardashian, that gets her own shows and fucking
Paris
put into
Hilton.
all these music
Prop
videos and
them
all
up.
this shit. You teaching all these young girls that, oh, if I be a whore too, I'm gonna be fucking famous and cool someday. No, the reality is you're going to be shunned a lot. And, more than that, you should be shunned even more. This should not be something anyone's holding proud. But it's this young generation that's growing up seeing, like, look at these TikTok dances. It's all like girls shaking their asses and shit. And then you see kids trying to fucking imitate it. And then parents sitting by like, oh, that's so cute, that's so cool. No, you guys are just like training them
And
into
they
this
feed it to the
degenerate
men.
fucking
That's why it's
behavior
called the
before
feed.
they're older, right? And also, I just want to say too, you mentioned something about like taking people's free will. We do this already when it comes to our laws again, right? Like the reality is rights, your rights as a human, your human rights, this is not real. This is something given to you. It's just privileges. That's all rights are. They're just privileges given to us by the government of the law,
He
or
keeps
that the
bringing up
government
free
of the
will
land
because
we
he
live
knows
on.
I don't believe in free will. So that's like something we would probably disagree on.
Well, we do have I do believe in free will. Like we have the choice to make like we can make whatever choice we want. I just believe in encouraging people to make the right choices and influencing people to make the right choices and stopping people from making the wrong choices. Right? You wouldn't want to make it so that people could drink and drive, do you? Right? Like that would be stupid. Saying, yeah, everyone can drink and drive. Imagine how many people would die.
Yeah, I
Like,
really enjoy it, to be honest.
it would be.
Sorry.
Shut the fuck up.
It is fun.
That's because where you are, you're all drunk.
John
bro.
Doyle got
You guys
banned
come
for
out with a
fucking
beer
saying
bottle in
this,
your
but-
head.
Yeah, I was drinking at the age of 12 years
Y'all
old, brother.
not even a
Let's go.
beer bottle. They come out with a pint in their hands, just like,
Mate,
and fucking
I
chug
was
it
bought
back
a,
with
I
the
was bought a
doctor.
hip
Cheers.
I was bought a hip flask that had my date of birth engraved on it when I was under the age to drink.
I mean, not
Speakeasy, I
like
think
smash, just a couple beers.
I think that you're totally right though in what you're saying, because nowadays we do watch soft porn everywhere. Like you see, for example, when Calvin Klein does an advertisement, you see all these models in lingerie, and
Calvin Klein?
when or like Victoria's Secret, for example, like to us has just become. I was born in the 90s, and as far as I remember, I have seen women in bra and a very small, what's it called, underwear, through my
Panties?
childhood, and somehow that into our woman brain, it it makes like a click, like it brainwashes us to, well, that's okay. And then also this becomes from feminists, because they're like, you have to be empowered by showing off your body and for men wanting you. So now we become in a society with women that we are competing against each other for a sex appeal, and not for like a husband or have a traditional household, right?
Right.
So yeah.
Like,
Do you not
think
think some of
about,
it is
like,
because the
remember how
traditional
I just
household
said,
doesn't have the same value anymore, right?
What
Like,
was
for
that?
example, like, do you not think some of that is not just like propaganda or like whatever? It's more that like the traditional household doesn't have the same value anymore. Like once upon a time, the woman's choice was to be able to basically live a life where her husband's wage would cover her life, she'd be able to raise children, blah blah blah. Now that's just not the case.
Yeah,
So what you're offering her is to go into a relationship with a guy, look after the kids, also work, and all this other shit. Or she could go online, sell her body, and she'll be fine, self-sufficient, blah
well,
blah blah.
that's the thing. That's a myth, though. Like, this whole thing is that of saying that it's impossible to get married and have a stable life with one man working and shit. It's not.
I'm not saying it's possible,
Right?
but do you think it's more possible to get a one man that can supply his whole family than a
Oh,
woman?
that's
You
what
know,
I mean. Like, that's why we have to ban OnlyFans, right? Because they think that it's this easy ticket, right? That's the whole point, right? I was just about to mention, like, I bet nobody on here before I mentioned it even knew that the average OnlyFans creator makes 100. Well, maybe you, Haku, because I've told you about it before.
Yeah,
but
I'm a little
that the average OnlyFans creator makes only $140 a month. But
Average
everyone
out of
probably
how many
also
users?
knows. Pardon?
Average that how many users?
I probably have heard that from like watching Andrew on whatever and stuff like that, but
What
I'm
did
really,
he just say?
I've heard the
I'm not
average
really
is
into the
about
whole like
about $1,000, $1,500.
you're
a week,
more into like the red
depending on
pill
how
stuff.
good
I'm
you are.
not as much into the red
Well,
pill
you
stuff.
could hear that. I don't know where you heard that, but you can go
I don't
look
know
up
what
the
you
stats.
heard either.
No, I look up the stats. I looked them up myself.
Look it up,
Yeah.
Buff.
You want me to? Do you want me to go
That
get
I
them for
already
you or
have.
something?
You're doing the liberal
I
thing where
already
you argue with
have.
the source. You source. Oh, cut that out.
Oh, I'm
Go
just
look it
I
up
supposed to
can bring
trust
yourself.
up
the
the
source
source
of
one,
wherever it
it's
comes
just
from.
what are you
Yeah.
gonna say
When
after?
I've seen what I've seen.
He's gonna say
I
he
think
doesn't agree with your
I
source.
think
You
that the
said you
whole
heard, so now you've seen it. It seems very convenient that first you heard it, now you seen it. Are you next? You're gonna say you lived it, or
Yeah, I'm
what?
just supposed to believe you because you have all the answers. Yes.
Well, I can get it for you if
Because
that's
you
what you would
checked
like,
one
right? But
website. I've
I was
checked a
trying to
couple
make a point
websites.
here that also.
I've done a lot of research on this shit because I was
No, you
curious about
haven't,
it
I can
Bob. Shut
tell.
myself.
I can
up.
tell. I can
Because
tell
I
you've
was
done so much
curious
Shut the
research
about
for
it
fuck
me.
up,
my
Bob.
damn
No, you
self
I
haven't.
can tell you
because
that
I was
you've done that
looking at
research
how
and
you
shit.
can because I was looking at how you can make money on OnlyFans without doing anything sexually explicative. So
Why
yeah,
were you
You are
looking
I
at
not
looked
gonna
that,
into
make
Bob?
any
it.
money
Are
on
you
OnlyFans, Buff.
considering OnlyFans, Bob?
Like I just said, Floor, because you can make money on OnlyFans
Well, you
without
can
doing
use
anything
Patreon.
sexually
You can do the same
explicative.
thing on Patreon
Listen,
or what's the new one, Locals.
no, you have to provide a video to get
I think
Patreon
that the
responses.
main issue with OnlyFans
Yeah, you
and
make
the
videos on
target of
YouTube. Use
doing
Patreon.
OnlyFans is to denaturalize women to stop being mothers and to stop procreating because now women rather have money. And this comes down to what I was saying that now women, they rather put their kids into daycare. And I think it was Jalen, the one who said, oh, these women are sacrificing themselves. They're not sacrificing themselves. They're sacrificing the child, putting them into daycare for 6 to 8 hours every single day. And the child has no idea of how to be now a son or a daughter. And now they're growing up with this crazy thinking that they can just go into OnlyFans because they no longer have morals, because they no longer grow up with a full-time mother.
This is
Jalen, would
like
you like to retort?
this is like Flora's new thing. She's been looking into daycare and
Yeah,
public
I'm
schooling.
so against daycare. I'm so against it. It's
I would like
horrible
to
for the
disagree completely.
for the children.
I would just like to disagree with what you just said. I don't know why you would think that sex work has anything to do with daycare.
And no, that's why I don't
No,
want to
no,
retort.
I'm
just
talking
letting y'all
about
talk.
I'm
It
talking
was kind of
about
off topic, but she's been looking into
I was
like
just
the
saying.
harms of public schooling and daycare and stuff. So
no,
she's
what I'm saying, how I relate, how I made the comparison between those two, it is because now these women rather have easy money than being mothers or a housewife, like
I
an
think
OnlyFans girl.
since we've had the change in society where we need two people working households in majority of households, it's got nothing to do with like sex work. It's literally just to do with the society that we live in, where we now need two wages to run a household well.
Why can the men not work double then? If a woman is
But
going to be
what?
taking care of the
What?
house and raising a
What?
child.
What? No. Wait.
Oh, that's
You're
fine.
fucking ludicrous, brother. You think a fucking 50-hour week? You think I just want to chuck another fucking 50 hours on top of that?
Do you think
be a man. Do
a
it.
woman should be a full-time mother and also a full-time worker? Do you think that's not
You think
double
you think
also
your
the
father doesn't?
hours?
You think your
If
father doesn't
I
work
No,
another
if
5
wait a
I'm a
minute.
man and I have a child, I'm
I
gonna
just
do
don't even
everything I
understand
can to
how
make
we
sure
got
my
to
wife
this
doesn't have to
because I don't
work
think
so
that's
that
what
she
was
can take
being
care of the
said.
kid.
Please let me go. She's talking to me now. Right. So you think that a father does nothing in its child's life and it's just a mother and the
I
father
never
just
said that. I saying that the father is needs to work double as because a mother is not going to be a full-time mother and also a full-time worker.
It's probably, I don't know the statistics off the top of my head, but I reckon it's probably about 80% of households need two incomes. So you think 80% of children, their father should work 100 hours a week, meaning the rest of his time he's going to be sleeping and eating and he's never going to talk to his children.
Yeah, the
That's
mom
your idea?
raises the child, and the mom listens to the father to know how to raise the child. What are you arguing that the man should not work and should help raise the
No, I'm
child?
saying that he should work. You
So,
should
so
still
we
have
should put our
time.
kids into
I'm saying
daycares and public schools and stuff to.
No, no. What Haku's talking about right now is the
is you
fact that
saying a dude
because of
do fucking
how
100 hours a week because you don't want to fucking do anything. Yeah, well done.
So a
She's
mother
doing a
should be
lot. She's
working the
raising the
same.
kids.
She's working. Yeah, she's raising a child. Do you think that's easy job?
You think that a father can't raise a child with the wife? You lost?
I do think that a woman by nature can raise a child better than a man. Yes.
I'm not.
Well,
I don't
why
know
is it
if
that
I'm. I'm
single
not. I
parent
don't know if
households?
I'm
Why is
sure
it
what
that
you're
single parent
arguing, but
households
it
can
sounds
when
super
I don't
beta.
know.
No, why is it that single parent male households have a way better outcome than any single parent fucking mother? So what are we talking about here?
It's
Right?
not a
That
single
is not
parent
Haku,
household.
natural
It's the
though.
father
Haku.
working to
Wait,
provide for the
this has
family,
just
and it's
gotten
the
so
mother raising the
confusing. What
children.
is even? What are we even disputing right now? I'm just so confused.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm picking up what he's
I'm
putting down.
disputing that she
Because
seems
like
to think that
Haku was
then
pointing something out about the fact that like it seems harder now for men to be able to support a household on one income because of the way
Right.
things are
she's
in
like, this
society.
man with the
Right. Right.
that
Right.
has the most
And
suicide
that,
rates should just do 100 hours a week instead of
But it.
50,
But
even
if
though they're killing
society is
themselves at
fucked
full
up,
rate. Yeah,
How
even though they're
many
killing.
hours do you think it takes to take care of a
if
child?
society is fucked up, that doesn't mean
Hour.
you play into that. You have to. It's our job to make sure that the government and the society is ran the way we want it to be ran, and fix it so that one parent income can provide for a child.
How are you going to do that?
By not going along with the okey doke.
I don't think that's like legislation or actual practice or actual prescriptions that are going to help. So until we have like an actual idea of how we're going to make the economy so much better than a single
But you were arguing
wage.
OnlyFans should be banned because what Buff was saying is it's normal and it's what we're supposed like. That's
Haiku is making a good point.
I made the point that like we could
the
do
gay guy is
actual
agreeing with you.
legislation.
And,
Like
and I made sense and so does he.
That's kind of
Hello,
scary.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yo, guys.
Hello.
So, what is the actual differentiation of saying that a father cannot be a single parent better than a single mother?
Can the father
well, they can.
breastfeed?
Does a
Why
child
does
need
he
to?
need to? Why does
Do
he
you
need
know how
to?
many? Do you know how many hours a
Formula.
woman is spent?
Formula
Are
exists.
you kidding me?
Formula. Yeah, you want to have
Formula
like
exists.
versus natural woman
formula.
breast
Formula
milk? Are
babies.
you
I use
kidding me?
formula baby as a nice way to say retard.
Sorry, I had to jump on here after that comment she made. I think that was just disgusting. You
Yeah,
think
men should
a
do 100
woman
hour
can?
work week.
Hold on, can I finish?
Oh, he sounds Scottish.
Can I? I'm
He
Scottish.
is
Can I
Scottish.
finish, please?
Yeah,
Let me
yeah.
make my point. I think that's absolutely disgusting what you've just said. Thinking that a woman can raise a kid on her own better than a guy. It takes two parents, right? And firstly, let's just say this. Say you're a single mother to a young boy who gets unruly and you're not able to control him because the father isn't there to discipline him. Then that kid gets older. He turns into a big lad. You try and fucking control him.
Wait,
Discipline him.
who you're
You're going to
saying's
have your ass
argument
handed
was
to you.
disgusting? Are you saying Haiku or Haiku's
No, he's
argument?
talking to the lady.
Mine, the only lady here.
It was
Me.
sexist. It was really sexist.
It was sexist to
I'm
say that
appalled with that
the
statement.
man
Yes.
goes to work and then he comes home and he disciplines
Wait,
the
hold
child.
on. So hold on.
No,
DJ
it was
Sonic.
sexist.
DJ
It was
Sonic. So
sexist.
this is my point of
This
view
is
is the
super
following.
beta. What are you
So
guys
if a
talking about?
woman, so do you know that when a woman has a newborn, she has to breastfeed the child every 2 to 3 hours, right?
As a baby, yeah. And
Right. So how many hours is that? Just breastfeeding,
Not
and the
100.
breastfeeding
Not
supposed to
100.
take between 15 to 20 minutes between each fed, right? And the
Yeah, not
ideal
100
is
hours
that
a
it's
week.
both of the breasts. So let's just do math here. So just with the breastfeeding, I'm not saying changing diapers. I'm not saying taking the bath for the baby. I'm not saying making sure that the baby won't die. So how many hours does a woman just spend breastfeeding a child a day?
yeah, you're talking about a baby. You said raising a child on her own. So
Yes,
my
and you
point
don't think,
is,
do
She's
you know
not
that
on
a
her
my
child
own.
point
The
is,
man
has
is
more?
working and he comes home and he did. And when I was a kid, if I did something wrong, my dad would say, "Wait till your father gets home," and the mom would report to the father, and the father would discipline. Like, what are you talking about? It's not a single parent household. The dad is
yeah,
working, and the dad
that's
is providing
yeah,
for
but
the
that's
mother and the
great.
child.
The problem
Yeah,
here is I think everyone's like arguing different things. I don't even know what like even the argument came out of again because like the whole thing switched. Like again,
I
Haku was explaining
I had a
that
real big
why it
issue.
seems easier why it seems easier for women to not go to be a mother and work instead and they go choose OnlyFans is a lot of the times is because of how society has been. It takes two incomes usually to have a household, especially if you want like a decent house and everything. So this is
Yeah, you
what
want a nice
Haku
house,
is
you want to go on a holiday.
explaining. There
Yeah,
is
she
answers
brought daycare and public
to this,
schooling into an
but I
argument
just
about
don't.
OnlyFans. That's
Oh,
where we kind of
this.
switched.
Well, I want to see what your problem is with daycare
This
and
is why you
schooling.
guys are arguing past each other because a lot of times you guys are talking over each other and not letting each other finish it, right?
Right, well,
You're
if they're
listening to
over,
respond instead of listening to hear what people are talking. Every time
if
I've
they're
tried
over,
talking for the last 4 times, everybody's tried talking before I finish. Just to
No,
let you know,
because you keep talking about
that's
the
hard for
same crap. You
conversation.
keep talking about this OnlyFans nonsense. Dear God, we've
right,
moved on.
It's not
Keep up.
right. Well, I
nonsense,
would like
Buff.
to.
He makes a lot of sense to it.
I want to
Mhm.
see
I get it.
what
I
the
get
big
it.
issue is.
Buff drinks a lot. You're not a smart guy. I get it. It's
Oh,
okay.
now he says my name correctly. Holy
Yeah, because I
shit.
can see it now. I can see it now. I didn't. I told you earlier I couldn't see your name on the screen, idiot.
You can call me Bob.
Yeah, I'll call you idiot now, though.
What's
Idiot
your big
seems more
contention with
fitting to you.
I'm fine with
what's
that.
your big contention? What's the big issue with schools that you have? Daycare, schools, that type of
Schools.
stuff.
I can give you
That
lots of
children are being
contentions with
abandoned.
that. Yeah,
Children, daycare. I never
Abandoned.
said school. I said daycare.
you're
So I'm
working.
talking about a
You're working
child that
harder
is
to
about
pay
4 years
money
old.
to let somebody else take
So
care of your
then,
child.
once your child
Children
left
need
school,
their
then are you going to get
parents.
a
They
job?
need their mother. They need to be at home with their
Wait,
mother.
wait.
They don't need to be
I
outsourced
didn't ask
out to
you.
somebody else. So we're going to work extra hard. We're going to work 2 jobs. And I agree with you. Society is set up that way, and that's a problem. That's not a good thing.
No, right. What I'm saying is, right then, when they get to school age, then, right, if you don't have a problem with school, are you going to go get a job then?
Wait, what? My kid's not going to go to
I'm asking the
school.
lady. I'm asking the lady. I'm asking the
Oh,
lady. I've never
sorry.
been spoken to you once, right? The
Oh, I'm
conversation that you've
sorry.
just
It's my
interrupted with
show.
me.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. But if you don't, are you that fucking insecure that you can't let somebody else get asked a question on your show? Do you have to be the one that
Go ahead. Ask her the
answers the
question.
question?
Hey, he's giving you a chance to answer ask your question.
Ask
Ask
her.
it.
Nah,
She's
get
going to
him.
say
I
the same thing
enjoyed
that I
that.
would
Get
say.
him.
It doesn't seem right. I'm saying that she said that it wasn't a problem with playgroup and she's fine with school, right? But before she said she didn't want to work because she needed to be a
I
mother.
didn't say that I was
Well,
fine with school. I said that I never mentioned school. I was just mentioning daycare. That's
right
what I
then. So
said.
then when I said, so then what was the point in you trying to exclude school from when I asked you what your problem is with school and playgroups? If you do have a problem with school, then why try to separate them? What is your problem with the schooling force then?
I rather homeschool my children, yeah, more than
Yeah, why?
public school.
Why?
He'd rather hear it
Because
from a woman than a man.
because public school they are run by the government, that they just want to teach your children what they to brainwash your children. Might as well go ahead and get certified. Go ahead and study a little bit on your own. Go ahead and get yourself smart and educate your children, because that's your job as a parent. If you can't fully commit to your children, then just don't be a parent and get ready to be one. Then I do agree with you that the wife should be working. If there is no children involved, the wife should be working. They should be making a safety net in an economy point of view, and then raise a child. But this is the problem now. a lot of us, we're having economic problems, and we still bringing children into this world when we apparently a man now has to work, like you said, 100 hours a week. Then why are you going to be a parent if you can't even afford a child without working 100 hours a week?
Well, yeah, because most people are going to have to work that. So you're basically going to say that, like, because most houses, like I said, about 80% of the population are going to have a two-income household and need a two-income household. So either you're saying that 80% of people should stop having children.
They should live
I
under
don't know
their
what
means.
you're trying
Well,
to say.
wait, Haku, though, a lot of the reason that seems that it's needed that much is because people are living beyond their needs too, right? Like people are like it's about sacrificing a lot,
You don't
right?
need 3 cars and a
Yeah,
12-bedroom
If you want to
house.
put your kids back to the time where they have a
I was
string
about
with
to
a cat
point
on the
that
end of it.
out. Like, I live in a third world country, and a lot of women out here, they're stay-at-home mothers, and their father worked for a very, very minimum wage, in a reality that I don't even know if you can comprehend how poor they are, yet the mother is fully committed to their child, and they raise the child.
Do you think that child has a better life outcome than, like, say, a child in England
Well, I
that
can tell
has
you that at
a mother
least
and
a
a father?
majority of children don't have
If
problems
they don't get
thinking that a
stabbed by a
man is a
Muslim.
woman or a woman is a man. They don't have all these weird social anxiety problems, like we don't have that over here. We just have the poverty part of it, but our children do have
Yes, you have
a
people
better
without
social
households.
concept
And
of morality and
I
values.
don't know where you're
Yes.
from, so I don't know what third world country you're talking about, so I can't really make too much
Guatemala.
comment. Yeah, so you have people struggling to fucking literally live.
We live in nature.
Yeah,
We're happier.
Teriak,
And
I was gonna
just
get
not
there.
rich.
Oh shit!
That's the
I thought I was
difference.
muted here. My bad.
And do you think the
I was
outcomes to
actually gonna bring up
in
another
Guatemala?
thing, but I'll wait till you guys are
Do you think
through
the
this because
outcomes
it
to children are
adds
better
on
in
to the.
Guatemala than they are in UK, America, Canada?
I will recommend, if I will have children, I will never want my children to have the society that is right now in America. I will hate my children to grow up in that, which is all hate. Like, apparently now there is racism again and homophobia and all that. No, I would like my children to stay away from those topics and kind of be in reality of just
Yeah,
nature,
but
and just live with nature and how we were
Did
all
he just make the
created.
socialization argument against homeschooling? That's such a oh my god. So what? They're not going to
you
be
So
able.
cannot
what
you
Haku
cannot wrap
brings
your
up,
kids up in cotton wool.
here is a really good point about, like, again, with other societies, the cost of things, right? So this is why, if we were to just remove women from the workforce, men's salaries would double because
Exactly.
they would need more men,
We're never going
and
to do
they
that.
would be able to
We're never
support
going to do that.
a household with ease.
We're never going to do that.
Right. So
It's
we're
almost
never going to
impossible.
Well,
do it. We're
you're
just going
never
to be
gonna
embracing the
do it
wrong thing.
completely. But do you think that it makes sense for a factory that requires you to lift 90 pounds every 3 minutes? Do you think it makes sense for them to even allow women to work at this factory?
We're never going to
Should they
ban
have to
OnlyFans
allow
or
women
porn.
to apply there?
Yeah, but the thing is, it's just not going to happen. So, like, if we're actually trying to think of some sort of realistic solution to, like,
Well, it could
it's never.
happen though. This is what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
like
explain, right?
in history, we've like basically you can barely see any time in history where we've like reverted something large like this over society.
No, I disagree.
Well, okay, so just because
A
it's
lot of
never been done in history doesn't mean it can't be done. Again, what I'm saying is first off, you remove this diversity bullshit where you have to hire women. You just have to. That, like, why? Why is that?
What
Again,
happens
a
is the
factory
civilization
that
falls,
requires
and
you,
then
or a
we build up a
bricklayer.
new
Should a
one.
bricklayer have to hire women? Should bricklaying companies have to hire women? Should roofing companies have to hire women? Why should they have to do this shit? If they didn't have to do this shit, they wouldn't do it, would they?
If the lady wants
No,
to
not
apply there, she should have the opportunity to work there.
All right, Sim.
But also women now that are
Argument.
before the 60s, women wouldn't work as much as the women do these days, and
That's
there would not
not
be as
Right.
many
It
CEOs.
wasn't that they couldn't or didn't work. It's just that it wasn't.
Oh no,
It
but
wasn't normal
there,
because
there
they
is
couldn't just go work in
there
places
is
where
a
the
reason.
men were.
There is a reason why I'm saying that, because also since women started working as CEOs or they started having their own companies and all that after the 60s, the happiness of the woman, the rate of the woman's happiness has gotten down so much. True, women are
Yep.
working a lot more, but women are also a lot more unhappy because we women don't work the same way under pressure as a man does. Like a CEO man is a lot more fulfilled
I'm
than a
sorry.
woman who is a
That's why
CEO.
women live longer than men, Floor. Women live way more longer than men.
No. The only reason you think
Women
it's
live longer than men. Is that
a
what you just said?
Women live
Sorry, I
longer than
didn't hear what you said.
women live.
Uh,
Yeah, that's what he said.
a woman who has had, let's per se, 3 children or more has a lot more health issues than a man. I don't believe in what you're saying, Jalen.
It's true.
Women
What he's
live
saying
longer than men.
is true. It's statistically true. Women live longer than
Yeah.
men.
So the gap
Yeah, because
though,
men do
the
dangerous
like the
jobs.
gap in life expectancy isn't isn't a constant thing, right? So like yeah, they tend to live longer, but this is like by 5 years. This
It's
isn't
not a
like
huge gap. It's
women
like
are
a
living
couple,
till
2 or
yeah,
3,
like it's
4 or
not like
5
women
years.
are living till
Y'all
120
also
and
well
men are
invested
living till 80.
either.
It's not like that. It's
It's like
a small
74
gap,
to
sure.
79. It's like, yeah.
Wouldn't you say that men, in general, right? Not all men. I don't want no one to take this as an all thing, but most men in general tend to live harder lives than women.
I was
Actually
gonna
doing
say
most dangerous
I
jobs
stress.
and
agree.
shit like that.
I agree with that.
I was gonna say
Women have ear.
stress would
Sorry,
correlate to the
women
lesser
have
lifespan. Men deal with more stress.
And that's why that
Mm.
backs up what I was saying. Women that are under stress, they're more unhappy than the men because we women are not made to be
Right.
under
No,
that type of stress.
We've been more unhappy than you forever.
I don't
Literally
like the
throughout all of
happiness
time,
metric, but
We've killed ourselves at a higher rate. We have been unhappy forever. Just because you finally come into the workplace and realised how unhappy men have been for the last fucking 3,000 years. Like, yeah, good luck to you.
Well said.
Well, no, I don't think. Wait, I think she was saying women are less unhappy now that they're working. I think that's what she was saying,
They were
right?
more fulfilled being mothers and housewives. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I
Right.
think anybody's going to be more happy if they don't have to work a fucking job. Yeah,
You
simple,
think
innit?
being a
Well,
mother is
yeah.
not working a job? Like, what world do you live on? Raising a human being is a job. It's
You're against right now,
most
Haku.
important jobs in
I,
the
I
like
world.
love, I love,
You're
What
raising
I
a
love.
human being. What are you
what he
talking
was
about?
what he
You
was
think a mother
referring
just
to?
lay on their belly and watch
Well, if
TV
you want
all
to hear what
day?
I'm talking
That's what
You're
you
about, then
think
misunderstanding
that's
him.
what a mother does?
You're
if you want to hear
misunderstanding
what
him completely. He's talking about paid
God,
employment.
what's the
Paid
words you
employment.
saying? You literally said you wanted to hear what I'm trying to say and then continued to pre-ramble for the next 2 minutes saying nothing. Right, if you want to hear what I'm saying,
Why you're
I'm
so
saying
aggressive? Okay, if you want to make a point, make a point. I'm not insulting you or anything. I'm just expressing my point of view. Chill.
Stop fucking, man. You asked me for your point and then just not shut up.
The only person who can tell me to shut up is my husband, okay? So if you're going to talk to me, just be nicer. I'm not attacking you.
Over me 3 times in a row now. Are you going to let me answer the question that you asked for?
Sure, if you're nicer, go ahead.
Right then.
Holy
That's
shit.
what I'm telling you is if you think your child is a job and not a privilege, then don't be a mother.
Then okay, so no. What you're
why can't
saying
a
is
job
that
be a privilege?
you're making it sound like being a mother is just being in the house and do nothing, and
Never said that.
like what I'm
Never said
saying is being a
that's
mother
what
is
you meant,
also a very hard
Lord.
job
Never
because
once
it is
did I
also a
say that.
job. It's a responsibility.
What was the word that I said that made you feel like I was saying that being a mother is easy?
I
The
like
fact
him.
that you said that the men
I bet you
work
do.
and that the women basically don't do anything when they're raising a
I never
child.
did. I say that? Did I say that?
No, you didn't.
No. So then, where have you got this idea from? Where have you built this from? Well, explain to me how I've said that women do
I
nothing.
literally just did the fact that you
But
said
but
that
then
a
I literally
man.
said I didn't say that, and you said, yeah, you didn't. So try again.
Yes. Speak easy, you're muted, bro.
I know I'm muted. I'm just so confused about how this again. It's like these arguments are starting talking past each other. I just don't even know what happened just now. I'm just so confused. Like
I didn't
I don't
mute.
know.
I didn't mute nobody, so he muted himself. Just so everybody
That's
knows.
just
I was just so like
Mhm.
Haku. I'm just wondering why you were saying about the like. Do you not agree that women are happier or are less happy now?
I'd agree that literally anybody that didn't have to work, what would feel like a meaningless job, like people, men in society, have to work as bin men, have to work as cleaners, have to work as all these things. Yes, of course, you're going to be more happy at home raising your children than you are having to work a menial job. Yes, obviously. I'm saying that's not so much special
Okay.
for women. I'm not saying that's special for women. I'm saying that's just life.
Wait, what was that last part? Because you muffled out.
I got muffled
Just
because you're
life.
freaking out. Calm down.
Yeah, I'm also at work.
Well, being
See,
a
that's just
mother is a
life.
work too. You're also investing not just your physical energy, but you're
Right,
also
he's not. Wait. That so this is why This is why the argument just started. He never
Mhm.
just said that being a mother isn't work. That's not what was just said. So I don't know why
No,
you're
no.
acting like he said that. He
What
didn't
what
say
he
that
was referring
whatsoever.
to, what he was referring to was paid
Menial
employment.
jobs. Yes.
Paid employment.
Yes.
Is what you don't understand is when a woman is doing that shit, yes, she's working, but she's not getting paid for it. The man, the father, the husband, the partner is out there working, providing to earn that money so you can do what you're doing and raising the kids. He's doing the actual paid fucking work. Of course you're still doing work. You're not getting paid for it because that's what the man is fucking doing.
She gets paid by him.
Exactly.
Yours is like a labour of passion. Do you think it's the same kind of work if someone's like a fucking soccer player or a football player, right? As it is for somebody who's a bin man? Do you think that's like the same level of grit? Do you think that's the same happiness levels? Do you think they feel the same when they go to work in the morning or when they come home at night?
Wait, repeat that question. Sorry, I'm not really understanding
Professional
your question.
athlete, like a professional athlete, do you think he has the same feelings when he gets up in the morning to go to work and when he comes home from work at night as a bin man does?
As a what man?
As a what? Yeah, sorry, I couldn't understand the last part.
Trash man.
Collector. Picks up your trash bins, you know, the guy who comes to your house and picks up your fucking rubbish, your trash.
Yeah, garbage man.
Garbage man.
So do you think that? So your question is if the professional athlete is
Do
happier
you
than
think
the trash man?
Do you think Tom Brady gets up in the morning when he's getting ready
This
to
is
go
all
to training
happiness
and work?
metric crap. This is like nonsense.
Yes, this is what she was talking about. She was saying that women were more
Well,
happy.
I will say that both
Right,
of
and
them will be happier.
I
Both are
wouldn't use
bringing.
that like she does. That's
I
feminine.
will, I will say that both of them are fulfilled
yeah.
if both of them are working for their
No,
families,
no,
right? If they
no.
have
That
a
is so
child at
ridiculous.
home
It's so
waiting
ridiculous.
for them,
That is
and
so ridiculous.
they will probably feel just as because a man feels happy when
Again,
fulfilling their family.
Okay,
Hey, Josh, I want to add some clarification.
the bin man is as fucking fulfilled as Tom Brady, the best NFL player of all
Hold on,
time.
John.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool, bro.
Go ahead, John. Quick.
All right, I just want to clarify. So they were not saying that. From what I heard, I did not hear someone say that being a mom isn't work. They were talking about employment. However, if you're going to die on a hill, I think now you would say that the reality of the situation in society, especially in Western society, is that no longer is the case. That when you work in the home, that you don't get a direct pay from a boss. However, throughout the history, as those of you who are in Europe would know, there was things like dowries where there was money that was transferred that was considered part of the economic value of a woman at home working in the home. And I would also argue too that anything that is done in the home that is something that is off-netted, that time, that energy does equate to money. They may not be getting a direct paycheck,
That's
but
what I
it
just
does have
said.
an
She makes
economic
money
value.
off of the man. The man's working, but he's
you're missing the
providing
point.
for the woman. That's the dowry. That's the
You're missing the
allowance.
point.
Yeah.
Even if I give it you that you can call it work or a job, you can't even accept that different work and different jobs are going to give people different feelings. You don't think that Tom Brady wakes up feeling better than the bin man. That's a ridiculous reality that you live in. You know full well that the bin man.
Well,
no,
No,
that's
okay, please let me try
man.
something here, please, because this is just like my brain is melting at this point.
Tom Brady
Please
should
let
be
me try
making a
something.
$3 bill.
What he's saying is it is different work. It's different work, and you're going to feel different about your satisfaction of raising a child than your satisfaction of going every fucking day to a job, spinning fucking heads on a fucking figurine, and then going home feeling like you didn't actually accomplish anything, right? You're actually happy raising your child and seeing the accomplishment of your child becoming their individual self. When you go to work every day to a meaningless fucking place like emptying fucking trash bins, you don't feel like you actually accomplished anything at the end of the day. That's what is happening to a lot of men.
But what happens
That's
when
what
they
he's
come?
explaining. And he's
What happens when they
explaining how
come home to their
now
family?
that women are in the workforce, now that women are in the workforce and they're seeing how men have been fucking feeling every day just to make sure we can provide for families, they are less happy. He's explaining that this is one of the big reasons they are less happy now.
I
That
don't
is all
care
that's
about
being said.
happiness.
And
I
his
don't.
example about the athlete compared to the trash bin person is because if you think the guy that empties trash every day is gonna feel the same way about his job compared to Tom Brady that gets to go and play fucking football as
wife
his
leaves
job,
him for a
then you're
jiu-jitsu
actually
trainer.
crazy to think that.
Well, and you know what? There are some differences, and if you don't think you can't be happy being a bin man or being
Never said you
somebody
couldn't
that
be.
does menial
He
jobs,
didn't say couldn't be happy.
I'm just saying if you're making a differential about there being a difference between those things, there are people, and this is why I believe people who have higher stress jobs should be compensated more money for that because they're dealing with stress. A football player, for example, in the NFL, they may get big contracts. We see those big contracts, but those aren't always guaranteed. If they get hurt, they don't get all that money. There's pressure on them and stress to, maybe can't go on the ski resort because with the family because they've got a contract that tells them. I think we need to be very careful about assuming that.
Hold on.
One of those different occupations
Hold
may
on.
not
When
give
the
you.
trash man goes out and he does his job and it's a shitty job and he hates it, but he comes home to his family and he's providing for his family and he's taking care of them and he's
but he's
giving
not
them a
coming
place
home,
to
is he?
live. Isn't that
Because
the
after he's done his
fulfillment? Isn't that the fulfillment that a man should want? Not
wife
who
doesn't
cares
work.
what your job is. I
That
don't care
is a
about your.
fulfillment. Wait. That is a fulfillment. He was talking about women's happiness and why they are less happy now and explaining that them being at work, having to go to work is part of it.
But she's
Right?
saying that she's saying women aren't happy because they're separated from their children. Because they got to go to a job every day. They got to go to a job a man's supposed to do. A man is supposed to do that job, but they got to go to a job a man is supposed to do to take care of their children in society. And that's the way society's set up, which we all agree. We all agree that that's not how society should be set up.
Yeah, that's
We
that's only
also
part.
also the
That's only
fact
part
that
of it, though.
men has work for as far as we know, we as women we're so thankful to you men because you men have been able to create this amazing buildings. You guys have been able to do technology. Many men, men are so useful. I'm not trying to diminish the fact that men work very hard, regardless of a trash man or a professional
Yeah,
football
but
player,
you are trying to
but
do
it's
that, right?
still we need that workforce that you guys bring in because you guys are very intelligent. I'm not saying that we women are dumb, but you
No, of
guys,
course we need that. And we also
Yeah,
need
yeah.
to, stop women from working a lot of places, right? Again, it would double the salary of
yeah,
men.
I agree. I
And then they
agree.
would be able to take care of women. What Haku is explaining is
No,
that
any
because of
woman
how
can work
things
where she
are with
wants.
women in the workforce, this is part of why they are unhappy because they're realizing that this is what it takes
Or
to
politics
be
And
the
too.
protector and
Well,
provider that
Exactly.
exactly.
feminism has
that,
told them they could be too.
Yeah.
Feminism
and
tells them you can
And
be
thank
just like a
God for
man. Go get
feminism.
it,
Yeah.
girl.
See, I think
yeah, and to top of
Thank
that,
God
Equality.
for
I think we kind
feminism.
of all agree. I think we're missing each other. Yeah.
No,
Yeah, that's what's
and to top
going
of,
No,
on. A
we
lot of
don't.
things are going
No,
over
we
people's
don't.
heads.
I mean, on top of that fact, right? You've got these women who are fucking they're so career driven, so career orientated, right? They basically spend as much of their time as they can trying to climb that fucking ladder. They're working their asses off, and then they get to a certain age, they get to where they want to be career wise. And then when they go to retirement, right? They actually sit there in misery because they never had that chance to spend having kids, bringing kids up and stuff. They never had that chance because they wasted it fucking chasing their career and their dream and shit. And then because of that, they're so miserable because they're at that fucking age where they can't have kids anymore. They're getting too old. All their eggs have fucking been used up and, been fucking perioded out. But they
Yep.
can't have any kids and they're fucking miserable. They can't have
Yeah.
any kids. Why? Because
And
they've
then
been
when we're
selfish enough
teaching
to
dudes
be
that
like a
all
guy
that
and
matters is
chase that fucking career.
Exactly. I
yeah, well,
agree with
that's
you.
the thing, and we're teaching dudes
Thank
that
you.
all that matters is having a cool car and fucking having money, and we don't teach them about being a father and a husband either. So like, the
Tell you,
quality
Todd,
women
this is
don't have exactly a big choice of quality men. This is the problem that again, a lot of these things that are promoted in society are fucking causing a lot of men to be fucking degenerates, a lot of women to be degenerates, and this is causing a lot of fucking problems amongst the thing. It's like putting two gears that are supposed to be spinning one way and spinning one of them the opposite way and just fucking the whole machine up. That's what's
And it's
going
all
on.
and it's all fucking deliberate. It's part of the agenda. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like to fucking reduce the amount of people on the planet. This is one of the many ways they're doing it.
Yep.
They're doing this deliberate so less people are coming together and having fucking kids. The kids that they have already, they're fucking with their heads. They indoctrinate them, telling them, oh, boys can be fucking females can be fucking boys, whatever, that
Yep.
shit. So then they're getting forced into this fucking treatment to try and surgically alter their bodies for fucking life. So then they regret that shit. They're no longer able to have kids because of that. Again, part of the whole global
Okay, yeah,
reduction
that's like a
population
minority
program.
of the problem, though. That you're just pointing, like, we can't just go on this whole, like, this is the problem. We're jumping all over the
Right.
fucking place, right?
My
Right.
biggest contention with
Everything's
what's
into
been
like
said,
that.
my biggest contention with what's been said is that you can acknowledge that women are unhappy being in the workplace, but at the same time, you can prescribe that men should do 100-hour work weeks.
Maybe
He
not
said
100-hour.
100 hours. I will say 80. I mean,
Or
it's,
No,
maybe
you
not
said,
100.
I said that most households are going to need 2 full-time jobs. 50-hour work week isn't enough.
Oh,
But
wait
you
a
said
minute.
get.
See,
You
Sal,
said get
good
2
luck.
jobs then.
It
We're gonna just keep
it
harping on the same thing.
That was your instant response. Get 2 jobs then.
oh, well, as speaking as somebody who is a housewife, and my husband is the only one that works, and I'm never here at this time, but I was like, oh my god, I have to jump in. Everything everybody has said is correct. You are all right. You're all saying really great points. What flor means, the girl from Guatemala, what she means is that you have to be wise. So, for example, we live in a cheap state. Texas or Arizona are very cheap. So that's one thing. We don't live in California. If we lived in California, we wouldn't be able to make it. So we live in a cheap state. And my husband is very wise and very smart with his choice of work. And I try my best to be wisest with what I spend, with how I use the money, his paycheck that comes in. We don't have 2 cars. We have 1 car. We don't go on vacations. So at the same time, in life there will always be some sort of sacrifice. You have to think, what do I want to be, a career woman, or do I want to be a successful mother that is going to be a blessing to my children, to my family, to my community? You can't, you're right, you can't have everything. You can't have everything in life. And also, Jesus was a carpenter. Men have had crappy jobs since the beginning of time, and their value, their worth, the respect, the admiration. My husband doesn't have my husband isn't a CEO, but I admire and respect him so much because he takes the brunt. And also, a housewife has to admit, yes, my husband's job is definitely, obviously, harder than mine. Mine, sometimes I wake up at all times of all hours of the night. The kids have fevers. It is taxing mentally, emotionally, physically, but obviously I'm not going to say that it's as hard as my husband's job. No, of course not.
And
But
probably more rewarding, right?
I'm sorry?
And probably more rewarding as well.
My job?
Yes, your job than your husband's. Yours is probably more rewarding
Your
to
job
you
is more
than
Yes.
his is
rewarding.
to
Yeah,
him.
yeah, definitely. Because I mean, I get to be home and
Like
watch.
when your child first spoke and when your child's first
Exactly.
walk, he doesn't get that kind of
Exactly.
experiences at
Right.
work. Never have I ever
Right.
been at work and experienced that level of joy. Ever at
Right.
work.
Right.
Ever.
Right. Right.
I am
Right.
the
Exactly.
sole learner of my household. I am the sole learner of my household. I am the one who pays for my entire household. My wife does not work. Like, but if my wife turned around to me and was like, well, you best get another job and work 100 hours a week, I tell her to shut the fuck up.
I understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But
I
I
also
think
need to have time with my children. They need to know their
right.
father too, right? And
Right.
she was just saying it like it was nothing, like flipping. Just add another 50 hours on your week, right? Like,
40.
no wonder men feel like nobody gives a fuck about them and they kill themselves at the highest rate. Like, yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Those kind of flippant comments of
Yeah,
like, yeah,
but
just
as
fucking
men,
take on a whole
we
nother work week.
aspire to do more. So maybe there's a time when we
Yeah,
have to
but
work
see, this
80
is the
hours,
thing.
and then eventually we can work
This is
40
the one
hours and
thing
make the
I'm gonna
same
have
amount of money.
to say about this, but like us also as men, Haku, we should teach men to brush that stupid shit off and keep moving, right? Instead of like letting it put them in that state of mind. I get what you're saying. It's
Right.
true. A lot of men
Sometimes
are
you gotta
feeling
grind for a
living in
while.
this quiet desperation, right? A lot of men are living in this quiet desperation because that's what they feel from women. They feel like they're not good enough. You know, that like the fucking average dude doesn't get fucking looked at, right? Like a lot of again, women like a lot of all women chase the same type of men, basically, right? In a sense, not in every detail, because then you. But you know what I'm trying to say,
Yeah,
where
but the thing they're looking for
they
is
chase men that
stability.
are crossed and up, where men are more open to a crossed and down, right? So this is what's happening here, and men again, they live in this quiet desperation because of that what Haku just mentioned, right? Like that
Right.
when women say, "Yeah, you should just fucking work harder."
But
Yeah,
I
but
don't know
like
if you
But
guys
in a
know.
so
way,
this is
it's
why I
true.
wanted to ask the two ladies
houses,
here on the panel. I have a question for the
What did you
ladies here
say?
on the panel. Quick, do you
You say you have
think?
admiration
Do
and
you
respect, and that's not
wait?
it. Sorry.
Oh, man,
What is your question?
Did he? Hello?
He muted himself.
Oh.
But I do. My observation. I don't know if you guys have said this since I've come back in here, but you know, we can talk about gender, we can talk about feminism, but I think all of these things that cause the conflict with men to have to work as long as they are, long before we got into this whole cultural war with like the war on marriage and everything with lifestyles, the catalyst for a lot of this is when we went away from the agrarian age and we developed into the industrial age, civilizations. And the more we consumed, the more we needed to produce, then the more our work became about what our value was to somebody who then needed people, not for a vocation, but as warm bodies. And that is something that to me is something that is, and I agree with, I think it was Haiku that says, we have to live in reality. And I think we do. We have to realize we're never going back to the agrarian age, obviously. But to know what we've left behind, and to know why people, especially in the European guild system, why people were so much happier when people could go out and say, okay, I'm going to go provide, I'm going to grow my own food, I'm going to go hunt my own food, I'm going to do these things. Like their job had more than just, and I think part of the depressing thing about men, and now we're seeing, you guys are all mentioning this, that women are in the workplace are now noticing this, is the soullessness that happens in almost every job where you're not valued for your vocation, like a doctor would be, or a lawyer would be, or like somebody who is doing something where you're a warm body. And to me, at least with some of the trades like welding or trades like plumbing, where you can develop that craft, people who I think are at the worst of that are people who are in entry-level jobs working at retail places, because you literally are being paid as a warm body, regardless of who you are, and just to stand there and push buttons and whatever. And we've got to get to a point, I think, before we start talking about the cultural stuff, to realize that I think the prerequisite for that, which to me was the switch when we entered into the industrial era. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, but sometimes you've got to eat shit. Sometimes, and I'm not saying that the rest of your life, but sometimes, for example, at me, when I first started working at 17 or whatever, what experience or degrees did I have? None. So you have to get entry level jobs. You have to, be the runner, the go get me this, go get me that. Sometimes that's necessary. And for example, for men, or women in this case, since women are working now, if you don't like it, why not go to night school and study at night? And that's what my grandfather did. My grandfather came from Mexico to the United States legally, and he had 2 jobs. He was a janitor, and he went to school at night, and he opened his own business, and he raised himself out of poverty and all of that. My grandma stayed home and raised the children. So you know what I mean? Sometimes you have to sacrifice and really work extremely hard for a couple of years, or 5 or even 10 years. I don't know.
I wasn't laughing
You
at
got to
what you were
realize.
saying, Cecil. I was laughing because Buff is sleeping, and I'm watching
You got to
Speakeasy's chat,
realize.
and everybody in
I'm
Speakeasy
just
chat
sitting
is
there
like,
listening to
Buff is
that.
passed
What
out.
I'm sitting there listening to what that
Oh, he's
she
not
just
asleep.
said in that damn chat. It's an interesting statement, but
Buff, you're
Shut up,
asleep. What
Buff.
are you
Go back.
talking
I
about?
don't know.
Shut up.
Fuck
Go
up,
Interesting
back
Buff.
to
statement.
Go
bed.
to bed.
Right.
Do you think
But I
it's
would
the same?
I agree with it fully.
go ahead.
Right now, yeah, you said like years ago, like your granddad did this, right, and was able to work really hard and then able to sustain his family on a one income household. But we're telling you now that one income doesn't work, right? So as hard as your granddad worked, he could do that exact same hard work right now, and it wouldn't be enough.
Right. Inflation is insane. Yeah.
Well,
I
it's not
get
just
you.
Yes,
inflation, but it's yeah.
you actually need 2 incomes. So what I would have to do is work twice as hard as your granddad did to do the same thing.
My grandfather always had 2 jobs. For his entire life, he had 2 jobs, sometimes 3. But I don't know, I don't know which types of, I don't have the details. So maybe you're right. But
No,
that was
the
normal.
inflation says that whatever his
Yeah.
income was back then would not
Yeah.
be equivalent now, right? So I would have to work twice as hard as he did to afford what he afforded.
And not just work twice as hard, but also sacrifice double the time. And like
Right.
you were saying, where you're at a point where you're no longer in the home. And I know a lot of guys make that choice. Like, in America, there's a lot of oil riggers, and they'll go out there and they'll be gone from their families for 2 weeks. And I couldn't do that. I personally couldn't do
Right.
that. And because to me, supporting your family is one thing, but and I understand that that's important. I don't deny that. But what point is it that when we get to a point where the fathers are not at home and their kids don't know their fathers, and then the kids are so active and the moms, because children won't listen to their moms. I don't care what people say.
Right.
There is something in our biology that when you hear a man speak, he speaks with authority. It's in our psychology.
Exactly.
You know.
So this is what pissed me off earlier. Know what I mean? But I heard this fucking thing when she said, "Oh, single mums, not we don't need fucking dads. We can raise kids on our own and all that shit." That's bullshit.
No, I
Like
think
the
she meant. I think she meant babies. I think she meant babies.
yeah, babies.
Yeah. Well, yeah, with babies. I have two. I have
Yeah,
two
but
babies, and
don't you get maternity leave where you are?
no, I just quit. My husband. I was blessed
Okay,
enough that
you
I was able to
don't
quit.
you get maternity leave even if you didn't quit, right?
I'm sorry.
Don't you get maternity leave even if you did not quit your job in your country?
Yeah. In the United States, yeah.
Yeah, so then it basically is irrelevant, the part of the baby stage, because you would be off work and paid anyway for that stage, right?
Now they're trying to give men maternity.
No, the baby stage
Well,
is
men
through
do get
till
paternity, yeah, men do get
right paternity, yeah. But babies is a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, a 4-year-old is maybe not a newborn baby, but definitely a tiny child that wants his mother all the time.
Toddlers.
Yeah, well, and that so that
Like
and this
3 or
is kind
4,
of
they
the
need
thing
the
with
father more.
right.
They need
And this is the
Yeah.
other thing that doesn't get talked about, which is that also men and women value different things, and those choices and those values, and I think those things they're not bad, they're different, and that's why we're losing a lot of things with the way people try to conflate the two genders. But those choices that women make are part of the reason why they're in jobs where they don't get paid as much, and that's
Right.
never talked about. And on top of that, like what is it haikui? Is that how you say it?
call me Haku, you can call me Liam.
Okay, all right. But like what he's saying, which is that then you get women who are in the workplace, and then they're getting not just rewarded for making their choices, but then there's time that's given to them, more money that's given, and again, it also means that not only they're getting money, but someone has to work during that time. If there's a male equivalent, most likely that male is the one that's going to be taking up that slack, which is usually what happens. But
are women getting paid more though? Because again, the wage gap still exists. Women
no,
are
it
still
doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't,
Oh,
Jalen.
That's
My
been
God.
debunked.
The wage gap
Jalen gets
doesn't
his
exist at all.
information from CNN.
From
I got a
CNN.
question. I wanted to ask the ladies here a question because they were talking about like men working, like wanting to work harder and smarter, all this. I just wanted to know if you guys also stand on the side that like women shouldn't be in the workforce, in the sense like men shouldn't have to hire women for their companies.
If she can work from home and take care of the children while she's at work, I have no problem with that. Or if she doesn't have
Is
kids,
she
I'm okay with
qualified
her
to
working.
do the job?
So
No, that's not what he's saying.
Should I
He's
have a
saying something
question
else.
for the ladies? So I guess you guys are ladies now, or?
I guess I'm a lady now.
Wait, speak easy. Can you make that question again?
Yeah, so because like you're down for the men working harder, and me too. I am down for this, but I'm also down for like bricklaying companies not having to accept women in their workforce, logging companies not having to accept women, like this diversity bullshit that we have pushed into a lot of companies. Do you think that men should be able to turn down women just because it's not a job for women?
Yeah,
Of course.
100%.
Okay.
I think women shouldn't even vote. Women
Yeah,
shouldn't
no
vote.
Let's
freedom
fucking
for people.
go.
No.
Babe.
No,
Define
that
what's
doesn't get
not a
us
job
shut
for
up.
women.
From
Who
that
just said that?
idiotic,
Which
don't
one of
get
you
a
just
shut
said
up.
that?
She sounds
Both
just
of
said
Is that
that
them.
ladies
women
cow?
shouldn't work. That don't get a shut up. Y'all crazy. Y'all are
Let's
insane,
fucking
No, women
idiotic.
go.
shouldn't vote. Women should not be in
Let's
politics.
Y'all,
Not
go.
at all.
That's the
Jesus.
indoctrination you get
No,
from your
no.
damn
I'm a woman.
misogynistic
I'm a
husband.
woman. Once a month. Once a
Yeah, because
month.
you're
We
you're
change. We get moody.
And they're both
We
Latina. They're both
different.
Latina ladies. So
Okay.
if that
And
tells you something,
and if you think that women should
Be
be in
fair,
charge
guys.
and
Be
they would
fair.
be
I
great
think a
leaders,
lot of people shouldn't vote. To be fair, I
Can
think
I
that
ask?
yeah,
I'd
should
agree
be
with you. I'd
a
agree with
bigger
you.
requirement for you to vote.
I probably shouldn't be
You
allowed
know,
to
Can I
vote.
if
actually
women would do these requirements, I wouldn't be opposed to those women voting. But yeah, I think a lot of people shouldn't vote, man. A lot of people are retarded
Candace
and
Owens.
have no clue what their vote is even
Candace Owens
for.
gets my vote.
Do you think it would affect your country on the global stage if all your women left the workplace?
Yes, it would.
You're now
In a
needing
positive way.
more
Yeah,
men.
In a
then we'd
positive way,
lose
No,
yeah.
OnlyFans.
Nah.
Let me finish. Right, you've now got all these women that no longer work, so all their jobs need to be now filled by men, leaving less men
Right.
to be in the military, less men to be in the services, less men to do all these things. Are we then, if we then go to war, are we going to conscript all the women back into warehouse factories and all this shit? Are we?
Why should we ever
Or are we
conscript
going to have the
women?
men working at home? No, because like in previous world wars, we've had women working in the factories and men on the front lines, right?
Right.
But we
They were
can't have all
they were dilly
the
dallying,
Let
putting
me ask
guns
you
together
something. Let me
on
ask you
a
something. For
factory
how
line.
long woman has been in workforce?
fucking many years. I don't know exactly off the top of my head the exact date that it changed.
Do you
Since
know
the
that?
40s.
Do you know what's 100 years in human history? Absolutely nothing in time. So you're telling me for thousands of years, men have been able to be in workforce. Wars are still going on.
Yeah,
Wars
if you
have
let me
been there
finish my
since the
sentence, I'll
beginning of
explain
time,
exactly
and
why.
there hasn't been any less soldiers or has affected
Yep. Yeah.
anything that has to do with wars
Okay.
to putting women
Okay.
in the
But
workforce
there's
at
been
all.
changes, Flor.
Okay.
There's been
What's
changes
Right. So
to
let me
point?
tell
society.
you this statistically. So let me tell
Right,
you this
but she's
statistically.
saying the
Right.
changes are bad. It's bad changes.
No,
It's
Oh, I
she's
it's
saying
agree.
not
that like
I agree.
good.
she's saying that
Let
like
the guy finish, man.
yeah, they've never let me finish it from the start of this fucking statement, right? So what I
Go
was saying
ahead.
is
You have the
is
stage.
if you have a country like America and they remove all women from the workplace today, right? That means these men now have to take these positions today or the country falls apart. Meaning we now need to take less people out of all these service member jobs, right? And then these other countries that are our competitors, China and Russia, will still have the same amount of men being able to be moved around and we will not. This puts us in a weakest point on the global stage. This is what I'm explaining to you because the other countries aren't also going to do this.
We're not going to do this either. Obviously, this is a hypothetical. There's never will this law or whatever pass that women can't
Yes.
work. Obviously not.
So then we need to think of a better solution then. What's the point in talking about something that isn't going to happen?
Again, it's not necessarily just a law to say women can't work. It's what we're talking about is taking women out of the places that we know is just some woke
I'm
fucking
fine with all the
pushing of
diversity.
women can do everything men can do, right?
They can.
I think the
What?
actual. I think
Who just said that?
That was
That's
me.
Jalen. That's Jalen. That's our resident
So you
DNC.
think women can do everything men can do?
They can work wherever they want to work because we're talking about the
Okay, then.
workforce.
Well, I wouldn't like to
Bullshit.
do construction.
Hold up. Everyone's getting all excited. I just want to know. I just want a clarification here. What do you mean by you think women and men
not a-
or
not
women
at
can do
all.
everything men can do?
In terms of the workforce, because I want to specify that's what we're talking about. A woman can do any man job, a man can do any woman job, whatever. Since y'all like
that's
those
not
stupid,
true.
y'all like those stupid labels. What?
Okay, so
job
you're
that a
saying
woman-
can, but do you think
what
like
woman- What's a job that a woman can't do that a man can just do? That's specifically for men.
Well, okay,
we can
so
start
it's
with
not
the
about
construction industry.
it's okay. So it's not that every woman in the world, you're gonna have
Lift over
outliers,
50
right? You'll have
pounds.
some exceptional women that can do things the same as men, right? You'll have this, right? But the problem here is when you're talking about this, the exception doesn't make the rule. So in general, women aren't competing with men in lots of jobs like logging workers, fishing workers, aircraft pilots, roofers, refuse collectors, iron and steel workers, truck drivers, farmers and ranchers, electrical power line workers, recyclable material workers, landscapers, lawn service, groundskeeping, construction workers, cement and concrete manufacturers, taxi drivers, chauffeurs, maintenance and repair
Don't
workers,
waste your
mining
breath.
and support activities for
Jalen
mining,
is like-
police and sheriff patrol officers. All of this is overwhelmingly out competing, or men are out competing women in these categories overwhelmingly, right?
But you're saying a woman can't do any of those jobs, are you not?
Not like men.
Mediocrely.
Not like men.
You literally didn't hear what he just said, Jalen.
You do know there's a female
Jalen.
pilot who is a Blue Angel right now, right?
Oh,
Well,
Buff,
whatever.
quiet.
Excuse
You're
me,
not even.
what?
As you said, fighter pilot.
Buff, whatever. Jalen,
Yes, not.
you ever
She
been
led
on
a
a construction
squadron,
site, Jalen?
I didn't say
squadron.
fighter pilot, so you're
Yeah,
not
you
listening.
did.
Jalen.
You're
You
drunk.
did.
You're
Yes,
drunk, bro.
Nada, I
Now
have.
You're
listen
drunk, bro.
right
It's
You
okay.
been on a
You're drunk.
construction site,
Jalen?
Jalen?
You're not
Somehow
listening.
How
You're
many?
probably
the
seeing
only
No, I
women on a
heard you.
construction
echoes.
site are the
Yo,
supervisors.
stop talking over each other, man.
How many
trying to-
women? How many
Nada, I'm
women
trying
have
to
you
hear you.
seen? How many women have you seen on a construction site? Because I'm an electrician.
Find this
Nowadays,
I'm an
the
electrician, Jalen.
supervisors,
Yes,
the
at least I've
supervisors
seen
will be
one.
women.
One.
the fact
Okay. Was she good? Was she good
one.
at
Here,
her
you want me to
job?
tell you one? You want me to
No.
tell you a
Yes.
woman a job
Yeah.
that women can't do? You want me to give you a job women can't do?
Oh,
Navy SEAL. You don't have one woman that's ever
Exactly.
completed the training to
wow!
become
They
a
only
Navy
made a
SEAL.
movie
There you
about
go.
it.
You
Until
wanted
they
you
lower
wanted
the
one? I gave you one. You're
They
not
only
so,
made a movie about it.
Until they
Buff,
lower the
as a woman,
qualifications.
I can tell
Continue
you,
on.
Buff,
The
as
floor,
a
you
woman,
say
Oh,
as a
wait.
woman
Hollywood
all the
made a
time.
there's
movie
not
about it.
one
Very
Navy
silly things.
SEal that is a
Clarified.
woman.
You say some very
Female
silly
Not
things.
one.
Navy
What are you
SEALs
talking about?
that are females. Oh,
You
so
made there's a
try again.
movie about it. I don't give a fuck about movies.
No, there are two
Hollywood made a movie
actual
about it.
women that
That's a good
actually
argument.
passed the class of becoming Navy
No,
SEAls.
to be a
So
Navy
try
SEAL,
again.
no.
That
No,
smells
there
shit.
They
isn't.
didn't get a movie. They didn't get a movie. But
There's not
please
one
try
single female.
again.
No
Go back
woman
to
has
sleep,
completed
Buff.
the full SEAL training.
Buff, I
Not
love you,
one.
man, but I
Who is
can't
this
believe you just
fucking
said
Not
that.
one.
I can't believe you
Updated
just
in
said that.
early 2024.
Who is this
We just
joke
put up
of a
with Buff.
guy? Holy fuck.
Yeah,
I
you
think
think
Buff
I'll give
and,
you.
Buff and Jalen are now on the same
I
wavelength
think
right
that
Okay
now.
then.
you see what you just said. As a woman, all the jobs that you just named, I wouldn't do any of them. Any of
yeah,
them.
Exactly.
most
Out of
women don't
choice.
want to even do them, right?
Yeah.
But they're
Women can't
encouraged to
do
because
them.
feminism tells them you can do every single thing a man can do. Go get it, girl. Be independent.
Yeah, I
That's
do.
called a
Cosby
lie.
Hour.
Which, Floor, I want to say you do such a great job at your job that you do with
It
like
gets
the
herself into so
ladies
much shit
working
because
for
of
the
this mentality.
hospitals.
They need a man
You,
to fucking get them
girl,
out of it.
do the damn thing. You get it, girl, and I'll be so proud to
I'm
hear
a
your
medical
progress.
interpreter. We
You
women love being in the medical field because you're caring about somebody's in their
you
nature
do
to love
such a
to
good
care.
Yeah,
damn
women
job.
tend to
Well,
like.
anyway.
Yeah, women
She
tend to
sits
like
on her
people, and men
couch and
tend to like
answers a
things.
phone. Like,
Okay. Right. So if we take all the diversity things out, I still don't think this changes how a household can't run off one income.
What?
It makes no difference to the
Take-
grand
Who
problem.
hurt
It
you
takes.
so much in your childhood for you to be so
Who
against
hurt
that?
you,
Okay.
What
Floor?
did he
Who
say?
hurt
I
you,
couldn't
Floor?
understand it.
Listen
I
to
couldn't
me.
understand it.
What did I say then that made you reply with that? Go on.
I didn't
Did you
understand what he
listen to the
said.
words that I said? No. The
No,
other
I
woman who
couldn't
just said,
understand.
I must have been so hurt. I must have been so hurt. What did I say that you made you think that?
That you're
Explain to me your
so
thought process.
offended to what I said.
I'm not offended at all. I said something back to what Easy said. I said we could remove all the diversity laws, but that still is not going to help the fact that houses need two incomes to run. So now explain to me how that comment
Why a
means
man
I am
cannot
heard.
do the two incomes?
Because you think every man should do two incomes while you just raise
I
children.
didn't say
You are
we've
the
already
any
problem
we've
in
man.
this
already
I
fucking
said
addressed
house.
any father.
we've
If
already
you're gonna
addressed all
have
of
a
this.
household with a child, the mother should stay at home, take care of the child, and the father needs to do what he needs to do to make that house sustainable.
Yeah, so
Yes, that's
every
what
man
I
in this
said,
world, if
and
you
you
meet a
got
woman
We've
like
super
already
that,
we've
offended by
stay
it.
already
so fucking
addressed
clear.
all this. People living above their means. You don't need to have 3 cars and 12-bedroom house. Like,
Or an
I
iPhone.
don't think people
or,
are
or
talking
Not every
about
house
fucking
needs an
3 cars.
iPhone.
Also,
I don't think people are
change
talking about 12 cars.
haiku, or I'm sorry, I don't know what his name is. Also, like, if you are putting all the time that you can and you're just not getting ahead, why not try changing to a different field slowly. I know
Man,
it's
I've
hard
already
slowly, but
explained to you that I am the sole earner of my household, working one job, right? I'm not saying this is not possible.
So why
but
does
the
it
fact
work
is
for
that you're
you, but it
saying that
can't
the rest
work
of the
for the rest of everybody else?
because it works for everybody. The statistics say this. I don't know why
I
you
don't
want to
care
pretend that
about the
it doesn't.
Right,
statistics. We need to
that's
change.
a lot to do
We
with
need to
people's
change the
lifestyles
statistics.
too, is what I was trying to explain earlier, right?
Uh-huh.
People first off, you know how many people have subscriptions to shit that they don't even realize they have, and they're paying this every month. People are buying fast food a lot, which is way more expensive than healthy eating, even though people want to put this myth up that it's not. It actually is. People don't take the
way
time to
more
like cook their own meals and shit like that anymore, right? So like
Well, yeah, but
there's
that
a
guy's
lot
doing
of different
100-hour a week.
reasons behind it too.
I think that
Like
was
you're
that
you're
was normally
smart.
true,
That's
but
why
under
you're
I
able
also
to
think
do
it's
it. We
important
need
that
to
you guys also
encourage.
realize
under
too that how
Bidenomics.
expensive
I
things
don't know
are
if
in
that's so
England.
true anymore.
You guys probably how much are you right now? How much are you paying for petrol per gallon? I don't know if you call it per gallon there. I don't know if that's the metric.
I think it's like $3, like $3 something a gallon.
No,
About
but I'm saying in the UK because it's more
3.29
expensive in
right
the UK.
now.
Everything's more expensive.
Stop
in
talking
the UK.
over each other, you ignorant fucks.
Oh wait, we use a real monetary system though, so it's $3.29, not pounds.
Well, you know that the pound is worth more than the dollar right now. I think.
Yeah, we're a better system than
Yeah.
yours.
So
That's,
translate it
not
over.
a good argument there.
Translate it over.
It's about £1.50 per litre. Okay.
Okay, gotcha.
Translate it over then, smartass.
Well,
There
that's a
goes
lot
that
of
fucking stereotype
conversion there.
comment.
I agree with what Speakeasy said, though. There is a lot of things, like in America, for example, like fast food, subscriptions, a brand new phone, all those things. Like I live in a town where we barely have fast food. We barely have iPhones. You see the men of the house going on a bike to work, and it's a labor work. It's not go and sit down in an office because I don't live in a city. And you see the woman staying at home, raising the child, home cooking for that child. You see the children going out at the lakeshore and do their gym class, right? They don't have such a thing as lunches in school. That doesn't exist here. But you see these kids with a lot more morals and values. Yes, we're not in the best economic situation in the world, but the children are more in a natural, more oriented what's it called, like raised, they're raised in a more oriented
So
mindset.
for the Americans that don't know how to use the metric system, basically for gas,
Fuck the
they're
metric system.
what? No, don't.
Commie
$3
system. I'm very
$3.50
Don't get me
it's about
started.
$6 a gallon. They're paying
Let 'em
almost double
finish.
what we're paying a gallon. Just
I'm
telling you.
very
I'm just telling you.
anti-metric system.
You know, they both have their advantages. Metric's good
12
because you
is
can divide by 10.
yes.
You can move decimal
No,
points.
it's
But
not. What's a
in
quarter?
construction,
What's a third of
hold up,
a 10?
Josh,
You have
in
repetition.
construction, motherfucker. In construction, what's nice is you can divide. You can just double your denominator for measurements if you're splitting. But anyway, go ahead.
No. If I'm
What?
looking for
What do
a
you mean
third
no?
of a centimeter, it's like 3.333333333
Okay, listen to
millimeters.
what I'm saying. I'm
I
saying
can divide
imperial.
12 by 4. I can divide 12 by 3.
I know. Gosh, listen to me. That's what I was saying. Imperial's good for construction because you can just double the denominator.
All right.
Again, this is what I do for a
Anti-metric
living.
system.
Metric system's good though because you can just
It is
move
easier.
the,
It is easier
My
for
dogs.
figuring out things.
for
It is
some
much easier.
things. It
For some
depends.
things.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
measurements.
You
Imperial's
know
good
why
for
they call it a
measurements.
foot? Because it's the average size of a foot.
Hey, yo, Dreaded. I forgot to ask you. Are you streaming? Do you have a channel?
Yeah, I'm streaming.
He is.
We're streaming right now.
Yeah, I'm streaming too. Don't worry, I'm streaming too. I'm trying to ask him so I can promote his channel on mine. Just calm your drunk ass down for a second, buddy.
It's JS. It's
Drink
JS.
some water. Go have a glass of water.
live on YouTube.
Go have a glass of
now.
water.
That's
Have
all
a
good.
slice of toast.
Buff, shut
You'll be
up.
better, bro.
We're
You're
talking.
ruining the plug.
We're talking about
Congratulations, guys.
live
Oh,
right
welcome to
now,
Steve.
like
Ethnic
YouTube. It's all
arguments.
good.
before you joined in. We were talking about some of the things you were talking about last night about should women and men have friends who are and yeah, I got sent there by Crucible to your channel by Crucible. His stream ended.
Hey, shout
And,
out Andrew.
Yeah, I love Andrew, and I've been thinking about going to a church lately, and I've been thinking about the Orthodox
Hey,
Church.
there you go.
But, yeah, yeah. So
Yeah, I had a conversation with someone recently. She didn't believe there was a God, and so I had a little back and forth with her about it, and she came to the conclusion that there was a God, but she just doesn't want to worship him.
You gotta talk to Buff then.
I did a whole series about arguments for God for like I do a show on Monday nights where I talk about the news, and then I spend like an hour. So like the past 7 weeks,
So you do the open panels often then?
I do
Every
the
time he
open
streams?
panels. On well, it used to be Friday and Saturday. My work days changed, so now it's Monday and
Okay.
Is it Monday and Tuesday? I guess it's Monday
Okay,
and
good,
Tuesday.
good.
But
Yeah, I like especially because my crowd has enjoyed it recently. I usually do panel takeover is what we call it, and I just hop onto different open panels and have different debates and whatnot.
I wanted to ask
it's
you:
good
Are
to know
you
that
Orthodox?
you do open panels.
Or are you Orthodox?
Well, I grew up just Christian. I didn't grow up any actual like sect of Christianity. As I have been learning more about Orthodox, I do plan to visit an Orthodox church, and
Yeah.
but I do go to a church, and like when I was younger, I actually started a youth group in a church, because there was nothing for the kids at this church that I went to.
Yeah.
So like I started a youth group because I lived in a really like shitty neighborhood, and all the kids had nothing to do all the time. So like I like proposed it to the church, and then they literally started it up for the kids in my neighborhood, and like still to this day that church has that youth group.
Nice.
And, like, I'll go visit them every now and then.
Yeah,
I
worked
will
with-
say
I worked with the youth group.
um
I worked with the youth group when I was in my church, and yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I was
I'm kind
youth
of
group president.
unorthodox.
Anyway.
There's a lot of things that people I like to debate, and I like to talk about stuff, and
Yeah, I love debating. Like that's what I do. Like my channel isn't like a Christian promotion channel or nothing like this.
Yeah.
My channel is very open to everybody's worldviews, and it's so we can all come to the same conclusion. Especially when I'm debating, I don't usually use religion in a debate at all because a lot of people don't have this same worldview. That's why earlier I was trying to have that conversation with Buff about the consequences that come out of
Yeah.
it, because this is
And
how
then
a
he
lot of
brought
people
religion
view
into
life.
it when you had never mentioned religion. And it was
Yeah,
Right,
totally,
that's right. Yeah, and
totally.
like I
Buff's not that
tend to
smart.
see
I know.
this happens a lot. Like I actually never told anybody about
Just playing with
anything
you, Buff.
about me being religious for the longest time on my channel, because like now this is what everybody tries to do. They go, "Oh, you're a fake
Yeah.
Christian, or you're a fake believer, or you're fake
Yeah.
religious." This is what it's turned into almost all the time now when I debate with people, and
Yeah.
I don't
and
ever
what's-
debate
and
in
what's-
that sense, because like again, like me and Haku agree on a lot of shit. Haku doesn't believe in God, right? Like he believes in something similar to God.
nigga.
He
No,
believes
no.
in something. He believes in something similar to God, though. So like
Haku sent me a
I
friend
wouldn't jump
request.
too fast there, Buff. I wouldn't jump there too fast.
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
think
no,
I don't think
He
no.
does
Haku's
believe
a-
in something
Oh,
similar,
oh.
What's,
right? So
what's the betting?
Easy,
Right, what's
I've
the
called
he
betting?
actually comes
Joshua
to a
here.
lot of
I've
the
called
same
him a fake
conclusions
before.
as I would, based off of his morals and why he has his morals. He actually has like the most compelling argument for someone that doesn't believe in God and actually has a strict moral mind frame. Like I've never heard anyone
I
have
will
it this
say I
way.
like
So
there's
that's
a
a
quote
tough
that says being an atheist requires too much faith on my part. Like and I think that is a really good way of saying it. I will say this
Yeah.
to you: if you're interested in going to the Orthodox Church, be patient with it. It's unlike anything else you'll ever experience.
I like the
And it's-
structure.
Yeah,
I like the community, and I like
yeah.
the organization, and I like the and
It's a
but
full-on
again, I'm
censor.
very open to everyone, right? Like
Yeah.
one of my mods
I like the
literally
authoritarian.
identifies as a witch. Okay, so like I
aspect
literally
of it.
have people from all walks of life on my channel all the time. So don't
What?
ever
Yeah.
like think you're.
I
Don't
can-
let my beliefs or what my religion is stop you from coming over because.
Right. And then I would also
literally
just
have people
recommend
from all walks of
if
life
you
here.
are interested in going to an Orthodox church, I would highly recommend going to a Vespers service, like a Friday or Saturday Vespers service, before going to what they call the Divine Liturgy, which is what the Catholics would call Mass, or like Protestants would call worship. Just because it will give you kind of a good taste of what it's like, without it's like
Yeah.
on
Me
the
and
Sunday
John
services.
get into all sorts of debates.
There's like it's like almost like 3 services, so it's like a marathon. That's why people they're finding that a lot of men have turned on to. I'm not Orthodox. I was in there. I went to the church for like 3 years, but they're finding that a lot of men are attracted to the discipline aspect of it because there's a lot of standing, and a lot of churches, Orthodox churches, don't even have chairs. So there's a lot of standing. It's more in the other places of the world than it is in America, though. But that would just be my recommendation. It's a good way to dip your toe into it. So
Yeah, but see these people, right, in an argument, whatever it's about, when it comes down to morals and shit, and then like the God believer, the one that goes to church and all that, brings up fucking religion in the hopes that the person they're arguing with isn't a fucking believer in religion and stuff, so they can then play the holier than thou card, so they can justify their fucking God-given morals. That people like that, I'm sorry, but they just fucking piss me off, man. Religion's
But I
because
can't
No, I actually
you don't
no,
need
so,
you do not need religion. You do not need religion to have fucking decency.
But if my worldview is based around God and Christianity,
What
I
you're
can't
saying right
separate
now,
that from my
DJ.
arguments.
What you're saying there, though, DJ, I agree with what he's saying. Like, this is what I've actually just recently got into an argument with another person about, is that when every time you try to debate someone, if you use your morals from God as your like justification
say,
for
"I
your
don't believe in
argument, to
God."
them,
Yeah, don't mean
they're
shit.
thinking in their head, "Fuck your sky daddy, I don't care." Like that's literally that's what they'll say to you every time.
Oh,
But when
Buffett
you
said that many
come
times.
at it in a consequence type of way, when you show them that it's the consequences of it that's wrong, then they can't deny it. It shows them how stupid that their logic is when it's the consequences, right? Because that's how they live. A lot of people in this secular mind frame have it like, well, if it's not hurting anyone, it's okay to do. Right. And then I ask him a question like, well, then why can't you fuck dead bodies? Why can't you fuck dead dogs? Why can't you go dig up a dead dog from a dog cemetery and fuck it? Why is that not okay?
And we see
And
that
then they
stuff
go,
being normalized
well,
now.
I don't
What
know.
does
In
that
secular
have to do
America,
with
we see that stuff being normalized.
I personally
Right,
think
so like
Buff
this
is just. I personally think Buff is just mad at God, and he's just
right,
pretending.
it doesn't
But
matter about that.
I will say this,
I-
Speakeasy, you're right. I think when you're debating or talking and you're trying to establish a framework between someone, now I don't think people should divorce their worldview there, especially if they come from like a religious, like in a Christian worldview. But the question comes, if you're trying to find a kind of like a common ground, then there has to be some type of objectivity, and that's where people who are like the far on narcissist or the far on nihilist type of people, right? If everything is relative, then there's no fucking point in you even telling me what you think if everything's relative. So if there's no objective standard of truth or objective standard of decency, now I would agree with DJ, I think as it said that said you don't have to have that in you don't have to have religion to have that. And I would agree. There is some of that that's ingrained in natural law. However, I would argue that natural law itself is faulty because it makes assumptions like the things that Locke makes the assumptions of that.
Of course it is. It
has
Nobody's
inconsistencies.
perfect.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Nobody's perfect.
Yeah. But I think you make a great point there, though, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but we all make mistakes. We're only human, but that's a good thing because in the hopes that, well, if we're decent enough people, we would actually take the mistakes we made, learn from them, so we don't make the same mistakes again, and we fucking progress. We make progress through the mistakes that we made.
I've had that similar view to that, Sonic. But something that has made me question that view as of recently is that not everybody is going to be a decent person.
not everybody's gonna have the logical conclusions that are correct.
Of course not.
Right. And without something that's underpinning them to some sort of morals, like everybody needs like a superordinate principle, a principle that they hold above all else, which could be your image of God. And that God will hold principles that you hold dear, like treating people equally, treating those how you like to be treated, these kind of things. These are going to be the principles that you hold so highly.
Yeah.
And when people don't hold those things, their logical conclusions can come to some real weird situations. Like, for example,
Yeah.
I've seen Destiny come to some very, very sketchy conclusions using
Oh,
logical
totally. I mean,
deduction.
I think personally the best example I could use for that would be Islam. I don't find Islam to be a religion as such, more like a cult or it's an ideology. I mean, they believe wholehearted in the word of the fucking Quran, right? Where parts that they believe, well, you either have to convert to Islam or be punished and tortured and all that shit. The horrible shit that's in that is absolutely fucking disgusting, man. But that is exactly touching on what you were talking about.
There's
you know?
radicals of every religion. I do get what you're
Yeah.
saying. There's
Yeah,
definitely,
but I
like,
will say that there
Yeah,
is
but I was
a
using that as an
radical
example.
thing
like
with
what
Islam,
you're
for sure.
the thing is when you say that the religion is like a cult, this is what like everybody says about every religion, right? Like,
Yeah. All religions are
But
like that. They're all evil,
Hey,
you know? They're
shameless
created to
self
control.
promotion.
but are
Easy,
they?
easy. You see these? I haven't got my hair cut in 12 years, and I have dreadlocks down to my butt. When I get to 5,000 subscribers, I'm cutting off the dreads. So if anybody wants to see
Oh, okay.
some
Oh, shit.
Okay. How many subs
Live
you at now?
stream.
Right.
How
Please
many subs you
Yeah.
at now?
Nah,
we're only
just only cut the sides off, man. Leave yourself a big ass mohawk. That'd be sick. I see you trying to spike that shit up.
I wanted to do I thought about like doing like a dread hawk
Yeah,
for a
man,
while,
totally. Go for it.
but
Go for it.
I'm only like 40 subs away, so you want to see me get my first haircut in 12 years, then
Okay.
Yeah,
I just hit
Dreadhawk.
5,000. I just hit 5,000 recently.
Congrats.
When I hit, so because I hit the 5,000, you're welcome to come by and join the panel on July 6th. I'm doing a 5K celebration. Gonna chill, have an open panel, have some drinks. Gonna do a couple giveaways.
nice.
Shit like that.
What's
You're
your
usually
is your channel
streaming while
spelled like
I'm
it is on
working
the
at
name?
night. I work nights, and so you're usually streaming while I'm working at night.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Which I
yeah.
appreciate because I need something to listen to at night. So
That's what's up, bro. That's what a lot of people have told me. They're like, "Yo, I like that you're fucking streaming while I'm working at night because I get to fucking listen to you all night."
yeah, you were arguing with it was like you were on a panel and it was all a bunch of radical black you know what I'm saying, but yeah, I was like,
Yep.
man,
No,
how
say
can
it.
he put up with this? I don't know how he can do this for so long.
Yeah, it's one of those panels of black people that want to separate from white people. Yeah. They're very odd. But the thing is, I go over to those panels because again, I will be a bridge, right? I'm gonna fix them up. I'm telling you. I keep showing them how stupid it is for them to want a separation of white and black people. Like it's a dumb thing to even have that argument. So when I keep showing them how stupid it is, eventually they're gonna just have to bend to the will of how stupid it is.
Yeah, you're racist.
Pause,
I mean, so
bend
much
to
for
the will.
fucking,
Pause.
so much for so-called white privilege.
It was
So much
bad.
for
I
white
was like,
privilege
oh my
and
god, how could he stay
Yeah.
in this for so long? Like,
yeah, I mean, it's
So
like
Speakeasy,
so much.
I just subbed to your channel and everything. So I'll look out for your
Appreciate it,
content.
appreciate
But
it.
congratulations on the 5K. It's amazing, awesome.
Well, I was saying so much for so-called white privilege, and equality, where apparently it's okay to chant for about fucking protests and stuff about Black Lives Matter, but yet the second some white guy puts up a sign saying White Lives Matter, oh, that's fucking racist. Where's the fucking equality in that? It's okay for one, but one not the
It's
other.
not about like,
white
those things
lives
aren't
matter
about
is not a
equality. I do think it's stupid to answer a protest with a protest. It's kind of dumb.
Yeah,
It's
all
pretty
lives
dumb.
matter.
Like, you know what I
All
mean?
lives
Like the
matter.
all lives matter as an answer
White
to
lives matter.
But no, I just think it was dumb. It was like it was a dumb like we're protesting to protesters. Like it's cringe level 9,000. Okay, like it's just What the fuck are we talking about, man? It's stupid. We all know
Overnight.
we all know all lives matter, right? Like it's just a dumb thing.
Yeah,
and,
totally.
and speaking of that movement, it was a bunch of fucking frauds. Okay,
Yeah,
they all got
Marxist.
busted, fucking buying their whole family houses and shit. They're all a bunch of fucking frauds.
Yeah.
Marxist
Yeah, the
fucking scum.
movement is
Yeah.
the movement is an absolute fraud when you say Black Lives Matter, unless you're somebody
wild, bro.
that
Wild.
stands on the side of the right side of politics, the right. Then your Black life doesn't matter. And so that doesn't fit in your narrative of Black Lives Matter.
I think that BLM movement fits more on the left.
Matters. You don't like black. You just don't like being black. Your Black life matters. You just hate being black.
Oh, fuck
just
you,
another
okay?
It's just
all right,
another
you
deal.
can shut right the hell up, all right? Black Lives Matter only if you're a damn Democrat. Black Lives Matter only if you vote Democrat. That's the only time Black Lives Matter.
Which is left wing. Left wing ideology. It's left wing ideology, nothing but divide and conquer. That's all it is. A fucking agenda.
Jalen,
Yeah,
so how,
like, that's
how
what
do you
that type
feel?
of shit is. Yeah, it's a way to separate us and keep us. You know, like this is a stupid thing. This is just dumb. It's dumb to have people still gathering on. Like, dude, when I hop on that panel, first thing they all say to me is like, "Oh, Paleface is back. Let's put him in the honky hole." And it's like, dude, this is all wild.
With some of your things.
Like they got sensitive because like when they kept pushing the jokes at me like that, I like they don't know. They see my skin, so they don't know that my dad's fucking Jamaican. But so like when they keep going on and on, I'm like, so like the one part they're like, did your grandfathers even tell you your history, Whitey? Now, do you even know your fucking grandfathers? How about that? Fuck off, you know? Like, they got all fucking sensitive. I was like, so you guys just sit here, dish this out for fucking hours and then cry for one joke back. Like, this is the problem, man. This is the whole problem.
I mean,
we're all
if
sitting
it's
in
not a
this whole
fucking...
fucking...
That's
It's
where
not
the
all
new
fucking
problem-
blacks against... It's blacks against whites.
That's where the new problem starts. I'm half Jamaican.
Never in my whole fucking life.
We
looking at history,
actually have something in common.
Yeah, bro.
I think that this movement,
My
this
dad,
new
my dad's
division
Jamaican.
of dividing
That's what's up.
people by color is one of
Fist
the
bump,
dumbest
dude.
things that
That's it.
society
Alright.
has created.
All right.
Yeah, but that's
Like
only
it.
one. That is only one fucking small example. Though there's fucking like loads of them. Looking through history, now what we're facing right now is massive compared to what we had. What we had in history is fucking nothing compared to what we have now. You've got fucking the whole BLM, like blacks against fucking whites. You've got the whole radical feminist movement. So you've got fucking women against fucking men. Then you've got the gays against the fucking straights. You've got the whole trans shit against every fucker else.
Yep.
The divide and conquer is just fucking unreal. It's on a massive proportion and needs to stop. Because
And you
what
know,
they're
in
doing-
America,
what they're
it's the
doing, they're
CIA.
trying to get everybody fighting every fucker to such a scale. They're too busy fighting each other to come together and turn and fight against the real enemy, which is the fucking government. We need to fucking step up, wake the fuck up, come together and stop this bullshit.
Well, and you know, the CIA has been doing this in the United States from the beginning. It's
Yeah.
the
You know
reason why
what?
they were
That was-
behind
that was a
Manson.
good, And there's, as far as I'm concerned, there's
Help us,
only
help
one. That's racist fucking bullshit. It's exactly that bullshit. There's only one
No,
fucking race.
DJ
As far as
Sonic,
no,
you
hold on,
actually
hold
have
on.
a great
There's
point.
only one race as far as I'm concerned, and that's the fucking human race.
Amen to that.
There you go, bro. No, you have a great point, and this is why my platform is built the way I've built it, dude. Because that's how I feel. Like
Unite to fight.
if I just shut down everybody that came into my channel that had like the opposite worldviews or stupid shit like that, we would never be able to like come to conclusions and see what's wrong with those worldviews, right? Like, how do you come to conclusions and like even convince people on the other side to come to the right side if you're constantly just shut out?
I mean, sure, everybody's got their own beliefs. You know what I mean? Everybody's got different.
And it is definitely like a cultural stuff.
Express
because,
their fucking opinions. This is why we need the beauty of the freedom of fucking speech, so we can come together in a civilized fucking debate, agree to disagree, whatever, and still fucking be buddies at the end of the day. Because okay, it's just a difference of opinion, but it's got that far where it's got people so fucking like the whole woke movement. They're turning everybody into such goddamn fucking snowflakes where they throw a bitch fit and they start fighting with each other at the stupidest fucking things. Okay, you believe this, I believe that, so what? That's big deal. Move on. For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man, I'm ranting here, but that just fucks me off to no avail.
Well, you just proved to me something there,
together.
DJ. You just proved something to me there. I've been seeing on social media about apparently, I guess, in Scotland, U2 is supposed to be in Scotland. And I don't know if it's fake news or not, but just given your take right there, like I can believe that this was done in Scotland. But I guess U2 Bono was saying, like, he's like, we're going to stay silent. And then he starts like clapping. And he's like, okay, for the silence, I'm going to clap. And every time I clap, a child in Africa dies. And apparently, according to this story, someone there at the concert in Scotland said, in that great Scottish accent, he said,
"Stop clapping, you bastards! You're killing kids."
Yeah. I'm like, that's so bait. I love that. That was so awesome. So you kind of reminded me of that kind of thing, of just kind of like that, then stop doing it, like.
Yeah, it was funny. I heard about that shit. But see, this is why they're trying to...
I see I got one of your haters in my chat.
Yeah.
Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
No.
Who's that?
Oh no.
Who's that? Is it Freddie?
Is it Jalen? Oh, it might be Freddie.
I'm just gonna say one of my haters does the same not like us thing, trying to be like Kendrick Lamar. And I already, I'm just gonna say you already lost points from me, Frederick. I'm just saying.
Oh, it is
saying
Freddie.
Not like us was a lose of points. I just
What's
have
up,
to
Freddie?
say.
Well, he's getting his rocks off right now because you're mentioning his name.
Lost some points there, bro. I'm just saying.
What is the meaning of that rock? I heard socks
course
off.
it's
I was like, why
Fred.
is socks off? Rocks off?
So rocks off, getting your rocks off like your balls.
It's like,
right?
yeah.
Oh.
It's not socks.
Getting down and doing the dirty.
I never heard that expression before.
Yeah, rocks. Like, yeah.
I got it. I got what the rocks are, Nada.
Yeah. It's funny.
Well, look, right now you got everybody in this panel right now. I mean, I'm the only Asian, but you got Hispanic, Black, Gay Black. Or wait,
half
no.
black,
I guess
half
he's gone.
white.
But
Yeah,
you
that's what I
got
was
some
saying.
Gay
earlier.
black?
We got
And
a
you can't
Trump
forget
Did you just say
me,
gay
Nada.
black?
Jalen is gay black. Yeah.
Jalen is gay
He's
black
our
and
resident
Democrat.
gay of
Yeah.
the panel.
Yeah, he's
gone.
Right, but
Black.
I don't think gay black is a race, bro. Just saying.
Well, I don't know. He's special. He's special. That
I
might
never
be
heard
a-
of gay being
was
like a
so close to
a
the
race thing,
door.
so I just saying.
Well, and according to
Gay
Nada,
was
I
a
would be
sexual
a weeb
preference.
white. A weeb white.
Well, I
even
don't
though
know.
I'm
I
not a
see
weeb.
another weeb. I see another weeb.
Oh,
Picture there.
Jalen left. Oh,
We got weebs in there. We got
He came
everybody.
back.
There comes
Oh, there he is.
Jalen. We
came
knew
You
you
back.
were
just
coming
pissed him
back,
off.
Jalen.
You just pissed
Yeah,
him
Oh, there's
off now.
Jalen.
Sorry,
me
I'm
and
having
Jalen are like
networking
the
issues.
Actually, I have a question. This is your resident gay. I have a question for you, and don't take this offensive at all, please.
Oh no, I get very offensive anyways. It's in our gay culture.
he ain't gonna answer
You and
you
Josh
honestly.
are
So-
very similar.
I get it. Gay guys are angry. Is that what you're saying?
No,
I
I
thought
don't
they were
know. We're
happy,
just
but-
passionate. Do forgive
All
me.
right,
I
all
do
right.
feel like I'm
No,
having
I got a
connection.
question. A really honest question for you, because Kazoom, I have a guy named Kazoom that comes onto my channel, and he got a lot of shit. He's a gay man himself, and he got a lot of
Oh,
shit
you
for
have
saying
one
this.
too.
Yeah, he's our resident gay. Yeah, sure, he's our resident gay guy. But my question is because like he is very convinced that you're not born gay. That this happens. This is something that happens to you over your lifetime. And like, again, I'm not asking you this to be offensive or anything. I'm just curious of what your thought process on this is. If you think that you were born gay, or is this something that's happened?
Do you think you were born straight?
Pardon?
Do you think you were born
What'd you
straight?
I think we
Yeah.
were born normal.
Do you think you were
Well,
born
Yeah, I
straight?
think I was. Yeah, Yeah, I believe as a human being, I was born straight. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
think,
I mean,
as
for
a
them,
again,
human
this
being,
is
I was
just like
born gay.
again, there's no science to confirm either side. I just wanted to know your process of this, right? I guess the science to confirm my side actually would be there because again, with
procreation.
the biology part of it, right? You need a man and a woman to procreate, so this is why these two things would be attracted to each other, and they're also a balance to each other's life. But I just want to know what your thought. Again, I wasn't asking you to be offensive. I don't take it this way. Like I have gay people at my channel all the time. I'm not trying to like be offensive towards you. I'm just asking your thought process on this because another gay man got a lot of shit for saying he doesn't think he was born gay. He thinks this is something that was influenced over time.
Right. To me, the greater question is how can a person that believes they're born gay can be part of the same movement with people who think that they were misgendered or they had a wrong gender and then that they
well, this is a whole different question though.
I know, but I'm just saying there's an inconsistency.
Wait, come on, I just want to hear his honest answer on this. Come on. Let me hear his answer on this. If you don't want, actually, if you don't want to answer, you let me know too, bro. I'm not trying to force you to answer.
I don't mind.
If you don't want to answer.
Just as you all
sometimes lions have gay sex.
If it's okay for me to assume, I assume that majority of you all, except for Buff, are straight, correct? Yes.
I am.
And so, yeah, you all were born straight. I was born gay. So, yes, I think we are born the way that we are supposed to be. I was
Do you
born.
know you were born gay?
So when was the
How did
gay
you know
gene
Lord,
mapped out
you
in
never needed to
biology?
be with a woman to know that you're
This
straight.
is hard. So again, I just wanted to know like your thought process about why you think you were born gay. Again, this isn't saying gay is bad or good. I'm not trying to have that conversation about if gay is bad or good. I'm not doing that.
Can I make one quick comment? Central C once said,
Jalen,
I can't be homophobic.
Jalen, can I ask you an honest question?
Hold on, Boff.
I just making a
Damn,
presumption.
this is so hard to get some.
Oh yeah.
Can I just make a presumption then? I'm thinking
Haiku and Sonic, let me answer and then let Buff answer. That way we can try not to talk over each other. In terms of like the boring gay stuff, I think we're all here to love whoever we wish and stuff. We all get to be whatever gender we wish to be and everything. I don't necessarily, just because I am a gay guy and stuff, that's not my only identity. I'm a Christian first. So before I was black, before I was gay, before I was a man, before I was anything, I was a creation of God. And so if I'm going to go over anything like that, I'm a Christian first. So, but yes, I do feel like I was born gay because yes, I had girlfriends growing up, but I'm more attracted to the male sex.
Murderer and God made you that way, would you celebrate
that? What the fuck up, man? Shut up.
What?
Shut it.
Wait.
Can I just make a presumption? Wait, as soon as your mom gets, as soon as you.
Because I think Buff wanted to say he had a question next, so let's be fair.
Y'all gotta think of your own topics sometimes if you want to fucking interrupt people when they're trying to talk about a topic, bro. Y'all just fucking. I tried to have a serious conversation with this guy, and y'all interrupting with all this side shit. I'm just saying, you guys are never gonna get through any fucking thing. No, not you. You're the one I was talking to. What's his name? Jalen.
Yes.
But I mean, like, this is, it's really hard to like actually get to any topic when we're all like sidetracking all the time and shit, right?
Oh yeah,
just letting you know.
I wasn't the one that was saying he's the one that said that. That's Buff. No, they railroad over here and stuff. You gotta try to jump in for your fight to speak.
I only interrupt because I've done this with Jalen a bunch of times. But go ahead.
Yes, I don't think he was the one really interested.
I'm not trying to do anything.
He was just mocking, but that's your way and stuff. I don't know if that was a satisfactory answer, but that's the answer that I can give right now. My main thing is you all were born straight. There was most of the men, y'all didn't need to ever have a desire to try a penis to know that you didn't want one.
Well, what if it wasn't?
Oh,
What if it
yeah.
wasn't that you're born straight? You just develop this naturally. So straight is something you develop naturally, and gay is something that's developed maybe with some type of interaction to
I think
encourage it.
the gayness
You think
was
this is a
also
possibility?
no, because the gayness was also developed naturally when I went through puberty and stuff. When I started having different urges and everything, I recognized, yes, I would have wanted a wife at one point, but that's just not what life is presenting for me. I want a husband now. I
So that
want a
was
husband.
my
I'm kind
question.
of confused by your answer. Sorry.
That was my
So-
question. I wanted to know about what time did you realize that this is where you wanted to go, the lifestyle. This is when you realize, yeah, this is me. I'm gay.
I didn't like it as a child being attracted to boys and being associated with gay culture. I very much was ashamed of it. I don't actually necessarily like to publicly talk about it these days at age 30, but I just one day really admitted to myself that I had feelings for guys and stuff, and that the Lord did not create me to be destined for hell, as many of you all think. The Lord did not create me for that. And once I got through that love of knowing that I was not disappointing God, that I could be free, then I was able to come out to myself. And then I just stopped caring. I stopped caring about so much of the judgment that people would want to throw at me anyways. And I'm trying to learn to stop dealing with all the judgment that I get from the gay community, because a lot of them are mad at me because I say there's only two genders. So a lot of gay people are mad at me over that. But no, I'm just
really.
I'd rather live freely.
Yeah, so this tends to happen a lot in that community. I've heard of this a lot. I'm just so what I'm wondering is, right? So because you said you're a Christian as well.
Yes.
So you don't believe the part of the Bible where he says man shouldn't lay with other men?
We've been through
Is
this
that lay with
with
other
him.
man? The Leviticus 2013. Is that Leviticus 2013? I think
like
that's the
22
Leviticus.
times throughout the Bible. It's there a lot.
Josh.
I thought it was
Yeah,
13.
so I'm just
I thought it was
asking you, do you
13
not
times that it was
believe
mentioned.
that part?
There's a lot of things that it says in the Bible that we shouldn't do, that we shouldn't eat crablets, that we shouldn't mix fabrics and stuff. The Bible is the word of God. There are some things that are outdated.
Ceremonial and cultural and moral law are three different things.
So it also says that we shouldn't have premarital sex, and I don't think I'm the only one that has did that. I think that's where my main sin comes from, is the premarital sex part,
Right,
and not.
but the difference is I don't say that premarital sex is good. I don't think anybody should be having premarital sex. I've had premarital sex, but I don't call it good.
Well, dude, you must not have good sex.
I wasn't gonna get into the good or bad or any of this, right? I wasn't trying to push you there. I was just trying to understand the Christian part and
the main thing
being
is
gay.
I don't.
That's all. I was just trying to understand that.
Yeah, for the main thing is that, like I said, I don't think God has created us to burn in hell. I don't believe that. I don't think that. Not the God that I serve.
It's like,
he loves all his children who
imagine if
follow
we
him.
had a liars celebration every 1 month out of the year. We had a celebration of liars.
That's why I was saying you
And
and
we said,
Speakeasy
God made me a
so
liar,
y'all are
and it's
so
okay,
similar.
it's
You got
good.
argue tactics.
It's calling good evil and evil good.
Like
I think the main
he
reason.
could have easily said the necrophilia thing with this conversation and stuff. He already used that with Buff, but y'all have these same conversations instead of seeing the love that I do have sometimes, because I've been very loving on this panel more than I usually am. There's a lot of gay people that could that are good friends that could offer you a lot of advice. There's nothing wrong with being gay, but people want to villainize us because we want to just be with somebody of the same sex.
What if
Even though
murderers?
I,
What if murderers said the
Honestly,
same thing?
I mean, honestly though, I think the main point of that maybe being in the Bible, whatever, about saying, "Lord, thou should not lie with men" and all that stuff. I think it was more because it's nothing to do with hatred against them. I think it's more basically by the aspect of it's our very existence depends on us, with men being with women, so we can procreate and have more kids and then continue the future of humanity. I think it's more likely to stem for that kind of idea, rather than actually just hating people who happen to be gay or whatever.
I understand that too. I understand your point. Also, at some point, want to get into the discussion about Sodom and Gomorrah and all the sodomites and all of those things. Not tonight. I'm not doing that tonight, and I've ran out of alcohol. But at some point, I want to hear people's opinions on that. I do appreciate the question, and if there's any more questions that anyone wants me to answer, I will do
You
my
don't
very
answer
best.
them though. You dodge them.
What did I say, Joshua? What was my answer?
Well, he just
For you to
gave
say,
you. He just gave you a good example of why, and this is without God.
what was my answer?
Your answer was a bunch of filibustering and blah 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 blah.
See, that's the thing. That's why when you have guests on your show and they are giving you advice on how to run
Jalen,
these,
so let me ask you something.
it's a little bit better.
How come it's more like an American culture, the fact that gays are so accepted? Like for example, here in Guatemala, it's not that we don't accept you guys. We just really don't care. And two, uh it's just when it comes to the church perspective, they do not allow gays in church. And there's also not such a thing as gay marriage.
Is that
And
right to
but
turn people
hold on,
away?
hold on, but hold on. So if you really think about it, the minority of the world actually accepts that. How come majorly the population in the world doesn't accept it?
Uh, I think that's a lot of ignorance for people to not accept people. Like you said, if they're in the house of the Lord and they're turning people away, would Jesus turn people away?
But the
Would
Bible
He would say,
mentions
"Go and
multiple
sin no more."
times to not.
Yeah,
But
but I
I'm not
think
even talking about the religion aspect. I'm just saying, as a society, how come the majority of the world, I'm not saying America, America is not the world, I'm saying the world in general, why the world doesn't accept gay people?
I mean, I don't know. Sweden tends to be pretty accepting. Canada,
I'm
I
saying the
Well, to say
majority.
that they don't accept them is not really what's going on. It's again, I wasn't again. I didn't want to get into the wrong or good thing. I was just questioning how he identifies as a Christian, but those parts of the Bible are clearly in there, right? Explaining those things. And I get your answer. Like I understand what you're trying to say, where there's like lots of things are in the Bible that are considered sins, but we still do them today. But certain things that like you mentioned were also like in the New Testament after the coming of God. There's certain things that had to be corrected because of the Old Testament and how people had twisted things up. This is why you have to have the whole book, right? And there's that part was never a part that was like corrected, right? There was never a time where like after when Jesus came, they said, yes, men should lay with men. That's okay, right? And I'm just asking you based on like what your worldview was. And so to my understanding, just so I make sure I understood, I believe that God created me this way, and I don't think he's going to make me burn in hell for the way he created me, is basically what you're saying, right?
exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's a very good way,
So,
you steel man, to position
what
right
what I would ask, right, is like to do it, and because I knew where
That's called a steel man, buff.
Dreaded was going with. I know where Dreaded was going um with the murder thing, right? And to make it a little easier for you, right? I would say, like, because you talked about premarital sex, I would say we as humans have urge for sex in general, right? So do you think, like, just because we have these urges, we should do these things, right? We have urges to do things that make us happy, but, like, not all things that make us happy are good, right? If I'm sniffing blow every night, it's not really good for me, is it? It would make me happy in the moment, but it's not really good for me, right?
I wouldn't know. See, I don't think cocaine would be good for anybody. No, I
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
trying to understand your point. I know. My joke didn't land. I
What
do.
I'm saying is, like, do you think that because you said you were also attracted to women before, you had girlfriends, this is what you said, right? So do
Yeah,
you think that just because you had the urges for men, maybe that it doesn't mean that you should still do them?
Excuse me.
I don't consider homosexuality a sin, though. That's the thing. I think my sin comes from me having premarital sex,
No,
and that I'm working on. But I don't consider homosexuality to be a sin.
Okay.
Don't see it.
Okay, so now I
I
understand
consider
what you're
everything
saying, but
in the Ten Commandments as a sin, and I consider suicide the ultimate sin because you can't ask for forgiveness or repent if you put your life and try to cheat what God created. Those are the things I consider sins.
okay, to cheat what God created.
When I was
So do
saying,
you think having sex without the consequences of pregnancy is kind of cheating what God created?
well, I don't think pregnancy is a consequence if done right. Like if you're planning to have a child, I don't find that to be a consequence. And then becoming pregnant and see somebody who was born out of wedlock might feel like they were a consequence, and then that could make them sad to feel like they were a consequence and accident not wanted. So I might would refrain from using those words. But no, I don't I still have to worry about diseases. I still have to worry about diseases, like even though I'm very protective and
You have a
stuff, and
weak
I get
sphincter.
shut up, and I get tested regularly.
Jesus.
I feel
Yikes.
like I would rather me just having sex with one person and that be my husband. I think Flora and I can agree on each other on that we just want a monogamous relationship and something. Uh, but yeah, there's still a lot of things to worry about. There's still a lot of stigmas that I believe about the gay community and stuff, like people that might be positive or undetectable, how they that that can't be spread and stuff. You still made sure that you're wearing protection. I'm not saying I'm bad. I'm very clean, but I'm still learning different stigmas. There were times
Right.
when
And I
before
got
hold on, Flora, please.
hmm
Before I even fully entered this gay community and being in it and stuff, when I would meet a person that may have HIV, herpes, something, I was a little bit hesitant to want to be around them. But Jesus loved the leper, and he also loves every one of his children. So, and I'm definitely not better than Jesus. So I'm still going to try to show the love of
But he didn't
Christ.
join in with the leper. He didn't like, hey, let me get your leprosy and let me start spreading
I'm,
leprosy to other
I
people.
I don't want the leprosy either. So I'm still being very careful and
But
stuff.
you,
Yeah, that's
but being
consequence.
careful doesn't mean that I mean, what you're saying is that you want to be monogamous with somebody, but and I agree with you. That's the best, right? Like you just want to be with one person and you save
Right.
yourself for
Just
for
want to
one
be with
person.
hope.
But I mean, you know, my husband, he's in the States. I'm here, and I don't need to get tested because I'm not having sex with multiple people. I'm saving myself for my husband. So you're contradicting what you're saying because you're saying I want to be
Yeah,
just
because
with one
being
person,
careful would
but
also
being careful doesn't mean that
yeah,
you're
'cause
not having
being
extramarital
careful would
sex.
also intend you're cheating the creation, right?
Yeah. Well, and not
No,
only that, but
I think
I'm
it's still
curious.
using the wisdom and knowledge. God created prophylactics and stuff. He created condoms, so
Well,
you
he didn't
know.
create those. Men
No,
created those
humans
things.
created condoms. God never
But here,
created
let
Yeah,
me
condoms.
ask you
God
this
didn't
seriously,
create
Jalen. Let me ask you this seriously, Jalen.
condoms.
Because you
Yes,
said
sir.
that
What do
you
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 mean?
Jalen, did I
Oh wait,
Condoms are
hear
gay.
Jalen, did I
John.
hear you correct when you
Real
said that
quick.
you don't that you
Let me be
believe that?
fair, because I think Floyd was about
Wait,
to
wait,
ask
wait, wait, wait,
the
wait, wait, wait,
regulation.
wait, 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 wait. Do you not think that God is omniscient? No.
So I mean, I was going to ask you this
Girls
question.
just laughed at the point of God being involved in the creation of condoms. Do you not think God is omniscient then? No. He's not all knowing then, right?
He is all knowing.
Those are
He's all
two different
knowing.
things.
He's given dominion of
Aku,
the
I've
world over
explained this
Satan.
to you though. I've explained this to you
If he's
before.
all
Remember?
knowing, he knew exactly that the humans would create condoms, so he created humans knowing they would create condoms, so he is involved.
So you think he's also involved in
No,
nuclear?
he knew what
dominion of the
happens
earth
if
to Satan.
a human decided to create it. Like so that I've tried explaining the free will and knowing everything. So picture there's two paths. Okay. I already know what goes on these two paths. I know that this one path you're gonna go to,
This is the best
there's so many gunners, you're gonna get shot.
Josh,
Okay?
you're talking about this.
I know on this other path, it's horses and butterflies and rainbows, sweet path to the other side. Okay? There's these two paths. I know what happens if you take either path. I'm not gonna choose the path for you. You still choose that path. So I know if you go this way, you're getting shot. I know if you go this way, you're not. I know everything still, but you have the choice to make.
That's the best argument
you
right
are
there. When I
no,
say
no,
I don't believe in free will,
no.
that's
No,
the
no,
best
no,
argument right there.
you
You
just
just
said that to
made
me,
the
right?
best argument.
It's not the best argument, no.
Yeah,
Because God, do you
that's what
understand
I
what
was
all
about to
knowing means?
say.
You
It's the
understand
Doctor.
the
I
meaning
goes
of
call it the
all
Doctor
knowing, right?
Strange argument. So
Well,
it
I am
goes
curious
no,
because I want to
at
make sure
free
because we were
will.
talking with Jalen, and I want to make sure I get this right so I don't make any wrong assumptions or misquote him. Did I hear you right, Jalen, when you said that you think that premarital sex is a sin?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that standard applies to both homosexual and heterosexual marriage?
Yes.
Do
To
you?
marriage? Wait, say what you
Yeah.
mean.
So I'm saying if you believe it's wrong for a guy and a girl to have sex before marriage, would you say it's also wrong for a guy and a guy or a girl and a girl to have sex before marriage?
Yeah, I don't think that it's the right thing to do. Like I say, I flounder. I'm very guilty of it. And
Okay, because you acknowledge that is a sin, and then but you still do it, is what you're saying.
yeah, I think that's one of the commandments.
Okay. The reason I'm asking that is because if you said, well, being, and I want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. You're not saying that being born gay is the sin, but it would sound like what the sin is when you do certain sexual activities, right? And that would apply to both straight and homosexual people. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So what would be the reason for that being a sin in your eyes? Why would God command against that, you think?
I forget why we have I'm not going to say that. That sounds stupid. I just feel like you said, why God commands it. I don't question the Lord. I just try to follow his law and stuff. Like I say, I'm not necessarily condemning. Well, no, I am. I'm condemning myself in some of the things that I do because I feel like I'm hurting God and stuff, and I don't want to do that. And again, that's something that I'm working on.
Okay.
I feel like I'm choosing my vice over my Christ, and I'm not wanting that I don't want anything that'll make me just disappoint or upset God and stuff, because in the end, He's bigger than anything and everything.
Okay. I think what you just said was very beautiful and very poignant, because you're talking about what it means to struggle with sin, which, again, in that point, the whole idea then is that if we know that we're wronging Christ because we're choosing our vice, and if types of sexual activity with people outside of marriage, I would argue it goes along the lines, and if speakeasy, if you think I'm saying wrong, but you were kind of sitting about this point about cheating, and I would agree. I do believe that when you use contraceptives,
I was responding to my chat, not you.
No,
I was
okay.
responding. My face was to my chat.
No, but you were like talking about earlier with Jalen about contraceptives, almost like cheating, if I remember you saying that, correct? Like if you're cheating, the consequences, if you're using like condoms or certain birth control type of things, right? Whereas I thought you'd said something like that. Maybe I'm wrong.
I said it's cheating the creation, right? Because
Right,
he
the
said
creation,
that's
yeah.
what he said sin was, right?
Right.
Sin was cheating the creation. So that's why I brought up would having sex without the consequence of birth, right?
Right.
That's what sex.
So to me, one of the reasons why
for.
sex outside of marriage is wrong or is a sin is because the natural consequences of it, predominantly having children out of wedlock, causes conflict and harm. So if you don't have that dilemma in homosexual marriage because you don't have that concern, then what would make premarital sex for a gay couple a sin in your eyes, Jalen? I want to make sure I understand where you're coming from on that, brother.
That brother word, how that triggers me. We can go with sir or Mr.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway,
you said brother. That word trigger you, brother? Saying that one?
You calling me brother? Yes.
Jalen, you will go nuts over here in Guatemala. How you will think we're the
Okay.
most offensive people in the world.
Why does brother?
Question.
Why does brother?
I do want to try to answer John's question, so let me try to fairly
because he's not a brother. He doesn't consider him a brother to him because he's not pro-gay.
It's a term of endearment, man. It's a friendly term of endearment.
Yeah, but I don't like him. I don't want somebody who I don't like calling me brother, so I don't like him. I'm being respectful to him tonight, but usually I would have hung up by now. I'm just enjoying the conversation otherwise. But yeah.
All right, man. It just took me aback. That's all. I've never heard anybody like a bit offense by brother or anything.
Yeah, I'm like, no, don't call me brother. If I don't like you, do not call me brother. I'm not gonna be fake about it. I'm gonna try to be respectful, but don't call me brother. Don't call me friend. I'd rather you call me motherfucker, enemy, or something else, something true. But don't call me a brother, and I don't like.
Okay, fine. I won't ever do that again then.
Right. But thank you for understanding.
Can any of us say that then, or?
I understand where you're coming from.
Are you Christian, Jalen? Don't Christians call each other brothers and sisters?
Well,
that's a good point.
If I don't think he's a good Christian, I don't want him to be calling me a brother.
That's your judgment, though. What if he's a Christian? Not based on your judgment, just based on
we all know that I'm
Christian.
floundering, and I'm working on that. Sonic, you asked, is there anybody on the panel that could call me brother?
Yeah.
I like what Haiku was saying about some things. I don't necessarily like that he doesn't like the God and stuff, but I like what he was saying about a lot of other things. But for right now, let's just be comrades and panels.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but earlier on, did you not say you would like to try and be a bit more like Jesus? And be a bit more like Jesus and treat everybody like nice and more fair and stuff like that. So would it not be fair to say, well, just accept the term brother and just be more?
Yeah, I'm trying to be. Let the Lord is still working on me, and I don't mind saying that the Lord is still working on me in my heart on some things.
That's cool,
what if I called you brother like Hulk
gotta work on
Hogan?
yourself, brother.
Brother.
You gotta work on yourself.
Brother.
You gotta work on yourself. Ain't no God gonna make all these changes for you, bro. You gotta make those moves.
That's where I disagree with you, Haiku. God made all the changes in the world.
No,
God,
mate, man.
God
You
does
want to
so
put
much
effort.
for us.
You gotta try, man. You gotta try.
God
Jalen, it just
does.
sounds like you grabbed the part of the Christianity that is convenient for you, and you left out.
Y'all do that though,
Christians.
Floor. Y'all do that all the time when people are
I
attacking.
don't. I really don't. I
Y'all
just
do.
I
follow
don't
the
know.
Bible.
I think
John, I'm
Floor
sorry. I
just
have
said
not answered
something
your
real
question yet.
there.
So sorry.
I think
Hey,
Floor
Dreaded,
really
I
did
just
say something
shared
real there.
Oh, sorry. I
Yeah,
just
the
shared
reco-
your channel again in my chat over here. I'm gonna hop out and do a couple other things here. It's been a good chat though, and
It was
I
nice to meet you.
appreciate you for having me on for
Nice
a
to
chat.
meet you.
I saw you were
It's
doing
nice to
panel
meet all
raids.
of you.
I saw you were doing
Similar.
panel
My,
raids, and I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Would
I'm gonna jump in and see if I can get him to join the panel. So I'm glad you jumped in.
Yeah.
fuck yeah, man. I'll definitely
Yeah.
come back for another one. Yeah, I just
Yeah.
like when I'm doing these panel raids. I like to give a variety for the the channel to see.
Yeah.
But I do
See, I'm on
appreciate
the
it, and it was a good talk with all of y'all. Even though even the ones I disagreed with, I always appreciate a good talk, a good back and forth. So
You're
I
a
do
good
appreciate that.
you're a good chat, man.
Yeah, I'm on the channel,
Word.
but yeah,
Appreciate
I'm
that,
on the
Zach.
channel. Sorry, I'm on the channel with them, so I'm going to follow them. Obviously, like whereabouts. So just before us guys jump off, I just want to quickly say, like, with this whole thing with the Bible stuff, I think anti-gay is a bit strong, but for whatever reason, it might be against like homosexuals and don't be like that and stuff like that. End of the day, the way I see it,
I don't
is
understand anything you're
what?
saying.
No, sorry. What you are,
Oh,
what you are
Josh.
doesn't necessarily.
That man
Okay.
was
What you
Sorry.
are.
I was just
What,
okay.
sorry.
I just want to say
What you
bye.
are.
Thanks for having me on,
John's a
bro.
racist.
Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you,
Bye.
Yeah, I just
Steve.
wanted.
I'll let,
I just wanted.
sorry, Sonic. I
I
was
wanted.
trying to exit you.
Yeah, I
Interrupted me,
just
bro.
wanted. Yeah, before I jump
Take
off, I just
care, though,
wanted to
guys.
quickly
Take care.
say, what you are doesn't necessarily mean who you are. It doesn't. What you are doesn't make you who you are as a person. You know.
Yeah.
But it was great talking to you guys. Interesting conversation. It's
Well,
been
I was
great.
trying to thank Speakeasy for coming in, but
Yeah, I don't think the channel's picked that up because he's jumped off now. But you take it easy, guys. I'll catch you some point soon, hopefully.
all right.
nice to meet
See
you.
ya.
All right, peace, man.
See ya.
Well, fuck those assholes.
Shut up, Bob.
Hey,
You're the asshole.
Well, if you got bodied again,
Stop.
I'm just glad.
Pun intended. When they were
I'm
here,
glad
you always
somebody
do that
else. I'm
toothpaste
glad
shit.
somebody else could come in to body you, because I've done it
Oh,
enough.
I am one
body
of those
me.
assholes.
Why?
Dude.
Because they couldn't keep up with the actual conversations of
I didn't
truth
know
of
you
what the
were like
hell is
pro
being
porn, and
said.
like I had no idea. I knew you were like
What's
a.
wrong with porn? I mean, really?
It's gay.
Well.
It's cuckoldry. You're
Okay.
looking at a man you could never be, sleeping with a woman you could never get, and
Damn.
fantasizing about it. And
Damn.
That's not what cuckolding
Damn.
is.
that's
Oh my
cuckoldry.
god.
Damn.
It's not.
What do you think
You
cuckolding
don't,
is?
see, you don't know so much.
What's cuckolding, bro?
Cuckolding is the act of your personal. Okay, so example.
Okay.
Floor, don't take it the wrong way. Dear God, if
Use another.
Floor was
You can use
getting,
You don't
another
believe in God.
example.
How
Use
you gonna
another
bring God?
if
example.
Floor was getting fucked by another guy in
Respect
front
me,
of
Bob. What the
Josh,
heck? You can use
Why
and
don't you say when
Josh,
Melina,
as
Destiny and
disgusting as
Josh
being
Melina?
was
degenerate and
getting,
joining
Use
your
Destiny and
degeneracy.
Melina.
When a guy watches
and
porn,
Josh was getting sexual gratification out of watching
okay, so if
his
it's not
loved
cuckoldry, it's just gay. You're
one.
watching a
That's
guy.
cuckolding.
You're watching.
That's what cuckolding
You're
is.
watching a
That's what
woman
being a
that you will
cuck
never
is.
sleep with.
No,
Be with
that's
a
not what
man.
being a cuck is. Holy shit,
This
you
is
have
like
no
I
idea
actually
what
have
a
to
cuck
agree with
is.
Buff on this one. A cuckolder
You
is
have
a
no idea what a cuck
husband
is.
or boyfriend who likes to watch his girlfriend being
Right.
sexual with
Sexually
somebody else.
So when a guy
gratified by
watches
somebody
porn,
else, and
when a
he gets pleasure
so
out
when a
of it.
guy watches
Watching
porn,
porn,
when a guy watches
yeah, a guy
porn and
watching
he's watching a woman that he wishes he could be with, sleep with
no,
another man,
not the
that's
same.
cuckoldry.
No, it's not.
No, I don't think it's the same. I
I
think
don't. Yeah,
It's
it
not
has
the
to
same at
specifically be your
all.
Yeah.
girlfriend. Like it has to specifically be with the person that you're with.
There has to be emotional attachment.
And
Yeah.
I would also say
You
you would
have an
have to
emotional
be active.
attachment. You want to be with that woman.
I do not have an
Okay, so it's
emotional
not.
attachment to
So it's not.
random girl.
This is like Norm Macdonald's or who did the comedy bit, and he's like, when you watch porn, you watch porn? Yeah, you watch porn. Do you like to see a flaccid penis or do you like to see a hard cock going into the woman? That's gay. So it's not. Maybe it's not cuckoldry. Maybe it's just gay.
My gosh.
I don't even know where you are anymore with this.
This
I
was such a
know, I know.
crazy
What,
panel.
what
That was
porn
such a
is.
crazy panel, and I
Yeah.
loved it. It was very interesting.
Yeah.
This
yeah.
was a fun chat.
Well, at least we don't have any pretenses about Jalen with me. So even when I'm trying to be diplomatic to him, so
I was very kind with you with the guests are here, sir.
you weren't kind. You weren't kind. If you think you were kind, then you're smoking some dope. And I want to know.
I think Jalen was good tonight.
I was a little nervous.
No, I'm not saying he was better. I wasn't saying he was on his behavior. It doesn't mean he was nice to me, but he was polite. There's two different things.
I was a little nervous, and I was like, I'm going to go to this guy's thing.
Probably the most kind of like up in people's faces about things.
He's doing panel raids, so I was like, I'm going to recommend that he comes to my open panel. And I was a little nervous, and I was like, well, we had like 9 people when he came in, and I was like, everybody's just going to be talking over him, and nobody's going to. But it worked out pretty well.
Well, and that's why I had to do a couple other things, and that's why I dropped down too. So.
There were no M-bombs. There were
Hold on.
words.
Hakuoki's trying to talk.
I just said I'm gonna go, guys. So lovely to speak to you all. Nice to meet you all.
Take care of yourself.
Great point.
Nice to meet you.
Great point.
Nice to meet
Very much like a lot of the things you said. I wish you didn't curse at Floor so much. But her husband.
Yeah, I'm British and I'm Northern. I'm sorry. It's just the way I speak. I come off quite
I
like a
know.
dickhead. But
I was just trying to understand you because you were going off too hard over there. And I can barely understand your accent.
I was
like,
great. Josh had an international thing tonight.
I'm like that a lot.
You all need to speak American.
Shut up, Josh.
Come on,
Shut up. Oh my god.
On behalf of
American white man
my
just
fellow
spoke.
countrymen, I apologize.
Well, anyway, guys, it was nice to meet you all, and it was a great conversation.
Have a good
Thank you for
morning.
having me. So,
Cheers.
you guys have a nice day or evening, whatever time it is for you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Peace out, people.
Thanks
Bye.
for coming by.
Bye.
See? Yeah. I can't understand all these Latina ladies and all these dang.
I can
British.
understand the
Irish. The
accent.
Irish guy, he was
He wasn't Irish. He was Scottish.
freaking-
He was Scottish.
Whatever. Close enough.
Super
No, there's a difference. There's a difference. That's like saying Hondurans and Mexicans. I mean,
When he
there's
got
a
heated,
difference.
I couldn't understand a word he was.
I know.
I
kept
could.
talking. I was like, what is this guy saying?
I was listening hard. I love that you didn't know what being man meant. I was like, oh, I speak British. I know what being man means.
The trash man. Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah.
Floor kept saying, "What's the bean man?" And I'm like, "What the hell is the bean man?"
It's the garbage man.
Yep.
I couldn't I was like, beans? Like somebody who
Alright.
sells
Trying to see
beans
what I can
or
do
picks
about
up
this.
beans?
I don't know. Floor's about to eat a bowl of beans.
This John, your picture makes me want to watch The Office so bad.
Well, good.
I watch it every couple of months, so it's not time yet because I'm watching the extended episodes.
He does verbal combat streams where he has a bunch of people come in to a panel and the chat decides who debates.
So it's like a blood sport thing?
Yeah, and it's like and then this person jumps in. We debate this thing for 5 minutes, and then the chat decides who won the debate. And I would like to get in on some of those, but I think he does them when I'm usually working.
Yeah.
I hope he heard the point. I didn't like that he came into a panel of black people and there's trying to be separation. I don't think that's cool. And even with me saying that to y'all, I don't think that's cool that they're trying to promote separation. That's not
They're
cool
not
at
trying to
all.
promote separation. What are you talking? Hold on, I missed the
Where
first thing
was
you
the
said.
promotion of separation? Where
When
was
he
that?
said he went into a panel of a bunch of black people that are trying to separate
Yeah, they
themselves
were
from
all like
white people.
Hebrew Israelites, and they were all talking racist crap
Oh,
about him, and he's saying, "What are you talking? Like, what are you?"
Well, to be honest, the Hebrew Israelites they sometimes say some cruel things about white people too. Like John, who not you, John, but John from Kentucky. I enjoy him and stuff, but he do be threatening those people and saying like that white people are going to become slaves and things like that. So I don't necessarily like when he says that.
Okay.
Did I cut out?
Every word, so.
No, we heard you.
Okay. No, so I don't necessarily think that's okay. So again, I call out my own race sometimes too. I sort of want to call out one of my favorite ladies that calls that network because she sort of has a bad opinion about Floor. She thinks that she's just trying to marry you just for like a green card. I'm like, no, Floor actually loves Josh. Like, no,
And
man.
they used to live with each other before, like so. It's not like they were not like it was like he found her on eGirl or something.
Right.
Who's
I always
Jalen?
worry that when people hear that you live in Guatemala and I live in America and we say we married, I always think people are gonna jump to assumptions, and it's like, no, there's a long story behind this.
Yeah.
Like an 11-year-old story, and
13.
yeah, like a 13-year-old story, and so it's like, but at the same time, I don't care what these people on the internet think. Like,
Jalen, who says
Well,
that?
They either know
said
or they
that.
don't.
I don't
May
even know that chick. I couldn't care any less about that chick. That chick is crazy.
Oh no, I love Maze. That was like the one thing I'll disagree with her on about you. Though she said that, I was like, I'm not going to. I don't know if I should say anything because I love Maze so
wait, May
much.
said something about me and Floor?
Yeah, on
What?
hate the other day. She was like, Floor. I already told you, Floor. She only married that man for to get into the country.
Yeah, people
That's
say
my.
that all the time. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
even
because my
Nick,
dream is to live in America with all the
Right.
crazy people and
If
have
she
to
was really
live with
about
people.
getting her citizenship, and I've made this joke before, if she was really about getting her citizenship, she would have treated me like a king until she got her citizenship. But you know,
I could do the Rick James.
I could have fucked you up other ways, Josh, without that. Trust me. If I wanted the citizenship, I would have got it another way
Yeah,
without treating you like a king.
So that's dumbasses talking about stuff they don't know anything about. And when they do something, I actually like that because when they show you that they say stuff that they don't have any idea what they're talking about, then it shows you what kind of person they are. It
yeah,
shows
but
you.
even Nick asked her. Nick even asked, "Had y'all met in person before?" Because the way it be explaining, it'd be confusing sometimes on the radio side, on like the radio side when I'm listening. It sometimes, but I know the story.
Are you chopping your locks for popularity? No, I would keep my locks for popularity.
Did you get the subscribers? Everybody, please subscribe. If we got to make multiple accounts, let's subscribe. I'm subscribed twice myself.
Working on that apparently.
It was an interesting conversation. I came back in, Josh, because it was interesting with some of those things that were being said, and you know,
Why
guy
is
was very
nobody
interesting.
cameras on outside of like floors?
I don't know.
Hello.
Y'all's cameras are on? They look
My camera's
on.
not on.
You can't see me?
Let me log out. Let me see.
Let me off out. So I think I've said everything except for a group of sticks to offend him, probably.
That guy got so mad when I said a man should work double. He got pissed at me.
But
I had a
I'm
few
talking about
people
Jalen
really
now.
mad.
So
Like, she's disgusting for saying that. I was like, what? I'm
I've
just
like
throwing out my opinion.
so I've used the N word a couple of times, and then I called him brother, and then that's like people are so butthurt about what like
That's what I
guy-
didn't understand. You said brother,
Yeah.
and that was the one. I
Yeah.
was like, really?
Hey, there's some beautiful Portuguese. Yeah,
Somebody,
none of y'all.
somebody in his chat. Somebody in his chat said, "Are you chopping your locks for popularity?" I said, "No, I would keep them for popularity, but I just wanted to set a goal before I do it.
Yeah.
I wanted to cut them anyway, but I would set a goal before I do it. And so it's just
Literally called the dreaded conservative. That's it, dreaded.
Now watch.
He cuts
watch.
his hair. He's gonna change his name.
Watch when the dreads are gone. Watch the numbers start going up because a lot of conservatives see the dreads and they're like, "Oh, this is some liberal hippie guy.
He's a pothead.
He's a pothead liberal hippie guy, and we don't want to be around here because." But I'm gonna say the same exact shit that I was saying before. But when I have a nice conservative haircut, watch.
Yeah. What you know what you should do is when you chop your hair off, like go full groiper and like just go full on and just look like
I've thought about
dress in a polo shirt or like
That's kind of hot. That's
so
kind
I
of
wanna-
hot. It's
I
like if
wanna
I
do
would
it
be
where I-
doing the preacher.
I want to do it
Saying
where
that.
I go to a barbershop and I make a video out of it. And I'm like, I go to a barbershop and I have them cut it and I'm going to talk to them first. I'm going to say, hey, I've had a lot of weight on my head. I don't want to be thinning up front and I want to do it and, leave an extra length up front, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, I've thought it might be better just to take a razor during a stream and just go and just like a jailhouse. When I was in jail, I wasn't a skinhead, but I looked like basically.
Do your hair a favor. Do your
If
hair a
you
favor
did
and
it-
go to a
can I
barber
ask you a question,
and
John?
get yourself a treatment for your scalp and everything because your hair is gonna need treatment.
And any decent barber or beautician, they might do it for free as soon as they see you. They might see you need.
If you
That was
you
an underhanded
cut your
compliment if I ever seen one.
This
Bro,
is
that was
what I
not a
would say.
compliment at all. That was me being shady as shit.
This is what I would say. I would say
Dylan,
cut
turn on
them
your camera.
live. Cut them live on stream.
Yeah.
And then go to the barbershop the next day and get it shaped up and cleaned up.
Yeah.
But to cut them officially for you to reach your goal, I would say do it on stream.
Yeah, do it on
live.
stream for sure.
Yeah, do it on.
Yeah.
Do it on stream.
But you said you were in jail. In the jail that you went to, did they have politics? You know what I mean by politics in jail.
Which one that he went to? He went to so many.
Holy shit. Of the ones you've been to, then. Sorry, I don't know them as long as you do, Jalen.
It's 3:00. I'm sorry. I'm extra feisty during the 3:00 hour.
Okay. But
4 o'clock.
But like, did you see like you had to like obey by those politics, like
from
blacks
over
with
there.
blacks, whites with whites, Hispanics with Hispanic type of thing? Because you see that a lot on TV, and I just don't know how real that is or how.
About the OnlyFans being
You talking about
prostitution.
Oz, ain't you?
No, I'm not talking about just Oz. I'm talking
Oh,
about like
definitely is.
shows like Discovery,
Yeah,
and stuff.
I figured you agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've always found that interesting that like on the what is it? I think it was like they had like 60 days in or whatever where they were talking about that, and you never know if like they're trying to like say something to be just egregious or not, But I'm just curious, people who've been that like does that really occur in those places or not? I guess it would depend on where you're at, but
See, you can't see him either because I didn't know if he was still there. So maybe that's why I thought he was talking so much because I can't see him.
Were you asking me that? Because I zoned out. I'm watching.
you're good. You're good. I was asking you about if the jails that you went to, if they had the politics, the racial politics, like if you had to stay with whites and the blacks and all that kind of thing.
So Florida, where I went to jail, it was majority white.
Okay, gotcha.
And it was like there were like Crip and Blood white people.
What?
Yeah.
They exist.
So it was still gang politics.
Well, gang politics is going to be in every jail. I mean, that in every prison.
So I had a cellmate who was an Aryan Brotherhood guy.
Oh.
And he was a little small guy. And he was a tiny little guy, but he was a big guy in personality. But he was a little guy. And he was like, you'd make a great member of the Brotherhood and blah 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 blah. And I got my head shaved completely, not because of anything like that, not because I was like AB or anything like that, but because it's the they can't do a good fade, like you know. So I just got my head shaved, and then I looked like, and I'm kind of bigger, you know. I'm a little bigger than a lot of these guys. A lot of people. So when I came to Utah, people are way bigger out here. Like in Florida, I'm a big guy. But in Utah, I'm actually like kind of a small guy. 6 foot, 200 pounds is like a small guy in Utah. There's like mountain men out here that are like 6'7", but in Florida, I was a big guy. So when I got my head shaved, it's like they kind of all want to be on their side, and I was like, nah, I don't play none of this. And but I had a cellmate who was Aryan Brotherhood short guy. He was probably 5 foot, I don't know, 5'5" or something. He was a tiny little guy, but he was an aggressive little guy. I remember, and this people make fun of me for this, but he smacked me one time because we in the cell before shower time we would work out, and at the time I've only been in jail for a month. And he's saying we're going to do 1,000 push-ups before shower time. And I'm like, what? 1,000 push-ups? And
That's
so,
insane.
yeah, and I'm trying to hit it, and I got tired, and I said, I don't want to do it anymore. I'm not going to do any push-ups anymore. By the way, at the time, I'm 17 years old, so I'm still a young kid, and I have an Aryan Brotherhood guy in my cell, and he smacked me in the face. He said, do more push-ups. And I was like, whoa. And I got angry about it, and I was like, I want to fight this guy. And I probably could have whooped his ass because he was a small guy, but I was afraid. You know, I was afraid of this guy. But also, I swallowed it. Pause. I didn't actually swallow it.
Pause, please. Pause.
We didn't do nothing gay, but guess what? I ended up doing 14 months in jail, and by the time I got out, 1,000 push-ups in 2 hours was nothing.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, I see why he smacked me. He smacked me because he's saying, hey, tighten up. You can't act like a little kid anymore.
Right.
And your daddy's not here no more. And I learned something from that. I wanted to fight him, but I was angry about it. But this little short Aryan Brotherhood guy trained me, and after that, I was like, I'm a beast now. Like nobody. But within 6 months, he wouldn't have done that again. He wouldn't have smacked me again because
Right.
Do you
So he
even
was
when I,
showing you some type of tough love type of thing to get you
right,
through it.
yeah, and it was like I'm like a little kid in jail, and he's saying, hey, and this is the guy who's been in and out of the system. He's been his whole life in prison, and he's like, you want to try to live this lifestyle? You want to try to play this game? I'm gonna smack you like a little bitch, and I'm gonna say tighten up. And
do
by the time
do
I
you
got
know
out,
what
he wouldn't have smacked me.
he
He would not have smacked me. 6 months
do you
later, 6 months later, I was doing handstand push-ups like they were nothing. And
But I think Buff's trying to say something. What were you trying to say, Bud?
No, I was just curious.
And I
Do
don't
you
want
know
to call
what
you
he
brother
was?
and get you triggered too. So is it Bud or Buddy? Because some people think I get triggered by Buddy too because they think it's disparaging. So what do you is it okay if I just call you Buff? Is that right? I mean, or motherfucker, right? Those are the two acceptable names.
Whatever that starts
He
with
likes
B.
people like you, so you can call her whatever you want. You can call
Do
Buff
you
whatever you want.
do you know what that guy was in for? The one that
The Aryan guy?
5'5" guy.
I
Yeah.
can't
Yeah,
remember,
Aryan
but
guy.
I can't remember, but he's probably still in prison or he's dead.
Oh.
Yeah.
That explains some
He
things.
was a lifer, and this I always say, county jail. People will talk about how bad prison is. Prison. Oh, I've been to prison and stuff. It's like county jail is worse than prison, and anybody who's been to prison and county jail will tell you that county jail is worse than prison because
A lot of
you'll have
times
a
they are.
guy, you'll have a kid who's there for a DUI in the same cell as a guy who's going to court for triple murder or something like that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, and that was kind of the situation
Jalen
there.
said something, but I couldn't hear what he said. What did you say, Jalen?
I was saying that made sense. That story, Joshua. That made sense. How some of your point of views that you say in your shows and your streams that one of your influences was an Aryan skinhead.
Oh
That
my god!
Yeah, if you act like a bitch, I'm gonna smack you like a bitch.
Smack me.
And that's when I learned it's not about size, it's about presence.
Are you all out of Tabasco sauce, Jalen?
What? Excuse me?
Are you all out of Tabasco sauce?
Why? What do you mean? Am I out of Tabasco sauce?
I'm just
What is this?
saying because it sounds like you're extra spicy tonight here.
Oh, okay. I'll give you that one. I didn't know where you was going because Tabasco sauce can be hot sauce. Confused, and I'm black proudly. I didn't know where you was about to go.
Right in the fucking.
I didn't know where you was going. That was a good
Okay.
one. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Had me worried there, John. I'm like, I'm not trying to curse you out more than I have to. I'm surprised I'm still here. I should be leaving.
I used to keep a bottle of Tabasco on me in high school, man. Fuck this shit.
I used to have a little pocket protector. I put it in like on my belt, like a utility pocket for hot sauce.
Oh, you what? That's the nerdiest thing you could have said, John.
Oh, I'm a nerd. I'm white and nerdy, so I mean, guilty as charged.
Tabasco was the shit.
Because everywhere I go, no one has hot sauce. Like everywhere you go to someone's house, it's like
I always
like.
have
Do you have any crushed red pepper or any
If
hot
they-
sauce for your pizza? Like,
I have
no.
homemade hot sauce, 2 bottles right here. I've got 2 bottles left.
If they do have hot sauce, they got like Louisiana or Texas Pete. I'm like, you
Which is
motherfucker,
Louisiana. God, you hate being black so much. God dang. Lord,
Louisiana is
ask what happened to their
trash.
childhood. You
I
asked about
only use Tabasco. Fuck out of here, man.
Jeez. Now listen, are we drinking? I'm ready for another drink.
Okay, you better get another drink.
You gonna drink with us, John? We drinks around here.
I don't drink.
Get you some water.
All right, I'll get me some water.
Your brother took a shot of water. You didn't say a goddamn thing.
So, Jalen, are you a what kind of alcohol person? Or do you like all of it, or are you like more like wine, or do you like the hard or the beer, or what's your?
Always hard liquor.
Yeah.
Especially when I'm on these panels, hard liquor.
Oh, you need that hard
Very
liquor,
strong.
huh?
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
we drink when we all
share
talk.
that. He does enjoy his liquor.
Yeah,
You got your
Jalen, you got like your star tonight. You and Buff. You guys know that the guy that was on the panel had like 50 to 100 people watching the whole time.
Yeah, yeah.
And they were
They
all
didn't come
roasting.
over and watch
And
here.
I thought I was in a parallel universe there for a while because the streams had crossed because there were times when Buff and Jalen were like saying the same thing. They were like,
Yeah, that was bothersome. He had to get drunk.
Yeah, it was a little disturbing how we agreed on a couple things.
Not everything, though. Not everything.
Not everything. Yeah,
not on the things that
Right.
matter, right? Which would be the big things that you guys constantly talk
I don't know why all those guys, when Floor talked, they all were going at Floor, and then when I tried to, I'm not white knighting, but
Yeah, but you are a little bit.
You should have,
yeah, I
though,
guess a
because
little
that
bit.
person
Yeah,
is your
because
wife.
if there's anyone to white knight for, it'd be your wife, right?
Right,
I
right.
mean, you should-
So I'm not gonna white knight for some random bitch on the internet. Sorry, I shouldn't
Yeah.
say the B word, but a random girl on the internet. But when she's saying the things that I would say, and then
Yeah.
I try to jump in and say, "Hold on, let me explain this," and blah blah blah. And they're like, "We don't want to hear that from you. We want to hear it from her." And I thought that
Yeah.
was funny, and that's why I was like, "Oh, he wants to hear it from a woman instead of a man." Like,
right.
like,
No.
Well, and I
what
think they were
say it
misunderstanding
was,
some
why
of
don't
the things
you
that Ford
argue
was
with
saying.
me? Why don't you
like
argue with
that.
what I'm saying? She's about to say the same exact thing that I would say.
But you didn't say that. What you should have said was,
I
now
did
you
say
can
that.
have your
I was like,
opinion, but you don't need to
why are
disrespect
you
my
trying to
wife.
argue with the girl instead of me? Argue with me.
He was arguing with an adult. She's a fellow adult with her own mind.
Right.
It's
But when
not
I'm
about
saying the
man or
same
woman.
thing she's saying, they don't want to talk to me about it. They want to talk to her about it.
It was an interesting panel. And no, I'm not worried about numbers, or else I would actually try to grow my own YouTube channel. Like, I'm very good on the popularity things right now. Like, if I choose to try to grow my channel, I'll do very well. But I'm very good on not having to deal with like paparazzi and stuff right now. I want to, just not today.
That's delusions of
Why
grandeur.
did I just hear? Did I just hear him say paparazzi?
He
Yes,
did.
You think if paparazzi's going to show up because you have a YouTube channel? Even if you, I agree that if you made a YouTube channel, you probably could get a large number of subscribers with the mess you
yeah.
push. But you think paparazzi's going to show up to try to follow you around?
Oh, you never know.
Maybe when you have
You
10
never-
million subscribers, but not when you have 10,000 subscribers. It's not. I think
I'm very okay
people
with
have
my
this like
12
weird disconnect about like internet fame, and it's like people will say,
Well, see, that's
Josh has
I don't want
5,000 subscribers. He's famous. No,
4.9 because the
No.
5,000 is the dreads.
Oh, ooh, some more of that Tabasco sauce getting out of that bottle. That
Spicy.
spiciness.
Spicy.
if you have
I
if you have 5 million subscribers,
dream-
then maybe you'll get some maybe you'll get some paparazzi attention.
I have some dreams and stuff. I have some things of much more heightened popularity. I just don't want that right now. That's why I don't post as nearly as many
I'll
videos
be your
and stuff.
paparazzi. I'll be like, what's up with this neck roll?
With this neck roll. With this neck roll. I'm not shaking my neck right now, rolling my neck.
That's a mean joke.
Oh,
It was a
okay.
mean joke. That's why I was I'm like, okay. But call him brother and watch him be triggered. That's like, okay.
Explain that.
Explain it.
Oh, John, I owe you an apology because last night you asked me about somebody named Andrew Wilson, and I
It's a
told you I
joke
was
about your head shape.
sorry.
It's a joke about your head shape.
You know, one day, one day you all will learn. Yeah, I don't know anything. I don't tell y'all any explanations about the disabilities that I cannot control in my life. Y'all have a
Oh, you made him rage quit.
Oh,
He
His
got
disabilities.
mad.
His disabilities.
He was like shaking while
Really,
he was.
come back.
He was
Don't
shaking
be
while he
like
was
No,
typing.
yeah, no. He needs probably a few minutes, and then he'll be back. Just say something, Buff, about like that. Would bring him back in here, and he'll be back in here. I might need another
Say
shot.
that you're white, Bob.
Look at me.
I'm
Look at me.
surprised.
I am the captain now. Okay. God damn it. Fuck Freddy. Fuck Jay.
That's funny. Freddie was in
He was
Speakeasy's
watching
chat
this.
the whole time,
Yeah.
commenting and watching.
Oh, that's right.
That's an obsession.
He's obsessed, man.
He was
He's watching right now, isn't
the
he?
channel.
Even though he can't probably comment on your stuff, he's probably watching, huh?
I don't know, but he was in his chat saying stuff about me. That was funny. And then as soon as I said this is one of my haters, he's like, "Oh yeah, it looks like one of your haters."
But I try to extend, even in just some gentleness, an olive branch to Jalen, and he's going to be that petty about it. He's going to be that petty about it. So,
but I told you guys before. I told you guys beforehand. I said if he comes in, I said he's more into the like red pill stuff. And so the first question he asked was the OnlyFans pornography and which I agree with him. Everything he said, I agree with him, but that's not really my thing. I'm more I'm trying to debate politics and
I'm beyond the red pill, I'm beyond the black pill, I'm beyond the white pill. I'm the joy pill. That's where I'm at.
I'd say that's the white pill.
No, because white people who have white pills are hopeful about the world. I don't have hope that I know the world's going to get shittier, but my hope isn't in that the world will get better. My hope is in knowing that my joy will never cease, regardless of what happens. And that's a choice that I make with the acknowledgement of my relationship with the Almighty.
Yeah. See, I like the debates that me and you have, John, about theology and about doctrine and stuff like that in Christianity, and it's a very niche thing.
It's very niche, and I'm very niche about it. Like I was on Andrew's thing, and I put a super chat for the father. He had a father in there for the fundraiser, and he always I don't know what it is about people who don't know how to pronounce my last name, because they look at my last name and go Mossman, or they go Mossman, or it's Moses man, or Moose Man. It's like, no, it's Moseman. Like it's Moseman.
Yeah, Moseman. Yeah.
like I guess hooked on phonics doesn't work for some people, but like
when I see chats and stuff, it's almost like I don't want to read the chats, because sometimes somebody will say a chat and it's like, oh, you're attacking what I'm saying. So now I got to defend myself. And now I'm going to go into this whole diatribe about blah, 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 blah. And like, no, that's not what I was saying. And so you can't read tone into chats.
Right. No, but so here's what I want to say. So he can't read the tone, and I get that. People, but I put a thing about there about because I had a feeling about how the Orthodox priests take on Pelagianism and semi-Pelagianism accusations, and So I asked him, he was like, paganism, and the priest was like, no, Pelagianism. I know exactly what he's talking about. And then of course, so it was kind of cool because it was like, they could tell that I have, like, I can talk to you about a lot of different things that have developed over the history of the church, and it's like, so when you're talking about semi-Pelagianism, you're going into a whole different, like, ninth level of theology stuff, and it's interesting to see that reaction from people, because
I
and that's why
saw what Buff was doing there. Buff kept bringing up free will.
Yeah,
I saw what you were doing there, Buff.
Well,
was that intentional or?
I was trying. I did want to bring up free will, but I know you don't believe in free will. It just I was kind of a slip of the tongue kind of thing, but at the same time, yeah, I did mean it when I said it.
You're good. You're good. You're
But
good.
that stuff's boring, honestly.
But when I heard him say something about people with the Sky Daddy, and I'm like, I thought of you right away. I was like, yep.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing fucking original about anything that any atheist has said. I mean, I've heard it all before,
Yeah, I like
Q Spaghetti Monster, Q Sky Daddy, Q all
That's
this.
kind of why I stayed quiet during that. When you said that about the what you just said there, when he brought up the Sky God thing, I'm like, oh shit. That's where I will jump in. I'm like, you know what? Let me just
And it's good because I know where you're coming
step
from.
back.
I understand why
Let
you're
me
saying
step
it.
back. Let me
It's just not. It's not original.
But I
Welcome back.
Welcome
back,
said
Jalen.
that because that's exactly what Buff would say.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, there's Buff's argument.
Welcome to the party, pal. I just wanted to stay out of it. I'm just like, yeah. Let me see what they're gonna say.
Two mentals don't make a non-mental.
How about new?
Hi, Jalen. Welcome back.
So story time. For the first 15 years of my life, I thought I had cerebral palsy and everything.
Wait a minute, where are we going here?
The lines in the head. On reasons when I used to come on these streams and I would wear hats. That's why I wore the cowboy hat so much. The lines in my head. It's because I have a small.
You don't have to defend your head shape.
No, it's about time.
I'm a white guy with dreadlocks down to my butt.
I was born with a smaller than average brain, and it's something that I could not control and stuff. I have a thin layer, as you all can see. Like, hold on, let me watch my head really quickly.
All right, Kinesia.
What the heck?
And
DJ Paul, long time no see. You finally.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey, how's it going? The devil is
the
devil has arrived while I'm saying this. But listen to the story. You can use it against me if you want. But yeah, I learned this when I was 15 years old that I have a smaller than average brain and stuff. I have
no
a
kidding.
You don't have to tell me that.
Of my brain.
Everybody knows that from listening to you.
Better, and it'll never get worse, and it affects like a lot of my short-term memory. But it's physical disability. Just wanted to let you know. It's a physical.
So we're supposed to stop making fun of this, how your head looks. Then that's what this is.
DJ on Paul, where is your pitchfork, sir? I haven't seen your.
No. I demand that you let me treat you like everybody else. I will not treat you like a handicap. I'll treat you like everyone else, and I think everyone else should too.
Asked to be treated differently. I want y'all to hate me as much as y'all already do. I don't
hate
you.
Oh, okay.
I am
good.
just
I don't hate you either. I was just making a joke.
I'm just tired of.
Oh, nobody hates you.
You were great on the panel tonight. We don't hate you. I mean, shit. Me and you were actually agreeing with each other tonight. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
I loved you
For real,
tonight.
I was about to mute
Cool.
Buff at multiple points because I was like, okay, we got a guy that's got like a big audience and he's in the stream and it's just becoming a Buff versus this guy. And I'm like, shut up, Buff.
My bad.
But
My bad. My bad.
No, it's
How you
okay.
gonna do your? Hey, how you gonna do your co-host like that?
Oh my god.
Oh, anyway, but no, I think that went pretty good. It was a good conversation, good back and forth, good arguments, good argumentation. That what was going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the passion.
Yeah, he's
What
the
about the
thinker right
passion
now.
from all the foreigners?
He's the thinker right now.
So, Jalen, the doctor just told you that just out of nowhere, or what?
So it was like I said, my mother thought I had cerebral palsy for ever since I was born, because that's what the doctors had told her. And so I went through like physical therapy, speech therapy, occupational therapy growing up, all through like middle school, elementary, all of that. And then like she was noticing that first that I was having just trouble with like my memory and stuff growing up, and she was like noticing the physical changes. So all during 2009 I had numerous hospital visits where I had to be tested to see what was going on with my head. And it doesn't even have like a name, but it's a very rare brain disorder. I have a smaller than average brain. I have a missing chromosome. That's
what?
Who
A
was that?
missing chromosome?
So that might explain some things there. I
Everything
think
makes
maybe.
sense now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
y'all.
Yeah.
Like I'm
Well, it's
giving
not
y'all.
a big deal. I thought
you-
tonight on the panel you did very well for a guy with a small brain. Not funny. Not funny.
Jalen, you don't have to put a hat on. We're just joking.
I
It's probably
don't.
the ripples in your brain. Probably. What if that means you have a bigger brain?
Oh, I'm melting. Oh,
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage. Jalen, I hate you as much as you hate me, but I don't see a deficiency.
Taste
in
the rainbow,
brain
motherfucker!
activity. I just don't. Because you keep giving me shit as much as you goddamn dish it. I dish it back out to you. I don't
Dumbass
see a fucking
water.
problem with your brain activity at all.
Yep.
I think you're fine.
I think if you both took your hats off right now, we'd see like a brain exposure.
No, Buff's got that Amerifro.
Oh no, I got.
Let me see your shape of your head. Let me see the shape of
I
this
got
skull.
hair.
Oh,
I got
God damn, that's beautiful.
fucking hair.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Whoa. Yeah, put that back on, please.
Buff, tell me something that's got to do with wisdom.
Look like Cornell West in this bit.
Wisdom? Something that
Yeah.
has to do with wisdom. Well, there's supposed to be an alleged remake of The Wizard of Oz.
I can't look at your chin
scheduled
without
for
seeing the top of your head now.
2027. I don't know if that's gonna happen or not. There's another alleged remake. If you want to talk about wisdom, about a remake of the Never-Ending Story, and the wise thing to do is not to do that remake.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna suck. There's no way that'll be good.
There's no way.
Is nobody going to talk about the fact that his head looks like the damn jungle in Never-Ending Story? It looked like where the horse drowned in the pit. Like
You talking about Artrex? You know how long it took to shoot that scene? It took like fucking 7 weeks. If I remember correctly, what I saw, it took like 7 weeks to shoot that scene to get that horse to stand still, so they could lower the platform into the swamp, just to get the horse to stand still.
And now they'll just do it with CGI, and it'll just be whack.
Yeah.
And fuck, you know.
I don't
Hey,
trust
beef. Anybody
Beef,
tell you look
what?
like Samuel L. Jackson from the movie Unbreakable?
I get Ice Cube a lot.
Ice
I
Cube?
have not heard a Samuel L.
Mr.
Jackson.
Glass.
I've gotten Mike Tyson a couple times. I've never got a Samuel L. Jackson. From which movie? Mr. Glass?
Unbreakable.
Unbreakable. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah,
That was Samuel L. in his prime.
his prime.
Yeah, he
You
was
ever
that like,
seen Mississippi Burning?
He was in a movie like every month that year.
You ever seen Mississippi Burning?
That was a good movie. That was a good movie.
You ever seen Pulp Fiction? In his prime, I think his prime was probably right there around Pulp Fiction. I think.
I think it was right after because he was in a movie like every couple months.
It's funny enough too because I was sitting around when I got done with radio today.
How it was
I'm
under the
sitting around
Chinese,
just
like
watching
being
TV,
tortured
and
by
of
the
course,
Chinese,
Black
and
Snake Moan was on HBO. I'm just like, yeah, and I just let it play. Just speaking of Sam Jackson.
I think weirdos heard that title and got really excited, but then when they saw it, they were really disappointed.
That's what I think his greatest fear would have been.
I used to quote the
Simply
Dalai
for
Lama.
the story.
That is
not
hard, brother. I can't lie.
I personally have a oh dear God. Sorry, chat. I apologize in advance. I have a fetish for that movie because I always had a crush on
Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday.
Christina Ricci.
Mhm.
Me and her are like the same age. I've just always had a crush on her. But the story that was going on in that movie of what he was doing and trying to, do what he was doing for her, I was like, okay, that's weird, but it works. And and
Can
Bad
we
Boys-
agree though that his worst is get these mother effing snakes off this mother effing plane?
Oh fuck you! No, Snakes on the Plane was a.
Oh man, he is that is just everything after.
Oh, it's
Dejan,
classic.
Dejan, I see you in his chat, but I don't think this is the first time you and I've been on. Or Dejan, sorry.
No, you got it right. Dijon like the mustard.
Yeah.
John, DJ On Paul is my ex-husband.
Oh, okay.
Say hello, DJ.
Okay, you're my ex-husband. Like Freddie is JS's favorite fan.
You don't bring that man's name up if y'all know he don't like him. Don't bring him up.
Yo, I saw you pretending to like him yesterday. You were in his chat, and then you ditched him, and we're like, I got to go to work, but you ran over here to JS's. You little lions.
Yeah, I love coming over to JS and telling him I don't like him. I don't go to Freddie's and tell him I don't like him because I like Freddie.
Yeah, but you lied to Freddie yesterday. That's
It's
terrible
fun.
character.
You hear that, Freddie? If you're watching,
I'm
he's
sorry.
lying. He's lying to you.
With
I
Joshua.
can't believe you do Freddie like that.
I came over, told people to hit the like button, wished him a happy belated birthday. Then
No,
came back
'cause the pro blacks got to stick together.
Yeah, you should feel bad, Jalen. You should feel
No
real bad.
matter how much of
I
shit they
know.
are.
I feel bad that I missed his actual birthday, but no, I came over to help his algorithm as much as I could.
Oh, sorry, Mr. John Mooseman. You were about to say something?
Touche.
You'll like John. He's an enemy like you, so you'll like him, DJ on Paul. No, John. I don't call John the names I've called you, so that's one nice thing I can say, John. You
Okay.
haven't seen the
You don't
compliment-
call John the names you call me, you fucking racist piece of shit. Anyway.
Ooh. Wanted to say something, but this is still around.
What?
Hey,
What?
Jalen,
What?
where is that cross
You gonna
been?
be a Christian? You gonna
Yeah.
you gonna stay? You gonna be a Christian and not cuss
Name the
me out?
places that cross has been, Jalen. Hey, sorry, name the places it hasn't been.
Jesus.
This little pantomime you're doing here is as fake as that Hobby Lobby glass cross there, my friend.
I was going to say good night.
Nothing fake from Hobby Lobby. Hobby Lobby's expensive.
Well, but you know what I'm trying to say.
What?
Oh,
you know,
okay,
I don't want to hear what you said. I was about to
because
say
they make mass produce that is what I'm trying to say. You know, I mean, it's like you find it at every Hobby Lobby.
Hobby Lobby is.
Y'all don't have to continue on without me. When I tell my story, that's emotionally draining for me. So I will be listening from afar, but I don't.
No, wait. I still had a bunch of names I wanted to call your head.
Damage.
Okay.
When I tell my story, it's
Finish him.
Left, right, up, down, left, right, up, down, square, circle, square, circle.
Kill him now.
So the Grand Theft Auto code. What the?
There's a fatality.
One of those codes.
Fatality.
AB,
DJ on all this
left, right, start.
Finish him.
No, that was the joke. I don't have a bunch of names to call your head.
Oh, you usually got something mean to say. This was your one time that I was going to let you have it.
Okay, well, I don't want to leave you disappointed. You look like you're wearing a scrotum hat.
I've heard that one. I've been called scrotum.
I'm making sure in case no one told you that before. All right. That's all I got.
What's that? Yeah, I've been called out. Wrinkly head, of course.
Wrinkly head's no good.
Yeah, I mean, scrotum
Jalen
head.
always remember I've never said anything negative about your
Pinky.
head. Always remember that.
Pinky, there you go. What's
why
Pinky?
you got this cracker ass piece of shit?
Pinky and the brain.
Hold on,
no,
I don't want to get the chat shut down.
No.
Good.
We know we don't want them saying certain words. Well, you'll let it slide. But no,
JP
don't you say.
Uncut had a video where he's gonna debate a bunch of Christian guys, and there's one guy in the panel that has one of those wrinkly heads too. And I was like, "Damn, is Jalen making it onto a big panel?" But it's a different guy.
Why isn't he taking me with him, huh? Shit.
Well, probably because you're sitting here insulting him.
Yeah, probably.
Well, or because you're his ex.
Yeah. Now there's a lot of people with that type of wrinkly head by my house. I mean, it seems to be like gangster type of dudes, but I don't think it's as uncommon as you think it is.
No, I think it's probably normal if you had your head shaved.
Yep.
It looks distinctive. It looks like you could headbutt the shit out of somebody, you know?
I tend to tell that story. That's my Pride Month story. I don't tell about coming out that often. I tell about me having a disability and having missing chromosomes.
We're still
Detector test determined that was a
Hey, did anybody ever give like a detailed analysis of what they thought about the two of yours debate that you had? Has anybody ever like just kind of called in and is like, "Hey, here's what I think"?
John has.
I think the majority consensus is that I won, even if people don't agree with my position. I think
but that's how we met John.
Say that I won. Yeah, John said it. John has talked about it. He said even if you don't agree with what I was saying, I think I objectively won the debate.
Right.
Okay.
Jalen started off strong, and then he got triggered, and then it all just fell apart.
What'd you think of that finger wagging he was doing? What do you think about him waving his finger at the camera? I thought that was weird, like in distraction.
I've tried to.
It's a good tactic. I'm gonna start using that in debates. If I wag my finger.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, like, if I don't really know what I'm thinking, kind of like Weasley. If somebody was wagging their finger at me, I might all of a sudden listen to that person.
Where the hell have you been? Hell been busy or something? We ain't seen you in a while. Where the hell
Hell's
you
been
been?
busy.
Hey, Jalen, where did you get that suit that you wore that day?
From the store?
No, I
don't-
think you got it in
Yeah.
you got it in a lost and found of a bowling alley.
Oh, please show your face for one. Show your face for once. Go ahead.
well, if he's not going to take emotional damage from shit already, then he's probably going to take emotional.
I've seen his face. He does not look like his voice sounds like. I expect like an older, white-haired gentleman.
There you go.
Who is this?
That's you dancing. That's how you debate.
Holy shit, Jalen, you're on the fucking internet.
I literally. Oh, let me go to YouTube to see what y'all talking about. Hold on.
You got the moves.
Oh, it's right there.
I told
She
y'all I
got
can't.
the moves. She got the moves.
Put it on the stream. Put that watch stream.
It's right there.
That's literally
can't
you.
see
I think that is you.
That's gotta be him.
He's even wearing a white T-shirt.
He is.
He's got a cross.
No, it's a cross.
He needs to put the cross on your
Does
neck.
this mean that Jalen is from Central Casting? I think this confirms that Jalen's from Central Casting.
Central Casting.
Ooh, I
I've been trying to get work with him for a long time.
Hold on. Let me see what this is. Okay.
I tried to get work from those guys. They said all this bullshit about I need talent and skills.
I see the video now.
Right?
I
It's like
see the
an image
video.
of you.
All right, what happened to Florinata?
Dear God, thank you so much
Oh,
for
Nada's still there.
Make me a bird so I can fly far from here.
Thank you, Lord, for the opportunity.
Is that a
to
cross? I
speak
thought
with
it was a bottle of banana cognac.
Dear God, make me a
Thank
bird.
you, God. Thank you, God, for who's here? Floor, Nada,
Captain Kirk.
DJ on Paul, John, Joshua, and anyone else. Thank you, Lord, for this opportunity to just speak with them. May they have a wonderful night. May whatever I can do to be better and show much more love, because I failed in that. Thank you.
Are you about to
Or at
deep
least
throat that cross?
to try
Yep.
to.
I know what the other end's for too.
Hope y'all have a good night. Bye bye.
Get back here, you old nutsack head. Where you going?
Amen.
Later.
Goodbye.
I mean, I thank you for the prayer, but that was an underhanded fucking insult. What the fuck?
Fatality.
Yo, this soundboard's awesome.
He hides his insults underneath his religion, but yeah, whatever.
When Jalen prays, we all need to bow our head and close our eyes. Hello there.
No, I
know.
know that's
I
a
think
trick.
I'd
He's
give
gonna
up
be
on
show up right behind you.
Yeah. You better take that A.
Wow, that's a lot of words.
I've given up on fucking Jalen and his little prayer circles.
Floor, are you sleeping?
They seem like underhanded comments. Underhanded insults. Shows.
Floor, are you sleeping?
Wait, you think he might be using these comments to like try to insult us? Is that what you're
Did
saying?
you hear what he just said? It sounded so underhandedly insulting.
That's what I said. He was giving you underhanded compliments, and he starts it off. I'll give him credit. He does a good job of starting it, right? And I don't know if it's just his inflection of his voice or just his personality, but it's like, well, it's great. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. And hell, and you fucking, it's he subverts your expectation about
He
what he's
more or
gonna
less gets more snarky with the continuation as he goes. And please bless these
I feel like
heathens from being such pieces of shit and da da da. It's like he starts off nice and calm and
Christian
simple,
viewers
but
got
then
mad.
it becomes insulting. It's
Christian
like, what?
viewers got mad when I came back and he was doing a prayer, and he was like, "Let's all do a prayer together and let's all bow our head and close our eyes." And I come back, I'm peeing in the bathroom, and I come back and everybody's got their head bowed and their eyes closed, and Jalen's leading a prayer. And I said, "Whoa, cut this crap out. Like, what are you doing right now?" And I feel like people got mad at me for doing that because they're like, "Well, why are you interfering with a prayer?" It's like, no.
Was it a real prayer? Yeah.
What are you talking about? Why are you
You
bowing
can't
your head
trust-
because this guy told you to bow your head?
You can't trust a Jalen prayer. You just can't.
But it's all right.
Anyway,
Hopefully they figured it out. Just because someone says bow your head and close your eyes doesn't mean that is like.
Yeah.
Well, you're an atheist, Buff, so shut up.
Well, I did grow up. Look, like I said, I grew up Southern Baptist. You can't
Who the
trust
fuck is
a
that?
prayer
Needle.
that's thrown in your face. Yeah, you can't trust all of them.
John, you're a dang
You can't
weeb.
just bow your head in absolute fucking complete faith of saying, yes, I can close my eyes and I shall pray with you, preacher. And while you got your damn eyes closed and your head bowed, boom, this motherfucker is still in your goddamn car at the parking lot. Fuck out of here. There's too much dark side to religion. Fuck that.
Well, I don't trust prayers. And then what's really weird is when you're like with Catholic people, and it's like dinner time or something like that, and they all start saying the same prayer, and you don't know the words. So you're like, well, I guess it'd be disrespectful if I pretended that I knew the words. So I guess I should just sit here with my eyes open, not mouthing the words.
Fair enough. Catholics can kiss my ass. Roman Catholics especially. Fucking, I get tired of standing up and down, up and down. We sit down.
What other kind of Catholic is there?
We are into the church of the Lord above, and stand back up. Fucking hell! This is an exercise. Fuck off.
Yeah, I was at a Catholic funeral one time, and they were burning. They burn incense at some of them. And I whispered to my family, "Hey, what is that shit incense?" And my whole family started fucking laughing during the silent time or whatever. It was fucking funny.
That shit just drove me crazy. It really did. Who is this? Dragon Jugabilly?
It's Josh's alter ego, where he's like an ICP fan.
Oh, that is. You're right. Where'd he go? He closes his door.
Where did John go? I thought John was going to explain the difference between Pelagianism and semi-Pelagianism, or Pelagianism. But maybe. Whatever. He doesn't feel like
I'll do what I want.
Very
I'm
good.
still
very good.
listening. I'm just on a different account.
Oh,
so I gotta
wait,
go for a walk.
might be working, actually.
Yeah, actually, Buff? What do you think about the soundboard?
Soundboard's cool.
Yeah, I like
it. Soundboard is definitely cool. Let me ask you this. Did you see Bad Boys 4?
No, I saw. Well, I mean, if by Bad Boys 4 you mean Bad Boys 3, yeah, I saw that, but I never saw 4.
No, Bad Boys Ride or Die.
George Floyd
No,
was Bad
I saw
Boys.
Bad Boys 4 Life. I never saw Bad Boys 4 though.
I actually recommend it. It wasn't bad. I kind of liked it. Shit. I hate it that I've been recommending this movie for this week.
What was so good about it?
The trailer. If you go on like
The
YouTube and
trailer
watch
was
the
what was so
trailer-
good about it.
You said trailer of the movie.
If you go on to YouTube and watch the trailer actually portrays what the movie actually has going on. And then watching the movie itself, it actually portrays what the trailer has going on. And there's more. There's such a deep dive of espionage. Well, I'm not going to say espionage, but there is espionage. But a deep dive about how their captain was set up. It's in the trailer. And how they are diving into trying to figure out what the hell's going on, how their captain got set up, and then they get set up. And all of this is in the trailer. And it just gets deeper and deeper into a dive. And I'm just like, holy shit. And there was a nice mixture of comedy and action in the movie. They play on the how in part 3 Martin Lawrence was, he's a fat ass. And they made a joke out of it. It just fucked with him. Whatever. This one, it's like Martin Lawrence. He's like,
This is my new bed. I gotta
know
build
I
this damn
gained
bed.
some weight. I know I gained some weight. But let's have fun with it. And they actually played with that aspect. I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. I like the way they put the movie together. No. He was fatter in part 3 than he is in part 4.
Okay.
But in part 4, he lost a little bit of weight. But they do point it out. They notice they make fun of it. They point it out to you as an audience member, saying, yeah, we know Martin gained some weight, so let's have fun with it. And they incorporated it into the movie, and it's like, all right, that's kind of cool. And then they had another storyline going on with him, and it's just the mixture of how the story went on between the action and comedy and the setup and the blackmail and all that shit. Blah 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 blah. I think they did a good job with it. I definitely enjoyed this one better than part 3. Part 3, I can't even remember what the hell happened in that movie.
Yeah, I remember 1 and 2. I don't remember 3 that well.
Yeah, 1 and 2 I remember. Yeah. 3, I don't even remember. But this one, I think it's worth a good watch. It's only about an hour and 48 minutes long. Quick watch. Yeah,
Look at my peppers.
Opposed
I got
to these movies that are like 3 hours, 2.5 hours long.
I got a little man. I got a little
Nice.
jalapeno growing.
Nice.
And,
Yeah, I remember the art of the hour and 15-minute movie was a good thing.
Disney Acolyte, don't even bother. If you're a Star Wars fan, don't even.
Fuck no. Hey, have you seen that new Star Trek shit that came out? The last season of Discovery?
I'm
Echo.
not a Star
Come on this
Trek guy. I just don't really watch anything Star Trek.
How dare you? You say that right in the presence of Captain Kirk?
I'm just.
Oh my! I need to get that on the soundboard. Oh my!
Well, I mean, okay, I saw the first 4 seasons, and I don't even know if I'm going to watch the 5th season. It's the final season. I was seeing reviews on it, and they were just like, they ruined Star Trek so much that when I hear about shit like, say, Bad Boys 4, like you're talking about, I almost think to myself, like, I don't want to see Bad Boys 4 because what they did to Star Trek was so egregious that I almost expect like Will Smith and Martin Lawrence to be like making out or something, or like just something disgusting. Like Star Trek really went downhill in this Discovery series.
Well, it was never Star Trek to begin with, in my opinion.
There's some timeline questions. There's a lot of stuff in question about it. So, I don't know. I like the Klingons. Everybody says they hate the Klingons in this series. I liked the Klingons. I thought they were cool.
I heard Discovery season. What was it? 3? I think was supposed to be the good one. I'm not sure. I don't know. That's just what I heard. I'm not a Star Trek fan. Shit.
I don't know. I like Star Trek, so I watched Discovery, watching what is it, Strange New Worlds, saw Picard. Kind of watch them,
Picard. I don't like Star Trek.
I've seen all the original movies from original motion picture up to Nemesis. Now I had no problems with all them.
Come on, Echo.
But when it got into the TV shows,
Really? I only watch the TV shows. I don't watch the movies.
Yeah, I only really watched the movies. That was just me, though.
Oof.
Come on.
Tell you, that dog might be old, but he's happy. He's always wagging his tail.
He's always wagging his tail. He's a 12-year-old virgin.
Nice. My dog is also a 12-year-old virgin.
He smells some spray, and he's like flipping out. Look, he's spazzing out right now. He's like, oh. Come on.
These lawns are looking kind of sloppy, man. Back there, the guy really did his edge or something good, but this is these lawns are getting sloppy towards this part of the neighborhood. The guy back a couple yards, I mean, he was really using that edger.
Yeah, I got an edge. The apartments where I live at. We need some edge action.
I'm sorry, Rome. I just, Kirk was the man. But fuck, what the hell they're doing with Star Trek now is, it's damn near bound borderline what they're doing with Star Wars now. But I can't even, I take that statement back. What they're doing with Star Wars is worse than what they're doing with Star Trek.
Yeah,
Star Trek,
I've heard bad things.
Yeah, Star Trek still has dignity in a sense. I guess in the movie sense, I would say it. Star Wars in the movie sense is just
This is like where you
Disney.
cross from the ghetto to the city. To the ghetto lawns.
When
That's
you
Martin
go,
Luther King Boulevard.
Yeah, you cross the
no, I
street and
wouldn't
all of
even
a
say
sudden you're
that.
in the city.
I wouldn't even say that. There's a Martin Luther King street, something named after him in every damn city in the country. Um, the
Echo, come on.
way, dear God, the acolyte. I have to fucking.
What's the acolyte? Who's he even about?
The acolyte takes place 100 years
Look how far this
before
dog got from me.
the Phantom Menace, and it's just simple. It's a simple show about woman empowerment.
Oh shit!
Not there's like one white guy in this show.
So now you're in the city. Now it's like
just Disney
green grass and
inclusivity. That's all it is Disney inclusivity and diversity and all this bullshit. It's like, well, hold on. Star Wars has always been diverse because there's aliens everywhere. It's
you
always
go over there, it's darkness. You come over here.
Nice
the
lawn.
light.
the show is so dumb because hold on. Let me read this to you right quick. Because I'm about to make a review about this shit. And I had to write these quotes down. One crazy quote is in the beginning of the episode.
God created the heavens and the earth.
Carrie Ann Moss. She in the very beginning of the first episode, she's a Jedi. She's a Jedi Master. And I was like,
Are you talking about the new Star Wars crap? Apparently it's feminist garbage.
Carrie Ann Moss is a Jedi Master. And that makes sense because she had her Matrix mannerisms. And I was like, okay, this works. But then she gets killed by a bitch with a knife. Some black girl. Diversity. Strong black female. I was like, okay. Now, this is the first one.
Oh, you mean Trinity? You don't mean Carrie Ann Moss?
Yeah,
No,
he
I
means
mean
Carrie Ann
Carrie Ann
Moss.
Moss.
He means the actress. Yeah.
Oh, here it is.
Trinity.
Here it is. Okay. So this bitch kills Carrie Ann Moss with a blade. Knives. She's got like throwing knives. Whatever. So at the end of the episode, this fake this Sith motherfucker, he's talking while girl that killed her is walking up, and she says,
Nobody cares.
if you attack a Jedi with a weapon, you will fail. Hold on. You just showed me at the beginning of this episode that this woman attacked a Jedi with a weapon and she succeeded. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Kill him now.
Steel or laser are no threat to them. That's absolute bullshit. This bitch was killed. Oh, let me take that back. Not to call her a bitch, but you said steel or no, or you said steel or laser?
I just
Or
walked
no
into a
thread.
bush because I was watching my screen, and so
She was killed by a steel knife. So, what did you say again?
I was gonna say, instead of calling her Trinity or Carrie Ann Moss, you call her Indara.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just wanted to call her fucking
Echo's
Trinity.
pooping. That's a good boy. He's pooping.
Nice.
But the funny part, that's what it was. The funniest part when it starts off.
Good boy.
She's dealing with black girls. She's
Good
like,
run. Good run. He only runs after he poops.
Well, hell yeah, you got to celebrate.
a Jedi does not pull her weapon unless prepared to kill. I'm like,
Sometimes when I finish a poop, I just want to get up and run.
I don't think
Oh,
these
yeah.
people that made this Star Wars show has ever seen Star Wars.
Yeah, the biggest beef I got with all
Leather.
these remakes and like continuations or prequels is they take like a 110-pound woman and she's just kicking the living shit out of these 250-pound men, and that seems to be like the theme of a lot of
That's
these
fine.
shows.
No, that's fine.
Well,
I don't care.
It's
I
not
don't
fun,
care
but-
about a female being
Echo, come on,
able
get out of the street.
to outmatch a man bigger than them. If that woman has more fighting skill experience than the man, I ain't got no problem with that.
Yeah, but that's what these shows make you believe is like that's possible. Well, it's not possible.
It is possible.
No.
Okay, Jalen.
But I got no
Possible in
problem with it.
sci-fi.
I got
Moose
no
Man
problem
with
with
the
it.
burn.
Well,
I have absolutely no problem with this. If you can, okay, just hypothetical question. I don't know your fighting experience. I know mine. Do you think you could go toe to toe with Holly Holm?
Yes, I have no professional fighting experience
come
whatsoever,
on, Echo.
and I think I could do okay.
No.
Holly Holm, Ronda
You're trying to eat your
Rousey,
food.
Charlotte Flair, any of them, any of the greats.
No. Holly Holm decimated
Yeah.
What the
Ronda
fuck?
Rousey.
What's that? Hey, what is Echo
Charlotte
doing?
Flair is an actor.
Yeah.
I'm talking
That's probably
about
enough. He'd probably get
Holly
sick.
Holm,
No.
true actual
Okay.
champion of women's MMA. A
Come on,
true
bud.
taekwondo
Wait,
champion.
you would deny Charlotte
Good
Flair her
boy.
status as one of the greats?
Charlotte Flair's
You
an
know,
actor.
he's gonna want to hang out with you all night. Come on, Echo. Come on. What's that?
Good.
I didn't name him. My brother named him.
I find your lack of
All right, you know what? In my defense, I don't know who
I
Holly Holm
find
is.
your lack of faith disturbing.
Wow.
Is that guy feeding? Is that guy feeding
Yeah.
Echo?
Echo,
or is
come
Echo
on.
feed that guy?
Come on, Echo. Yeah.
Come on.
So I
Thank you.
wonder how many beers it takes for Buff to become Jalen.
Come on, Echo.
I mean, I don't want to find
take
out.
Too damn many.
Yeah, I don't want to find that one
I
out.
was listening to that. I love it.
Come on.
I mean,
Buff, what are you sipping on there? What is that, like Ice House or something, or what is that?
Ice House. You got a White
Yes,
Claw
Ice
there?
House. Oh wait. Oh, here we are.
It is Ice House. Okay.
Yeah.
Echo, come here.
No, it would take too many beers for me to accept a
Hey.
probe into
Come on.
my
A P in the B.
no regions.
Yeah,
Um,
that's good.
yeah,
That's
I
good.
love the taste of females too much. Sorry.
Hello. Sit.
Good.
Good boy. You wait here.
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from, man. I used to like that. That Natural Ice? I used to think that was like the best beer in the world.
Natural ices are a good one. They're my third favorite. Yeah. I don't know problem with them.
Where is he at? Is he at a 7-Eleven or something?
Yeah, is Josh buying alcohol? Aren't they gonna deny him? It's like
I don't know
421 where he
where
is,
the
right?
hell he went.
I'm getting beer.
You can tell he's in Salt Lake because nowhere else in that state is it like that.
Will they sell you beer at 4:30?
Well, I guess as the
Echo.
So, C or E?
as the unofficial co-host, I guess I'm taking over. Hello, gentlemen. How are you doing tonight? All right.
Nice.
Hello there.
Lord Bibby, please take over in the moderation of the chat. Fucking, I don't know where the hell Josh went. Where the
Echo.
I don't know.
Yeah, I like that. I like that announcer.
Yeah, can I get 2 bags?
Let's see here. Floor has gone quiet. Did you, DJ Paul? You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. What are you talking about?
All right. Shit. Floor's gone.
I think Nada ditched us.
I'll start talking
Yeah,
and he'll come back because I always, whenever I say something, he'll come in and go, "Oh, by the way, I was just seeing something about that." I'm like, "That's weird." That's like,
Hey, man, your producer says that you are not the co-host.
Yeah, I see what this some bit of bitch said.
They changed it?
He
He's
should be
producing Harvey
asleep
Milk
right
Street
now.
down there.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. He just woke up to go to work. Because he's a sucker.
City Commission got murdered today.
Wait, who? Harvey Milk?
We've heard of it. But now that's the name of the
That's the name of the street up there.
they named it after
the
Harvey Milk.
robot.
Really?
That's gross.
Yeah.
They have so much power. Got to have a street name for it.
I keep on trying to look up this Pelagianism word, but it keeps on telling me plagiarism.
Oh, are you really trying to figure that out? I didn't know if you were trying to troll me on that there.
Yeah, 5.
I don't troll. I'm dead serious.
Hey, Steph's good.
So the way you spell it is so Pelagian.
Yeah.
So when you go into Pelagian, Pelagian was the name of the person, and his name was Pelagian. So if you are looking for Pelagianism, it's Pelagianism.
And that's why they call Harvey.
Sunday school teacher's name. It just came out of the blue. We got amnesia.
So
Harvey Milk was a gay guy?
Yeah, he was. He was like an activist.
You said they
in
called
San
it Harvey
Francisco.
Milk?
Yeah, Harvey Milk is a disgusting weirdo.
Yeah, and so was the actor who played him.
Him too, yeah.
Yeah.
They're running the city.
So
Yeah, limelight.
but yeah, that's you can find some stuff about Pelagian here.
Yeah, no, I looked him up. 5th century, huh? That's quite a bit ago.
Yeah.
This is actor shaming.
Okay.
Dang. Sounds like this guy was hardcore, bro.
He was. He was. That's why I always say, like,
I know about Savage.
Before there was Arminius, there was Pelagius.
Okay.
That's a theology joke, by the way. So
Rockstar.
I see.
Are you familiar with Jacobus Arminius?
No,
And
I'm
Arminianism?
not actually.
Oh yeah.
Look at Johnny Depp. That guy's so
Yeah.
Abraham.
Jacobus Arminius.
When women get off, that's all they do.
He was a Dutch theologian.
Yeah. Amber Heard was trying to be the only good kid. He's pulled the rug out under her, boy.
So
She
yeah,
got
so basically,
I know.
it's kind of ironic because it's like when it comes to like Protestantism, most Protestants either fall into a Calvinist worldview or a view of stuff, or they fall into an Arminianism. And
I thought they were just protesting like the whole Whore of Babylon.
well, they're Protestants, but what you see is that there's actually a really funny video, but they take up their own charge, right? And so someone says, I'm reforming the church, or they say I'm protesting the church, and they go, wait a minute, I've got to protest the church too, and then I'll protest the church too, and then
me too.
so it kind of just begets things. But I always laugh at people because you see a lot of Christians getting the fight between the Arminian view or the Pelagian, or not the Arminian, but the Arminian view or the Calvinist view, and I'm like, y'all know that you guys are like half right, half wrong. There is the middle view. That's my position.
In Hell's Kitchen, New York.
But yeah, I'm a theology nerd.
Stonewall.
Okay. Well, I'm not. I try to
almost
everything. Yes.
In New York.
You hold on. You couldn't hear you. Give me a second. Hold on.
Too hard, so everybody got pissed.
All right, say that again.
I try to avoid the whole theology thing. I guess. I mean, I will listen to it. But
hold on. I put the wrong one. I lowered the wrong one. Hold on. Give me a second.
Whatever that is.
All right, there we go. Go ahead. Say that again.
You said you were in theology. I'll listen to it, but I'm not really like into it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Now,
well, I didn't know, so this.
Oh my God.
I was just giving you reference for what I was saying.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Yeah.
I heard you. The other.
Like a schematic.
Oh, was that last night?
That was last night or this morning.
Yeah,
or yesterday morning.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
what are you really doing? Come on now.
Yeah.
I think Josh just met a new best friend.
You think that, huh?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I put this big spider thing.
Yeah.
I came back. Stupid. I call him my favorite name. Mexican trash. They had pushed my cart to.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because he, on his stream, he just will go.
They took your cart.
It's like, and it's like, okay, we're gonna go there. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I like the fact that he'll talk about.
They did that to me. I was on the streets too, and they did that same thing
Sometimes
to
he'll
me.
talk about like, I guess wiping habits, like after he takes a shit.
Yeah.
So it's all like I think any topic is attainable or within reach.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's whatever it's whatever dog he's chasing at the moment.
Yeah, although I got beef because a couple of weeks ago, everybody was talking about taking dumps and whatnot, and I fucking come on the stream, I come on the panel, and then all of a sudden everybody's not talking about dumps after taking maybe 25 minutes talking about dumps, and all of a sudden I'm on there, and it's like, oh no, we're not going to talk about dumps anymore. So I was like, I wasn't offended, but I was definitely disappointed.
A lot of people in your position wouldn't say the same thing.
And then we'll kind of like get into we'll scratch a little bit of the surface of like theological issues, and then it's like, and then it's like, and then he's like, well, we don't just talk about that, we're not gonna. There's other things to talk about, and then like 5 minutes later, it's like we're back, and it's like, but see, that's the thing, right? And with me and
Charles
him,
Darwin Bulldog,
I think that's the similarity, is that because it's such a central part of our worldview that it's bound to come up, even if it's not warranted in the conversation per se.
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I right?
I'm like,
so I did not know. I knew.
I made a reference to kind of like Jalen wearing a nutsack as a fucking hat. Had nobody ever thought? Has everybody already thought of this fucking insult before? Because when I thought of that right now, I thought it was straight fire.
Yeah.
But it turns out apparently everybody else was already thinking that. They just weren't saying it.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
I don't know.
About what?
It looked like that. I agree with you. Yeah.
How Jalen's head looks like a scrotum, buff. I mean,
Who's the father of the
Oh.
U.S. Constitution?
You know, I
Edison
never
or
thought to say anything about it.
well,
I mean,
Edison's.
I've never met anybody who doesn't know the answer to that question.
John says it was
Jalen is
fired.
one of my. Jalen
Is
is
the
one
father
of
of the
my
Constitution
nephews.
Jefferson?
Well, see, when I try to be nice to him, he's like, no, you're not gonna do that. I don't like you. Like, okay. And then he's like, why can't we be nice? And I don't like your language. It's like, okay, so which one is it? Like, I mean, that's the thing is he's like tottering on things, and it's like,
hey,
just pick a
scavenging.
fucking
He's just trying
stool
to
to
get
stand
food
on
out of
and just
stuff.
fucking stand there.
I gotta go.
But
It's
Yeah.
one thing to be nice to
Yep. Have a good night,
Jalen,
man.
but
he's showing me every time why it's a futile thing to try to do.
Come on,
me
Echo.
and, me and Jalen have a personal relationship because
Echo, come on.
we have a love-hate relationship about
bro.
how he
Come on.
thinks I hate
go.
myself as a black man.
You get a treat when you get home.
But I had a problem with Jay. Well, I do have problems. With
Yeah, I was
Jalen.
gonna say you did.
I mean, he's all
Did you guys see any of
right.
that?
I think what you're trying to say is that I don't have a
Alright.
problem with him personally. I just have a problem with some of the things he does and says, which is kind of sometimes attached to the person, but sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine.
No, I have no problem with who he is. I
Yeah.
don't think anybody has a problem with who he is. We'll talk to him, but I think it's the
Did you guys-
behavior.
Did you guys
It's the
hear any
behavior
of
that
what I
brings
was
it
just
down.
saying to those
Yeah.
to that guy?
Yeah.
Oh, the one in the
No?
street. Who's
Your
sorry?
your new best friend? I thought you ditched
Yeah.
us.
That hobo was way smarter than Buff
Oh,
or
I have to turn
Jalen
his
ever
volume
will
back
be.
up because I was hearing like 6 different like street people on that feed off of his mic. I was like,
It was just me and one guy. He was talking about Goebbels and the birth of the Constitution and all sorts of stuff, and he was way smarter than Jalen or Buff ever will be.
Look here, bitch. I'm hosting.
You know, was
this
that a
show
racist
right
comment? I think that
Yeah,
was
wait, why are you only
Your ass
comparing him to
doesn't
Jalen
wanna
and Buff?
get
Was he black?
checked.
He's an old white guy, and he had a
Well, why wouldn't you
Goddamn
compare
mouth.
me and John? Well, why?
Oh my gosh, dude! Like that's not what you
He's
said.
like, they took my shopping cart away from me, and this is what socialism led to. And he's like, this is what American
You
socialism.
led him to believe that.
What do you mean his
No,
card? You paid for that card?
No, he thought he was smarter than me, and he's like telling me, I'm gonna give you 3 guesses on who the birth of the American Constitution is, and I bet you get it wrong. And I was like, Jefferson, and he's like, nope.
Nope.
What did he say? Benjamin Franklin?
He said Jesus, Muhammad, and someone else, right?
I don't know. We never got to really a conclusion on that one, but
And what time zone are you in?
He's in Mountain. He's in the same.
Yeah, why did they let you buy beer? It's like 4 a.m. there,
That's
isn't it?
no, it's 3:00, 3:30 our time.
some gas stations, if they sell gas, they don't sell beer. But if they don't sell gas, they sell beer.
Yeah, that's Utah. So it still has its Utah thing going
Even
on.
at 3:30 in the morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, all night.
In Salt Lake, only in Salt Lake. Nowhere else in the state of Utah is it like that. Like the other places in Utah, Denny's will close at 8:00. The 7-Eleven will close at 7:00. I mean, and that's how you know. When my
That guy
wife
was
told me,
based. I need to do an interview with that guy.
my wife told me, she's like, yeah, Salt Lake is no longer as Mormon as it used to be. And I'm like, whatever. She's like, no. She's like, it's like becoming more like liberal and more, gay. I'm like, wow, I didn't.
Well,
know
I
that.
think the Mormon Church is actually getting more liberal and gay.
Well, probably in some degree, but
I don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
but no, I mean, it's Salt Lake is now. It used to be the the very heartthrob of that culture, and it's not like it's.
He said, "Who was Hitler's lapdog?" And I said, "Goebbels." And he's like, "Yep."
What the fuck are you walking now?
Well, shouldn't you know? You're the co-host.
No, I'm trying to figure out where Sandals is going.
He's going home
I'm walking home.
with his dog, Echo.
Jesus Christ. Do you not have a car?
I have a car, but why would I
You need a car.
drive when
You need a
the
car.
gas station's 2 blocks away?
Because it's quicker.
Where do you have to live? What, on the east side or in the eastern part of the country? Then,
Buff?
Yeah.
Beef.
He lives in
I live in
Arkansas.
Georgia. Yeah, I drive
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah. Not in certain places out west. Sometimes,
A
but
pickup truck. You know why I drive a pickup truck? Because
This is the
fuck
problem
you
with
and
America
climate
today.
asshole. That's I don't
The gas
know.
station is 2 blocks away, and you're going to call Uber Eats.
Yeah, I'm gonna drive a pickup truck to the gas station 2 blocks away. I don't
and
give
then
a
he's gonna
fuck.
get arrested and gonna give him some soft sit BS about how he's traveling.
I am traveling. I am not driving, sir.
No,
It's
you're
a commercial
driving, and you're
activity.
lazy.
It's a commercial activity. Okay, so were you out buying something?
I am.
Yeah, it's a commercial
I'm
activity.
not
Then.
interacting in the activity of commercial truck.
The one I love is when they're in the courtroom and they're even better off when they're in the jail and they're like, what jurisdiction do you have? Obviously, the one that put you in jail.
Is this a maritime court, sir?
Yeah.
Does the jurisdiction of this court operate underneath maritime? Shut the fuck up, dear God.
What is your authority over me? What is your authority over me? You don't have
I
the
am not
authority.
a passerby. I'm a man on the land.
Yeah.
That guy's like Jay Leno walks around in New York and talks to homeless people and puts a microphone in their face. And I was thinking, well, currently I'm on a live stream and I have a microphone in your face. You're talking to me right now, but I didn't say it, but that was funny. I want to go talk to that guy more. He gave
Is it
Echo some
possible?
chicken.
Is that even possible to be a homeless guy in Utah? Because doesn't it get really cold in the winter?
Yeah.
No, we have tons of
that's why you have
Yeah.
cardboard. That's why you have cardboard.
I mean, Wyoming exists.
Yeah, well, I mean, I realize it's June, but I'm just wondering about the winter.
Yeah.
It's
I'm sure
it's not well, we have a lot of people that freeze to death.
Oh no.
And they like to kind of sweep that under the rug, but
Oh, that sucks.
so what happens when Democrat cities get paid off of their homeless community and they bring a bunch of homeless people in and they freeze to death, and we don't talk about that, but we talk about climate change and global warming. How about the fact that people are freezing to death?
By the way, Dijon, it's I only live like 4 hours away from Josh, so
Okay.
So I'm pretty close to him.
Only 4.
Yeah, and he's even been to the city that I live nearby. So
You want a treat, Echo? You just ate like 4 pieces of chicken that homeless guy gave you.
Because I live about
the rich homeless guy.
I live about
4
No, I almost wanted to take his dang. He had like boneless wings.
Yeah.
I almost wanted to take his dang meal.
But I live like 35 miles from the Utah border in Colorado, so.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Floor's snoring.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like she might be trying to talk, but I think that's snoring.
You're not trying to talk. She's snoring.
Oh,
Maybe
you live
mention
over
your
there,
name.
right in that. Oh shit! You're probably about.
If you mention her name, you'll see it pop. Floor.
Floor, what are you doing? Did I ever tell you about that Guatemalan? Floor.
So you live off of I-80.
Floor lax.
Not me. I don't live off of I-80. I live off of I-70, but not I-80. Or close to I-70, I should say. I-80 is north of me.
Floor lax.
Spent too much damn time going through that goddamn fucking region.
Yeah.
Oh, look who came back. This raggedy head ass fucking motherfucker. Hi, sir. I was hosting your show for you.
I was
Welcome
here
back.
the whole time.
No, you weren't. Shut up.
Hello there.
You went to the store. Yeah, hello there.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Oh.
I hope there was a fucking semblance of faith.
I love the soundboard way too much, but I love it. I do.
Yeah, we're here. You still got people watching. It's okay. I don't think we lost you subscribers. Lord
What's up,
Bibby's
baby?
been fucking kicking shit in. Steve.
What the hell was that guy just saying? That guy was saying some
Funny.
deep stuff. I want to interview that guy. What was he talking about? He said,
Talking about that Harvey Milk, I know that.
yeah, well, we have Harvey Milk Boulevard, and he's like, that guy's a rapist. What? He's like, we named these streets after these people, and he's like Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, like that guy was based, and he's like, why would? And then he started talking about American socialism, and then he started talking about the founders, and he's like, they take my shopping cart, and I have all my documents in them, and I was like, what? Bro, that guy was deep. That guy knows what's up. And he had a cross on his hat. His hat was a black hat with a Christian cross, just a cross on the top. Dang. I need to go back and make an interview with that guy while I'm drunk. Bibby said, you need to bring that guy on stream. That's what I'm saying.
No, Bibby, I do not. She died in 1994.
Oh, he's talking about Johnny. He was talking about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. And he's like, yeah, this Amber Heard lady comes out and she tries to get Johnny Depp on some, basically he said on some bull crap. And he's like, the Me Too movement comes around and they want to hit all the men. Bro, that was the most base guy I've ever talked to. And he's homeless and he gets echo a bunch of chicken. He's probably going to be pooping all over the place.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I guess Dijon, he now has a new best friend and it's not me.
Well, yeah, this guy's got chicken wings, bro.
Yeah.
Boneless.
Who got chicken wings?
Boneless. But you know what? No matter no matter what he says or thinks, it's because he had never had my barbecue.
That's why you got to be careful to entertain strangers because some have entertained angels unbeknownst. Sometimes,
Nah, baby, you're all good.
Sometimes that crazy person on the streets that you think is just some crazy person
Is an angel.
You might.
You know, there was a good story I heard. There's a radio station called Ancient Faith Radio, and it's an Orthodox radio station. And the guy, he had a really profound story. So I guess he was talking about when he was a Protestant, how he would go out and do like street preaching and and he would do like concerts in the public about, and do worship for Jesus. And he says, here I am. I'm thinking I'm doing something good for the Lord. And I go around, and this homeless guy keeps on like pestering me. And he's like, you got $1, you got $1, you got $1. And he goes, no, I don't have $1, please. You're interfering with me and the Lord because, I'm here to give praise to the Lord kind of thing. Right. And come to find out, the guy was going around looking for $1 because what he wanted to do, and he was asking even the performer for $1 because what he was trying to do was buy the performer a drink, a soda, for thanking him. And he's like, and here I am, like get out of my headspace because I'm trying to praise the Lord, and that's what this guy's doing by his action.
Yeah, see, I hate stories like that. That's bullshit. That performer should have a fucking soda or a drink already.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where I think it's a good way of perspective of saying, you know, sometimes you think someone might be a hindrance or a bother, but really,
He was being a hindrance and a bother. He'd probably take his dirty homeless hands and get it on the soda, fucking dirty it up before he fucking gives it to him.
It's
You want homeless hands in your mouth?
It's actually led me to a lot of problems in my life. Is that I entertain people that most people would brush off and be like, "I'm not going to talk to you. I don't want to hear what you have to say." And
Yeah.
I'll sit and like, so I could have sit and had a conversation with that guy, and I think I would have had fun with it, and
Mhm.
but that could lead to problems because now you're letting like psychopaths into your house.
Well, and we are told in the Bible, like, to be careful of who you let in your house, and
Right.
you know, there is something to that, but that, you know, so I would never let a stranger in my house. I think that's a bridge too far, but okay, here we go. Let's see here. There you go. What do you think about that?
What are we looking at?
My ribs.
Ooh.
Well, your fire is uneven. It's
Yeah, it looks kind of close. Those sparkles look close.
I don't put it on there for too long. I don't put it on there for too long. So I take it and I.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a grill guy. There's a look at the black on the left side there.
It's
There
called
was
flavoring.
a lot more heat there.
I know, it's called flavoring.
Flavoring?
Yeah.
It's too much heat. Look at the arrangement of the charcoal you got.
Yeah, I
there.
don't like that. I don't like that. Not one bit.
Okay, fine. They still tasted good.
What do you do to
I
prepare
mean,
them to
that's
put
all
on
that
there?
matters. That's all that really matters. That's all that really matters. If you cooked it and it came out the way you wanted it,
yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Fine. As long as it came out the way you wanted it.
Right.
But yeah. I wouldn't have cooked it that way.
Did you
But
just put it on the
as long as
barbecue, or
it
did
worked
you
for
do other
you.
stuff?
As long as it worked for you.
Did you put them in the oven? Did you boil them at all? Like
So what I did is I put them on the grill just to get the grill mark and get a little bit of that smoke flavor on it.
Tell us the dirty details, man.
And then what I do is then I put them in the tin foil, and then I will put them in the oven and slow cook them, and then then I'll put them in like a crock pot and let them. I mean, I do a multiple kind of thing where it's. But I always brine them like 24 hours ahead of time, and then.
Oh God, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So.
Oh yeah.
Now the reason why the flame's too small is because I have a really small grill and I'm really cheap. Like I won't go just, but I'll use something until I absolutely can't use it anymore.
That's okay if it's small. I'm sure it's still special.
Oh, I've had it for a long time. I've had it longer than I've been married.
You making your own brine, or
I make my own brine? Yeah. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yep. And it's usually vinegar, salt, lemon juice, apple juice, a little bit of apple vinegar. I put a little bit of Worcestershire in there, garlic powder, paprika, and then just kind of. Yep.
See, you got to start this story out with all that special stuff, other than this picture of the,
Yeah. Yeah.
I just boil ribs for like I don't know, an hour and 15 minutes, and I put it in the oven for I don't know, maybe 20 minutes or a half hour with some barbecue on it. It's pretty good.
Yeah. I have that dual process because, like I said, I just like to have a little bit of the grill marks, and I like having a little bit of the spice. And the only reason why I probably got a little black is because when I was going out the back door, my cat almost tried to get out and almost tripped me, and I almost jump. I was like,
Oh, you can't sacrifice the ribs. You got to kick that cat, bro.
oh my, you're killing me, Kitty. You're killing me here.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Draw cards. Marker on it. Okay. Anyway.
And then I like to cook though. I do have some fun cooking, but
Yeah, as long as it's not a chore, then you're having a good time.
here's another one. So I do this with hold on, I gotta switch this up real quick.
That looks like it might be a pepper or something. Oh, baby.
Yeah. So on that same barbecue, and then so what I'll do with those is then I'll roast them, and then I'll peel like on some of the stuff, and then I'll put it into like the freezer, and then it gets sweated out and all that kind of thing. So I like to make my own green chili.
Okay.
Yeah.
You seem like a pretty white guy. I'm assuming you don't go too hot on the spice.
Oh, I do brew pretty hard. I do. I love my spice.
How spicy? Like, what are we talking? Serranos or like more?
Sometimes serranos. I can do some more than serranos though. I like any pepper. I like ghost peppers. I like
oof.
Yeah. But I'm just one of those gringos that just, loves spice. I always have. I'm probably gonna pay for it one day, but but oh, let me see this. I have this. Let me go back in here. Once I go, it's gonna be. I don't want to do that. Oh, let's see. Well, let's see what it does. Yeah, okay, it doesn't do that. Okay, so cool. And then we do this. And I hope I don't have duality on this. If I do, I'm sorry. Oops. But so that's my homemade chicken chili that I make. I'll pick out of it. Yeah.
I'm not seeing it here.
Oh, you're not seeing it on your end?
No.
What? Hold on. Yeah, let me just back out of here. I gotta go back in here, don't I? That's right, because I forgot to pick this off. Sorry. My brain's not working today.
Maybe you missed it. We had a big guest, and it became a whole thing.
There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay. So, all right. And here you go. You see that now?
Okay.
Yeah, that's my chicken chili.
Chicken chili.
And then that's ribs and
sour
homemade,
cream in the chili. If you don't put sour cream in the chili, something's wrong with you.
homemade cornbread muffins and macaroni and cheese and ribs. And then this is one of my best things: homemade biscuits and gravy.
Yeah.
So.
Damn.
That looked like fancy gourmet biscuits and gravy.
Yeah. But yeah. So those are some of
that chili looks bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah, I my chili. I have a pretty good chili.
Who's gonna kill this? Let's say they killed it.
Yeah, that dude seemed nice earlier. The what's his name? Escape was Speakeasy. He seemed all right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
he's
think
got
he's
a
really into debates.
yeah, well, it blows my mind because he's got the same number of subscribers that I have, but when he streams, he has like 50 to 150 people watching. The other night he had 300 people watching his stream, and I'm like, "Damn, how do you what's the difference? What do you
Dude,
I'm not hating
okay,
on
it's
him or something. I'm trying to understand
Where's
how
that
he
sound
does
coming
it.
from?
yeah,
Is it
yeah.
me?
What is
Floor.
it is for? Like what's the algorithm that gets you that many people? But
Right.
dude, right now he's got 950 people watching him.
Yeah, because it's late.
Right now?
Or early. Yeah, he's
Right
got that.
now.
He's got that mix, right? He's got that
Because
mix.
I just looked him up to try to get his name because I forgot his name. That
Damn, he
says 950.
does.
Yeah.
What?
I know, it's crazy, right?
That blows my mind. Like how look at his
I mean,
chat.
it's
His
20
chat is
that's like
flying.
20% of his people are watching him.
That's crazy. And I don't understand.
Dancing, medium skin tone man dancing.
I don't understand how you do that.
Yeah. You know, something really funny is I think Freddie's one of them.
Yeah, he's been there all night ever since
Yeah.
he saw that I was on there. So now, yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I wonder about that shit. Like, okay, I realize me and Mr. Jeezy aren't the biggest fans of each other, but you have a channel, and it sometimes attracts people who are a little negative towards you. Sometimes I wonder about that. What's it like to have a hater? You know, like what's that? Does that mean you like officially made it, or does that just mean there's some deranged person who's acting deranged? Like, where's the line?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, well, so I don't think I'm like big enough or anything on YouTube to say I made it like that, but it is cool to have a hater
Right?
that like runs around and go- gossips about you and talks about you. It's like, man, you really think about me that much. Like that means I'm doing something right.
Yeah, sounds like a step in the right direction to have a hater.
That's crazy. He's got 930 people watching him right now.
Yeah, that's a lot of people.
But he only has 5,000 subscribers. Which is
And does he just do like like debating and topics and shit like that, or does he do videos, or does he just do the panel stuff?
I think he's got videos. He's got videos reaction videos where like whatever the popular video is, you make a reaction video to that.
Okay.
And I was always like, I don't really like that, but now I kind of do it. But I'll do it in like a stream.
Yeah, so you've got to do a little bit of, and that's why I was saying in my show on Sunday, like you got to do a little bit of the grift. So the question is, at what point do you lose yourself in the grift where all that you're doing is you're basically creating thumbnails and where
people to click on it, and yeah,
it's going to be clicked on it, and the way it says things, and this is
so
where
you
I'm getting
match your
now.
titles to what the popular title is, like whatever the title is. Yeah. And I don't like that.
I don't either, and
that
yeah,
it's part of the game.
It is the game, and then the other thing too is, so they'll say something.
I don't like shorts, and I get a lot of views. I can do a short that gets 11,000 views in a day.
Yeah,
and it's like, but I don't like that. Like, but you kind of got to play the game. You got to go along to get along.
You've got to make a choice, and you got to make a decision. And to me, at some point, here's the question, which is that
and Mayhem and I talk about this all the time on the phone. Like, you know, at what point do you get into a situation where you say, okay, well, all my content really is for consumption, and it's all about the clickbait, it's all about the titles, and I'll see videos and they'll say something, and I was like, wait a minute, that's not what it is. Like, what? Like, there's a one where it says guy gets rearrested after with like the guy that appeared in Judge Simpson's court on Zoom on the car, and guy gets rearrested. No, he doesn't get rearrested. He gets remanded to jail, which is there's two different things. And so, like, at some point you have to ask yourself, is it because these people don't know the actual legalese of what that is? You know, and that's why one of the reasons why I find like a lot of like the first, because I used to do some of the First Amendment auditing, and it's like when you kind of realize they're just like, well, you're arresting me, and it's like bitch, there's a difference between detainment and arresting.
I think something like that comes down to a title.
Uh-huh.
How you title your video.
Yeah.
You say shit like, oh, look how this officer went off the rails.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Clickbait. Ooh,
Yeah.
let me see how this officer went off the rails.
And then maybe like there's like 30 or 3 seconds or 3 minutes of the video that is that, and the rest of it's not that. And then it makes you like, and they know that. That's the thing. So the question comes like, you know, why are you doing that? Now, the thing is, if you want to get lots of views, that doesn't mean you're going to make lots of money. And obviously, if you're wanting to make money in this thing, and you would know better than I, because I haven't monetized my channel yet. I have to look. I know I'm over 1,000, and there's another thing I got to do. But like, at some point, you have to like be in a situation, if you're going to monetize, you have to be live, right? You get a lot of, because a lot of times you maybe are not going to get as much from like the ad views as you would people giving you donos, you know. And when you make your chat fun and interactive where people want to give you the donos so that you get that instant dopamine hit, right? And that's the thing, is it's all created like that. When you think about some of these streams and when someone donates and it goes blah, 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 and it has like a lot of little things, like it's just like a freaking like slot machine at Vegas or whatever. It's the same psychology that gets you to put.
They just said in the chat that he got raided by Andrew from the Crucible.
Oh, from the Crucible. That's probably what it is.
And
then.
that's why
probably...
he has 950 viewers right now.
Yeah.
Because I said, bro, how do you get so many viewers? Not saying you don't deserve it, but I can't get anything close to this. And then his chat is saying he just got raided.
And that does happen. You have to be at the right time in the right place to be raided. And it usually is when people are wrapping up in late or right when they're beginning. So one of the things is, I know like Andrew, when he does his Saturday streams, like no one was on. You know? Hey. What?
Somebody said, step 1, get a raid from Andrew. Step 2, don't fuck it up by being boring.
There you go.
There you go. You always got to have a bigger channel. That's always the thing. You got to get swallowed by the bigger fish. And you got to be in the right place for that to happen. And you also have to have enough people in that community to go, hey, go to see this guy. Go see this guy. Because a lot of times, like Andrew will say that. He'll go, who should we go raid or whatever? You know? Yeah. Like, I remember one time,
every time he says that, I'm working, and I'm like, damn, I wish I was streaming right now, and I had people that would go in and say, hey, go raid this channel.
Well, it's crazy because Mayhem and I were doing a Christmas episode, and Mayhem usually on his channel, because we do the dual stream right off of the StreamYard, so it goes to his channel and my channel at the same time. And his channel usually has more viewers because he has more of a community than I do, because there's only maybe like 3 or 4 people that really interact with my material, and a lot of times they just don't interact. I don't, and it's part of it is how that works. So when I'm doing stuff with like Mayhem, I get interaction, but it's on his channel. You know what I'm saying? So, but we were on his channel, so we were doing a stream and we were doing that, and he got raided by Montegraph, and it was like, it was insane because our views went up. You know, I mean, it was crazy. And it was like, wow, this is what it's like to be like, because we had almost at one point like 200 or 300 people viewing the stream. And I was like, what is this? This is so foreign to me.
Who the fuck is Montegraph?
You don't know who Montegraph is?
No idea.
He's the guy that was suing Nick Rekieta, and because Nick Rekieta had said shit about him being like
My biggest stream had 500 people watching. You know why?
Huh.
Because I was playing an illegal. I was playing. It was a fight between. What was the fight? It was basically a pay-per-view fight, and I was playing a pay-per-view fight on my stream, and we were all talking about it, and all these people were coming in to see the fight.
Yeah.
And then I got banned for 90 days for that.
Oh, by YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, well, can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I was on DLive, I'd get pretty good numbers. When I first started doing stuff on DLive, I used to do radio station type of stuff, and got pretty good views on doing that. And then
DLive, huh? Nice.
Yeah. I used to have a channel on DLive before I nuked it. I had 3.8 thousand or almost 4,000.
Voice.
And I was in a lot of different communities too on DLive. And then I realized like the FBI was on there actively, and I'm like, yeah, and this place is getting sketchier by the minute.
Okay, now I'm assuming, because you're on DLive, the only reason I ask is I'm assuming your content was the same as it is now. It wasn't
No, it was different. It was different.
Was it like way dirtier or filthy?
No,
Like what?
No. So my content I went to DLive because I used to have a YouTube channel. I used to do a live, and you can still see some of my old videos because I used to interview some in the circles that I ran. They were pretty well, and I was always on like a lot of atheist debate channels, and so I'd always get like views from atheists wanting to see, because they're like, yeah, this guy, he's really good at debating religion and stuff like that. And then I left YouTube for a while, and I just said, no, I don't want to do YouTube. And I went to DLive again, and I found myself on DLive because I was watching the Quartering, and he had a DLive channel, and he's like, we're going to go to DLive now. And I'm like, what the hell's DLive? And so I followed him to DLive, and then he rated one of my friends in Japan, who is actually a weeb, which is why I want Nada to know I know exactly what a weeb is. And if he met my friend Trey, who lives in Japan and is married to a Japanese woman, he's like the very epitome, of a weeb. But they rated Trey's channel when he was playing Splatoon 2 or whatever, and I stuck on there, and like there were some and so he was like a channel that had like maybe 600 or 700 subscribers, and obviously the Quartering had on DLive, and this is back early, like 2017, 18 DLive. So, but like before they put it on the blockchain, but he was getting like I think he had like 3,000 subscribers on DLive, and so there was like a point where there's like 268 people watching, and that was a huge thing. And then I got on there and didn't and then my content was mostly like I got into some conspiracy stuff. I got into I did like a lot of like I used to do D&D stuff on there. I used to do a lot of like storytelling and kind of but my thing was I was always on people's channels, and it's true to form, like I would always, someone would like be late, like at this time of night would be late, and they would be at that last moment where they're like, oh man, we're about to close this thing off, and people are kind of dredging off. Like I will never fall asleep on a Snorestream because my ADHD and my OCD and my just way
I
in my
don't know
brain.
how people fall asleep in this stream.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, maybe
Or
maybe
any
it's my
stream.
cadence in my voice, but as
Maybe
Jalen
that
thought,
means I'm boring. And
Yeah.
That's that like they say you have to be entertaining. I feel like when I do like a Monday night show, I'm going. I'm on.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
like on and on and on and on and on and on. And then when I do a stream where it's an open panel, it's like, yeah, there's times where I'm just sitting here quietly looking at stuff on the internet, or if nobody's in the Discord, then I guess it gets boring, but I don't know. I try to be entertaining.
Right. So I would be on people's streams, and they would get at that time to get those rated, because like this time of day is you would get everyone. You would get the people who are in the United States who were just coming off. You would get the people in Australia who were in their afternoon. You were getting people like, and it was a magic time to be on. And so people would come to my channel as a result of being on other panels. And so that's when I realized, oh, wait a minute, you can literally build your channel by not putting any content out there. Like, and I would do like a live stream, but
Yeah.
it
That's
was
what
not
I'm
because of
seeing
my
tonight.
content.
I'm
Yeah.
seeing that I need to try to get on other panels,
Mm-hmm.
but I get nervous,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's like there's people that I'm like beforehand. I think like if I get on there, I'm gonna get nervous or something. But then once I'm in there and I'm talking to them, the nerves are
And you're in
gone.
the zone. You're in the
Yeah.
zone, and you're good. Yeah.
But yeah, it's huh.
So I had a lot of that, and then I had people, I was connected nearby with people who did a lot of like I had some pretty high profile people. Like for example, I had like probably about 600 or 700 groypers that followed me because I would go in and I was doing like base chat and
Uh-oh.
and Benjamin type of people. They would always be attracted, so.
Yeah, the bears and the groypers. Oh no.
The bears and the groypers. And I loved it because they were so edgy and they were always pissing people off, and I just laughed my ass off about it. And then
And I think I screw myself because I call out a lot of bigger names.
Yeah.
And I love Fuentes and I like what he says, but I always talk crap about the groyper.
Oh, I would too. Yeah, yeah.
Like, so I don't know. Maybe I hurt myself by doing that.
Well, the thing is, the groypers, especially from the time that I had with them on D Live, they were loyal. I mean, they were really a loyal bunch of people. Like they would be like, they were really great mods because they were very good at getting into Discord servers and saying, "Hey, come here, come here, come here, come here," and they because they had been chased all over the different networks and stuff, the different websites. And at the time when they were starting to come over, because there was that time when I was on D Live, and that was when they had the Great Migration, right? Where people were getting kicked off of YouTube because of the shit with Crowder and that episode of whatever. I'm trying to remember what he was saying or whatever. It was like
the Adpocalypse,
the Advox or what, Voxpocalypse, or yeah.
Voxpocalypse, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So here you had now people on here who were like, you had the groypers, you had the bears, you had like all these different people who had no other place to go but to go there. And it was kind of weird because it was great about D Live on the panels, and D Live is you would get very robust conversations. They were entertaining. Usually there was a lot of things that I thought D Live did well. For example, one of the things I think D Live used to do really well is they would allow you to put GIFs in the comments on the online chat. And so you would always have, and each channel could like have at least like 6 or 7, and then based on how many likes and how many different levels of perks you had for your channel, you could unlock and have custom gifts put on there. And I was always making custom gifts for people, and it was like, so it was kind of cool because you could get one of the ones that was always used on D Live was "Hello There" with Obi-Wan, and you'd see him go "Hello there," and chatting with gifs is so much fun. And so I think that really made D Live at that time really pop. And then you had a lot of different people with the gaming stuff, and then you had kind of like the Mansphere come over, like the Red Pill Man people. And then then you started seeing, as soon as they started getting bigger, like the FBI was like, you could tell
That's
And
what
I know
that
I was
was tonight. That was like a red pill manosphere.
yeah.
Which
Yeah.
that's like not my thing.
It isn't my thing either.
But it is popular.
It is
Yeah,
popular.
well, that opening up with like, yeah, well, OnlyFans is porn, and what do you think about that? It's like, yeah, no shit, dude. Like, that was kind of like a 5 years ago,
yeah,
Right.
conversation.
And so everybody
I don't know
just
why we're
nods
still
their heads
talking
and
about
says yes.
that.
I was actually happy that Buff was there because otherwise, if Buff wasn't there to disagree with that, nobody would have disagreed. Like, it would have that would have went
Yeah.
nowhere. We all would have just nodded our head and said, "Yeah, let's smell each other's farts." Like, so it was actually good that Buff was there to. And I don't even know if Buff really believes what he was saying, or if maybe he was just. Maybe,
You know, I'm an argumentative asshole. I mean, shit.
That would have been funny if Buff raised his hand and was like, "Forget that shit. I love porn. You guys are way off."
well, he kind of did say that. That's kind of
Yeah.
basically what he did do.
Mm-hmm. Is that what the internet's for? You know that
it's
song
like
by
90%
Avenue
of
Q?
bandwidth.
You know what that Avenue Q song is? What
No.
Avenue Q is? Avenue Q is like an adult version of Sesame Street, and it's like, it's like that one of the hits. One of the songs in there is, if you just watch, they're like, the internet's for meeting people and watching Netflix and porn. You know, that was like a Cookie Monster version. And then he's like, internet's for porn, porn. You know, like, and that's the name of the song. And then, of course, the other song that's really popular from that play is Everybody's a Little Bit Racist Sometimes. Everybody's a little bit racist. That's fine. It's like, and it's so edgy. It's so, it's so good. If you've never heard the music for Avenue Q, it is hysterical. But it's basically a R-rated version of Sesame Street.
Like with actual puppets? Or is it
And yeah,
animation?
they do it with actual puppets. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, nice.
Blue.
Yes.
But anyway,
Did she like rage quit? Was that a rage quit?
No.
Huh. I'm watching his stream. I'm gonna have to. I don't know. But see, I'm not trying to like. I guess the things that I want to talk about are boring.
Mm. Well, I don't know if it's about boring. And see, this is the thing is, and this is the thing. It's the same thing that I don't like about the neoconning, like the Daily Wire, where it's the same thing, right? And it's the same thing that gets repeated over and over, and it doesn't have any substance, and it doesn't have anything to that degree. Like that, to me, is what it becomes all about. So it's like, don't get me wrong, there's some stuff that Benny Johnson does that I like, but his stuff is way clickbaity.
Who the fuck is Benny Johnson?
You don't know who Benny Johnson is?
Yeah, Benny
No.
Johnson steals people's material, and it's like when Tim Pool speaks in memes, and it's like everything you're saying is just what the memes
And he
are
repeats
saying.
fake news all the time, and he got caught on it actually with and that's why I love Mark Dice, because Mark Dice calls him out, and I love Mark Dice for that. He's just great that way.
See, I don't like Tim Pool or the Daily Wire or that type of stuff.
I don't either.
But see, the problem is if you're a guy like me, you're a smaller creator and you're calling out these bigger channels, what people hear that as is you're just jealous.
Mm-hmm.
But really, it's like Tim Pool's not saying anything. Tim Pool is just saying what the memes say. He's just
Right.
like,
Well, and so here's the thing about Tim Pool. So, and this is the same thing I would say about someone like Dave Rubin, right? And that's that. Yeah, super gay, yeah. But like it's this kind of idea of because we're not
React to
woke.
Benny Johnson reacting to reacts of reacts. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. And like that's why I don't like his like over time I don't watch as much of his stuff because it's so clickbaity and it's so like and he'll say, "Oh, this is what happened," and it didn't happen just exactly the way he does it, and it pisses me. It really does piss me off. So, but there's very few people in the conservative quote unquote YouTube sphere that I actually like, that I still respect. All of them have hustled. All of them are grifters, and I just
Okay, what do you think about the Tim Pool thing where he got swatted like 10 times in 1 year or something like that?
Yeah, that's wrong.
What do you think about that? Like, do you think that's obviously not real and he's just lying? Or
Possibly.
like, what do you think that could possibly be?
I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure. I know he's pissed people off, especially on the left.
Yeah, I can
because
believe that he's getting swatted for legitimately swatted. He's big enough that he's.
Yeah.
But now that you say that.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing where like when and one of the things that, one of the few, I mean, there's many different things that like turned me off over Steven Crowder, which was, he'd always say the YouTube algorithm isn't, and it's like, and
he doesn't like Eminem. What the hell's wrong with this guy?
I don't like how he's always saying that he's about to get kicked off of YouTube, but he never gets kicked off of YouTube. It was like pretty gay.
But
yeah.
he has.
And then I don't like that
he has been banned and shut down on YouTube.
I don't think he's been banned. I think he willingly moved.
No.
Yeah, because he took a contract with Rumble.
It's all like publicity with him. He's a weird dude.
He is.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with him or like he's bad.
I mean,
he definitely knows how to play the cards, though.
I do think he's a closeted gay man, and I think he is a
There you
comedian.
go.
Don't say.
There you
I
go.
don't know about that. No.
No, he is.
That's,
he
that's
is.
gay ops. That's the same. That's groiper shit. That's like everybody's gay.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying everyone's gay because
I'm not saying it. I think Tim Pool likes to pound vag. I'm saying Steven Crowder's gay.
Yeah, but Tim Pool's a libertarian, so I would expect that. But
well, I don't know if he's a libertarian. Like he's probably more libertarian than he was. But
that's like if you say John Doyle, Elijah Schaefer, and Steven Crowder are all gay.
No. John Doyle is a straight
that's
man.
Gay
and I
for
like
you
him.
to say that. I think that's gay for you to say that.
No, I'm telling you.
I guess that makes me a little gay, but I still think John Doyle's very straight.
Yeah. I'll tell you the reasons why.
What about
think
Elijah
Steven Crowder-
Schaefer?
Elijah Schaefer? I would be honest with you. I don't know who that is.
Slightly offensive. Well, he has a lot of gay ops against him too. Just
Wait,
like Crowder
slightly
does.
offensive is okay, I think I do know who that is. He's on Gavin McInnes's network, correct?
When he first started, he spoke very feminine, and now the op has went from he's a gay guy to he cheats on his wife.
Okay, yeah. And I've heard about this. He says, I believe his explanation of it is he was in LA and he was drinking our tap water, and now he's out of LA and I think he lives in
He calls himself
Australia?
a gay black woman.
A gay black woman. What?
He identifies as a gay black woman.
Does he?
Well, why not? We can identify as whatever we want. Why not?
I don't know, man.
But the point is, the gay ops stuff, calling everybody gay because you disagree with something they say.
No, that's
gay.
not why I'm saying that. I'm not saying that though.
No, but that's why a lot of people do it.
Okay, that I'm not denying that. I'm just saying the behavior that I've seen.
So if I say I'm not anti-Israel, I'm not a Jew hater. People will say, "Well, now you're gay."
I wouldn't say that.
Now.
What?
No,
I wouldn't say
people.
that.
I'm not saying you would say that, but people would say that because I'm
Yeah,
not. They say you're a goyim. You're a.
Right. Well, but you're talking about the groypers.
Oh, a Shabbos goy.
Yeah, and you're talking about like the groypers when that comes
It's
to
not
that.
just the groypers now. Now that's everybody's favorite toy. That's everybody.
Yeah, it's actually very mainstream to not like Jewish people right
yeah,
now.
that's the new thing. That's cool.
Right. Well,
if Nick and Kanye would have said what they said 4 years later, right now, if they would have said it, they would have not been canceled at all. They would have been
Right.
praised and celebrated.
Well, that's why I say I was anti-Israel before it was cool.
But I'm not anti-Israel.
Right.
I'm
I'm not
pro-America.
anti-Israel.
I'm pro-America.
Right.
I don't think we should be giving them as much money as we give them, but I
Right.
don't hate the Jews.
Well, no.
Yeah, I mean, you can, not hate Israel people, and I think as long as you don't go to a gay rave in Tel Aviv, you're still straight.
But what if I?
That was really that was very
where-
clever the way you said that. By the way,
This is where you get to the problem is what happens when somebody discovers me and they say, you got to fly over here to Israel and kiss the wall. And I do it.
I would say don't.
Well, I would love to take a trip to Israel and see where Jesus walked and where Jesus lived. And maybe I would kiss the wall.
Okay, and then you're gonna kiss the wall.
So
I think in order for you to do that, they have to have some weird dirt on you. for
So
them
now
to
I'm
do
gay?
that.
No,
I just
when-
mean
when-
weird dirt. I think that's the only reason you would get that invite.
There's weird stuff because when
It's
you get
okay
into
because
that
if I did that,
intersection-
my defenses is much stronger than your defense. All of a
No,
sudden
I don't
now,
mean I don't mean it has to be like gay stuff. Like you could have just got really drunk and run over a baby, and then they like covered it up for you or something.
Yeah.
Right. All of a sudden, everything wrong I ever did is made right. So I'm kind of down with kissing the wall.
Well, then you go do that if that's what you want to do.
I don't think you should kiss that wall.
You know, I don't think it'd be sanitary for one, but but you'd be like every other neocon,
But you said Crowder.
well,
You think Crowder's gay? Why do you think that?
Okay, and the reason I'm telling you he's gay is because of his behavior.
Yeah.
The way like when he goes, oh my gosh,
Be
like
careful, John, because
when
a
he
lot
does
of
that
peop-
kind of thing.
Well, oh my God, you just did the exact. Oh man.
No, I'm mimicking what he does. I'm saying like
Right, but
when he's
John,
like,
you just
"Oh my
did that a
gosh."
week ago in my stream.
No, I did that, but I'm just saying. But I'm being expressive as I'm doing it. That's why I hit that. But he's like,
Right.
you can see that kind of
getting
flamboyant.
overly flummoxed over a discussion
Yeah.
and starting
So
banging
there's
on your
that.
desk and
Yeah,
yelling.
you don't want to get flummoxed.
He says things that are
you
like,
did that 2 weeks in a row on my stream.
well, I don't.
John, you flummoxed?
No, I don't think I did.
Confess.
Yeah, you did. We can clip it, but
No, you want to clip it, you can. That's your
Well, I
content.
took
but-
All right.
stream
So
down,
okay,
so-
if Steven Crowder is not gay,
we
then
can't
best case
clip it. I took
scenario.
the stream down, but
yeah.
But
He's okay. He's odd. He just does odd things. He's done a couple odd things in life.
I even said,
that-
I said,
But-
you're
but-
getting
but he
real
also
feminine
says
right
things-
now. I said
he
that,
says
but I didn't
things
say you
where
were
he's like
gay.
always talking about gay shit too. That's the other thing. Like he's always like he had Not Gay Jared, which is the character he helped create. There's like
he does like wearing dresses.
he likes wearing dresses. Like there's
Yeah.
just
Does like
things.
wearing dresses.
There's just things like that. I wouldn't be surprised. The way he was talking to his wife on that video. Now I don't know for sure, and I'm not going to make that judgment. I'm just saying I would wonder if he does have closeted,
And he made poor Owen Benjamin dress up like Liberace.
So if a man
Right.
yells at his wife, he's gay.
No, that's not what I said.
He
It was how
did
he
sound
is.
he
It's
did
how
sound kind of feminine.
it's how he was like, but no, because if and it was that whiny, bitchy, borderline metrosexual.
That doesn't work
thing.
either.
No,
it doesn't work either. Yeah,
I
and
had
it
that. I
just
had that as a soundboard. I was
Oh.
using that for a while as on my soundboard. That doesn't work
Oh.
either.
yeah.
Nice.
But no, and I don't have any problems with his positions.
But I'm
I
not
mean,
gonna call him gay. I
Well,
think
I'm
he's
not
a
saying he's
soldier.
gay. I'm not saying he's gay. I'm saying I wonder if he is closeted gay. That's different than saying he is gay.
I don't think.
And it's different than people saying, "Oh, yeah, well, he he just tried to do this. That's so gay. Like I
This
wouldn't
is the
talk in that
problem.
kind
A
of,
lot of the strongest men are very feminine.
and it has nothing to do with feminine. And there's just other things. And I'm
He's
saying
not
I've
gay.
seen.
He's feminine. He
Okay.
acts a little bit feminine sometimes.
Okay, there's a valid point to be made what you're saying there. What I'm trying to say though is I have anecdotal evidence of personal people that I know who have acted very similar to the way he does, and they were married for like 12 years, and then they got divorced, and it came out that they were gay, and that was part of the reason why they got divorced is because they wanted to be with the boy. You know, they wanted to be with the boy. I mean, that's what it was. I mean, it's like they wanted to be with their boy. So I wouldn't be surprised, but my only thing with him is like that he, you know, is that he flip flops on things, and then the other thing is that a lot of stuff he does is grifting, and he is actually
What's
selling
he
things.
flip-flopping about?
Well, he's flipped off of because some of the things that he like how he would attack the Daily Wire, and I don't like the Daily Wire about like the contracts they make him sign, and then when you come out to see some of the stuff that the kind of NDAs he's made his former employees sign, and like that to me, you know, he talks about like not wanting control,
Not
you know,
really a
being
flip flop. It's a hypocrisy.
well, there you go. Well, maybe it's a hypocrisy, flip flop. I mean, it's what I'm saying is he's inconsistent with it. Bar my incorrect language. It's fucking 4:30 in the morning. So, and bar me from having a moment where I did get triggered because, you know, there were things
Steve
that
said,
were
"You
like,
know what I love about you, Josh? You remind me of me 4 years ago. You're on the right path." Steve, I'm never gonna be a libertarian. It's not gonna happen.
yeah, no, I don't think it will be.
No, if anything, I'm gonna get more extreme, and I'm gonna be calling
Yeah,
Crowder
yeah.
gay in 2 months.
Well, if anything, what you're going to do is you're going to get like you're going to be completely Andrew Wilson. You know, you're going to have you're going to go to Orthodox liturgy, and then you're going to be like,
right,
yeah, we need to have Christian Zionism and
the
Christian.
only thing I might
Christian
flip flop
God, I hope
on,
fucking not.
maybe you'll get me to flip flop on Trinity and free will, but you're not gonna get me to flip flop on my political views. I'm gonna get stronger in those. I'm gonna get, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to cause you to flip flop or anything. I'm not going to cause you to. I don't have any pretensions of like thinking
But
that
I
I
don't
will.
think that's flip flopping. If you
No, because you can change your mind. Like that's the thing. You can
right,
change your mind. You
right.
can change your mind.
I was gonna tell you this the other night. I was gonna say, John, when we have these conversations and stuff, so we're talking about the Eucharist and stuff, and I said at the very beginning, I said, this is not the hill I'm going to die on. This is not the stance I'm going to take. But from my understanding, and then we got into a little bit of a back and forth, a little bit of an argument about it. But I don't know about that. So there may be a day where I use some of the things I learned from you or some of the things I heard from you in my arguments for the Eucharist.
Because you never know when something lands with you, right? Like that's the thing. Like you'll never know. Like we were talking about, you know, the example of my brother with Twilight. Now I still don't like Twilight, but at least I don't like say
Twilight.
I'm not going to say that it's like terrible. Like I will admit it has positive moral themes to it. Okay,
but he
still
made
boring
a good
as hell.
argument for why it
Yeah.
makes
Yeah. Why it had some worth. That was the thing. So, and I have done things. There's things where I have taken one position and I go, wait a minute. Let me follow the logical conclusion of that for a while. And, you know, because I'll tell you what, when my
Steve,
brother
you say
first
you were far right. I don't think you were ever far. I don't know if I would agree with. I've
No.
asked you what you mean by you were far right.
I don't think he was far right. I think
don't
he
think
was
so
like
either.
Republican. I think he was Republican, but I don't know if he
Right.
was like to me, far right means you're a social conservative.
Right. I don't
Yeah.
think we would agree on our definitions of far right. I don't think you were ever far right. But
you know, it's funny. People go, "Oh, I was there too," and it's like, you know, it's like, or like Andrew Wilson when he was talking about Dave Smith, it's like, "Oh, we'll get him to the dark side." It's like that's pretty presumptuous of you to think that you're going to get someone to, you know. Now, there's things that you can see, and I think, and that's why I think it's good to
being
have
more
things.
libertarian isn't even moving left or right. It just means you
It
move
isn't, no.
south.
Well, I don't know if I would use that as a descriptor, but it means that you
I
are
look at it.
becoming
I look at it as I like the 4-quadrant political spectrum.
right.
Moving libertarian does not mean you move left or right. It just means
No, because there's left libertarian and a right libertarian.
Right.
Which reminds me, let me bring that up real quick.
That's
One
what
second.
a lot of people. Well, I mean, if you're looking at politics on on left and right, all it is left and right. Then that's not a good way to look at it. You have to expand it. I almost think we can look at it at a 3. Maybe I'm going to invent a 3.
So
a 3D
this is from my
spectrum where we have north, south, east, west, and whatever
Okay.
So
this is from
You need
this.
a conical sphere.
Yeah,
This is what from,
it's a quadrant. It's a 3-dimensional quadrant.
So this is the one that I made, and this is so you can see where what we have is centralized authority.
Wait,
and
what's distributism?
You don't know what distributism is?
No, I don't know what that is.
It's a political ideology based on Catholic social teaching that's related to also the principle of subsidiarity. I can't always say that word. Subsidiarism. Sorry, I actually do have a speech impediment. I actually do have learning disabilities, but
As long as you don't got a small brain like Jalen, I think you're good.
yeah. Yeah.
It looks like in this chart of yours, it almost looks like Nazism won because it's the one on the top.
I don't agree with
So-
your chart. Why
I know
can't
you don't.
why can't there be left-wing fascism?
Well, there is left-wing fascism.
But you have
But
you have fascism in the far right corner.
Right.
Yeah, we're not against fascism, right?
Well, no.
No. So here's what I'm talking about when I'm
little bit
talking
of
about
fascism is okay, but
well, yes, because really what you're talking about there is authoritarianism, right? And so the most ultra far degree of that on the sphere of centralization and authority is fascism. It is fascism.
why can't you why can't there are communists who are fascists? Mussolini
They are.
Mussolini is the birth of fascism, and that he was a right-wing guy, but actually he was kind of leftist. He was kind of
where's National Socialism on this chart? Is that Nazism?
Well, that would be Nazism. That is National Socialism, and that's why you see it more. And again, the part of the problem
you have Nazism exactly where I would put it.
Right. So the point of what I'm trying to say is that it with communism versus National Socialism versus all like what we call fascism, the differentiating things on those is that with communism, it's not just flat out fascism. It's fascism with an economic theory, and that economic theory is based on an extreme understanding of socialism, which is why I have it on the social thing. So what is understood and how this works is, so that's why I say like fascism and fascist nationalism, there's a difference here. And the reason I'm saying that is because when you get to fascism itself is just a way of, it is a pragmatic approach. It's ultra authoritarianism in the most pragmatic of form. And that's why anarcho-capitalism, which libertarianism is pretty close to, is like the ultimate like form of anti-government, anti-authoritarian government, and they have that line in their ability of looking at things from a pragmatic point of view. So what I mean by so there's different things. So classical liberalism and libertarianism are definitely things that have
have you seen this?
Seen what, buddy?
What I'm sharing?
Oh, let me see.
It's basically what you got there, but it's way more detailed.
Right.
Yeah.
And you got to remember, I was trying not to go way too depth on some of these things. That was just, but yeah.
Yeah, it's from Reddit, but yeah, I want to do something. Yeah, that's basically kind of what you're talking about, but
yeah.
there's so many different ideologies.
Right.
And this is Reddit, and I'm not a Reddit guy, but
yeah.
I can't drag it and move it. But so like I would be put right in here, which they would call eco-conservatism.
Mm-hmm.
Or nationalist conservatism.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or populism, which is another it's another form of those things. They kind of have different things where they overlap.
Well, the test that I took put me here in senatorialism. I don't even know what that is.
So senatorialism is a more it's kind of like republicanism, and I don't mean like Republican Partyism. I mean republicanism and the idea of representative democracy is really what it probably could be.
But so I would put myself over
Mm-hmm.
here near. So Christian theocracy is here.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's right around where I think.
So go down south. Go down. Go down. Go down. I'm just curious if they have Christian anarchism.
No, just how you have it. Anarcho-capitalism is over here. Anarcho-communism is over here.
Right.
Anarcho-primitivism, which I think is the only real anarchy, is way down here.
Right. So what you would probably say about me is that you would probably have
he white.
Volunteerism, I would say that's where I would probably be at. Where it'd be high volunteerism into like consequentialism.
Where
you
is
see
that?
where that's at? So if you go to ego capitalism or echo and then go down to individual anarchism, and it's to the right, volunteerism. It's 3 from the right there, down low.
Oh, volunteer.
Yeah.
So you're
Yeah.
way south. That's
Yeah.
And see, so
Now, I don't. There's some things. There's some
you're
things.
anywhere on the outer border of this, you're crazy.
Okay.
So Genghis Khanism's not acceptable?
So all anarchism is extreme libertarianism, and that's
No,
crazy.
it's not. It is not libertarianism. That there's a difference.
But what is voluntarism?
Okay, so this is where it goes back to where my understanding of anarchism comes from, which is the philosophy that what keeps our society together is that we voluntarily associate with people and enter into contracts. And so therefore what we do is, in order to ensure societal quote unquote harmony, we don't accept contracts in that kind of sense of like, you wouldn't say it like, so kind of the idea would be like, instead of making a law about certain things, you would say, let's bring a group of people together and let's define a framework of the low common denominator of what we will not accept as a group of people, and in that form kind of take those those kinds of ideas and but the idea is, and it's all, and the thing that really, I think what you would say is it's all forms of libertarianism. What I would actually say is that libertarianism and anarchism are all forms of that whole yellow sphere would be what I would call people who would adhere to an idea of the non-aggressive principle.
Yeah.
And so,
I have strong disagreements with that.
Yeah, that seems like a bullshit principle, man.
I know. And let's be honest, libertarians and most people, they actually argue it terribly. And that's
because there's nothing good about it. There's nothing to stop somebody.
There's a lot of things that don't harm people that we shouldn't do.
Right.
Which,
So
and that,
here's
and
the
that's why
here's
Andrew always brings up necrophilia, because
right.
even if before you died you signed a contract that said after my death you can
Right.
have sex with my dead body.
Right.
That's still wrong.
Right. Well, and like I said, I some of those things you can see where they trace themselves at, but you can kind of see where I'm also. So I would have religious anarchism. That would be probably one of them. I don't
Yeah,
adhere to
I see Christian somewhere I saw classical or Christian
Christian libertarianism. It's down
Christian
below.
libertarianism. Where'd it go? Oh yeah,
Right
right
there.
here.
Yeah, yeah. So, so to me though, here's the way I look at this, and so it's the question is this is always, and I understand where Andrew's coming from, which is that, and this is where I say the NAP is poorly argued, because the people who argue for it say, well, if nothing bad is happening to me, if it doesn't directly affect me, then that means I have no say. And that has no bearing in reality. That's a mutated idea of that principle. The true hardcore idea to me, and the more orthodox idea of the non-aggressive principle, is that I don't go out of my way to seek to do harm to anyone. That does not mean that I will oblige them or agree with them. That may mean I leave them alone, but the reason for leaving them alone isn't so much in an attempt to give permissiveness to what they're doing. It's just an acknowledgement of, and that's where the Christian anarchism comes in, with the acknowledgement of the world and the fallen state. Nothing in this world can have any type of authority or structure that won't be polluted. And the guarantee of that is that
Shouldn't
the
we
more
rise above
centralized it
that?
gets. Well, you can't rise
We're
above it.
supposed to
It's the
be
nature
we're
of the
in the
world.
world but not of the world. And being not
Right.
of the world, shouldn't we?
But you can't create a society and structure using the rules and the political levers and the threat of force, which is what every government system has to have to
This is
some
why
degree.
I say primitivism is, if you're alone in the woods by yourself, that works. That ideology works. But as soon as you have a family, not even a community, you just have a family.
Right. Well, that's where, but the family is this, and this is
But
why
there's
I
a
don't
hierarchy.
go. Right.
in
So
the
this is why
family.
I don't. Yes, but that hierarchy in the family is not as an aspect of social construct. It's a theological reality. That's what the distinction I would put to it. But to me, this is why I can't go complete pacifist. And the reason why is because, to me, when and that's why I say voluntarism and contract philosophy. When you come on my property and you intend to do harm, whether it be to steal, whether it be to rape, whether it be to kill, or whatever.
No, now we're getting into the whole thing about property rights. So
Right.
why do you
Because
have
I do
property?
believe in property rights. I do believe there's property rights. But the reason why I believe in property rights isn't because of, and I agree, the whole reason why you have property is because you have the threat of force. Now, at some
Now,
point,
would you agree with like William Godwin's theory that you have property rights as long as you earn your property?
yes and no. I would say that, how do you earn your property first and foremost?
Exactly.
And then
That was my next
other
question is,
exactly.
what happens when I'm your neighbor and I want
Right.
your property?
So if you want
So I
something
can
that
earn it by killing you.
well, you can earn it by killing me. You can earn it. True. You can earn it. You can, if that is a way for you can use force to gain
See,
it.
so this doesn't work as a system of government. This works as
But
a
that's
system
because,
of
but that's because
individual.
that's because there is no structure of government that doesn't rely on the same flaw of violence. You're just, what you're trading is, and that's where the question comes is,
To some degree, might does make right.
I know that's what you believe.
But
Yes.
no, that's not what I believe, because if the might is held by a tyrannical authority, then I don't agree with it.
Right. But why don't you agree with it?
Because if the person that holds the power
But why would you
is
not
wrong,
why would you not
then
agree with
it's
them?
tyrannical.
But why would it be tyrannical? Someone else may not see it
Because
that
I
way. But
believe in
what
God.
okay.
I
So
believe
it's
there's
would
an
you then
objective right or wrong.
let me steel man for you here. Too bad Buff's not awake to realize what a steel man is here.
Steel man.
Steel man.
Steel man.
What you would say is that what defines whether someone is tyrannical or not, or whether their position of what they do, whether it be justified or not, is based on whether they uphold a moral principle that you uphold to, or an ethical societal structure construct, right?
Tyrannical is what I don't agree with.
Well, everyone thinks the person that has more force than them is tyrannical. That's the nature of people who object to
Right,
force.
but if I agree with the force, then
Right.
it's
There
no
you go. And
longer.
so that's
I
so
say
then
this all the
force
time. I say
force
this,
becomes
yeah.
against force becomes only a problem when it violates your conscience. And therefore, that's why the more centralized authority you get, the more violent
That's why we
that
can't have
force becomes.
multiculturalism. We need to have a united
Well,
culture that agrees on what authority should
but you're
do
never going to
and
get
what's
that
right
though.
and
You
what's
can't get
wrong.
that. You cannot get that in this
You
world.
can get that in small homogenous cultures.
Yes, because of why? Because they have volunteered
Because
to
their
be a part.
ideology and their theology align.
Right. Because their society would be based on voluntarily coming together, creating a structure of a framework principle, and agreeing to that, not because there's somebody with the power or the might or the authority, but because they hold those things to be true, and therefore they have a common value system that's ingrained to all of them based on that agreed upon principle. So really, the whole idea of the non-aggressive principle, and the reason why people don't like it, especially from a maybe like a more right-wing type of authoritarianism, is because to them the argument always is, well, does that mean we should allow people to do things that are wrong and evil and icky? Well,
Do you think drugs should be legal?
Do I think drugs should be illegal?
Yeah.
I don't think my philosophy on drugs, and this is always what it is that first of all, the problem with drugs is that the biggest supplier of drugs in the world is the United States government. And as long as governments become involved in the drug trade, the idea of legalize or not legal or making drugs illegal is a kind of moot point. But to me, the question comes not so much about whether we make drugs illegal, it's whether if we criminalize the behavior that's associated with that, which means if you're driving under the influence of alcohol, then you're not going to go to jail for alcoholism. You're going to go to jail for drinking and driving. So because of that substance, you are then doing something that's causing potential harm. And that's where I think Andrew, and that's what I said in my video, where he's missing the point. And this is where the libertarian / side of things, and I'm not a libertarian, I'm more of the anarchist, but I would agree with libertarians, and I think this would be a common thing, which is that what is the greatest harm and the potential for greatest harm? And I'm sorry if you think that you should have an authoritarian government so you can tell a bunch of inbreeders not to have sex. That to me is as disgusting as that is. I don't think that issue is as paramount as nearly half of the things that can happen, the violence that can happen against people's consciousness when a centralized authority
People
government
are born and
does.
raised in a society where this stuff is illegal and it's not normalized.
Well, but there you go. That's the other problem you have, which is that you say if they are
I'm talking about
raised in a
one
system.
generation. This is not a utopia. This is a realistic idea that within one generation of making drugs illegal, making porn illegal, making sex work illegal,
Sounding like a gripper right there.
All these degenerate acts within one generation, the people who are born into that generation in a world where that's all illegal, it's not going to be normal to them, and they're not going to accept it as normal.
The only problem is that history has shown that's not true. For example, let me give you the example. Prohibition. When Prohibition happened, it was made out of the temperance movement. And what happened was that women were going outside the bars because they had no authority to do anything but to just stand outside waiting for their husband saying, shame, 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 shame. You guys need to be home taking care of your families, whatnot. That's why feminism and the suffragette movement all came out of the temperance movement, because what had happened is they were seeing
that's the opposite of what I'm talking about.
No. The social degeneracy.
We're not being temperate of that. How about instead of shaming them publicly, they walk out of the bar and they were just doing something degenerate and we arrest them?
Well, here's the thing.
Now that person's never going to get to spread their message. They're never going to get to to promote this idea. Salem witch trials. Let's go.
Well, but how much harm was done by that? And how much abuse was allowed by doing that? Because what you were doing, I do think it's harm. I do think it's harm. I believe that if you are, if you are wrongly
women are out here trying to do a bunch of magic,
if you're wrongly
burning them at the stake, I think
if you're wrongly convicted, if you're wrongly killing someone because somebody else does not bear the burden of proof to kill them, and you think it's okay to do that because we don't want to have magic and we don't want to have witches.
Maybe don't kill them. Maybe just banish them.
Well,
there wasn't that many witches.
There wasn't that many witches.
No witches.
The government.
Steve,
help
me out here, brother. Steve, help me out here.
It might get born into a society where being a witch is a bad idea. Don't do that.
Yeah. Just like the prohibition, we're still talking about it. Just like prohibition. One day, it's legal to have beer and liquor and moonshine and whatever.
Yeah.
And then after midnight, you're a criminal.
Yeah.
And the government does it. The government makes the laws that makes people criminals. Not all people are criminals, but there's people in prison that aren't criminals, but only because the government made a stupid ass fucking law.
And what happened was that you did not stop alcoholism. You did not stop.
Prohibition was great.
Exactly.
No, it wasn't. Because what happened was that instead of people being able to do it in public, what happened is
I know the liberal media has told you that prohibition was a bad thing, but it wasn't a bad thing.
It was a bad thing.
It wasn't a bad thing.
You want to know one? Do you want to know one of the reasons why?
Do you know why crime? Do you know why crime went up during Prohibition?
Because the KKK supported it.
Do you know why? Do you know why violent crime arrests went up during Prohibition? Is because people were illegally making alcohol that they shouldn't be making, and then they were getting arrested because of that, and they were doing violent things also. So that's why violent crime arrests went up. That's a good thing.
And the reason why is because the law was not enough. The law was not enough for those who had the intent.
No, we put them in jail.
No.
But originally it wasn't illegal.
Stop trying to break the law.
Then they made it illegal.
So how far do you take that line about don't break the law?
Arrests for violent crimes went up during Prohibition.
Right, because they made an activity that was mostly harmless.
Yeah,
into a.
That's a good thing. What do you mean?
No, it wasn't. Because what they did is
hold on.
In order to create that,
they make alcohol illegal, and now all of a sudden they're arresting people who are bootlegging alcohol and who are also doing illegal things. The arrests for those things go up because we're arresting people who are doing illegal things more.
And you know why was the big reason why they wanted to get some of the bigger supporters were for that, don't you? Why the Rockefeller supported that? Or Rockefeller supported that?
Energy.
Yeah, because the moonshine was used in cars.
Yep.
And so, like it always happens, government uses morality to cover up.
Car runs on damn moonshine. Okay.
No, it doesn't now. It's proved. You would have to do
that rabbit hole. Jump down that rabbit hole, man. There's proof out there that you can run off water.
I've been down.
But the government takes it and hides it, and then the people unalive themselves.
I don't know if you've went down that rabbit hole that deep.
I've been very down. But let me ask you a question, Josh. So what happens if they say having dreads is illegal as of midnight tonight?
Then I'm cutting off my
Then,
dreads.
well, then they're gonna fuck you up because
No,
it
I'm
was
not gonna have
okay for your
dreads.
whole life. It
So
was
you're
okay
okay
your
with
whole life,
you're
but
okay with
now all
obeying
of
the
a
law.
sudden,
So what law would you not
That's a
obey?
stupid argument, but I'm gonna cut off my dreads.
What
yeah,
what
well,
law
that's
would you not
stupid.
obey?
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you
Okay,
cut off your
we're
dreads because the government?
we're comparing necrophilia and pedophilia and
And
drug
dude, I'm
use
glad you brought
to
that up
having
because
dreadlocks.
I was
No, we're
parking
not.
my
We're not. We're
van
not. We're not. You're
when you
making that.
said the necrophilia
If
thing.
I
I was
was
parking my
raised in a
van.
culture where somehow they found a way to say that drugs were immoral, and I was raised in a culture, then guess what? I would never have dreads. My kids wouldn't have
You know what?
dreads.
I don't
My
believe that because
grandkids wouldn't have dreads.
because you know what? I knew people who were raised with believing that drugs were illegal and bad and they're not good, and they still did it. In fact, that's why they did it.
500% increase.
They did
on
it because it was
overdose
edgy.
deaths.
And
500% increase on overdose deaths.
Another example is cigarettes
within
in
a
New York
couple
City.
of months of
When they
legalizing
increased the
drugs.
price, when they increased the price of cigarettes in New York City, they did not stem the tide of people buying cigarettes. They increased it by the elite, by people bootlegging it into the city, and
This is
therefore people
like,
were paying more money.
This is
And
like,
they were then therefore it was creating crime, and that's what happens. The government was creating crime out of that because they were trying to legislate something.
The biggest drug dealers ever. They crack is the CIA.
Yeah.
All the drugs is the government. And then they make it illegal and then they make their money and then they turn around like weed.
but that's a different
And
complaint.
they're like, wait, we can make a profit off this.
But,
We'll make it
it's
too.
all part of the same
That's a
issue, which
different
is
argument. That's a
which is
different
all part of the
complaint.
same issue,
You're
which is
saying
that
if they make crack illegal and then all of a sudden the government is selling crack to people to make money off of it, now that's a problem with the government. That's not a problem with crack being illegal.
well, it's a problem with the government being able to have a monopoly on force and being able to enforce that.
The government works for the people, so the people
No, they
have a
don't.
monopoly on force.
No, they do not.
They
No,
do not, buddy.
Right.
That was my question earlier.
I know. You guys hate the government. You hate mom and dad.
I don't hate the government. I don't hate the government. That's the difference.
No, it's just that they're so corrupt now.
I don't hate the
But they
government.
don't
I just
work for
know
us.
I
They
just
don't
know
work
that
for us.
everything in any institution is corruptible
The
because of the
government is
nature.
supposed to work for the people.
It's
That's the
supposed to,
job
but
of
it
the
doesn't.
government.
But it
They
doesn't.
are
Who
supposed-
enforces that? Who enforces that?
Right. So
The people who enforce that are the ones that break the law.
Complaining about why the government doesn't work for the people, let's make the government work for the people.
How do you do that?
Yeah. How? I'm down. I'm 100%.
By
And you're going to say
standing
by
up-
cultural appropriation, by grafting
by
Christian
standing
quote
up
unquote
and
ethics.
being a strong group of people that stands up and says we're going to make the government work for us.
I did that
Right.
4 years ago. Didn't
Right. Well,
work out.
here's what
You didn't do
happens.
that by going and being a flag waver. You didn't do that.
No, I was writing to the congressmen, to the representatives, to the mayor.
Hawaii, bro.
You know what they say? I don't give a fuck about you. I'm lining my own pockets. Good luck with your shit.
Yeah.
Handle that.
How are they supposed to handle it?
You know, go to jail because I'm harassing
should
them?
they kill over that? Should they kill over that?
Right. What?
And if you
know, and it goes back to
if you're going to take the Andrew Wilson approach and say, well, it's by force, then ultimately, in order to change something, you have to do it by force, which is why these motherfuckers are going after our gun rights to begin with, because they know that is the power of the force that
Because
people
they want
have.
to take away our force.
Right. And you're saying, hey, if they say if they pass a law,
You're making my
no,
point
I'm not.
there.
I'm not, because then if you say, hey,
No,
they
you're
pass a law
making
about
my
guns,
point there. They
you're
wanna
like,
take
yeah,
guns because
I'll
they wanna
freely give
take
my
away our
guns.
force. The whole reason for the Second Amendment is that we can stand up against a tyrannical government.
But we don't, do we?
That's not an argument.
No, it's a appeal to understanding the reality of the situation, which is people have been saying this for a long time. The militia's been saying this a long time. People on the far right, everyone's been saying this
This
for.
is the same thing we were talking about earlier. Just because people are always going to do abortions doesn't mean we shouldn't make abortion illegal. Just because people are always going to do drugs doesn't mean we shouldn't make drugs illegal. Just because people are always going to get drunk and drive doesn't mean we shouldn't have drunken driving laws.
No, it's not that you're. That's the wrong way you're looking at it.
Horrible argument.
No, listen.
no,
Let me say this. When I was parking my van, you
Yeah.
were talking about the necrophiliac shit, right?
Yeah.
And I was saying this out loud too. I was like, says who?
Why not?
And me personally, yes, it's wrong. Me personally, yes, it is wrong. But if someone signs a contract before they die and says, yeah,
So that makes it right.
then who is to
No, it doesn't
say
make it
Moral
right. It
subjectivism.
doesn't make it right.
That's moral
it
subjectivism.
doesn't make it right?
It doesn't make it
But
right.
who's to
And
say that it's
that's
right
what
or
this all
wrong?
comes down to is moral subjectivism. So
Right.
if somebody signs a paper that says you're allowed to have sex with me after I'm dead, and then somebody has sex with them after they're dead, that's moral subjectivism. Now you're saying just because you believe that it's right. No, that's
I don't
always
believe
wrong.
it's right.
So
I
here's the
didn't say
question.
I believe
Here
it's right.
becomes the question,
No, I'm not
which is
saying
this.
you say it, but if somebody
Right,
says
I'm
it's
just
right,
saying who's to say?
right.
Well,
Who's
So
to
if you have
say?
your little anarchist cult set up in this little corner, but then this little anarchist cult says that we're allowed to have sex with dead people, but
I
then
love how he talks about anarchists being cultists. That's
is.
funny.
I know, right?
There's no bias in that position. Because
And-
here's the
and
thing.
we're just we're just all out there to like make
Here's-
chaos and shit. They
here's the
think
thing.
you
Here's
think
the thing.
anarchist means
a
chaos.
large portion of the anarchy movement was about chaos.
No, it wasn't. That's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong.
That's not where I'm wrong. That's the American
That is
anarchist,
misinformation.
bro.
We just
the
looked at it.
American anarchist movement.
Germany. What was it
Whether you're
like?
talking about the more individualistic William Godwin, or you're talking about the more utilitarian Stirner, or you're talking about Emma Goldwyn, or you're talking about Kopiskopov, or whatever the European, the Russian guy.
And I'm not with those people who are. I'm not in that brand of anarchist. But I acknowledge
That's all the brands of anarchy.
No, it isn't.
And,
It isn't.
Christian anarchy formed off of that.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
Okay.
Do you know where Christian anarchy is
It's
by
when
most people?
it's when a bunch of Italians and Spanish and Russians and Germans fled Europe because they were tired of the authoritarianism in Europe. So they fled to America. And then when we asked them, would you give up your anarchy views to live in America? And they said, no, I'd rather go back home to where I was suffering instead of giving up my views on anarchy. And that's where the Christian anarchy rose up from out of that in American anarchy.
Well, I don't know if I would. I would say that they built off each other because there's things that are
I'm
inherited.
right. You know what
Where they're
not
inherited
making
from
this
certain
stuff up.
aspects. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying
this is just coming off the top of my head.
Okay, so what I'm saying though is the way you're saying it and what you're saying are two different things, which is constantly the issue
What I'm
that I have
saying
with
is
you.
it's illogical, and it's not a good. It's not a
No,
good
so
system.
here's
of,
the thing. So what makes a system good?
Get this moth out of here.
Right? You're going to say that it upholds Christian values, right? So obviously, then they have to be Christian, right? What then is the metric for how do we determine they become Christian? Because I almost guarantee you that the moment when Christians put quote unquote moral ethics into governance and institutions, it ceases to be about the fundamental mission that Jesus Christ had.
Do you believe morals are subjective or objective?
I believe morality is objective. But I also believe that there are Christians out there who have polluted Christianity by making it about moral theism.
But that doesn't matter.
Not actual
what's
Christian.
right
No, it
is
does
right.
matter.
No,
It does matter.
No, you just said morals are objective. So what's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong.
Okay, so what I'm saying though is when those things, how do those things become right and sustain their rightness?
Well, what happens? Okay, so if I say I'm a Christian, but I think I'm allowed to have sex with dead people, you would say that's wrong.
I would say that they're wrong.
That's wrong, and they're wrong because we can't both be right.
Right.
Okay.
So here's the thing though. But why are they saying that?
Because they're degenerate and people love
That's the
degeneracy.
problem. That's the problem. You're looking at it from a moral standpoint and you're missing out on the theological aspect.
Our morals
And that's what
inform
I'm
our
saying.
values.
That's the
our
reason why
theology informs our policy.
I oppose all of this bullshit, because it's not out of a Christian theological perspective on the nature of Christ and grace and salvation.
Politics
It is
is
based
downwind from
on,
culture, and culture is downwind from theology.
yeah, you're right. They're downwind in the sense that it becomes each one becomes a floodgate of when it loosens and spreads out and becomes less and less the authentic.
And so if two theologies disagree, both can't be right at the same time, right? That breaks the laws of logic. We can't both be saying two contradictory things and both of us be right at the same time.
Correct. I would agree with you.
Okay. So
Who's to say who's right and who's wrong?
Well,
God.
Steve, that's going to be the difference between you and I, and how you and I understand how you feel about some things, and me. Because see, where Josh and I are at is we uphold that there's an objective standard of truth that is based in the Christian worldview, based off the teachings of the Bible, based off of Christian beliefs. You would agree with that, right, Josh?
Yeah,
I agree with that too, because I'm Christian.
Okay, so what I don't know. I'm not trying to assume one way or the other, Steve. That's why I'm trying to say.
That's cool.
So, and I know there's a lot of Christians out there, and Josh is not wrong. There are a lot of Christians out there who are subjective with their theology. They're subjective with their
they
views
pick and
on
choose what they want
Yes.
to be right and what they don't. Yeah.
So for us,
that's true.
we're trying to uphold a gold value standard of what orthodoxy
Sometimes
is.
stuff that you might not
The
like.
difference between me and him is that he thinks that you can uphold orthodoxy by using sinful institutions, sinful structures,
It's not
and
sim- it's,
and
no,
and
God,
and
no, I
and
don't-
and by
that's not what I think.
and through well, that's the conclusion that you are saying.
That's not the conclusion.
Whether you agree, whether you see it or not.
We have flawed political systems.
Everything in the world is
sinful.
flawed.
Those are sinful systems.
Which is
But-
why I don't rely on them, and that's why the more centralized they become, the more abusive they become.
Right.
And there's no way of writing that.
Right.
Right.
And
There's
this
no right.
is what I
so-
always say. So if the system was based around your ethics of what you believe is right and what you know is right and wrong,
I wouldn't uphold to that. I wouldn't uphold to a system that is based on.
you would love that system. You would love that.
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
I wouldn't want it because I wouldn't want everyone else to go by my system.
Because
I want everyone else to live their life
I
the
don't
way
care
they
about
want to live.
everybody else. They can have their own country and do what they want to do in their
The
own
fundamental
place.
truth. The fundamental truth of the Bible is that God tells us, like you like to say, that the gate is narrow. And for someone that advocates for the gate being narrow, the idea that we would use a government structure or society or system or an institutional authority to some degree that's bigger than just people of like-minded.
See, this is what you're missing. You're thinking that
No.
I'm not talking about a globalist government. I'm not talking about the whole
Well,
world.
no, but that's the problem, right? This is what I'm trying to say.
No, it's not
This
a
is
problem.
the-
when you have a small
Yeah.
homogenous
No,
group that believes in things
no.
the same way.
Oh, small.
and their
But that's what
government-
you just said. You said small, decentralized.
No,
Yes.
well, actually, yeah. I'll take
Yeah,
that back.
yeah.
It could be a big, robust government if it works.
Oh, well, but it won't work if it's a big, robust government. It can't work if it's a big, robust government.
That's not
Yeah,
true.
look what's happening now.
Yes, it is. It is true.
No,
You can't give me
no,
one. You
that's
can't
not
give me
true.
one example. You can't give me
Yeah,
one
you can't.
example of one country or one
This
quote
is
unquote
so
society.
nihilistic. This is so like
What's that?
everything's bad. Everything.
Just like you,
No,
all
it's
right,
not.
you-
You're not
just like
understanding.
you can't say that socialism doesn't work. I know you, Josh, will say that no, socialism doesn't work. There's not one country that proves that socialism works.
Right.
I know that you
But
can
here's
say
the
that.
difference.
Okay.
But here's the difference. Here's the difference. If you have a socialist government and a bunch of socialist people are like socialism's great and they go live in the socialist government and they all starve to death, then they're dead. But if you have a theocratic government that's based around the beliefs and it works, and
But it won't be based on the beliefs. That's the whole point. You won't ever get a theocratic system that's
Right,
based
see,
on the
this is-
principles of the
this is a
Bible.
bad argument. This is
No,
could
it's not
never
a bad
happen.
argument.
It could
It's
never
not a bad
happen.
argument.
So it's we should not strive for
No,
good.
no, it's not that it won't.
Good
it's not that
stuff
it won't
will
happen.
never happen, so we can't strive for good. The world's bad.
That's not what I'm saying.
nihilistic.
That's not what I'm saying. You're missing my point, and you're intentionally misunderstanding my point. And
No,
you're
I'm not intentionally.
Yes, you
You're
are.
intentionally making a bad argument.
No, I'm not.
No, is it bad argument because you don't have a defense?
I just made the defense.
No, you didn't.
No, I
It's
just
not a
made the
defense.
defense. If
No,
if,
you
if
did
you
not.
think a socialist government is a good government, and you
No.
go
But
live
see,
in a
the fact that you
socialist,
just went to a socialist,
and now
you're missing my whole damn
he
point.
just brought up socialism. I'm talking about what he just brought up.
So
You're
who are you
interrupting me. You're
responding
not
to? Who
listening.
are you responding to here then? Why don't
I'm-
you tell us who you're responding
I'm
to?
responding to both of you. If
Well,
you
no,
have a
because
government,
clearly
listen, pay attention. Pay attention. If you
I'm
have a
paying
government,
attention.
if you have a government, let's say, for example, a communist government, and a lot of people think communism is a good idea, and they think that's going to work out great, and so they all go join a communist government, but then they all starve to death, and they get
Okay.
murdered, and they get
Now you're
killed in their
repeating.
communist
Uh-huh.
government. What does that prove? That proves the communist government failed. Now,
Right.
let's say there's another government that is an
Okay.
alternative, and some
Okay.
people
Like
say
the American government. Like the
some
American
people,
government.
well, I'm not going to say that because I don't think that's not what I'm talking about. But
See, that's the whole point. So you believe that there is a possibility that government can be good. It just doesn't have enough Christian ethics involved in it. Well, here's the problem.
yeah,
The whole damn reason everyone has been claiming every
don't
government
tell
in
me
Western
American is a
society.
Christian government,
No, but the people think it, don't they? They believe it, don't they?
right? They think that.
Right.
Just like the communists
here's-
thought that
but-
communism
but-
was going to work out great, and then
what
they
was
died.
what was their delusion? What was their delusion based off of? The delusion was based off
Deception.
and that they believed that Christianity was a base system of morality and philosophical principles in which you could build a society on. And that's antithetic to what the Bible tells us and what
How's
Jesus tells us.
Hungary doing right now?
Huh?
How's Hungary doing right now?
Well, I'm not going to argue that there haven't been great.
Yeah. So when I bring up an example of one,
hold on,
How's
let's do one thing.
America? How's
No.
America doing right now?
America's not a Christian government.
Here's the thing. Here's what I'm trying to say. It is not to say
When
you
I bring
can't
up Hungary, he dodges the question.
No,
because
I'm not.
it's
You're not
doing
letting me answer it.
amazing.
You're not letting me answer it. That's what you're doing.
No, no, you're dodging.
No, you're going to let me answer the question?
Yeah, tell me how Hungary's doing.
No, that's not what the question is, because the question is what I and
That
so
is
here's
what
the
my
thing.
question was.
You're saying how Hungary is doing. Hungary has good and bad like every other country.
It's doing great.
It's doing relatively great compared to other countries, absolutely. And that's
Right.
always going to be the case. But what I am saying
until it gets too big and they start to deviate from their initial principles. And let's say
which
America
is, which is bound to happen, which is
let's
bound
say
to
America
happen with
was a Christian
centralization.
country when it was founded. And it did
It wasn't,
great.
but-
It did great
yeah.
until it started to deviate away from that.
But here's the problem. Why would they deviate from it? You would say it's because it's moral degeneracy, but here's the problem.
You know, you
that's
guys
not
aren't
what,
winning.
That's,
You guys
that's
aren't
no,
winning this. Like,
no,
you're not.
you don't have
Wait,
to.
wait. I got this from you, Josh. You are the one that told me that just because you say you're not winning doesn't mean you're not winning.
Right,
Yeah.
Right, but listen,
Galen.
when you're really not making good arguments, you're
No,
really,
you're not. You're not
the difference
listening.
between me
to
and
me.
Jalen is that I understand
not-
debate and I understand conversations, and you guys are not making any good points. Every point that I
No,
bring up,
you
you
keep-
guys aren't rebuttaling it.
Yes, I am.
Because
you're
you keep
not.
cutting. You keep cutting us off and not
Yes,
allowing us to rebuttal.
It's 2
And
verse
you just
1.
I'm not saying shit.
Yeah, I'm
But
trying to
every
explain
time
to you.
John's trying to
you
say
asked-
It's 2
something, you
verse
keep
1.
cutting
I
him
bring
off
up
and
Hungary
saying
and he
you're not
wants to
winning.
jump to America.
You don't have nothing.
No, I didn't. You just
ain't
jumped
going
to
anywhere.
America.
No,
You just jumped to
every
America.
argument I make,
It's
you
not an
both-
argument.
You both jump
It's not
to
an
all
argument.
these different things.
Asking a question is not making an argument. And if you don't know that, then you know fucking little dick about debate. I'm sorry.
Oh, no,
respectfully.
little dip about debate. I'll beat you.
Well, if you want to think you're beating me, that's your prerogative.
Right.
That's
but
fine.
When you're dodging my questions and I'm making points.
I'm
and
not
you're
dodging your questions. You're not letting me answer
you're
your
not
questions.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me. Which
I'm
question do
saying
you want to address? Which one?
because you just actually glossed over my whole
This is a
damn
2
point about
verse 1.
centralization.
This is a 2 verse 1. So you
See,
think I'm not
see
gonna?
what- you see
You
what
think
he's
I'm
doing
not
here,
gonna?
Steve?
I'm eating. I'm not going to say shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, and this isn't going to be a 2 because if Steve knocked out, it would be the same thing. I would start saying something, and then he's going to say something that's going to be a way of. No, what I'm saying
Hungary
is you just responded with my answer because you said, well, if they get big enough. So yeah, that's the whole reason why centralization is a problem. The bigger the government, the bigger the more possibility of corruption, which means that government itself is not impervious to those things.
So size
because of centralization. But the other reason, and this is the thing that you are not really getting into, or you're refusing to get into, is that
not
whether
refusing
there's
anything.
whether yes you are,
No,
whether
you're
there's
making
Hungary,
see
whether you're
this is
talking
when I'm
about
gonna
Hungary.
jump in. When you say some dumb shit like that, then I'm gonna jump in.
What do you mean dumb shit?
When you say you're refusing to get into this, I'm not refusing to get into anything. Make a good point.
Here's where the
Go
thing.
ahead.
So with Hungary, we know that Hungary might be doing better, and it might have better principles. There's not that you're not getting that disagreement with me. However, what I'm saying though is how do we ensure that you get a government and a societal structure based on Christian orthodoxy
By cutting
when
people's heads off.
no, that's
anarchy. How dare you?
That's not anarchy. That's
no, it's not. It's
authoritarianism.
violence. It's violence, and that's what anarchy is.
No,
against.
yeah, it is violence.
It is violence, and that's why it's not authentic Christianity, because Christianity does not advocate for violence, never has.
Oh yeah, okay. Well all right. Yeah. Sell your garments and buy a sword. Yeah. Christianity never advocates for violence. You're right. Yeah.
No,
I
it
didn't
doesn't.
come to unite. I came to divide mothers
Right?
from their
Yes.
sons. And
What's he saying? But what's
yeah,
he
when
saying?
God brought a flood that wiped out the whole earth. Yeah, when we went to when every Israel king was told to go to war and wipe out every
yeah.
man, woman, and child. Yeah, right. Okay. Tell me
So
about it,
there's your
soft
problem right
Christian.
there, and
Tell me
and
about it.
we're in
Tell
the
me about
same
your
problem
soft
again.
Christianity.
We're again in the same problem we always get into, which is that you go into the Old Testament and conflate things in the Old Testament.
I just used two
as
New
being
Testament.
Christianity.
See, this is why I say you're losing the debate, because I just gave two New Testament examples and one Old Testament example, and you said he's going into the Old Testament.
You are going into the Old Testament. You do that a lot, but for your New Testament,
like I
things,
said, let me repeat myself. I just gave
you
two
don't have to repeat
New
yourself.
Testament examples. I gave a
I
quote
know.
from Jesus.
But what does he mean by that? He doesn't mean. Does he
Right.
mean that he
Okay.
literally came
So
with the
now I'm
sword?
not interpreting it right. Okay.
I have a quick question, and this
Well,
has
how's
nothing
that
to do with
context?
the
This
thing
is
we're
soft
talking about.
Christianity. This is why we're losing.
Nothing to do with what we're talking about. My question is, are you going about this, Josh, as a debate, or are you going about it open-minded? Because it seems like you're going about it as a debate. Because to
Yeah.
me, everything I talk about with everyone, whatever they say, I'm open-mindedly listening to it. And
Yeah,
and a lot
I'm
of
not with
times
that.
I'll be like, "Oh shit, I never thought of it that way." You know what? I think you're right. You know, open-minded. So I'm not going about this as a debate.
So I'm going about this as this is what I believe is right. And so you're going to have to prove me wrong to make me think that I'm not right. So it is a debate, but I'm open-minded. If he can make a good argument, then I might. A lot of times there's things I've said to John when we've talking to John, and I say I'm not going to die on this hill, and I don't know about this, but this is what I kind of think, and I want to hear what you think about it, and then I'm open-minded. But when I disagree with him, I'm open-minded if you can prove me wrong, if you can make a good argument and show me why that's wrong.
Because the only reason I bring that up too is because the last hour, way before I even came on here, is because it seems to me personally, just my opinion, that you weren't being open-minded, that you're just because you kept cutting everyone off and like not listening or hearing them out all the way, and you were just like, and I was like, I don't think you're hearing everything that he had to say. So
Yeah, that sounds nice.
but you know I love you, Josh. You know I love you.
I know, but it sounds soft.
And I love him too. I love him too, even though he thinks I'm a soft Christian and probably thinks I'm a socialist and all those things.
It sounds
I know I think I'm a socialist.
Why can't we stand on what we
So what
believe
if it's
in?
soft?
Because that
So
you
I'm
have
not,
to.
So I'm a bad guy
No,
if I
I never
stand on
said
what
you
I
can't
believe
say
in.
what you believe
That's
in.
not what I'm
I
saying.
never said that.
That's not what I'm
Never
saying.
said that.
So if I have my channel and I have my beliefs and I say this is what I believe in, and then
And you can
somebody
say
comes
that's
in
what you believe in.
and attacks
Yeah.
my beliefs, and I stand on my ground.
You think I was attacking your beliefs?
Well, I'm not mad at you for it, John. I like this. This is what
No,
I
no,
like
no, no,
doing.
no, no,
I
no,
like
no, no,
doing
no. I
this.
want to know. You think if I'm attacking your beliefs because
Well,
I can speak in a
when you
language. I'm saying when you're
disagree,
not.
when you disagree and you come on my show and you have disagree, and I'm not saying I don't want you to do that. I want you to do that. I like that. And which I would say that's pretty open-minded of me. The
Oh,
fact that
okay.
the fact that I
Okay.
want people to come in here and I want to have these discussions and I want to have these debates, but I'm listening. But if you're
But
not
nothing. But
making good,
nothing you're
if you're not,
hearing. Nothing you're hearing is convincing you. Is what you're saying.
if you're not making good arguments, I'm not. I
But
don't.
what determines what makes a good argument? And this is the
Something
other
that
thing
makes
about
me go,
debate.
huh? That makes sense.
The thing about debates is that you can't go into a debate trying to convince the other person they're
No,
wrong. What you're
I'm here to
trying to do
convince
is
the
you're trying
audience.
right, and what you're trying to do is establish. And so when I start speaking in a language that is part of the structure of how I am presenting,
Right.
you're immediately going after that on top of interrupting and not being able to present. So what it shows, and to you and maybe to other people, is he's dodging, he's not responding,
John,
he's not
when
responding.
when I
And
say
I'm not going to ever get into the gotcha stuff. That's the thing. Like if you want to do like that, and that's what Andrew Wilson does. In all respect to him, if it's the gotcha thing, then
right,
then it's probably not a
blah blah
good.
blah blah
It's
blah
probably
blah
not a
blah blah
good.
blah 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 blah. I'm not trying to
It's
hear
not a
all
good
that.
experience.
Listen,
What's
listen,
that?
John. When I say something,
You just did it.
and your argument is, yeah, I am doing it because he's not making a good argument. He's bringing up somebody on some other channel talking about something else. If I say,
I'm not making an argument for something right now. I'm explaining how I go about my process.
right, okay.
And you don't, and you're saying, well, that's not a
So
good
when I
argument for
say
me
when
to
I say
accept,
when I say
and
we
I'm going
should
to just
make
shut you
when I
down
say we
before
should
I let
make
you finish.
drugs illegal, and you say, well, we're never not going to have people doing drugs. That's a stupid argument.
No, that's in your mind. It is.
No, it is a stupid argument. That's a bad argument. That's
How?
not an argument.
So you think
Doesn't
that
matter whose mind it is. That's a bad
so
argument.
you think that you can perfectly control the stem of drugs by making it illegal?
Just because people are gonna do stuff.
Why aren't you answering that question? I just answered.
I'm answering
That's what
it.
you.
Okay, ask me the question again.
So
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
I want to
no.
make sure I answer it your way.
No,
Okay, so you
This is
think-
answering it your way.
I'm the guy that's interrupting. I'm the interrupter guy on my show.
Well, I'll ask again for John.
Go
So
ahead.
you think you can stop people from doing drugs by making it illegal?
No, I never said that. That's the answer.
Okay.
So what do you think?
To you, the answer
no.
then.
Now you make your argument for why I'm wrong for why we should make drugs illegal.
No, it's not about. That's. I think we're missing.
See,
the point
this is
here.
this is why. John, you took debate and you went to debate class and blah
Yes,
blah
I
blah
did.
blah blah. Right. Okay, so you should know what I'm saying right now. I just answered the question directly. Now explain why that was a stupid argument.
Explain why you're what you said that.
I say drugs should be illegal.
I know you're getting into the same thing, Andrew.
He asked, "Do you think that making drugs illegal will make people stop doing drugs?" And I said, "No." Now explain why that's a bad argument, John, Mr. Debate Coach. Tell me why that's a bad argument.
Okay. So again, this goes back to the difference in the framework of how things are looking at and how you look at that lens. So what I'm saying is this is the same thing that Andrew does. Ought. You're saying, oh, ought. Well, it ought not be illegal.
You keep bringing up Andrew. Stop bringing up other people.
Well, no, because it's clear that's the kind of thing that's happening here. I'm just saying
because
your question,
that's good debate strategy. You should know this as somebody who did debate when you were in whatever high school or college. You should know this. So don't bring Andrew into it.
Okay, what I'm saying is when people make that argument, if you're not making that argument, are you making
why
an
is
ought
that
argument?
a bad argument?
Why when you're saying ought versus
I say drugs should be illegal, and somebody says, but people will still do drugs. Tell me why that is a bad argument.
The point is because of the government. Because if you're saying that the government has, or the government should be making that law, and then therefore enforcing that law, that by having that law and enforcing that law, you will somehow affect the morality of that decision in the sense of you will stop it culturally from happening. And I disagree. Because
I don't understand what you just said.
the nature of human beings and the nature of people is that whenever you tell them not to do something, they're always going to do it.
So we should just let people do what they don't. What?
That's not what I'm saying. To me,
But you're
the way I
arguing
think
against
about,
my position that it should be made illegal.
no, I'm saying that the way in which one goes about doing it isn't through the force of government.
Do you think abortion should be illegal?
No, of course I don't believe it should be legal.
Okay, well then never mind.
I don't believe it should be illegal. I would love and I pray for the day when that happens. However, I also know that I live in a
Do you
world that
think
is
we should
full.
legally let women kill their children?
Is that what I suggested? Is that what I'm saying? No.
That's the exact. You do not think abortion, killing a child, should be illegal.
I think abortion should be. I don't think abortion should be allowed. I don't think murdering a child should be allowed. I think it's a wrong. It is a crime. It does damage. It does
So it
harm.
should be illegal.
So it should be illegal. Yes.
This is why I say you guys are making bad arguments, because it's like,
No, it's not about arguments. It's in my
you
mind.
say
It's
stuff,
about.
but then you flip it.
That's not. I'm not flipping.
You just said the same thing that you just said. You just
thought he said
contradicted yourself.
something different
I
because
did
you
not
weren't listening. You thought he said something different
No, I
because
was
you weren't
listening, and I gave him back what he said. I steel-manned his argument, and I gave it back to him, and then he that's called a contradiction. He contradicted
No,
himself.
no, I'm not. No, I'm not contradicting myself.
I heard him. I was watching you.
I said, should
I was
abortion be
watching your
illegal?
reaction.
I said, should abortion be illegal? He said no. And then I said, should you be allowed to kill your children?
No, I
He
didn't
said
say that.
no.
I said illegal. It should be illegal. I never said it shouldn't be legal.
Exactly what he said.
Of course, I don't believe abortion.
Maybe
should
I
be legal.
misheard you. I thought you said that it should not be illegal. Or it should
No,
be.
I think abortion
No, he
should
didn't
be
say that.
illegal. I do believe it should be illegal.
Okay, then I
Yes.
misheard what you said.
The question isn't whether or not there should be things that are illegal or not illegal. The question is,
hold on. Should
whether
abortion be illegal?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then never mind. I agree.
And
But here, and if they make drugs, all drugs illegal, what happens to big pharma?
If all drugs are illegal, what happens to big pharma? It shuts down, and
Yeah.
they don't make a bunch of money, and they don't get to destroy people's lives anymore. Praise God.
And that would never happen as long as the government's involved. That'll never happen.
That doesn't matter. That's
it does matter if you
No.
believe that you can change the government in its ability when it's as centralized as it is. And that's why libertarians and anarchists
it
and
will
anyone
never
in that
happen.
kind of sphere.
It will never happen is a bad argument, because that's basically conceding that since bad stuff happens, we should just all do bad stuff. That's a bad
No,
argument.
that's not what it is. That's not what it is.
Tell me why not.
Because I'm not arguing that it should be, or that things should be allowed or shouldn't be allowed. I'm saying that it is impossible through the government to do that without doing other harm in the same time, and that does not be fit. The issue is whether government should have certain powers or not. And I would argue, whether it be government, whether it be a church, whether it be a corporation, anytime a humanly flawed organization or group of people gets together, the more centralized they become, the more authority they have, the more they are going to abuse that authority because of human nature. It is in human nature. And I have that belief because of my Christian worldview. That's why I don't think the answers in changing the cultural issues comes
nihilistic.
from. No, it's not. I'm not nihilistic at all.
That's everything's gonna go wrong. So we should.
No,
just,
I'm acknowledge.
We should just off ourselves right now.
No, that's not what
Why
I'm
should
saying.
we fight for anything?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, okay, let me ask. Why should we fight for anything if bad stuff's gonna happen?
It's not about fighting. It's about being a witness of the truth of Jesus Christ, his love and his grace for us.
Right.
And by in our vocations.
John, hold
what?
on. Why should we witness to people? Why should we go out and witness to people if a lot of people aren't going to listen?
Because there's still that one that will be saved.
Exactly.
So, but that's not done through the metric of government or societal structures. It's not done through compulsion of the government. It's not done through those means. It's done by the testimony that we have as individuals. It's done through how our vocations are. It's done through us coming together as people and saying, let's have a conversation about the reality of the world.
Why?
And how we, because if people know why the world is the way it is.
Yeah, but it's not going to work.
But there's an
Bad
antidote
stuff's
for that.
still going to happen.
There's an
Why should we do
right,
that?
but there's an antidote for it.
Okay.
Wait, that's not a debate. You can't say it's not going to work. How do you know it's not going to work?
And the antidote is.
I'm using his.
Hold on.
This
no,
is me using
no.
his logic.
This is different. This is different because
I'm using his logic against him.
Right, but he's failing at doing it, Steve. And the reason why he's failing
at doing it,
you are because you're missing my point.
Hold on.
That's the whole point.
Hold on. You said we should still spread the word of God, even though
as individuals, individual Christians in our vocation,
right?
Yes.
So why should we not strive to have a strong, righteous government, even though it's
because
likely...
you can't have righteousness and strong governments? They're oxymorons.
See, so you're dodging. So why should
no,
we
I'm not.
Why should we not strive to have a strong, righteous government just because a lot of governments did the bad stuff?
Because government is not where people will be saved. We're not here to save the world. We're here to save the individual. We're here to save people from themselves. And by doing that, they will have a transformation where they will say, look, I'm going to aspire to live a life differently. And by doing that, they will start to not need government or need rulers or law to tell them how to live. They'll have it innately in them.
When
because
Israel had no king, men did what was right in their own eyes.
But also that Jesus, or excuse me, not Jesus, but God did not intend in that moment to give them a king. He relented to that. And ever since they got a king, it's always been about the kingdom.
So
it's always been about a kingdom.
So
now,
God
that doesn't mean that they
wasn't sure what was going to happen there.
No, it has nothing to do with not sure. It's that God told them there is a way. There was a structure. They had authority. They just didn't like the way that authority was structured. And it's because it wasn't structured. No, it's not soft. It's because they didn't. It's because they wanted it in a militaristic way. They wanted it in an authoritarian way. They wanted it in a way in which would give them culture, and in a way that would give them whatever the hell they wanted, really. And it wasn't about following God. And I would argue that
following an authority.
Well, but ultimately that authority is God. So they would not follow God. They did not listen to the prophets. They did not listen to anyone that God sent to correct them. And that's why he allowed Babylon to conquer them.
Making my point for me, John.
No, what point is that?
God is the authority.
Of course he is. But God does not intend his authority to be used in a government structure with sinful men.
Why? God.
But if that's the case, then why don't you go to be a Catholic church and have a pope? Because that's the exact reason why you would have a pope.
I don't know. Maybe they're kind of more base than some of the stuff.
They are pretty base. I would agree. But you're going to have a problem because almost everything that I've told you is everything that they believe as well. So
you don't think that God has a hierarchy?
Do you believe that hierarchy? Do you believe that for the person who has a hard problem with the church fathers and has a hard problem with, and has spoken about the councils and listening to councils, and then to believe then that God would then also use a structure similar to that, that to me seems
so when we get somebody in who's not a good leader, we take them out. And we put in
right. So it comes back to the issue of what I've always said with you, which is if the leader you have does not say what you like, then
just
you
so
get
you
rid
know,
of them.
John, I'm not. This is
if the leader
this is my
if
channel.
the leader says if the leader says what
like,
you want,
I'm not gonna do the nice thing where we just agree on everything and
No,
yeah. So
I'm not saying we are. I'm just saying. I'm just
so
gonna.
if you're
You know,
pushing a narrative that I disagree with, I'm gonna go against that.
I'm not saying you shouldn't.
Okay. I'm just making
I'm
sure.
just saying. I'm just saying that if you're going to claim that I'm not making any good arguments, and you don't let me make an argument, or you don't let me complete my argument, or if you're not understanding where my
But you're
argument's coming from,
long-winded and you kind of draw on and on and on.
okay,
and on and on.
then that's the difference between you and I. You want a short, quick thing, and I
Just make a
have
good
more
argument. Make a good point.
Well, but see, here's the problem. I have to understand where you're at, and there has to be a lexicon.
You
There
know
has
where
to be
I'm
an
at.
No, I don't actually.
Well,
I know there's some aspects, but then there's things that you say that throw me off, and I don't know. And I'm not trying to. I don't know where. Honestly, I don't know. All I can tell you is the reason why I believe what I believe, but I know it. We're
very
going to
simple.
have
It's
the
very
clash.
simple. God over man over women over children. God over Christ over man over women over children. So I want our leaders in government who lead
Right.
our men to be men who are inspired by God and who are
Right.
doing what is right, objectively,
Right.
what is right.
And the men who did that also were sinners, and they caused a lot of harm. And so therefore, how do those people exist out of sinners?
I know, but you're a no harm principle guy. So so I would say that the harm they
No, I'm not.
caused was
It's not
less
a no harm. It's not a no harm. The harm is when harm occurs.
NAP.
Well, but see, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a misunderstanding there, because the harm. I would never say, and I think any libertarian that would tell you, "Hey, if they're doing what they want to do, there's no harm to me. That's not directly affecting me." That's bullshit. It is, of course, affecting you. It's affecting other people. Okay.
Right.
The question isn't whether that's wrong and whether we should do something about it. It's how we do something about it. And if your belief is that the way to change
trying
their
to
hearts,
install a government that has the best outcome, it's going to harm some people.
okay. So that's the point. That's your point. It's going to harm people.
It's going to harm
because to you, there's it's okay to harm people. It's okay to harm people.
Yeah.
If it's done in the name of what you think is righteous.
Not what I think is righteous, what God says is righteous.
Okay. But the problem is the people that have been put in place have also not been righteous people.
Who? Give me an example.
David.
King David? I think Israel was way better off under King David than under
So you don't think that what he did was wrong? By sending that soldier to die so that he could be with his wife?
Yeah, he slept with Bathsheba. He was a cheater.
Yeah.
Guess what?
Yeah.
Israel prospered.
Because it was the intent of God. And God used the imperfection of that man. That is true. But the reason why he used the imperfection of David is because of what he was going to do with Jesus.
I think that Israel did way better under David and Joshua and Moses than they did under and Solomon than they did under no king.
Well, they definitely were used for a purpose. I won't deny that. But what I'm saying is, I don't believe as a Christian that I can say in the fallen world that I can.
What about
that
Christ?
We should use it.
What if Jesus is the king?
He is the king. I have no king but Christ.
Okay. I think
that's why I'm a Christian anarchist.
I think a government. Okay.
I know that is contradictory to you, and I know it doesn't make sense to you.
No, it doesn't make sense at all. It's not.
Well,
that it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't. I'm
I
a
know.
very logical person. And I'm a reasonable
I understand.
person.
I understand.
It doesn't make sense to me because it doesn't make sense.
And the reason why it doesn't make sense is because you're looking for the physical manifestation of Christ, which he never promised to give us outside of himself. But everyone has made everyone throughout the history of the church has made that. A lot of people have made that error. And so that is the whole purpose. The Jews wanted him to be there to be the conqueror and be a mighty king. That was not why Jesus came. He came to die as the lamb. He came to die for the sins of mankind. Now, when he comes back in his second return,
you guys understand that you don't get to come on my channel and push your narrative and me not push back. That's never
I'm
gonna
not.
happen.
Did I say that you shouldn't?
No, I'm just saying. I want you to understand that.
Okay. Well, this is what would
never
be a
gonna
debate,
happen.
though, right? Okay. I don't know where you're coming from with this.
I know Steve probably is like, oh, Josh is an asshole because or.
I don't think he's
I
thinking
never
that.
said
I
that.
don't think he's thinking that. I don't think he's thinking
Dude,
that.
I don't think that at all.
I don't want you to think that.
Dude,
I don't want you to
Josh,
think that.
I don't think
let me,
that at all.
let me tell you something.
But I'm not going to let you push this Christian anarchist narrative.
No,
on the
I
channel.
get.
Oh,
no,
that's the reality. That's what we hit right there. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So you don't want
That's
to have
kind of where I was
extreme
getting at
devices.
earlier because I get where you're
Okay,
coming
fine.
from. You're
Okay,
standing
fine.
your ground.
So when I'm
Then
when
we
I'm
won't debate the issue.
combative-
We won't debate the issue. We won't
Right.
debate the issue.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm just saying when I'm combative against these ideas, it's because I think they're wrong, and I think
That's fine. I understand that you
they're
think it's wrong.
very wrong. Like I think that's
I know.
a bad idea.
I know.
Well, I won't say what I was gonna say. I'll text you what I was thinking because it's your channel, like you said. And
Yeah.
but
Here's the thing. I'll say this.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on YouTube that are just they'll get on a panel and they'll be nice to each other. Steve will tell you, like Steve and Mayhem are probably I'm literally friends with them outside of. I mean, we call and talk and I mean, so I can tell you that Steve is a very kind of understanding person. If there's anything that he would say is that he would want you to see a different perspectives to that if he thought it was beneficial for you to see it from that point of view.
Yeah.
Not that he was judging you because Steve is one of the least judgmental people I know.
Right.
So,
and I'm just saying,
exactly.
I
Yeah.
don't dislike. I love both of you guys, and if I seem like an asshole, it's because
I don't think you're an asshole.
I think
Yeah,
that's,
I don't either.
I think that's a harmful idea, John, and I don't like it. And
Okay.
so I'm gonna really push back against it.
Okay, that's fine. And if given and what it shows to me, in my mind, it confers something to me, and the mistake is on me for thinking certain things. I won't make those mistakes again, and I won't take liberties with those things again.
No, it's fine. I like it.
No.
I
I'm
like
not
the
saying you're not
debates,
like me.
but I like the debates, but I just don't like people are gonna think, oh, Josh is I mean, I am kind of a dick, but
Well, but if people can't understand people speaking in a very animated and a very direct and a very that I don't take that as bad. I don't. And that, if anything, what that tells me is of the value. That's why I was telling Steve, you and I both share a belief that there is an objective standard. And because we believe in that objective standard, we want to hold true and fast to that. And so you're going to push back on that because that is something you hold to because you believe it to be fundamentally true. And I applaud you for that. I appreciate that about
do you believe God assigns the leaders of this world the powers
No.
and principalities? No.
He did at a time, but not now. No. They served their purpose.
Well, that's New Testament. It's not Old Testament.
I know that's what I know that's the New Testament and how you see the New Testament.
No,
It's not how I see the
I'm
New
just
Testament.
saying, if I were to bring up verses and stuff, which I'm not
Right,
going
but
to do,
right, because
you
we can't go to that
if
that
you
road
said
because
that's Old Testament or something, that's after Christ.
no, but I'm saying there are Old Testament verses that are talking about things. That was the last thing you'd said. That was the reason why I made that reference. On the reference about Christ coming with a sword, what does that sword represent? That sword represents truth.
Justice.
Truth. Look at it up in the Bible. Truth.
No, yeah, justice, truth, righteousness.
But justice is something you're conflating to it.
Righteousness.
It's truth. And there's a reason why he says it's truth. And it's only truth.
Yeah, the sword of truth.
Because the sword of truth cuts. Because what it does is it comes to cleaver people from the people who are the we've talked about this, the tares versus the wheat. He says that I do this because what happens is with his words, and he tells us right when he tells us these things in Matthew, he tells us also in the end of Matthew, that the because of me is because the world is I'm sorry. He says that the world will hate you because of me. And he says the reason why is because we're to represent that truth no matter what. Now, doesn't mean that we do it through a prescribed method of institutions, which can be flawed and be impervious to things which will dilute the message. That's when I have a problem with it.
The institutions are flawed because
Yes.
man is flawed.
Exactly. Which is why I don't like centralization.
But if man is walking with Christ, then how can the institutions under that same leadership be flawed?
So then the question would be then that no man that's been ever in charge of a church or an institution or a kingdom that has gone into sin or gone into error has ever walked with Christ truly and perfectly. If that's the case, then there's really nothing to hold us to anything.
That's not the argument.
It is
not,
the argument.
It's not that every man is perfect or that any man is perfect, but we need the closest assimilation to perfection under God to organize our societies as possible. And I understand
As long as we do it through a voluntary way, I have no problem with that. Right? If we do it through
I understand there's going to be different groups that don't agree with that, and those people are going to suffer and die. Like the commies.
Possibly.
Like the
but we also know
Nazis,
that there's been institutions that have been Christian that have, because of the way they have become politicized, lost the message of Christ, and they've also done harm to people.
Then they lost. They didn't lose they lost their Christianity.
But why did they lose their Christianity?
Or they were never Christian to begin with.
Well, possibly, yes. But sometimes I don't think that's always the case, because I do think people can fall in and out of faith. So the question comes, what then is the vehicle for which that harm is done? And I would say authority, or any institution of man that has a centralized authority, is going to be more at risk of causing abuses that cause that. So to me, what I would rather do is find 25 people who are like-minded like me, in the sense that we share a fundamental value of system of saying, these are the things we will not accept, these are the things we would not allow.
Why can it only be 20 people?
I'm just using that as an example. I'm just saying it can only be more attainable with smaller numbers.
Exactly.
The bigger you get,
that's why
the
when I
harder it
said
becomes.
smaller government earlier, I actually misspoke, because actually I believe if we had a good government, I would hope that it would be large and robust and everybody could be.
You would want it to be, absolutely.
Right.
And I think that's a great intent, and I think that's a great desire. I just don't believe that.
So let's say we have a group
reality.
Let's say we have a group of 20 people and we're united. We all agree on the same things. We all agree on what's right and what's wrong.
Have you ever met a group of Christians that agree on everything? Is even between the two of us?
Well, I don't know.
At some point, someone's going to have to force others to adhere to their view, which is why a lot of people don't like church.
We both agree killing is wrong. Murder is wrong.
Absolutely. Murder is wrong because and it doesn't mean that killing is wrong, because if someone comes in and threatens, because if someone comes in and threatens your family, your livelihood, if they threaten something, because they've sacrificed that themselves. They have broken that contract.
Yeah, that doesn't say thou shalt not kill. It says thou shalt not murder.
Right. And that's why in the catechism that I grew up in, one of the things Martin Luther expounds upon is the idea that if you actually hate someone, that you are in a sense causing murder, because what you're doing is you're separating yourself from that person completely, to get to the point of saying, I hate that person. That person is unredeemable. And once you've come to that point, then you've done something that not even God has done, because at that point you are completely removing that person.
Okay.
Now,
So let's say we have 10 men and 10 women, and we're living in this group together, and we all agree, don't lie to each other, don't steal from each other, don't kill each other, or don't murder each other. We all agree on these basic core principles, what and what is the inherent problem with having a leader in that group?
There's no inherent problem.
Okay. Now
The
what's
problem is that the bigger that group gets,
right. That's my next question is what happens? Why does it inherently become a problem because that group gets bigger?
Well, because that what you end up seeing is with centralization, what you see is a mass collection of whether it be the power, authority, or wealth of whatever the group is, centralized to either one or two people, and they abuse that authority. And they make it then impossible for other people
So then we
to
oust that person and we bring in.
Well, but then that isn't really adhering to an authority figure either, is it? Because at that point, now what you're doing
If the
is saying,
authority is corrupt and he's tyrannical,
right?
then we oust him.
Well, but see, that isn't what you can do in a government system like that. That's why
Right.
you would have to adhere
Why
to an
not?
anarchist system. Because
Well, let's do it then. Let's do it. Tell me what to do.
so
I can't talk about
if
that
the
on
best
YouTube,
way, if
but-
the best way to ensure is the best way to, but see, you're looking at it from a law and order perspective. What I'm saying is, yes, at some point, like to me, I can come to you on your stream, and you and I are going to agree on a lot of things, I think, and I'm going to agree with a lot of things on Steve. There will be things that I disagree with Steve, and Steve vice versa with me, and you with me, vice versa. So at that point, though, at what point do we accept this federation, if you will, of us as being
Empire.
like-minded individuals? We do it through the understanding that we are all equal. Now, God does give us authority, and He gave husbands authority, and He
Now it
and
starts
He
to
does
sound
give.
commie-ish. We're not equal.
No, we are equal.
Nobody's equal.
Yes, they are in dignity.
Okay, so we have this group, and now there's another group of people of a different ideology, and they come and they try to join our group, but they don't agree with anything we say. We just say
Right.
no. We say
Yeah,
no.
you
Get
couldn't
out.
bring them in. Yeah, you couldn't bring them in.
Right. Well, the problem is when you start trying to incorporate all of them, which is the problem with America.
Right.
When we start having multiculturalism and freedom of religion and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And then it becomes a problem. So instead, you just say, no, you can't join our group. We're not going to attack you. We don't hate
Right.
you for what you believe,
Yep.
but you need to
Yeah,
stay
exactly.
over there.
Absolutely. That's what I argue. That's what anarchism is. It's a free grouping of people coming together and adhering to a principle that they can all agree with without someone forcing them through the government or compulsing them through an institution to do it. They
So if
have that
that's
ability.
If that's what your version of anarchy is, then I'm on board with that.
Well, that's what I'm advocating, and that's what I believe many of the early people in anarchy advocated. I think, unfortunately,
I don't think that aligns with anarchy. I don't think that's anarchy.
Well,
I
but
think that's a
See, that's
hierarchy.
what
I
I've
think
been
that's
trying to
actually
say
authoritarian.
forever.
but that's where
But
that's where. Go ahead, Steve, buddy.
Oh no, I was gonna say that's what I've been trying to say forever, but I suck at explaining shit. But exactly, that's why I was saying anarchy is not what people think.
No, it's not what you.
Oh, there's
make it
different.
up
There
to
are
be.
there are
It's
there
not
are
what
different
he
forms of
says it
anarchy.
is. Just because
So
you can't just make up your own version of anarchy and call it anarchy. That's not anarchy. That's hierarchy and that's authoritarian.
So
But
what's your
also,
definition of anarchy?
everything you just explained too, Josh, you just explained the corrupt government and tyranny.
It's only tyranny.
So here I'm gonna show you this right here.
The leader of the other group that we don't agree with would be the tyrannical leader.
You think there's another group? You don't think they're dividing everybody by having two groups?
Yes.
You don't think behind
it's
the
not
curtain
about-
that they're not all drinking champagne and
It's not about I don't think that. I know you say that all the time. No, I don't think
Some of them
Donald
are.
Trump-
I think Steve's right. Some of them are, but some of them
Sometimes,
aren't.
yeah, in American politics, yes, but
Like I guarantee you, Massey isn't one of those guys that's like getting drunk with like AOS.
right. I'm sure some of them are probably doing that. You're
Well,
right about that.
But you can see
rhino
right
then?
here in this definition right here, number 2, an organization of a society on the basis of voluntary cooperation without political institutions or hierarchical government. That's exactly what anarchism is.
And
It's not
that's
that
my
need.
problem. There will be a
I know.
hierarchy. There will always be a hierarchy. In a family,
So
there's a hierarchy.
right. So here's the
In
thing.
nature,
So
even if you don't believe in God and you believe in evolution, there's still
so
hierarchy.
can people choose hierarchy in a free expression?
No.
We would say that to some degree in America.
No,
when
God
you
appoints the
vote for someone.
leaders.
Okay.
So
Well,
so let's say God appoints a king, but you don't like hierarchy. So
no,
you
it's
don't
not that I
like
don't like hierarchy. It's not that I don't like hierarchy. It's that hierarchy has this is why I love that quote from The Patriot when Mel Gibson says, "Why should I
how
trade?"
feminism came up, because they were
No,
against
it
the
didn't.
patriarchy, which is against hierarchy.
No,
It's against
no,
the
no,
father.
no. The whole reason why feminism came about is because they did not understand. They tried to express something.
They
They
didn't
had
like hierarchy.
they believed, they understood that they had some type of classism, and they tried to get themselves. They wanted to try to equate themselves with their in their role in society with men, and that's what that was a problem that they based it on. It wasn't because they just rejected hierarchy. So here's the thing about
They
hierarchy.
rejected patriarchy.
Hierarchy can be
which is
polluted. Can you would you agree with that?
male
Hierarchy can be
hierarchy.
polluted? Do you believe hierarchy can be polluted? That it can be flawed, that it can have problems.
Do I believe hierarchy can be polluted? Well, so the person that is on top of the hierarchy, if he's a polluted person and he's a person who shouldn't be there, then we're going to handle that.
Okay, so but how do you do that when you're adhering to that hierarchy? When you adhere to the authority of the
Because it
hierarchy.
becomes tyrannical.
Okay, but what gives you that that ability to then dispose of that tyranny? What within the structure? I mean,
See,
not
now
with
you're
what you
making
think.
good arguments. Now you're making me think. So the hierarchy could be flawed. Yes.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean that all hierarchy is bad. It doesn't mean that all hierarchy can't be effective.
And that's my
okay?
point.
But my point is, when you argue in a universal standard of hierarchy, and to a point that it should enforce certain things. So here's the thing. I would argue that Christ gives us the example of what true hierarchy is. And that hierarchy is by vocation. So when Jesus is washing the apostles' feet, what does he say? He says, I did not come to be served. I come to serve. So the first and foremost thing about a leader is they have to be a
was
servant.
The politician.
No. Exactly. But I'm saying a leader, I'm not talking about hierarchy and political, because there's more than just political hierarchy. There's church hierarchy, there's family hierarchy, as you just explained.
Right.
But
so
again,
somebody had the wrong idea of Jesus. If your hierarchy is based off of Jesus and Jesus is the king, then
right, Jesus is my king. Jesus is my king.
Right, but if you have a fake idea of Jesus,
but that would be the whole point. I shouldn't have a fake idea of Jesus.
So we should just do away with all of it.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying
so what's the
is
solution?
So the solution is if you try to create a hierarchical system within the confines of human flawed institutions, you will find that those human flawed institutions make it, because of the centralization of the authority of the hierarchy, make it impossible to do away with that hierarchy. For example, let's talk about the Roman Catholic Church. The Roman Catholic Church has that magistrative high authority in the hierarchy of the Pope, and not just in the Pope, but also in its bishops and its cardinals. And for many years, the church has been ineffective or unwilling to deal with the pedophile issue.
I don't even. That's BS. That's a liberal talking point.
No, it's not. No, it's not. They have failed.
There's more PDF files in public schools than there is in the Catholic Church. That's a thing that
I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that there isn't. What I'm saying,
but that's something that liberals use to attack the Catholic Church, and I don't like that.
A lot of them will misuse that. What I'm saying is that they haven't handled it right.
Just because there was a couple guys that were screwed up doesn't mean that the whole.
Do you think there was just a couple of guys? Do you really think that there's just a couple of guys?
Yeah, I think it's a,
Okay.
a handful
So
of
so
guys.
so
I
so
don't think
you
it's.
so,
I
do,
don't think. I
so
think
do you think
it's.
that's like how many people do you think have
I think it's
how many?
sad that you're falling for that.
I'm not falling for it.
You're falling
How
for it.
many?
You're
How
talking about it right now like it's a major problem in the Catholic Church. It's not.
it's one of their problems that they've struggled with. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a major
It's not a
problem. I'm not.
major problem that they've struggled with.
I'm not suggesting that it is. I'm saying it's an example of a problem that they have. There are other issues that they've had.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah,
not.
no, he was trying to get to a point, and then you focused on that one specific thing.
Yeah, because his point is flawed. It's a fake point.
He didn't get to the point though.
I know where he's going. Okay, go ahead. Make your point.
So my point is, in that structure, when there is an abuse that happens, okay, that abuse does very rarely get treated to a point that fixes the situation. You don't see people in the Catholic Church going, "Oh, yep, this Pope is bad. Let's throw him out." Not even with the sedevacantists. Even the sedevacantist Catholics are
Everything you're
like,
saying is bullshit right now.
why?
Because that's a liberal. That's an atheist idea to attack the Catholic Church. It's fake. It's not real.
What's fake? What part?
The
The
stuff about the
sedevacantists?
Catholic Church has this problem with them touching little boys. That's not really a thing.
Okay, so you don't think there was ever an example of that happening?
Yeah, there might have been a handful of guys. There's a couple of crazy guys that got into the church and did that, but nobody talks about nobody talks
I'm just saying.
about.
I'm
but they'll
saying
still,
when they
the same people that will bring that stuff up will still send their kids to a public school.
right. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is this. So that's why I'm moving on.
Liberal atheist talking point.
No, so that's why I'm moving on from that point.
Okay.
So, but what I'm saying is so think of other issues, and I can tell you, I can name you other issues the church has failed to correct. Do you not believe that there isn't things that the church teaches that's incorrect?
It's not the church that failed. It's an individual in the church.
No, it is the church that failed in the sense that the church has maintained those philosophies because of the hierarchy of the church. Because you can't question the authority of the church.
I think you're wrong about that.
Okay, well then you sound like a Catholic to me.
You sound
Roman
like a
Catholic.
liberal to me.
Well, I'm not a liberal.
You sound like an atheist liberal.
Well, I don't think I am.
Okay, well, I don't think.
So my point is that even with the sedevacantists, they don't themselves even say, "Let's get rid of the
You're
Pope."
saying the
Like,
same things that they say to attack the church, and it's nonsense.
Okay. Do you know what a sedevacantists are?
No, tell me what it is.
Okay, so don't keep on fucking repeating something and saying because I've moved on. So I'm moving to another example.
This was 12 seconds ago, and saying the F word is not gonna make your point stronger.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just expressing because I've now tried to repeat it now.
Tell me
twice.
what a sedevacantis is.
Okay, there are people who believe that the papal authority is empty now. They believe after a certain pope that the authority of the papal authority is gone. Okay? But you don't see these people who are bitching about the pope, even the trad conservative Catholics that bitch about the pope. They don't ever say, "Wow, wow, 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 let's get rid of the pope because he's wrong." They still adhere to his authority because they believe that adhering to that authority is adhering to the authority of God. And they believe that so innate, and I respect that, but don't get me wrong, I respect that about them because it's hard to stay in a church. It can be very hard to stay in a church when you feel like your leaders are wrong. Right. And that's why I love what Harrison Bucker said, because he had some really good profound.
You know, I'm not a Catholic,
okay,
right?
I know, but you're arguing from a Catholic perspective because here's the thing I'm trying to say.
I'm just arguing against you using talking points that.
Okay, I moved on from the talking point with the kids. Obviously, you and I are going to have a disagreement on that. Fine, moving on to another point. So, for example,
that's not a good argument.
Okay, that's hence why I'm moving on from that
right,
example.
Okay. All right, so yes, so
for example,
so the Pope we have a bad Pope.
They don't ever get rid of the Pope. So
that's why I'm not.
So the point. So I know, and that's why I'm not a Catholic either, a Roman Catholic at least. And so what I'm saying is, in this regard, what happens is once you are in that institution and you're in that organization, it's hard to get those leaders out. It's hard to bring accountability to leaders. Even, and I'm not just talking about whether they would have some kind of like
In the old days,
cabal.
we would have raided the castle and would have cut his head off.
I know, but even the people who are adhering more to authority and hierarchy than you aren't even doing that. Which is why the idea that you would think somehow that would
liberalism
happen
is a plague that's invaded.
It has nothing to do with liberalism. In fact, it's the fact that they're not liberal is the reason why they're not doing it. In one regards, because they adhere so much to the magistrative authority of the church. So in that case, if I felt like the Pope was wrong, or I felt like the priest was wrong, there are very few options afforded to someone in the Roman Catholic Church to deal with that issue. That's what Luther ran into when he saw Tutzel and he was selling indulgences for people to get out of purgatory, and you were like selling purgatory.
What did Luther do?
Well, you could say he overreacted. I'm not gonna
I wouldn't say
fight
he
you.
overreacted. I say he reacted just how he should have.
Well, okay. Well, then again, what is he saying? So he tried to adhere.
How did Calvin react to that? We don't have
Well,
men like that standing up against authority anymore.
Well, but the point is, when Luther tried to appeal and reform, because he never went to try to protest the church, he tried to reform the church. When he tried to tell the Pope what was going on, the Pope refused to listen to him, and that's when his rhetoric got very more inflammatory when he called him like the whore of Babylon and all that. So the point is,
maybe he was
that the infrastructure in the system of the Catholic Church did not adhere to it, which means the higher and more power and more money and more centralized you are as a entity, the harder it is to get rid of those positions of authority when they're abusing it. Unless you have something that is profoundly theologically rooted in your theology.
Or you have numbers.
Okay, but even people who and so again, some people did do that.
The people rose up against.
But then you're arguing. But then you're arguing against a Christian monarchist hierarchy. Yes, you are. You are.
No, I'm not. I'm arguing for standing up against tyrannical rulers.
Because we did that to King, and what did they do? They kicked Luther out of the church, and we also said, "Hey, no, don't do that." And then they went to war with us. So the point is,
and what happened? They lost.
Well, they lost. Luther, in some ways, lost. But what happened? What didn't?
No, you're a Lutheran in America.
Well, I know.
So wait. If that's why we have the Second Amendment, why is the government trying to take it away?
Because they don't want us to be able to stand up to tyrannical authority.
Right, because of the centralization of the organization, because of its power, and because it has force, and it's trying to force that now. It's doing it in a very soft way.
First thing I would do if I was a commie, I would say take all their guns away, don't let them defend themselves.
Okay, so you agree. So you agree that the government is communist.
So this is where you and I are having this
but I agree
cognitive dissonance here, because you're not
that we can stand up against them.
Well,
the first step you can do is go vote.
Okay, but that is
for who?
But then you're not even arguing for what you're saying.
Trump.
You don't think what's red flag laws? He's trying to take away your Second Amendment right
crazy
as well.
People shouldn't be able to have guns.
See, and you misunderstand what the red flag laws actually are.
No, we talked about this, Steve, and I think I pretty well explained myself and why I believe that's a pretty based idea that the Virginia Tech shooter should not have been able to buy guns.
So this is where we get into the situation of saying, because I don't want to say that Josh doesn't understand red flag laws. I would say that I don't like red flag laws, but I understand like something in a compromise. And Mayhem and I have talked about this, about yellow flag laws. And the problem with the red flag laws is that what happens is there's no due process for how that decision making is happening. Someone just comes to the judge or the court and says, this
Right.
guy's a lunatic.
Yeah.
right? And so
And I
if
said
you
that
if you
when I was
if
talking about it. I was
if
like,
you agree
here's
with
the
red flag
argument.
laws, you would argue that that is the preferred method. You would
No.
argue that that is the way.
No.
However, if you say yellow flag laws, then you're saying something else. Now you're saying, and the yellow flag laws would have that the police would
I
come.
would not
they would
say
have
that
to,
saying my neighbor is a Trump supporter, so he shouldn't be allowed to have guns, is not a red flag.
but that's how it can happen. That's actually
That's how
some
it
of the
works.
problems.
Right. That's how it can happen. Just like
Yes.
it can happen that if you make murder illegal, then
Okay,
somebody
but
kills somebody who's breaking into their house. And
here's
they're
what
a
you're
murderer.
missing. Here's
That
the thing
can
that is being.
happen. That's
Here's the thing. Here's the thing that's being expressed here. Red flag laws, by their very meaning and definition, are basically that anybody can come to the court without due process, without evidence, without anything, and a judge would concede that that person.
I don't think that's what red.
That's
flag
exactly
laws
what the red flag laws are here in my state of Colorado. They are exactly that way.
Yeah, but that's because everybody's on pot in Colorado.
Okay, well, but that's the problem.
Freedom of information. Look
You have a bunch
it
of
up.
potheads.
Freedom
It's a
of
blue state.
information. You can get all the fine print in details exactly though, and it's probably
You
going
live
to
in a
be
blue state where everybody's a crazy Democrat smoking pot. That's why you have that in Colorado. Utah, that won't fly.
Well, but they're not. But they're also probably not going to have red flag laws in Utah, anyways. So I mean, you're kind of in this weird quandary.
They're definitely not going to have red flag laws in Hawaii because it's fucking impossible to get a gun here anyway. So it's not even going to affect.
That's a
here.
super blue state.
But if you go online and you can research what freedom of information, it'll tell you. You read all the fine print that they don't tell you about.
But that's why we have states
what
right.
John just said is exactly. Look, I think John's already looking it up. So yeah.
So this is in the state of Colorado, and there's other states because a lot of states are a lot of these other blue states are heralding what Colorado has done,
I believe that,
and they're
also
advocating
legalizing drugs.
The
And they're
petitioner
also,
must establish a preponderance of evidence. Well, that's what they claim to be. The preponderance of evidence in a person that the person poses a significant risk. They don't tell you what that preponderance of evidence is. And by the way, part of the reason why I don't like that language is because if you ever hear district attorneys when they talk, they will tell you that when someone, like for example, when they have like people in court over like child diddling and stuff like that, they'll say all that matters is someone's made an accusation. That is considered evidence in the eyes of
those
a lot of
states are the
district
states
attorneys.
where you can have sex with a dog. Probably.
Well, I'm telling you also that's in fucking red states like Texas too, dude. That's actually in states like Texas.
Purple states like Texas.
Yeah, well, purple. But the point
Where they're
is,
letting all the illegals.
the point is that this is a. Well, fine. So my point is, then we should all live in Utah. I'm okay with that.
Well, no. The point is, states have rights, and in each state, we're going to have laws. So, if my state raised the argument that, hey, this person is schizophrenic, this person has written letters about how they want to kill people, this person has been to jail 3 times, maybe this person shouldn't be allowed to have a gun. I would vote for that. I would say, yep, that's a good red flag. Those are red flags. But if your red flags say you're a Republican and a Trump supporter and we could
exactly,
then you don't vote for that, or you get out of that state.
But see,
exactly.
But see, that's the problem, though. Once you establish a law like this, there's nothing within the law to say that you can't do that.
Yep.
You just now you're just arguing. Well, that's just because it's a blue state. Well, no,
there is something in the law that says you can't. Law
I
in
think-
Colorado is.
I think Josh is agreeing with us and just doesn't realize it because that's exactly what that is saying. It's saying that
I'm agreeing.
just because he's a Trump supporter,
Right, I agree.
that
They
he
should
should
not
not
be allowed to
have
take your
guns.
Right,
That's
I agree.
exactly what it's saying.
I agree. They should.
That's
not be allowed to
exactly
take
what
your
it's
guns for that.
saying.
But in a blue state like Colorado, when the law is written in a way that can be how it's interpreted, they should have never voted on that in the first place. But the reason they did is because there's a bunch of pothead Democrats there.
You don't that this wasn't voted on. You know that, right?
Well, it should have been.
So well, hold on. Do you know how the red flag law came to be law in Colorado?
That wouldn't fly.
No, I'm asking you a direct question. Do you know how the red flag law came about in Colorado?
No. Tell me about it.
So in Colorado, the state Congress passed the bill. The voters didn't vote on it, the state Congress, because like in the nation, we have
the
our
people in
representatives.
Colorado deserve that.
They do. If it's but the problem is the idea that you could have red flag laws that aren't that are better than others.
If you tried to pass that in Utah, it would not fly.
Right. So the point is, so the issue then is it because of red flag laws, or is it should be the alternative, which I think is the yellow flag
a bunch
laws?
Of degenerates live in a certain area and they like these things, and they'll let that stuff fly.
Right. But that's the point about allowing certain laws like this to permeate in other states as well. And if you don't think that your red state's not impervious to this, I would disagree, because if you look at the states that have the most abundance of police brutality and violence and overall constitutional problems with violating people's constitutions, they tend to be in red states.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
so
what'd you say?
Say real quick too, Josh. I gotta say, I agree with you that it is wrong to be able to say, "Oh, that guy's a Trump supporter. Take his shit away." That's wrong.
Right.
Just like it, but you have to at least meet me halfway and say that you somewhat agree with me that it is wrong for someone to be able to say that guy's crazy, even if that guy's not crazy, even if that none of that shit they say.
Also wrong.
So the issue then is
but hold on. But you agree with me.
No, I do agree with you because it's wrong.
If there were certain standards that was like, okay, you've done this in the past, you've written about this in the past, you've talked about killing people in the past.
Yeah, okay, if there's proof.
Those are red flags that we both agree that person shouldn't be able to buy a gun.
Right. So the question comes. The question comes when it comes to law. When you say things as vague as preponderance of evidence, what is evidence?
Right.
But you have to say it that way to even get a red flag law on the books to begin with.
That's the same thing with abortion. They said for the health of the mother. Well, what does health mean?
Which is why I don't like red flag laws. That's why I'm willing to admit that yellow flag laws are a better thing, where what you do is you have a petition.
And that's fine. I'm with that.
You have some you take it to the authority, because that's really where it should go. Is you shouldn't go to a judge to enforce law. That's not the job of a judge.
But
a job of a judge is to adjudicate if something is legal or not.
When you see some of these,
I just want to point something out real quick.
Yeah, brother.
Because Josh said he agrees with that. We have a common ground.
we have a lot of common ground, Steve.
Steve, I think you and I need to do a stream again, don't you think?
Dude, we do.
What
do.
Steve doesn't get is that I understand we have a ton of common ground. I don't like to talk about what we agree about. I want to figure out where we disagree and find an answer to that. We could talk about what we agree about.
Yeah, but I don't agree with anything you say. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Maybe not.
I'm joking.
But like you always say at the end of your show, you always say we agree about more than we disagree, and people have more in common than you think.
Yeah.
And I agree with you on that. But but I would rather.
But these are utterances, and that's the thing.
Me and John, if me and John just talked about what we agreed about all day, and we did a Bible study on what we agree about all day, it would be boring.
That's fun too. No, that's still fun.
Well, to me, it's boring. I want to see where we disagree and find an answer.
Because he likes to. He likes to. He likes the blood sport. That's what he likes. Yeah, that's fine too.
I do.
That's fun too. It's all fun.
It's part of your charm.
I just think it's fun to always be yourself.
Yeah.
I don't hate you guys.
I don't think you do. I don't think so. Don't ever
even
think
when
that
Jalen
I think
comes
that.
in. Me and Jalen agree on a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of stuff we disagree about, and I'd rather we focus on.
Well, and you guys both seem to have this agreement, this unspoken agreement about that when you go in there, and that obviously helps, because you guys, like, as soon as he comes in, it's like, "What's up, you alcohol?" And then it's like, you know. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, well. So
It's like,
and that I'm not saying that's not fun, but I also, to me, and this is just how I am,
I'm
because
sure I could
a
do
lot
a
of
Bible
times,
study with Jalen, and we would just sit there and nod our heads and be like, "Yep, yep, 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 yep."
is to have a deep dive into topics and be able to kind of take the time to let them breathe and expose them and speak about them. And I think me and Steve have that commonality, and that's one of the reasons why we like to talk the
Well,
way we do.
also, if I go on somebody else's stream, I'm gonna try to not. So, like, John, if you say something that is a message that I really don't want to push, like Christian anarchy, then I'm gonna push back against that hard
Okay,
because
that's fine.
but I'm not
See,
saying
and see,
don't. I'm not saying
and see
don't
the
do it
Christian.
because I like the disagreement.
Okay, well, you kind of are not clear about that. I'll just be honest with you. That's a little confusing on my part.
What do you mean?
Because when you say don't say that here, or or not
No,
expect
you
push,
can
like
say it,
it's
but I'm gonna
okay.
argue back,
Okay,
and don't think
all right.
I'm a dick because I'm arguing against it. But it's like I
You
like
might be a dick, but that's not the reason why you
I
do. But
am
no,
a dick.
I'm just joking.
I mean, everybody's either a pussy or an asshole or a dick.
Or a dick. Yep, exactly.
No, I know what you're saying, though, dude, and I respect that about you because it is your channel, and I respect that you're gonna stand up for you're not being soft. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But if I go on somebody else's channel, I'm not just gonna go there and start arguing with
You're not going to spurg out on some. You're not going to do what I do. I spurg out sometimes on other people's and say the N word a couple of times and let the copyright material out there and like, it's like, but but that's the thing too is I
can be
try to be
nice
with
too. I do know how to be nice.
But don't start now. Don't start now for my. I mean.
I like arguing and I like disagreeing and.
But see, that's how I know you and I are brothers versus someone like Jalen, because it's like that. It's like, and that's how it's like that. That's truly a feminine quality that he has, because women are like women are like that. Women are like, oh yeah, she's nice, and that doesn't mean what they Whereas guys will come in and say, hey, what's up, you fucking shithead? What the fuck's up with you?
Right.
And it's meant to be joshing. It's meant to be, being, what's up, you dumb, stupid, blah, blah, blah. What's up? It's like that scene in Gran Torino when he's trying to teach him how to talk like a guy. That's like,
Dude, stop freaking acting like a retard, man.
and we have too much. I think we have too many people who are doing tone policing. So I'll never tone police.
Yeah. Well,
And
when I see people that come into my stream and then they go into other, and Jalen does this, but when they go into other streams and they talk shit about me and they're like attacking me and trying to get other people to hate, then it's like,
does he really do that?
Oh yeah. Oh, there's other things he does too.
yes.
I didn't know that.
It's other people too, but then it's like I don't even want you around me. But I love people that we probably agree on 90% of stuff, but I love figuring out the 10% we disagree on and having even if it gets heated, a back and forth about that stuff.
Well, and that tends to be the stuff that's closest to us. You know what I'm saying? Like things that are, to use a religious axiom. It's like sacred cows. Everyone has their sacred cow.
And you know why? Because at the end of the day, we have much more in common than you could even imagine.
Right.
That's why.
And at the end of the day, Steve is always going to be my brother, and vice versa. And,
oh yeah, when me and
that's
John
why I
talk
say,
on the
like,
phone,
yeah.
when me and John talk on the phone, like 4 hours goes by, and I'm just like, shit.
Or I have to be
4
careful
hours?
when Mayhem and I get on the phone, because we will talk like 6 or 7 hours, and we'll go into deep stuff.
And
then sometimes we'll just like actually talk about Star Wars and just like go back and forth and go, do it, no, do it.
Before you ever came
I
here,
thought that
John,
would have woke Buff up for sure
I
when he
was
said
like,
Star
I'm
Wars.
going
I
to
thought Buff
war
would
with
have
the
been like,
anarchists. But when you explain it, there's a certain way you can explain it where I'm like, okay, yeah, okay, yeah, I understand. And I watched a documentary, and this old lady was like, we just want to have our land, and we just want to raise our family and we just want to have our property. And I'm like, yeah, I'm with that. I agree with that.
And that's not even the thing that appeals to me the most about anarchists. The thing about anarchists is the idea of voluntarism, the idea that also to me is that, and this is how I've always said, if something is good, if you make a good argument, if it's a righteous thing, then you shouldn't need the force of the government to make it apparent and good. But if you do, and you're using a lot of force, and not just force but coercion as well, then in that case, there's something off about it.
And you're kind of right, because if we all agreed, we wouldn't need a government.
Right. So, and that's why I'm saying, like, to me, I'm not even that people. There are a lot of people there are anarchists that don't want any kind of government, or and they would even say, hey, like you were saying, what's her name? One of the famous Emma, what's her name? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, Goldwyn. About, where, and they take that same degree, and
Yeah, she
you
came
said that
to America. She
yeah,
fled Italy to America, and then they asked
right.
her. They said, "Would you rather go back home or change your views?" And she's like, "I'd rather go back home."
Right, because there's still something collectively in that identity. And so if you look at the first Christian
It was
anarchists,
like, "Why'd you leave home? You came here to
well,
America, where we're
but
accepting of everything." And
but
then,
part of it was not just the acceptance in the culture. The part of it, what part of it was really what it comes down to is when your home is disorganized. Like, to me, the reason why I couldn't stay in Eastern Orthodoxy, even though I loved a lot of things about it and I loved a lot of people there, and I spent a good 2-3 years going to church services there, is that I was looking for Lutheranism in the wrong place. And I was what I was not getting and what I was trying to get, I was trying to find somewhere else. And so I think what these people were doing is you actually have disillusioned Catholics. Because the other one that's like that as well, that has that same type of, and I wouldn't go as far as some of the things that he says, but I do think he does make some great points, is Tolstoy. And then also Jacques Ellul, who I think makes the best pronouncements about Christian anarchism, which is that he talks about, and one of my favorite quotes that he says is that for the good man, he needs no law, and for the bad man, no law can stop him from doing what he's going to do. And that means that we have to look at the nature. And to me, it's the same thing with like DOMA. Like, do you remember when they had the DOMA fight nationally over the Defense of Marriage Act? And a lot of conservative Christians were in favor of passing DOMA. I had a problem with DOMA, not because it wasn't coming from a right perspective. So the Defense of Marriage Act happened, and this was like 2000 and I want to say 8 or 2009. It was right after Obama got in. And the Defense of Marriage Act, it was right around the time he was getting in, or right before, or right after he got in. But the Defense of Marriage Act what came out, and it was basically saying, "Hey, we are codifying that marriage is between a man and a woman, right?" And this was being advocated, and then there was being a pushback. And the problem wasn't that they shouldn't be advocating for defense of marriage, or that they shouldn't be advocating for heterosexual or traditional Christian marriage, or any of those things. It's that you cannot use the authority of government to enforce it, because that's only going to make people who don't want it more. And for the people who already adhere to it, they don't need that law. So the question comes when we're dealing with the culture wars, when we're dealing with these stupid liberals, and we're dealing with these stupid people who are trying to have their libertine jollies rocks off, that the thing that will show them the truth about their dilemma is by us as individuals going to them and showing in love, but also firmness, the error of their way.
yeah.
And I believe that is what God intends us to do as individuals through
That's
our
why I
vocation.
kind of got triggered when you were saying the stuff about the Catholic Church, because I don't want to discourage anybody from joining a church or
Oh
drink.
no, and I consider myself Catholic, little C Catholic, and I'm like 85-90% Catholic. I'm not and I'm trust me,
There's a lot of
like
hate. There's a lot of hate for the
oh yeah,
churches.
there's something. I think there's something to be said about the fact that all these like when you like this is one of the reasons why I like Trump. People go, why do you like Trump? Like if Jalen's like, well, you're a Trump supporter. Like, well, no, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I'm going to vote for him. Well, why would you vote for him? Because he pisses off all the he pisses off all the wrong people the right way. Like
yeah.
But
I mean,
but
if somebody's gonna vote for him for that, then that's good. But I think that's a shallow reason. I think.
Well, but my point of what I'm trying to say is there's something to be said. That shouldn't be the only reason. I'm making a joke with that, but I'm using it to make my other point here, which is that when you see the level amount of attacks against the church, that tells you that there is a power in this world that is really dead set of trying to destroy the Catholic Church. And if that power is there,
comedians will make all these jokes about the Catholic priests touching little boys, and it's like
really the problem that we have, and we've always known this. The real big problem with pedophiles has always been in Hollywood with the gay filmmakers, but we can't say that.
So I always I'll disagree with their doctrine. There's some of their doctrine that I don't agree with, but
same as here.
I think that it's better to be part of that church than to be like an atheist or something.
And I would say I would say what little they're wrong in. I would be more. I am more comfortable being with them on all the things they write about.
Right.
And so that's for me. So to me, that's why it's like, if I'm going to choose association with a group or a federation or a belief or a system, I'm going to choose. I try to choose something that it's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be something that. And I'd rather be
the Catholic Church is what is pushing Hollywood. I don't know. I think more the Jewish church.
Oh yes, it's the Jays. It's the Jays.
Yeah. And I'm not anti them either, but
no, but I can give you empirical evidence because look at all the studio names: Warner Brothers, Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Those aren't Catholic names.
Yeah.
In
fact, the Catholic Church is they push that messaging that it's bad. So all the demon possession movies.
Yeah.
Like they just had a movie called The First Omen, and it's a girl who's in a Catholic church, and there's demons in the Catholic church and stuff, and it's like,
right.
I think they try to push us to hate on that.
Well, yeah, and that's kind of the thing too. Is you get into these places where how they're criticizing things, why they're criticizing things.
Yeah.
What
the world hates and what the world is always.
And you can't deny that there is something also about the fact that there's a institutional authoritarian structure in the Catholic Church, and that triggers people. I mean, and
yeah,
trust me, if Catholics were in charge of Hollywood, a movie like The Life of Brian would have never been made.
That's why I always say, like, the anarchy movement is really rising up now, and it's like I feel like a lot of these anarchist types, they're just mad at authority because the way our system is currently is fucked up.
Right. And what they're trying to say is, guess what? I don't like what is happening with authority. And authority itself is wrong. That is a wrong criticism. There's nothing wrong with authority because as Christians, we adhere to an authority. The problem isn't that it's authority that we object to. It's the idea that it can't be the perfect authority that Christ is, regardless of how good it is or how many things it does right. Because as long as sinful men are in control of those organizations, groups, then it can't be 100%. Now, that doesn't mean that everything they do or say should be discarded. It's quite the opposite. And that's why I say, okay, look, when the Lutherans are when they're writing, there was an Augsburg Confession, which they wrote towards the Catholic Church, because the Catholic Church started, basically claiming that the Lutherans were doing this and this and that. And then in the apology, what Melanchthon says is, he says, we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We're not objecting to the Mass. We don't object to traditions. What we're saying is that if you have the Mass or the traditions are in open contradiction to what the Gospels tell us, that's the problem.
Right.
And so it's not that there isn't a tradition and shouldn't be authority. And it's not even that I don't believe in an authoritative thing. In fact, that's actually one of my chagrins in the Lutheran Church, has been historically the fact that, especially in the synod that I'm in, that it has always adhered to democracy, synodicism, and not hierarchy. However, I wanted hierarchy because I felt like that's what I should have in the church. And then I realized, no, I can't have that in the church. And it's not because God doesn't give that authority. It's that he's acknowledging to me that despite those sinful, imperfect men, and that's why I'm not saying I would ever completely say try to attempt to have a Christian society or a Christian kingdom, or to say that it hasn't worked to some degree. It has. I just know that with imperfect men, the more centralized authority they get, the more likelihood they are to abuse it. That's not because authority is bad. That's not to say that government is bad per se. It's that you cannot have those things with centralization. That's the problem.
That's why I was me and Steve were talking about that a while ago, and I was like, just because our government is messed up right now and our police system it doesn't mean that there can't be a good government, or I know no
I
government's
agree
gonna
with
be
that.
perfect, and no police force
And
is
I
gonna be
agree with
perfect, but we could do things right, and we did
Right.
for a long time.
We did. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. But there became problems when the church no longer held authority, because you had independent countries using the Reformation as a way to ensure they had their own personal autonomy. And that happened even before that happened. That happened has happened in
one of my biggest problems with the Constitution is the freedom to practice religion. It's like, but once you
And really, it's not freedom to practice religion. It's that the freedom is that the government, because this is what people get wrong about the Constitution.
Well, I've heard that
the
meant
Constitution,
different branches of Christianity.
Well, but the Constitution was never meant to define our rights or to tell us or to say that we have a right of separation of church and state. What it was trying to enforce is that the church cannot impede on the state, or excuse me, the state can impede on the church.
Right.
Not that the church shouldn't be involved in the state.
Right.
The problem is
a lot of people confuse that. They think.
Yeah, they do.
They think separation of church and state is establishment clause, but it's not really in the Constitution.
It is an establishment clause. No, it's not. It's not.
It's like the church can be involved in the government, but the government.
The problem is
is
that when the church and the government get involved, they lose sight of other things that are more important, and that's my critique. And what I want isn't that I don't want to have some society. It's that I do think that the way to do it is through cooperation, volunteerism of people coming together and expressing their ideas. But the other thing is that I believe it also happens when we acknowledge, and I, like I said, I acknowledge that has happened, but what I'm more afraid of is the perversion to Christianity, which can happen through the structure of the state and the influence of
I was about to say, Floor, why are you joining at 6:45? I'm about to end in like 15
But here's the
minutes.
thing. I wanted to tell you this because do you remember what's his name? Dijon had asked about like distributism. And I said, well, there's also this principle of subsidiarity. And this is why I kind of say I'm like a not pseudo, but like I'm kind of like a hybrid of this Christian anarchism and also subsidiarism. But subsidiarism is the principle and social organization that holds that social and political issues should be dealt with the most immediate of local level that is consistent with their resolution. It defines this principle as central authority should have a subsidiary function, meaning it has the lesser of the functions. So basically, the best way of explaining this would be, if you needed welfare, like you were fallen upon hard times, the first person you should go to is your family, right?
Yeah.
Because they're your family. And if your family, or if you don't have a family, or if your family, or you have an outing, or there's not then you should go to your close friends. If you need something, go to a close friend. If your close friends can't help you, then you go to your church organization, or you go to whatever collective group of,
And that's all done through charity. It's not done
right.
through
And then you go to
taxation.
charity, and then the next step is you go, if you don't have an organization like a church that you belong to, you find a local thing like Lions, which is a charity, and you go there. And if you can't go there, then you go to the local county government and ask for that assistance. And if you can't get that from there, then you go to the state. And the point is, you start in the immediate circles around you first to resolve your issues, and you go to the centralized federal authority towards the end when it has that. So, for example, when it comes to protecting us against another country, should there be a war, you and I could probably do some things to protect ourselves against maybe people who would want to break into our house or try. But I'm pretty sure that even if we have even some dope like rifles, and let's say some of them are even fully automatic,
so much. Yeah.
You're not going to do stuff about that against a jet. That's why we say our federal government's primary role should be to defend the borders and to defend the homeland and to So, but that principle of subsidiarism is in that political theory right there that I just expressed, and I love that idea.
A lot of people will say like Jesus was a socialist because he fed the 5,000, and I always
No.
argue he didn't ask Caesar to take money from the rich to feed the 5,000. It's charity. When you have it to give, then you give.
Right.
But it's not like a government force thing to force people to give.
And I believe that with a lot of the issues that we have. And if you go back into the Bible and you look at the Christian principle of how you reconcile with a brother. So, for example, if Steve did something that hurt me, or did something that was a sin against me, or had slandered me, or had done something that was wrong, and I need to have that resolute, the last place I go to is to do that on YouTube. The last place is to poster that in the federal time. What I should do is I need to go to him as an individual and say, Steve, brother, let me give you the best construction here. I don't know if you intended to try to offend me or insult me, but this is how it came off to me. Okay. What's your thought on that? And if Steve said, you know what, dude, I don't think I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Or even if you said, hey, like that, I think you're off base. I didn't do that. Okay. All right. Well, maybe I need to go get a brother. So now I come with Josh, and me and Josh go to you and say, we have this issue. He sees it the same. What would you say to that? I hadn't thought about that. Okay, fine. The point is you work out when you're trying to deal with your issues, right? And that's why when you have issues like in the family, that's why you need to have that cohesion of the nuclear family, because the family should be able to work a lot of its issues out. And that's the problem with a lot of these liberal bullshit out here, is they're destroying the nuclear family and saying, well, you can rely on government, you can rely on the state. And the thing of it is why trust? And it's the same argument I would have about women working. Why trust someone else to give you money who does not love you, who has not taken an oath to forsake others, who does not take an oath to shed their flesh, to sacrifice? Those things come to be. Like for me and Steve as married guys, like, and I know you're married too. It's like, we know that when we're talking about those things, like, it's like, before I get a friend or a government or anybody to help take care of that person, you're going to do everything in your power to take care of your wife, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Or you should strive to do that, right?
Yeah.
So that kind of starts with that same process of how we go inward. We start small and then we expand out. And if we don't have that issue resolved by that time, then that's when the people who have the centralized authority, and then in that case, you have less people going to the central authority, which makes it less able to have the corruption that it possibly could have, because
It should be from the bottom up. You focus on
yeah,
yourself,
exactly.
then you can focus on your
Yep.
family, then you can
Yep.
focus on your neighbors, then you can.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I agree a lot with that principle, and that kind of comes out of Catholic social teaching, subsidiarism. So just FYI.
All
See
right,
the
guys.
you see the thing, you see the things you learn from me when you talk to.
Yeah.
I
do
just want
like
to say one
arguing.
thing, and then
I'm an argumentative guy, and I like debating, and I like arguing. So.
right. But I have to go to bed because I got to go right back to work in like 3 hours. But I want to say one thing and then ask one question, and you don't have to answer it. I'm just gonna ask it and then leave. But one is the main reason I think the way I think is because I'll never forget. My dad said this to me when I was, I don't know, in my late 20s. And he said, people are going to think the way they think. And that's kind of when I was like, that's so true. And I was open minded from that point on. But my question is, do you think it's possible that just like so many people are fed propaganda, do you think it's possible that everything you think is propaganda and it's all bullshit? I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it is, but do you think that's possible? But I don't want an answer. I just wanted to ask it. But I gotta go. And thank you for having me on, dude. And good to see you, Buff.
He's sleeping.
I know he's been sleeping the whole time. But thank you for having me on. And shout out to John too. John's awesome, dude. Really good friend. So are you, Josh. I don't think you're an asshole. And I'm glad that we're friends, dude. I appreciate you, brother, and I respect you, man. So thank you for having me on, man.
All right. See ya.
All right, much love, bro.
Yep. To answer Steve's question, yes, I do think it's possible that I could be wrong about everything I say. And when I die, I might find out. I might find out that I was wrong about everything. But this is why I this is why I don't just like sitting here and talking about what we agree about. I want to see what we disagree about, and I want to have discussions and conversations about what we disagree about and try to come to an agreement. Maybe we're saying the same thing in different ways, or maybe we both totally disagree about something and we can't both be right. And one of us has got to be wrong and one of us has got to be right. And so I want to find the truth. I want to find the answers. All my life, I've been the guy that's like wanting to find the answers. If you woke up on a ship tomorrow, if you woke up and you had no memories of the past and you're on a ship, what are the first questions you're going to ask? You're going to ask, why am I here? Where are we going? How did I get here? Questions like this, deep philosophical questions that's like, what is the meaning of life? Like, and so this stuff is what I find interesting. Honestly, I'm glad that what's his name? Easy came on tonight. But asking, is OnlyFans porn? I know that's entertaining and I know that's a popular conversation right now in like the red pill communities and stuff. But like, is it like, what's the substance to that? I don't think there's substance to that. I think the substance is, why are we here? Where are we going? What is life? What is death? And it's not a fashion. It's not a lot of people will say Christians have an obsession with death or something. It's not that I have a fascination with death or an obsession with death. It's about trying to find meaning, and it's about trying to find depth in stuff. Why why do I think the way I think, and then somebody else thinks the way they think? And that's the stuff. Maybe it's boring. I don't really care. If you think it's boring, I don't really care. I that's what I find interesting is like why people think the way they think, why people believe what they believe, and I like having a discussion about it, a back and forth, even if it gets heated, you know, because if you're like me, you're going to take a strong stance in what you believe in, and when somebody questions that, you're going to go at it. And that's that's the stuff that I find interesting, and that's the stuff that I find meaning in, and I think there's something deeper behind that. And um so I could be totally wrong, and I won't know till I'm dead, or maybe I won't know at all. Maybe Buff's right. Maybe when I'm dead, it's just darkness and I'm just worm food. Hopefully that's not the case. If that is the case, then I was wrong. But who cares? I'm dead at that point, you know? So, but I'd rather be right, because what if when we die, what if the Christians are right, you know? And there is a heaven, and there is an afterlife, and there is something better than this that we can move on to. But the only way we get there is if we find the answers why we're here. But you just brush all that off as Sky Daddy, you know? And then when you die, what if hell's real? And you go to hell forever and you're suffering forever just because what? Because you didn't like the idea of of an of an authority figure above you, of a father who leads you and who guides you. And so if I'm wrong and then maybe not Buff, but some atheist that believes it's just evolution, it's just chance, it's just blah 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 blah, and when we die, we're nothing. We go into the dirt, we feed the bugs. If I'm wrong, then it's the same outcome for both of us. But if I'm right, it's not the same outcome for me and you. You're going to have a different outcome than what I'm going to have. And that all that stuff is like that's the stuff that really gets my mind going, and that's why I'm into politics, is because I think politics is just it's just ideologies on how to organize societies. So, you know, the same way that I believe there's a hierarchy in heaven, there's a hierarchy on earth. Societies should be structured and organized in a way that best benefits people to reach that next level, that higher level, that heaven, whatever you want to call it. You could call it heaven, or I don't know, the New Agers would call it energy and good vibrations or whatever, blah, blah, blah. I don't think you get that from porn and drugs and all this stuff. You get that from having a relationship with the creator. And so, yeah, I could be totally wrong. I could be an idiot. Probably am. Probably kind of retarded. But but if I'm right, then I could have been wrong, but I'm still right even if I was wrong, cuz I might have been wrong, but I'm still right cuz I could have been wrong, right? uh, that's it. Thanks Steve for hanging out, and thanks John for hanging out. Sorry if it got heated there. I'm a debater, guys. I'm that's 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 my thing. I like to argue with people. It's not a and it's not like a feminine arguing or an ego arguing. It's because I want to find truth. I want us together to find truth and the answers. So, um, if that's not your thing, that's not your thing, and I understand it. But that's my thing, and that's what I do here. So, um, it was cool that Easy came on. Maybe in the future I'm gonna have to try to do that. I'm gonna have to try to find more people on the internet that are doing like open panels and jump on there and or get them to come to my panels and stuff like that. That was pretty cool. So check out Steve Harloa's channel. He's a mod. He can drop his channel in the chat. Check out John Mosman Productions. I think if you just YouTube John Mosman Productions, oh yeah, I'm a master debater. I think if you just YouTube John Mosman Productions, you'll find him. So go subscribe to him. Check his stuff out. Mayhem Studios. Subscribe to his channel. I know I'm not like the networking guy. I'm not like the guy that's like, let's put all their channels in the chat and stuff like that. But I do want you guys to go check out their channels. Speakeasy. What is his channel called? It's called Escape with Speak Easy. Escape space with space Speak Easy with a Z. So SPAKEAZY. I think he's still alive. He does long late night streams too. He'll be going till like tomorrow. But yeah, so Mayhem Studio, John Mosby Productions, Steve Harloa, Sick 2210 Productions or something like that. Go give Buff some subs. And all that good stuff. And also, make sure you like my video and make sure you're subscribed to my channel. We're almost at 5,000, and then the dreads are going to come off. And then what's going to happen? Then all of a sudden, I'm going to gain like 20 IQ points because I'm going to look like a smart person. I'm not going to look like a dreaded hippie anymore. I'm going to look like a smart guy. And then it's really going to be on like Donkey Kong. But hit up the Cash App. It's down there. $ Dreaded Conservative. Super chats, memberships, all that stuff is appreciated. It's not necessary, but it is appreciated. And I need some money for some pizza and some beer. And thanks for watching, guys. It's late. Go check out JLP. He's probably he's live right now. So go check that out. I would send a raid over, but check out this video of mine. It went over 5.1 thousand views. Is that the homeless in Hawaii video? But yeah, go that's Josh's thingy. He's a master debater. That's my thing, you know. That's what I do. But I'll see you guys later. God bless everybody. Have a good night. Buff, you've been sleeping this whole time. You're not my co-host, even though you've been here all night. I'm gonna speak into your dreams. Buff. Buff, there's a large transgender man, and he's gonna have sex with you, Buff. Rachel Levine, the American health inspector, is grinding on you right now, Buff. I'm trying to get Buff nightmares. Later, guys. Have a good night. God bless. We out. Peace.